With the intelligence, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
riding through another turn. And the power pin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. Well, morning for us here in the UK, in beautiful Liverpool. We are finally here for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships in Liverpool, UK. And looks like everyone's having a bright and sunny day inside, even though it might not be outside. Thank you so much for joining us. I am here with the absolutely fantastically trustful and wise Ross.
Hi.
The embodiment of hype himself, Shay, and the caster connoisseur, Mike. My name is Amy. How are we all feeling this morning, lads?
I like being in Liverpool for Pokemon. This is not the first time I've been here by a long shot for Pokemon, and it's always fun to be here.
That's good to hear. It is a really fun place, and I think that really shows from the players here, really getting into the vibes today. Shay, how are you doing this morning?
I'm absolutely ecstatic. I haven't casted in a while, so I'm so excited to be here, looking at the event hall with so many people in a real developed metagame as this, and we've had a little sneak peek at some of the decks, and oh my goodness, there's some potential for some highly spicy things. So I can't wait to get involved.
And last but not least, Mike, how are we feeling this morning?
Well, this is an amazing event for me because I've just moved to a new area of the UK, so I've met loads of new people in the Pokemon community, and now I've got a whole load of players around the hall who I'm seeing competing, some of them at their first regionals, and so for the UK scene, this has been an amazing event so far for all those taking part in their first regional.
And speaking of having friends in all sorts of places around the world, there has been a sneaky change since our rehearsal yesterday. And Shay, I'd like to play a little game of Spot the Difference with you. What can we see about this European season schedule?
How well do you know your European cities here, Shay?
Yes.
Do you recognise the pictures?
Let's have a little gander. So obviously we're here at Liverpool, then we've got Dortmund coming up soon, and the lovely city of Utrecht after that. Then obviously we've got the big EUIC International Championship. Then we've got Stockholm, and then, oh my goodness, that wasn't there yesterday at rehearsals. We have the Bologna Regional, sorry if I got that wrong there, special event I should say. It's going to be in sunny Italy, that's going to be amazing.
Going back to Italy.
Going back to Italy. We all love it there. We all love the sun. Well, I know I do at least. So if you like the sun and you like Pokemon, that's the place to be.
Oh, the food as well in Italy.
Oh, Italy was
highlight.
Just me, the food.
Absolutely.
Oh, careful now, Mike. You know what I mean? I have to wait a little bit to get my lunch now. And we've got NAIC after that, and obviously the quintessential centerpiece of the season, the World Championships there in Honolulu.
Yeah, back to countries but different cities. We're in Turin last year, we're going to Bologna, and of course we're going back to Hawaii this time for the first time since 2012. Actually a different island of Hawaii this time. So it's going to be kind of interesting going back to Worlds, but for people that have been around a while, actually going to a different part of the well, different island.
And a big part of this weekend, of course, is going to be that a lot of people could actually secure their invite. We are in crunch time central to get yourselves to that beautiful Hawaii at the Pokemon World Championships this year, as, of course, there has to be a way of getting there. Mike, could you pretend I'm new? Then I'm brand new to the Pokemon trading card game. How do I get to Hawaii?
Well, across the country, across Europe, there are sanctioned events. There's challenges, cups, regional, special events, and then, of course, the big ICs, each of them having a different amount of points. And for those players who are looking to try and get their Worlds invite, they need to accumulate a lot of points, as you can see on the screen here, 500 for Masters, here in Europe for TCG. And a lot of players right now, it's about halfway through the circuit in Europe, and a lot of players are getting close to that 500 threshold. A lot of these players are maxing out their points at challenges and cups, so they're looking to get those final few points here in Liverpool to make it into that World invite spot. Over 500 to make it, still lots of time to get there.
But there is a way to cheat the system. It's nice and simple. Just win a regional.
Ooh.
Win a regional, automatic invite to the World Championships. So the winner of Liverpool Regionals this weekend, regardless of how many championship points they had when they came in, automatic Worlds invite, and then you can just chill for the rest of the season.
Okie dokie, Ross. So let's say I managed to get my points. What else could I win at a regionals?
Well, the good news is we've got some money and we've got some booster packs. Don't sleep on booster packs. One of the most fun things about Pokemon tournaments is winning a bunch of booster packs, going back to the hotel, having a little bit of an opening party. Many good memories, but of course, $10,000 for winning a regional. That's also going to create some fun memories.
Yeah, absolutely huge. I mean, obviously, a lot of these players, when they win those big prize pools, that's then helping them fund more events in the future. So maybe they can travel into a different region, go out to America from Europe, and start extending their Pokemon competition. And that's what we would love about this season. The increased prize pools really brought in a lot of new players, but it's also allowed those players who are successful to start sustaining those trips all around the world.
Shay, I've got a little pop quiz for you. If you were a junior and you won $2,500 at regional, what would little Shay have spent it on?
Probably like Pokemon cards, to be perfectly honest. I'm not even going to lie, I'll go straight down to the LGS. I'd be like, right, I'll get that 2,500 on the counter. But how much can I get with this then? I want it all. Give me that shelf, give me that shelf, give me that shelf. And I want it now.
I would go to the Pokemon Center at a big event and find the biggest plushie and make sure I can buy it. Also, you got to make sure if you can take it home. That's the hard bit. But I'd get the biggest plushie, and then that would be just one of those things you could never get unless you got that prize money.
But we have heard from a lot of players it is the prize money at these regionals which is going to allow them to actually attend the World Championships. It's all well and good having an invite, but obviously getting to Hawaii is something which is a challenge in and of itself. And I've spoken to a lot of players this season who have, top 8 of the regional or better, and that's what is allowing them to actually fund their trip to Hawaii, having then earned enough championship points or got that automatic invite. So it all works together quite nicely for some of the players.
And speaking of events, there are plenty going on this season, but just last weekend we were in Charlotte and there was lots going on. Here we are with our analysis of day one. Ross, is there any decks that you are expecting to see here that we saw at Charlotte?
I think we're going to see a very similar metagame to what we saw in Charlotte and in Portland and in San Antonio and even in Stuttgart, because we're in a pretty mature format here. We've had Paradox Rift for a little while now. The one real story for me is how Lost Zone Giratina, it really keeps going from day one to day two. That conversion is high. And if we look over the last few tournaments, we've had a win for Giratina in Charlotte, a win for Giratina in Portland, a second place finish in San Antonio, but it was 3 of the top 8 in Charlotte, sorry. It was a mirror match in the final in Portland. So we are seeing that Giratina, and we see there as we go into day 2, that conversion rate, it's a number 2 deck in day 1, but then you get to day 2, and that's where the conversion really comes in. Over the past few weeks, for me, that's been the story.
And the thing about Lost Zone Giratina is it's such a tough deck to play that we often see the best players in the region playing it. So that's part of the reason why the conversion happens there. But of course, it can beat pretty much every deck in the format. So its own consistency is its biggest weakness. But built into the system is a way to make other decks inconsistent with that part of the peak, the Roxanne. So it's got all the tools to be able to beat the whole meta, which is why we're seeing it rise to the top in day 2.
And if anyone's looking at this and going, oh, Ross, Miraidon doesn't seem to be converting that great from day 1 to day 2, surely you're not going to pick it as your caster pick again. Well, no spoilers, but, you know.
And you could certainly say that Giratina is certainly in the lost zone this weekend, or last weekend, I should say, as we can see in the top 8 decks with so many Giratina V-Star, but it does have some other pals. Shay, who are you excited to see on this list?
I was really excited to see the Roaring Moon, first of all. It's a card that a lot of people were hyped coming out of Paradox Rift initially, but then it didn't really tend to do much damage to the meta. But now it seems to be creeping in, you know, having a fantastic player, Ross Corford, you know, 2nd place at Worlds. Twice, you know. So if he can make a deck work, you know, and it could get picked up by a lot of people. But then another thing I was really interested in was that that Miraidon EX list was sort of geared around doing that turn 1 Ampu very much. A really aggressive build that had a lot of basic energy to make those electric generators more consistent. So I'd like to see if that list starts to popularize and maybe we start to see basic energy counts creep up.
You can't see this at home, but as soon as Shay said Miraidon, Ross just let out the biggest smile. It's like anytime you hear the word Miraidon, it gets you excited.
I'm waiting for it to just have that big finish that I keep calling for. It's gonna happen. It is a fast, aggressive deck. I'm a big fan of it. Didn't end up winning in Charlotte, of course. We did see, it was interestingly enough, the same 2 decks that we saw in the final in San Antonio, but it was with a different result. This time, we saw Giratina coming up over Charizard. And yeah, Charizard, it was the most played deck in Charlotte. I believe it's the most played deck this weekend as well. Charizard is legit, but right now, Giratina is the deck to beat.
You love your Charizard, don't you, Amy?
I'm a very big fan of Charizard. I find it an incredibly fast-paced and fun deck to play. And don't forget that if you would like any of your moments from this weekend, whether you're at home or at our event, then you should check out our social media channels. Please make sure that you're following us on X. You can catch the action on YouTube. You can find us on Facebook and on Instagram. Please make sure that you click those follow buttons so you don't miss a moment of the action, and use our hashtag #PlayPokemon so that maybe you and your friends can be featured too. Again, doesn't matter if you're enjoying us from home or whether you're here in the thick of the action.
I mean, I'm always excited to see what people come out with on social media. You've got some very creative people in this community who are having a great time at the best weekend of their lives, and they come out with the greatest pictures, the greatest tweets. My favourite ones are always the ones where people bring their plushies out. I feel like there's such a wide array of plushies, and pretty much every time you see one, it's a new plushie that I've never seen before. So get your plushie pictures in, #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. And so we've all picked some caster predictions for this weekend. What do we think? What do we think is going to be the one?
What do we think is going to be the one? I mean, you're a bit rogue, Shay, aren't you?
I'm a bit rogue. Hang on. All right, I've had enough now. What do you mean Gardevoir is rogue? I'm feeling emboldened about my pick. I'm convinced that Gardevoir is the best deck in format. The meta game is developing really nicely for it. Because you know what Gardevoir loves? Charizard and Roaring Moon. They're 2 new decks now as well. It has a fairly good Tina matchup. So I've got that there. And you know what? My old friend Avery, the boss, the king, I'm going to reduce your bench size, and then I'm going to take a big KO in the active as well.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. I mean, Charizard, I stole that from you in a weird way. I was like, yeah, Charizard's great. I don't even play Charizard. I just hate playing against it because it's so good.
I'm sorry, Mike, have I scarred you?
A little bit, yeah. It's one of those decks that whenever you play against it, you know it's really tough to beat, and you've just got to try and play your best game. And I think that's why it's so popular, is because it's very rewarding when you hit the markers that make it get into play, and it's got quite a simple game plan initially, but then that high skill ceiling with the search. And then Spiritomb is just busted right now. That Fettered in Misfortune ability disrupts so many decks in the format. It helps you deal with Snorlax, which I think everyone wants a way to deal with Snorlax.
Yep.
It's great against Charizard even, and of course there's a lot of decks with Vs with powerful abilities in the format right now, so great little inclusion in a lot of decks.
I mean, we did these predictions a couple of weeks ago, and I'm looking back now, and I'm like, I nailed this. Because I've got Maridon predicted, which I've been doing since EUIC last year, and I still think it's got a great shot. There's a lot of them in the hall this weekend. It's a fast, aggressive deck. The Iron Hand is only making it better as we go along, and I really do think it is one of the best decks in here, one of my favorite, probably my favorite deck in the meta right now. But then I've also apparently gone for Mirage Gate, which is a great call, because Lost Box wins, nailed it. Lost Box Charizard, nailed it. Giratina, which is the best deck, nailed that as well. So even if Giratina wins, Amy was right, but I was right as well.
So I want to understand how you picked that. You picked Maridon, had all of the cards in alphabetical order, and went, Mirage Gate's basically the same. Oh, that'll do. Is that how you picked it?
I mean, pretty much. I was just kind of like, apparently I wasn't trying very hard with the second card, and I just wanted something easy that I could boast about.
You typed in a card database, MIRA, and then we're like, yeah, they'll both do.
Yeah, quite frankly, why not?
What about you, Tina and Roaring Moon?
Yeah, Tina and Roaring Moon. I just thought the aggressive decks have this one. I know a lot of the European lot love their psychic types. Everyone loves Mew, everyone loves Gardevoir, so I was thinking, you know what? Let's go for the dark type Roaring Moon. It's got a lot of aggression, essentially infinite damage output. I think that's really strong. I think it really could take over this event. And my other choice being Giratina. I just think it's on that real Lost Zone rampage right now. I don't think anything can stop it from putting everything into the Lost Zone.
Very smart. I mean, you've picked a very smart pick there. You picked a smart pick of the past. I've gone for the most recent popular deck. And then we got Maridon as well, which has a tough time. But Charizard, it's good against Charizard.
And it wins. It gets wins it doesn't deserve. Maridon is one of the best decks in the game for getting wins that it doesn't really deserve. Mew's another good one for that. Just getting wins because you start really fast and your opponent doesn't, and before you know what's happened, all of a sudden you've won the game. And with Ampy very much there is some comeback potential there with the Iron Hand, so I don't know, it's gonna happen. I know I say this every tournament, and to be fair, it keeps doing well. I was mocked at EUIC for saying it was gonna be good, and we got a top 8 finish. So Rob Kimbram did me a solid there. Who's going to do me a solid this week?
Well, I don't think there's any other way that we're going to be able to stop Ross from talking more about Maridon. So I think it's time for us to get ready to see some Pokemon trading card game, swing into the action, get the Pokeball rolling. So I think it's time for us to take a very short break, but please bear with us because we'll be back with you ever so soon for your first casted match of the day.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game. The Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game. Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello everyone, the absolutely outstanding Pokemon 2024 season continues here in Liverpool. I'm joined, you're joined I should say, by me, Shay, and the absolutely marvellous Mike. How are we, my friend?
Cool, what an intro. You make me sound so much better than I actually am. I'm just here to talk to you about Pokemon, which we have got lots of action over the weekend. 9 rounds today, into 6 tomorrow. It's going to be a long old tournament for those players out there, and of course, continuing with that Paradox Rift meta here today.
Yeah, that Paradox Rift meta game, I should say, which we have had, you know, all the way from November. Now, we just had a little video playing, teaching people how to play the game. So I thought, how about we play a little game us here, Mike, where we're going to teach you guys about some of the decks we have in format right now. So, Mike, here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We've got these 5 cards here.
Do you want to show on the other side? Show them what's in there.
We've got these 5 cards here.
So 5 of the best cards in the format right now. 5
of the best cards in format. All decks I'm fairly certain you will see here this weekend. So, Mike, I want to give you a little shuffle.
Okay, make sure you shuffle it adequately. You know, we are a TCG player after all.
Yeah, here. Do you want to cut?
No, it's fine. Appreciate that.
You're going to take one, and then we're going to explain. Or you're going to
go for the middle one. So let's have a reveal. It's a Charizard.
Ooh.
So Charizard EX will be starting with here. So let's talk a little bit about this deck. Definitely the most popular deck in the format currently.
Yeah.
You know, piloted by some of the best players, especially over the last 3 regionals in North America. So what makes Charizard so good?
Well, I think the fact that it's got 330 HP on a 2-prize Pokemon, which is a bit ridiculous if you ask me. But it's not just its HP. The fact that when you evolve into it, its Infernal Rain ability will activate, letting you grab 3 basic fire energy from your deck and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. So it's really self-sufficient. And then that attack, Burning Darkness, Mike, that just gets stronger over time. What does it do?
I mean, it's 180 108 damage on base, but then every prize card your opponent takes, it gets 30 damage more strong. So towards the end of that game, you could be hitting as high as 330.
Yep.
And right now in the format, that knocks out pretty much everything. So you're in a strong position at the end of the game. You can then pair in Disruption, and that consistency of the Pidgeot EX will allow you to tutor out anything you want with Quick Search at any given moment. Towards the end of the game, you have the most stable end game of any deck in the format right now.
Yep, so you're going to be a big, hefty stage 2 Pokemon swinging for heavy damage, and you can grab any card from your deck once per turn. You know what? When you say it out loud, it just sounds a bit ridiculous, I think.
Well, some of the other decks we'll be looking at won't be grabbing the perfect card out of the deck. They'll be drawing lots of cards out of the deck.
Yes.
So let's see what other cards we've got here.
Right, go on then. You give it to me this time.
Oh, okay.
I'll have a go.
Let me have a little quick shuffle.
A little quick shuffle. Come on.
Here we go.
I want to get involved with a fun surprise action as well.
Right,
okay.
what we got?
I'm going to go for this one right here. So,
what we got?
We have, hey, it's meant to be. We got Mew VMAX. There we go.
One of your faves, that one.
It is my favorite, actually, the deck I've had the most success with. Let me talk to you about Mew VMAX then. So, Mew VMAX has that Genesect V to draw cards, and quite honestly, I think it's the best ability in the game right now, letting you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So, Mike, if you have 0 cards in your hand, and you have 6 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, you get to just draw 6 from the top of your deck.
And you can do it multiple times per turn.
Yep.
So if a lot of those fusion Pokemon are Genesect V, normally people get about 2, 3, sometimes even 4 on the bench. That's a lot of cards you get to draw through the deck. And a lot of insta-playable cards as well. You know, you've got a lot of these item cards you can just play straight away.
Yep.
And of course, the thinning with the Ultra Ball, so you can get that hand size down, build it up. So it synergistically works so well with all of the cards in the list. And there's sort of a few different ways to play it as well. We've got the fusion builds, where they lean more into the fusion energy and the other attackers that have got that fusion naming, and then you've also got the double turbo energy build where it's a bit more disruptive, and recently we've started to see a bit of a hybrid of the two, so we're starting to see a little bit of a combination of all of those aspects of Mew that make it so strong.
And then you've got those power tablets as well, so you increase your damage by 30, so you can start swinging for 300 damage, and you know, when you can swing for 300 damage and take big one-shot KOs, it's honestly, while drawing a lot of cards.
I've shuffled your deck for you, so you can cut it if you like.
Okay, I'll cut this one.
Yeah.
Okay then, Mike, so we've got 3 left. 3 left, everyone.
Okay.
Come on.
The surprise, I've gone for the middle one both times.
Okay, what are we talking about now?
Miraidon.
Oh,
so this one's for Ross. Ross loves a Miraidon.
Yep.
I mean, what a deck. Miraidon coming into the format, one of the first EXs we got to see, and its ability tandem units so good at getting all those lightning Pokemon out onto the bench, and synergistically with that fluffy Dynamotor, getting so much energy in play, and we've started seeing it played in lots of different ways recently. I mean, leaning into the Iron Hands, trying to really get that early Iron Hands attack off with Peony. But you've also got the EXP share coming in now as a way to retain energy on board. So still a lot of creativity going into how people are formatting their lists for Miraidon EX.
Yeah, Miraidon's just so versatile. Tandem unit letting you grab any 2 lightning types at any point in the game. Pokemon share on your bench just means you're always getting set up. You've got Raichu for that, you know, that massive late game attack. You've got Raikou to be a real nice 2 energy early game attacker, and obviously you've got Iron Hands now from Paradox Rift, being able to take extra prize cards when it KOs something is just...
Electric Generator as well, didn't even mention it. What an amazing card that is. Can get up to 2 lightning energy off the top 5 cards. So good at getting those early attacks off. Plays so many energy in the deck as well, sometimes as high as 18, allowing you to really push the limit for that Miraidon deck. But of course, we have 2 more decks to go through. Of course, there are plenty more decks this format, one of the most wide and versatile formats we've seen in a while, but these ones have risen to the top as the most consistent. So let's see which of the last 2 we've got here.
Ooh, okay, now people at home, my cast prediction is one of these last 2 cards. So let's see, is it meant to be? Will I get that one? I said it was meant to be, baby! Let me talk to to you about Gardevoir EX, one of the most bonkers cards I've ever seen. So let's talk about it. Psychic Embrace lets you grab any amount of Psychic Energy from your discard pile and you can attach them to any one of your Psychic type Pokemon. You can go straight to the active, you can go straight to the bench, you do whatever you like. Now, you do have to put 2 damage counters for each energy that you attach to that Pokemon, but that's okay because you have some attackers like Zacian V that can do, well, any amount of damage that you like. You've got that Gardevoir there, that Shining Arcana, which can do, well, guess what? Any amount of damage that you like realistically. And now we have cards like Reversal Energy and Counter Catcher and Iono, meaning you often play from a defensive standpoint in the game. You do tend to come back. But then when you have that deadly Iono to free Reversal Energy Counter Catcher, you really put your opponent in a sticky situation.
Don't even speak about the best bit about Gardevoir is you've got a Curlier that's very effective. We've got 2 Curliers that are very effective. We've got the Mirage Gate Curlier and then the Refinement Curlier, both of which find themselves on the list. I think that's what's so good about the deck. You've got so much draw. You know, often having turns where you'll be drawing 10 plus cards across just the abilities of your Pokemon. Then you've got Iono to reshuffle them. I mean, it's honestly such an amazing deck, and I think it's one of the most stable decks in the format right now. It does what it wants to do pretty much every game, and consequently it's rising to the top despite being less played than some of these other decks we spoke about.
I think you are correct. So we've got one card left, or one deck I should say, Mike.
I'll take
give us a quick rundown on this one.
Giratina V-Star. Well, let's talk about what could potentially be the best deck in format right now. With great success over the last 3 regionals in North America, it seems to be able to beat everything in the format. It says bad matchups there. Lugia V-Star, don't really see that anymore. Lost Box, of course, you know, you can still beat it, but they just do the Lost Box stuff a bit better than Giratina V-Star. Outside of that, it's got a strong matchup into everything. Its only downside is potentially some of its inconsistencies, but you make up for that with the great comeback potential of the Path to the Peak, Roxanne towards the end of the game, and of course, that Sableye, so good towards the end, especially against decks with less hit points. And if they've got a lot of hit points, you've got Giratina V-Star to hit them with the Lost Impact or Star Requiem if they are above 280. What a deck it is.
Yeah, Roxanne, Path, Star Requiem, that is a whole load of trouble. Now, if you're playing one of these decks and you're particularly good at the game, there's every chance you might even win the regional championships. And if you do, you have your auto invitation to the World Championships. So I think we'll have a little look at the past regional winners here in Europe and look at that. I know Consta was playing Mew, funnily enough. We got Francisco there at Barcelona playing that Rapid Strike Urshifu, and then Whitey talked to us about the other 2 there, Mike.
Yeah, we've got Wukash playing Snorlax Stool and Christian at Stuttgart. What an amazing performance from him. You know, we've seen the quality of players increase in Europe. You know, the number of players attending events has gone up. And one of the things we're starting to see a lot more new faces. I think that's one of the most exciting things about it this year. I mean, we've got 1,500 players at this event. That alone just shows you how much we're growing here in Europe. And lots of players out there in their first ever regional. Some of them might even go on to that top 8 at their first ever regional event if they've got a lot of experience in the game.
I think you are 100% correct there, and it's going to be really interesting to see who gets added to this list. But you don't have to win a regional championship to get to Worlds. You can do it the old-fashioned way, earn that CP. So let's have a quick look there at some of the players who have been also doing fantastically and earning a ridiculous amount of CP. So everyone on this leaderboard actually already has their invitation already locked up. But Mike, look at absolute smorgasbord there of fantastic players.
Yeah, in 9th there, Stefan Ivanov, I think, was in the final last Liverpool event, playing a very smart Gudra list that at the time was fairly unknown. So some great deck builders in this top here. There's Dimitri, you know, playing Gardevoir, as you mentioned, a very good deck. All these players have got a story behind them. We could go through all. I mean, Alberto Conti, what a player, playing Giratina V-Star so well. Yeah, a lot of top players have shown why they're the best, rising to the top early in this season.
Yeah, we've got Alberto Conti there at number 3 as well, playing that Giratina, and then James Cox there at 6. Very popular, very likes to play Gardevoir. So yeah, keep an eye out for these players. Would not be surprised to see one or maybe multiple of these people featuring on the stream moving forward. So that wraps up the sort of leaderboard look at and stuff. So I wonder what sort of stuff can we expect to see this weekend, would you say, Mike?
Well, a few players we should be looking out for this weekend. And I think We've got the attempted back-to-back from Christian. That would be incredible. Have we seen? We haven't seen that in a long time. Since I mean, Alex Dow comes to mind.
Yeah,
but that's a long time ago. That was back before a lot of these people even knew about Pokemon Trading Card Game who were watching probably. And you got James Cox there, Alberto Conti. We spoke about him.
Yes.
Playing one of the strongest decks right now and has been doing it for a while. So that definitely helps him come into this tournament with a bit more experience of what is a very strong deck.
Yeah, so good keep an eye out for all of them. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if any of these players was to walk home the Liverpool Regional Champion.
What do we feel about the deck from Christian? You know, playing Sablezard.
Yep.
You know, a deck that often gets forgotten about, where it's very consistent at doing what it wants to do. I think it's strong into Giratina V-Star right now. I mean, it's powerful against most of the format, but a lot of people avoid it because it can be quite a tough deck to pilot if you're not that experienced with it, especially across 9 rounds.
Yeah, it's really interesting because as more 2-prizes enter the format, like Roaring Moon now is sort of seeing an uptick in play. That Combustion Blast from Radiant Charizard just loves feasting on those 2-prize Pokemon. But like I said, it's a little bit more one-dimensional than like your Giratina or your Lost Box style decks. But yeah, I think it could be very strong. Would not be surprised to see it do a deep run.
If I was good enough to play any deck to optimal play, I'd probably go for Sablezard this weekend. But of course, I'm not as good at every deck like some of these top players are. And I think that's the big thing that we've spoken about is what deck would you pick going into this event? And I think for a lot of players in this hall, they should be picking the deck that they're most familiar with because you don't know what you're going to come up against. There's so many different decks in the format. Maybe you'll come across your bad matchup 3 rounds in a row, and so at the end of the day, it didn't really matter which deck you picked. It's just you know, you've got to try and play the thing you're best at for the full weekend.
And I think that makes the most amount of sense, to be honest, is always playing what you know and then, you know, iron out any mistakes or any misplays. Iron them out just from a raw experience with the deck.
Raw experience. I mean, we'll see how that comes through here. We saw it over in Charlotte. The best players really did rise to the top, and that experience came through there. So we want to know what you want to see coming up.
Here we go.
This is the fun bit, the first game of the stream. We get to see what options we have available. Tell me what we're looking at right here. I can see some good matchups already.
Right, this is going to be our first round you're having me on. So let's go top to bottom. So we have Darren Jacks there versus Joe Robertson. Now I know, a little fun fact for you viewers, Darren is known for playing some out there decks, so you want to see a little bit of spice, you might want to be voting for the top one. Then the second, we've already seen Alberto Conti there on our players to watch versus Jack Gregory Campbell. Again, another player, Jack, known for, let's say, pushing the envelope with deck choice. But then the third there, Mike, the player that needs no introduction, right?
Tord Reklev, what a player. You know, we got a chance to chat with him on Thursday as he came along to film some interviews, and he's very much in a position here. He's like, what deck should I play for this event? You know, he's played a bit of Gardevoir, he played a bit of Lost Box, so it'll be interesting to see what he's chosen for this event against Liam on the other side there, and down at the bottom, Owen Kammerman. What a player, one of those top players who's risen throughout the season, consistently making it far through day 2. And I think that's something we always want to see on this stream, seeing those players who consistently make top 8s and day 2s, and then Jamie Turner against them. Do you know much about Jamie?
I know he's a UK player, has earned an invite before, so definitely won't be an easy matchup there for Owen by any means. So yeah, if you are watching on Twitch, currently get involved, vote, because whatever the winner is of the vote will be our round 3 feature match. So go on, get involved, and we'll hopefully see a very exciting game.
We're just getting started here.
I know,
we have round 3 coming up, and then it will be going all the way through to round 9 today on the show. So make sure you stick around for all those games and keep up to date with what's going on. You know, make sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know what you're seeing and whether your results are going well at the event. I love following the threads on social media of players' results and seeing how they're getting on, because ultimately we can only watch a few games here on the stream, but there's lots of other players going on and seeing if they can make it all the way to that top 8. Maybe we'll catch up with them later on the journey. Maybe we'll never see them, but a lot of the best players right now trying to make that World's invite. 500 CP is the threshold people are reaching at this event.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of people's invites will be made here at this event. Now, obviously, we have started, you know, we're going into our round 3. So how about we have a quick look at Swiss standings, and we can see, you know, what else is, how the other rounds have been panning out, let's say. I think that could be quite fun to look at. Here we go. Ooh, let's have a look. what we're going to see. And there we go. We've got Brandon Cameraman there at the top there, 2-0. Any other names that jumping out at you there, Mike?
One of my old locals, Jonathan Sharpling. It's always good.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, when you're a UK-based player and you walk around this hall, you see so many people you've come across at Cups, Challenges, maybe part of your locals. There is a lot of UK players here, so I'm sure we'll see some of them making a bit of a journey. But of course, early on at this stage, so 2 wins. There's a lot of players in the hall right now. We've only been able to show you 16 of them here, but outside of these, there's probably hundreds of people who are currently on 2-0. So that's quite an exciting prospect. The fact that we're in a stage in Europe where we're getting 1,500 people at a regional.
I know, what an absolutely marvelous number there. And quick, I want to also draw attention to number 9 there, Francisco, the Barcelona special event champion, I should say. But Mike, I believe that our community choice poll results are ready. So who are we gonna see? Oh, Tord Recklef versus Liam. Okay, so like you mentioned earlier, I have a big question, Mike.
Go on.
He said that Tord has been known to play Gardevoir before.
Yep.
But recently he's been playing the out there Lost Box deck, shall we say?
Sort of coin Tord box a little bit.
Tord box.
Yeah.
So I wonder what he's gone for.
Yeah, it's always interesting because, I mean, he is a player who is known for his creativity in deck building, especially early on within each format. And that also comes down to the fact that he recognizes gaps in the format that need to be filled and how to beat the things that are going to be played extensively and how to make his decks more consistent. And I think one thing that's quite interesting with that Lost Box was it was more of an answer to the meta thing than a consistency thing from Tord. And I wonder if he's just going to go back to good old consistent Gardevoir and come out here and show us why, if he's playing a deck he's familiar with, that is good, he can just come through and beat pretty much anything in the room.
Yeah, it's real interesting because then you sort of see both ends of the spectrum with deck building and playing, right? Because on one side, you'll have the sort of like the Gardevoir, very straightforward deck, it just wants to get the Gardevoir out and get energy and discard piles so you can attach them where you want, win the game that way. But then you also, like you said, have the Tord box style where you have this whole multitude of attackers that deal with different things at different times and sort of be very reactive almost. And yeah, it just shows how great of a player he is that he can play either one of those decks and do really well.
I mean, he's also one of those players who he's done pretty much everything. The only thing he's not done is win a Worlds. So he definitely can have that little period in his career where he goes, do you know what? I'll have a bit of fun at this event. I'll try something a bit different, try something a bit out there. Because at the end of the day, he's not striving for his first regional. A lot of players here will be striving for their first. He's what, like 1-5 plus 7? I don't know, something like that. So like I've lost count. 4 ICs.
Too many,
4 ICs. So he's definitely. I mean, this is the reason why you guys voted for him. Let's be honest. You know all of this stuff, and this is why you've got Tord on stream. But we'll be interesting to see what his opponent is playing as well. Is it Liam?
Liam, yeah.
And I'm not too familiar with Liam. So one of the fun things we get here on stream is we get to know new players.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the start where we get to see Liam climb the ladder, go up that Swiss, get lots of wins. Maybe start by taking down Tord. That would be quite the story.
Yeah, that'd be the story. If you're trying to like build a name for yourself, and round 3 you manage to topple Tord. And that's one thing I really love about Pokemon actually, is that no matter who you're sat across the table from, you have a chance. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who you're against. Your cards do the same thing. Your opponent's cards do the same thing. If you know your deck inside out, there's no reason why you can't win. So,
It's also fun that you could face anyone.
Yes.
Right? Like if you were playing in a tournament, someone could face you round 1 and they'd be like, oh, that's Shay. And that moment will happen for all these players who come up against Tord. Someone has to play Tord round 1.
Yeah.
That whenever you think about that, you think, imagine that feeling, because I would get nervous if I was playing against someone that good. And there's a lot of players, we saw the top 22 earlier, there's a lot of players in that list I would get nervous if I sat across from them, because I know that they're not going to make mistakes. And that's what you say. If you know your deck inside out and you don't make mistakes, you got a chance.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's one thing I'd recommend is knowing your deck inside out. There's a little bit of a top tip here for you.
Oh, coaching on the stream as well.
Yeah, go to the stream, know your deck inside and out, get as many reps with it as possible, because then you can make more optimal decisions more of the time. Because what you don't want to have happen is you lose a game and you realise, I should have done that, and if I'd done that, I might have won instead. So, and the way to eliminate that is by knowing your deck inside and out. So practice, practice, practice.
Lovely stuff from you there. I mean, I've literally written notes down. As he was speaking now, I was writing notes down. Take that away.
You couldn't see him, but he was furiously writing.
Implement that into my game. But of course, we'll be starting with our round 3 as soon as possible. We're just getting them over to the table. We're in a big hall here, as we mentioned, our biggest regional here in Europe. So long old journeys from those tables up to the stage. And we'll be seeing those players setting up shortly. But I'll be interested to find out more about Tord's opponent, Liam, here. Because
for sure.
If you go into a hall like this, there's a lot of very good players, especially these days. We've got a lot of great players who've never had their chance to shine. And especially this season, we're starting to see a lot of people make a name for themselves at these events, making top 8s, winning events. And I always wonder, is this that moment? I also, you know, for Liam, like, perhaps his locals were like, that's our guy. You know, everyone's got that local. They're like, that's our guy. He's the one who's going to go on and do great things. And so hopefully Liam's got a few people here supporting him, saying he's going to go on and do great things. Yeah,
and I think, you know, the journey starts here, right? You know, if you want to, like you said, make a name for yourself, you know, everyone that's like won a regional or top 8 of the regional, they all had their first one, right? And for anyone in this room, this could be their first time at a top 8, a top 4 win. Could be their first World's invitation as well. So the journey starts here, isn't it? You know, you have to win those games. You're going to have to win them at some point. And for Liam, this could be his 3rd win here today, go into that 3-0 record.
Well, hopefully you guys enjoy this. Let us know in chat if you guys are having a good time. You know, we've already seen so many people having a great time here, so hopefully we can get to show you what it's like here at Liverpool. You know, in that opening shot, we got to see how busy the hall was. You know, you can't go 5 meters without bumping into someone who you recognize. So lots of amazing people here, and we'll be showing you as many of them throughout the weekend as possible. It wouldn't be a European stream without showing the likes of Tord and the best players. If they don't make a top 8, we'll try and show them at some point throughout the day. So make sure you let us know if you know any results as well. Make sure to tell us on socials using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. If you want to see them on stream, we'll see if we can do our best to try and get them up there, because we do check those out. We often get some of the players actually messaging us being like, hey, look, I'm doing really well.
I haven't got a lot.
Get me on. So yeah, make sure you let us know who you want to see on the stream. But it seems like our players are sat down and just getting ready, getting established on the table. But round 3 now, it's a long old day. You know, we're only just getting into round 3. What's it like playing 9 rounds of Pokemon at a regional?
Honestly, I think that was the biggest hurdle for me when I started playing at these regional level events, was the sort of mental fatigue. When you actually sit down and think about it, you know, outside of Pokemon, what sort of task do you do for 9 hours that requires intense mental concentration? Honestly, there's not that much. So that's one of the biggest hurdles actually for playing these events. So, you know, round 1 through 4, you're okay, you're feeling sharp, but then, you know, rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that is the grinder. But here we go. So we have Tord there. Look at this resume, which honestly could fill up the whole screen if you wanted it to. 2023 World Finalist, 2022 LAIC Champion, 2017 NAIC Champion, and EUIC Finalist. He also has one EUIC as well. So, you know, actually won them all. Won OCIC as well, and top 4 worlds at one point. Honestly, Tord, the CV speaks for itself.
100%, yeah. Like you said, not enough room here on those 4 boxes. Just some of the highlights there. On the other side, Liam is playing Entei Valiant, and we went through the deck list earlier and what was good against what. And Gardevoir had very few bad matchups, and one of them was Entei Valiant.
Yeah, that's this could get a bit rough. So Liam there playing that Entei Valiant deck. Let's have a quick discussion about that real quick. So Iron Valiant has that Tachyon Bits ability. Whenever it hits the active position, you can put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Now, I mentioned that Gardevoir puts its own damage on via Psychic Embrace. There's already going to be damage flying about, so Tachyon Bits can really put in some work. But I think the real key that we're going to have to watch here, Mike, and you watch her viewers as well, is that Medicham V, Mike, because Medicham V
can really start spiraling.
Yes, yeah. So we'll get a little bit into the Medicham a bit later. But then Liam also does have that Entei V with that Burning Rondo attack, 20+20 for each bench Pokemon in play. That's going to be the heavy hitter there.
So how does this matchup normally go? You know, like it is favoured towards Entei Valiant, but is it extremely favoured, or are we talking about something that Gardevoir can always win? It's just tougher.
I think it's going to really come down to how many uses of Tachyon Bits Liam can do realistically, because, you know, the Gardevoir deck does have ways of getting the Pokemon out. You know, Mirage deck could be very strong at getting a Curlier, but Curlier only has 80 HP, right? So if you was to go like Tachyon Bits, if you use 3 uses of Tachyon Bits onto one Curlier,
you are now open to that yoga loop. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So keep an eye, viewers, for how many uses of Tachyon bits Liam can do. Looking at the prize cards here, though, I don't think nothing too impactful for both players, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's other versions of the cards that we see there. There's not complete sweep of all the rare candies, all the Gardevoirs or anything like that. And on the other side, just one Entei, an energy, some switch outs, but there's plenty of those in there. And starting Manaphy against a Squawkabilly, but there is that Battle VIP pass, key to get things rolling.
All right, so here we go then. Our round 3 here at Liverpool Regionals is kicking off. Tord Redcliffe is starting, as Mike did say, has led that Manaphy and a Battle VIP pass. Now, one thing about that Manaphy is, Mike, that's got 70 HP, and that Pokemon cannot evolve, so that immediately is going to be a prime target for those Tachyon bits from Liam's Iron Valiant.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the yoga loop you mentioned, that is the scary prospect.
Yep.
Could at any moment really set things flying. And, of course, Entei hitting for a good amount of damage. Tord is going to have to go wide with his bench to make sure that a few Pokemon don't get knocked out and completely throw him off. So a nice wide bench will help that Entei hit the damage output it requires. And in this matchup, you really want to try and see that Gardevoir EX being used at some point to try and tank some hits, right? You want to get it out into the active, maybe take out something like the Squawkabilly in a turn. So we'll see whether that's possible. But, of course, self-damaging throughout Gardevoir will mean that everything will get in range of a Tachyon Bits or a Yoga Loop. So, yeah, it should be interesting to see.
And one thing I'm just debating here is, does Tord even know he's playing against Iron Valiant? Because I don't know, you know, that Mew, again, that's a 60 HP Pokemon that cannot evolve, you know.
Very true.
That's going to be an easy prime targets there for Tachyon Bits. I mean, you could KO that Mew with 3 Tachyon Bits activation. You know, it's not outside the possibility here, folks, that Liam can just go Tachyon Bits, Tachyon Bits, Tachyon Bits, and that Mew will be KO'd before he's even attacked. So we'll have to keep that in mind. So you've mentioned Medicham V a little bit there, as Tord does pay retreat into the Mew, and then going to use that Mysterious Tail ability. Look at the top 6 cards and grab any item. So let's actually talk about that Medicham V. So Medicham V has the attack Yoga Loop for a DTE attachment. It lets you put 2 damage counters. Oh, is there even a target off that Mysterious Tail? Which is a counter catcher, I think. So I think we might see a fail on that. Yeah, so Yoga Loop lets you put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. But Mike, if those 2 damage counters KO it, what happens?
Those 2 damage counters will allow you to restart your turn and go again.
Ooh.
Which is a huge benefit when it comes into this matchup, because it means you can start taking lots of prize cards in a row. And I think that right now is the biggest worry, is at some point there's going to be a turn where Liam's going to wipe as much of Tord's board as possible. But as you can see, Tord has set up nice and wide, so we'll likely be able to start evolving things up and get towards the Gardevoir at some point. And I think another thing to mention is disruption is such a big thing. Iron Valiant doesn't really have any inbuilt engine except for that fleet-footed and all of the supporters that are in it. So early turns, yes, it can get going with a Squawkabilly, but as the game goes on, Iono is going to be that much more effective.
Oh, wow, and Liam is immediately off to the races there. Has the escape route to push the Manaphy into the active. So we are going to see that first use there of Tachyon Bits. 2 damage counters, one of Tord's Pokemon. Let's see where Liam chooses to... Oh, he put him on a Revolts, I should say. And switch, we're going to see another... Oh, my goodness. Oh, but he's opting to spread. So that would imagine that we're not going to see a Yoga Loop this turn.
Yeah, and interesting with the spreading. So Tord isn't playing the Cresselia. So,
oh, good spot.
Yeah, Cresselia would often be a useful Pokemon if there was a lot of damage spread around, as almost like a healing card.
Yeah.
But not appearing in Tord's list, not needing it in Tord's eyes for the matchups where it's been useful. But it does mean in this particular case you couldn't sneak that one in at some point.
Yeah, it's interesting because that Cresselia is really useful into like the Giratina matchups as well. So I wonder why Tord has opted not to play it. As Liam does have a Battle VIP pass and find himself another Iron Valiant. I think he was doing a little prize check while he was there as well. Medicham is obviously in the deck, so... Oh, Mike, this is going to be a high-octane game.
So with the Medicham going down, that now sets up potential for a Yoga Loop in the future. And for Tord, he can start thinking, Jirachi. If I get the Jirachi down and time it well, that will take away the Yoga Loop. It doesn't stop the Tachyon Bits, but it will stop the ability to get that high-power turn of the Yoga Loop.
Yeah, you know, like you said, that Jirachi isn't something that's, you know, what's the word? It's not guaranteed to be in every Gardevoir deck, but what it does do is stop your opponent's basic Pokemon from placing damage counters on your benched Pokemon. So that would stop the Yoga Loop right in its tracks. As we do see a retreat there into another activation of Tachyon Bits. We'll see it's going to go on one of the rolls. One of those rolls now has 4 damage counters on it. Okay,
and there we go, the research. I don't think you used the Squawkabilly yet, so a really big dig going to be happening now. Might be able to get the Entei attack up. No, there was an attachment this turn. It wasn't through a Magma Basin, so it would need to be the next one through the Magma Basin, and there does seem to be all of those pieces in the hand, and that's going to be the potential for some early aggression with that Entei. The pretty much perfect start here for Liam.
Yeah, and I think we did see the Squawkabilly being used, but yeah, it's Escape Rope as well. It's an interesting decision here. Tor doesn't want any of these Pokemon to get KO'd realistically, because you want to obviously use the Mew from Mysterious Tail, but opting to get rid of the, or sacrifice, I should say, maybe the Rolts with damage on, because chances are it's not long going to be left in this game.
Yeah, in a weird way, that's kind of taking away the damage from that Tachyon Bits on the Rolts, because it's now technically wasted damage as that knockout comes through. Now only 2 damage on board for Tord. He now has to start thinking about aggressively evolving up, trying to get out of range of all of those Pokemon as soon as possible. Zacian comes down as well.
Yeah, fantastic card in this matchup. You know, doesn't really have to hit too high numbers, start taking KOs here. As Tord, only has an Ultra Ball there. No Level Ball, I believe. And no Curlier even. Let's see if Mysterious Tail can grab. I think we're looking for a Level Ball here, ideally.
Just something to discard maybe with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, but if you only have one Ultra Ball, you can't find the Jirachi. Well, I mean, you could find Jirachi, but then you're not going to find any Curlier.
We can all go very quickly here. That Refinement Curlier comes out, start some drawing, see what happens then.
It's a lot of pressure on this one use of Refinement. So Refinement lets you discard 1 card from your hand, then draw 2. Ideally, we would like to try and find more Curlier. I mean, we try and find Jirachi this turn as well. Big Refinement here for Tord. 1, 2, Level Ball.
There we go. That gets the ball rolling. So now we get the next Curlier out. Another Refinement possible. And that's going to start drawing, and then maybe we start to see that Jirachi come down. I don't even know if the Jirachi is needed this aggressively, this early, but worrying about that Yoga Loop is going to be a constant thought in the back of Tord's head.
I kind of think you do have to really play on that Yoga Loop. It could be game ending. Oh, Tord actually has an Artisan in the hand, so that can... Okay, so that at the very least can find Jirachi if Tord would like to grab it this turn. Does have other options though, looks like. Oh, okay, not going for Jirachi this turn. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe saving it for later on when it, after some disruption. It'll be interesting to see what goes on, but is that just going to be using Roar the Sword to end the turn?
Yep, Roar the Sword, letting you search your deck for any Psychic Energy and attach it to any one of your Pokemon. I guess Tord can maybe think the Yoga Loop could be a while away, since Liam has bench lock, so there would be no Raging Alakazam, which he actually doesn't play, by the way, but that could be a card that he's playing. As it does go back over to Liam, who finds a Forest Seal Stone, Mike, attaches it to the Medicham and a DTE, Mike.
That's a concerning sign.
It is.
If you're Tord, that means there's one likely to come off this turn, but benching that other routes was probably in reaction thinking, look, they can still get the Curlier with just Tachyon Bits, and I need to start setting up more Gardevoir down the line, maybe looking to try and get a rare Candy in a future turn. But of course, if the Yoga Loop comes off, maybe 2 Curlier could be taken out this turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's not outside of a possibility. Liam, I think, might have been looking for switching cards there. He's only found 1, I guess, and the Jet Energy as well, but I've can't attach that because I attached the DTE this turn. Liam does have the Forest Seal Stone. I'm unsure if he wants to use it exactly this turn. And he does play a switch, so we are going to see a Tachyon Bits activation. We're going to go on that Curlier. So if we see one more Tachyon Bits, we could see a Yoga Loop on that Curlier there, Mike.
I think has it with the Forest Seal, but otherwise not. So using that Forest Seal early would be risky, because it would put you vulnerable towards the end of the game, where you don't have access to as many cards in your hand with the INOs. So just opting to take the knockout there. Could have gone for the Yoga Loop and just playing it on the safer side. And we'll see what happens now as Tord gets a bit of a turn here to start building up that board and seeing if we can stabilize outside of this early aggression of the Iron Valiant.
Yeah, real interest there. Liam opted not to go for any Yoga Loop there, because now Tord could close the door on that play with a Jirachi, but instead opting to... Oh, okay, there we go. As you Artisan here lets you grab any basic Pokemon, pop it into play, as long as it's not a rule box, as Jirachi has not got a rule box. Maybe Liam is opting, instead of going for the Yoga loop, maybe opting to lean into the TM Devolution. You know, it does play 2 copies of those. Lets you have a color, well, has a new attack on a Pokemon that let you de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon, putting the highest stage back into your opponent's hand.
Yeah, that's definitely a threat. Used more so in the Charizard matchup, but
yes,
the early aggression against Gardevoir, if it doesn't happen, you can then use it as a late game option. So there is ways around this for Liam, and also the other thing is not taking too many knockouts early on saves you from the Ionos, which can be a little bit more aggressive. So keeping the Forest Seal, keeping the hand size a bit larger, definitely a safer spot to be than if you take a lot of aggression early on and have a tiny hand towards the mid to late game.
I think you're correct there. You know, opting, like you said, trying to make those Ionos not as threatening by playing the game at a slower pace. Don't mind it. As Tord does evolve into a Shining Arcana Gardevoir there, and the active is going to use that ability. Look at top, grab the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you can attach any energy you find there, and the other 2 go into your hand. So a lot of draw power there for Tord. I think he's just debating whether that Waltz was put down this turn. I don't think it was.
It was last turn, I believe.
Yeah, it was last turn, so could evolve that earlier. And this is a real interesting scenario for Liam. I wouldn't have expected to see so many evolutions in play for Tord playing against Iron Valiant.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, like this matchup is a tougher matchup, and so we're seeing an experienced player like Tord trying to navigate his way through. You know, that reversal energy is available. Doesn't currently have access to the Gardevoir EX, so won't be able to get any energy from... Well, I mean, there is one prize, actually, so that definitely makes it tougher, having one of the Gardevoir EX prize. But yeah, it won't have access to that energy acceleration from the discard pile. So how does that look for the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir in the active? It's got 1 attached from a previous turn, is that?
Yeah.
So with the reverse energy, that's 4. 120s, so it's not quite enough. Just 10 short.
Here we are going to see this refinement being used, though. If this does find a Gardevoir EX, Tord's off to the races. I think that was a counter catcher and a psychic energy, so there will be no Gardevoir EX this turn. A lot of rare candy, but no Gardevoir. We are going to see that reversal energy being attached. 3 psychic energy that's counting for now.
Yeah, it can knock out the Squawkabilly, so it can use the counter catcher to take that down. I think that might be the only way this turn to get a knockout. So there we see the counter catcher. And, Medicham.
Oh, that hits for weakness, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, good. And that's going to remove the Forest Seal as well. I think, did Liam discard another Forest Seal, or it got Iono to the bottom? And going to Lost Vacuum away that future booster energy capsule.
My
and
goodness.
This is what we were saying about Gardevoir, right? It tends to slow out the gates and will have big, massive swing turns. Don't forget, Tord played an Iono this turn as well. So Liam's going to have to operate off a low hand size. Here we go, Mike. Here the game is starting.
Wow, what a turn. That's a swing turn right there without a Gardevoir EX in play.
Yeah.
And that just shows you how powerful that reversal energy can be early on. You know, sometimes you only get access to one of the Gardevoir, and if you've got reversal energy available, you don't have to put a 2-prizer in play. I mean, obviously there's the Zacian there, but you don't have to put the Gardevoir EX in play too soon and start putting damage counters in play. That's another big factor here, right?
Yes. Yeah, you're right. The reversal energy allowing your Gardevoir to swing for high damage without having the damage counters in play. It almost feels a bit unfair. If I'm playing against Gardevoir and this is happening to me, I think, oh, come on, man. You haven't even got a 2-prizer in play for me to go after, really. Like,
well, we mentioned about the draw engine of Entei, Iron Valiant, and of course, the Entei has the fleet-footed. That's one per turn, but without that, you're relying on supporters. So if an Iono comes through and disrupts you enough that you don't find any of those supporters, which it looks like is happening here for Liam, all you can do is just knock out the active. And that's going to be exactly what happens here as it goes straight back to Tord, now in the driving seat.
And I think, you know, being able to remove that Forest Seal Stone off the Medicham as well, that would have been a great get out of jail free card for Liam, right? But Tord opting to get rid of that as well, as Tord does promote that Zacian V into the active. Level ball coming down, going to search for a waltz by the look of it. And then Tord is going to go off to the... Oh, that's a Scream Tail, I should say.
Yeah, last minute switch.
Yeah, last
minute
Keeping us
guessing.
I love that artwork on that Scream Tail there, by the way. Come on, and that is a gorgeous looking card. Fog Crystal, search for a basic Psychic type or Psychic Energy. And that's going to be played as well.
Yeah, so you see so many ways to get to another Gardevoir here.
I see 2 ways, Ultra Ball and the Gardevoir, right?
But then also an Iono would dig deeper, and you got the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. You're going to be almost seeing the whole of that rest of that deck with all of the cards available. 2 refinement, find either an INO or a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, Ultra Ball and Gardevoir X in there.
True.
As long as you don't shuffle that deck again, it should dig all the way through.
All right, let's see what Tord does. Obviously, could even use the Radiant Greninja as well,
True.
potentially. Here comes one refinement. We're going to take that Gardevoir EX Might. Oh, there we go.
No digging needed,
no
straight away.
No digging needed. I love that when you're playing a deck and then you hit your out first. You're like, yes, there we go. This is don't have to worry too much.
Yeah, there's not much of that deck left. And we mentioned earlier on how Charizard is a very powerful deck because the Pidgeot EX allows you to find any card you need at any given moment with that quick search. But what Gardevoir does well is it draws your whole deck at any point when you need it. And this is exactly an example of that. Towards the end of the game, once you've gone through your whole deck, you can pretty much find any resource you need and then just INO the rest of the cards back into the deck, resetting that process.
And I think if you're Liam now looking across the board, this is exactly what you wanted to avoid. All these evolution Pokemon in play, you needed to sort of win this game before it even started, realistically. And now Tord, you know, has the Gardevoir EX in play without a rare candy even, so now Devolution doesn't even get you out of jail immediately. You have another Gardevoir in play. The Shining Arcana has been evolved in for Arcolia as well. It's going to get hot and heavy here as that Zacian is going to come swinging in. Psychic Embrace for the Storm Slash. KO, Mike.
Very good stuff here, and you can see that Screamtail coming down, ready to take out the final 2 prizes of the Squawkabilly. No Luxurious Cape in the list, but it does allow you to hit 160 damage to the bench, and that will take out the Squawkabilly. And so that knockout there, not only does it take away one of the attackers, but it sets up the board state for game next turn. Can Liam find a way around this? There's so much to ask of him with such little in his hand available from that early INO we saw disrupting.
And this is the sort of problem when you're playing against Gardevoir, right? Is that you need to KO the active, because that Zacian, if you don't KO it, it's just going to attack again. But you kind of need to deal with the Screamtail threat as well. You can't really deal with both at the same time, and I don't think Liam has a way of one-shotting the Gardevoir EX in his deck. So all Liam can do is just swing to the active and hope Tord does not have game next turn.
Yeah, and the Radiant Charizard, a great option in Entei Iron Valiant because it allows you to leave a Pokemon in the active that is a single prizer, so it can change that prize mapping. But with that Screamtail, it doesn't even matter. They can play around it. So we'll see how these final moments pan out. So just a Chorus experiment here just to find those combo pieces needed. And we'll see if there's any options available. But this shows exactly why this matchup isn't one-sided at all. It is possible for both sides, favored towards Entei Iron Valiant because they can get that early win with that early disruption. But now, early aggression, the disruption of Gardevoir coming through right in these final moments. Let's see what's possible.
It's like the longer the game goes on, the harder it is for Liam to win, as we are going to see a switch cart into Iron Valiance because he attack you on bits activation going onto that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Interesting, if you put a lot of damage onto that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, it won't be able to swing for a lot of damage because you won't be able to attach energies via Psychic Embrace. That is a little interesting wrinkle to watch out for here. As you do see another Tachyon bits onto that Gardevoir, so now it has 80 damage on it.
Oh, this is tough to navigate these final moments, but
isn't it?
With limited resources in hand, you do just have to play with what you've got. And at this stage, knocking out the active is the only available option. But you know, Liam was close here to getting another Pokemon knocked out, only needing 3 prize cards. Taking that 2, we'll be left with 1. But there was nothing in range with 3 Iron Valiant available, and the Screamtail will knock out the Squawkabilly. Tord is winning our first game on stream today. Round 3 starts off with Gardevoir EX beating Entei Iron Valiant.
Wow, and it's not something I expected to see, you know, coming down to the matchup, because I have seen this matchup before getting played out at LAIC, and quite honestly, Iron Valiant run amok. But then maybe now that the meta game's developed a bit more, players sort of know the deck. It's not as much as a surprise as it was back then. You know, Tord was able to operate his way to a win. But one thing I want to pick your brains on, Mike, and you guys viewers at home, do you think Liam might be a bit more aggressive with his Yoga Loop now?
Potentially. I think you do have to be so aggressive in this matchup. I think seeing the Medicham get knocked out as easy as it was the most accessible knockout on his board. Now he's going to think, I need to get use out of this or not put it down at all. And the other thing to think about here is early turns, we might even see the turn 1 donk, you know, with the Tachyon bits.
Can happen.
This matchup is still in favor of Iron Valiant because you can have very quick games where you get through the whole board of a Gardevoir player quickly. So I don't think he's going to be too worried at this stage. No. But yeah, definitely hoping to be a bit more aggressive early on this next game.
And the good thing is, you know, if you're playing Entei Valiant in this matchup, even if you are 1-0 down, chances are if you win, you're going to win quick. Plenty of time for game 2 and 3. So, but you are 100% correct. Let's say you led Mysterious Tail Mew.
Yep.
And you haven't got anything else.
Yep.
It's my turn, and I just go Tachyon bits, Tachyon bits. It's like, right, are you going first or second? Game 3, my friend.
Yeah, so quick old game if that happens. And seeing the prize cards here. Again, nothing too crazy, but it could come back in the future. Maybe that Boss's Orders could be an interesting card. But
Liam opted to go second.
Interesting. So maybe leaning into a multiple knockout with the...
Yeah.
And hoping that Gardevoir doesn't set up well.
Yep. If you're Liam, you're just praying that there's going to be no Battle VIP pass. If no Battle VIP pass comes down and Tord, you know, ends the turn maybe 2 Volts or Volts and that Mew, this could be a very different game. But so far, if you're Liam, you're kind of relying or hoping that Tord doesn't have an explosive start.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. But I think another thing to mention about the aggression early on from Entei Iron Valiant is it can be a quick fizzle out of the deck, right? So you almost have to lean into that and accept that the way you win this is going as aggressively as possible.
Yep.
I think last time we saw Liam trying not to fizzle out. He didn't want to overexert his resources. But actually, sometimes, especially against some of the best players in the world like Tord, you have to think they're going to get it if I take too long. I need to get that early aggression in to disrupt the board state.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think in this matchup, you have to sort of don't let the game, you know, go on too long. If the game goes like 4 or 5 turns, the chances of you winning just drop. So you're going to have to just be super aggressive as Tord does take that Mysterious Tail Mew. This could be a big Mysterious Tail here. We need to find some sort of ball search. Battle VIP pass would be ideal. Oh, ooh. No, Mike.
That did not look good. I think it was a Super Rod and a Counter Catcher in there.
Yes.
And that's it.
And that's it. Now, Tord does have an Ultra Ball. So normally in this scenario, you would maybe go for the Radiant Greninja and start draw cards. But that Radiant Greninja is prized, Mike. So
True.
There will be no more extra cards being drawn this turn.
Okay, and then also we'll see the discard with the Ultra Ball. We'll be able to get plenty of boards set up here to be able to survive into the next turn. But survival is not what Gardevoir wants right now. Gardevoir wants stability.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Entei Iron Valiant's going to be trying to remove. So we'll see that Ultra Ball going for a Ralts.
Yeah, I think it's got to be, but see, this is dicey, because what I mentioned before in the game 1 is that Mew has 60 HP. That's so much easier to turn 1 Yoga Loop, because that's only going to be 2 uses of Tachyon bits. And then, you know, by the time Tord gets another turn, he might only have 1 Ralts in play, because you can Yoga Loop the Mew, KO 1 Ralts, and now it's your turn 2, right?
We could see by looking at that Mysterious Tail, Tord was not happy. That was I needed a VIP pass there, otherwise this could be dicey.
And that is the nature of Battle VIP pass. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. Now, right, can Liam capitalise on this slow start? Oh, yeah, we can't see the energy attached there because we did see 1 get discarded via retreat. As Liam top decks a Battle VIP pass, Mike. Liam off to the races.
That's exactly what you want to see. Looking through the deck now, making sure nothing too important is prized, has access to all the resources now to get a Yoga Loop off. And not only that, but an Ino in hand, Squawkabilly on board.
Yeah.
Plenty of options to dig here. That double turbo energy will be probably the hardest component of that Yoga Loop turn 1 to get off. But outside of that, everything in favor here for Liam.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be the crux, but then he said you do have Forest Soul Stone to grab it.
1 in hand, actually.
Oh, is it? Okay, yep. So has plenty of avenues. As Liam is debating what to take this Battle VIP pass. Doesn't have much of a search in the hand, so probably will be seeing that the Squawkabilly being used immediately. If I had to guess, draw some extra cards, get that Magma Baiting in play, and see what Liam can do.
Yeah, maybe an Ino before Squawkabilly. I'm not sure which order is better there, because you can guarantee hitting both a supporter for turn and the Squawkabilly if you use the supporter this side. But then also there is that fire energy in hand that if that gets discarded by the Squawkabilly, that could be beneficial too. So be interesting to see how he plays it. Obviously familiar with the deck, so we'll see what that looks like now. So Iron Valiant, that's going to be the first Tachyon bits.
And it's going into the Rolt, so 2 damage counters on that Rolt. As we looks like we are going to see the I-No being played by the looks of it.
Or was that Squawkabilly?
No, that's a Squawkabilly. Squawk and seize. Discard your hand, draw 6 cards. Can only use it if it's your first turn of the game. Right, Liam, show us what you've got.
Another Battle VIP pass.
Battle VIP pass. I see a switch. I see an escape rope, Mike. We're going to see tachyon bits flying here, there, and everywhere. Damage counters. Watch out. They might be falling on your red Rolts.
And look at all those switch outs too. So I think Yoga Loop very much in range here. And we're going to see 2 Iron Valiants come down. That will be able to Yoga Loop a Rolts, and then you can knock out the other routes afterwards.
And this is what I was terrified for toward there, not being able to get down multiple Rolts, is that there's a very good chance by the time it's towards next turn, he will have no Rolt in play.
At least he'll still be able to Mysterious Tail.
And you guarantee that would find a Battle VIP pass as well, right? It's always the way. Come on, folks. Oh, I know you know that's true as well.
So the Forest Seal Stone still available. Might be needed for the energy. But as we mentioned about the supporter, I don't think there was a supporter off of that Squawk and Seize.
Oh, true.
Was there boss's orders maybe? But we'll see.
As we do see a switch, tachyon bits might has 4 damage counters on that Rolts. There's another switch. There's 6 damage counters on that Rolts. 10 HP left. If we see the Yoga Loop, Liam will be able to take an immediate next turn.
Okay, so just debating here. Just going to go for that escape rope and put that Metachamp into the active. We'll likely go here with the Forest Seal and find that double turbo energy. So going to be relying a lot. Oh, going to go for a research, actually. Interesting.
Ooh, now this is it. I was about to say, if Liam does go for the Yoga Loop immediately off this double turbo energy search, he has to hope that his prize card that he takes is going to be good, because the rest of the cards in the hand weren't very good. Now, Liam going for the Professor's research here is saying, right, I really hope I draw into the DTE here, or maybe a way to use another tachyon bits activation. Both would be good. Yoga Loop would be ideal. 7 new cards for Liam, Mike. Are we going to see DTE?
This is a huge Professor's research. There it is! 2 of them!
Goodness!
My
off the top!
Goodness.
Sometimes it was just meant to be, baby! Yoga Loop turn 1.
And setting up the board for the rest of the turn. Magma Basin going down. That Entei is going to be able to knock out next turn 2. And off the back of that, we have seen the dream start for Iron Valiant. Yoga Loop turn 1 onto a Rolts. And it is now Liam's turn once again.
Yeah, so viewers, that was not a mistake. Liam does get to draw a new card and go straight back off to the races again. Does find himself a Chorus Experiment. Now, if you're Liam, you really want to try and carry that Rolt. Obviously, he has played the Chorus Experiment, so Boss won't be an option. But Escape Rope is, and I think he has one off that Chorus Experiment, Mike. This is a very different game to game 1.
Might even be able to completely wipe the board with the Valiants. If the Valiants take out the Mew.
Yeah, that is... yeah, do we see 3 uses of tachyon bits?
I think that's it. I think he's got enough switch outs, right? I see 3.
Rope.
And there's a tool attached to one of the Valiants.
I think you're right. I think this could be the game. Yeah, so we see switch cart into tachyon bits activation, 2 damage counters onto Mew. We're going to see a switch, 4 damage counters on the Mew. We're then going to see escape rope, promote the Rolts into this. That's going to free retreat, tachyon bits, carry the Mew, burning Rondo, and that is game 2, Mike.
We said it was going to be fast. We said it was going to be in favor of Entei Iron Valiant, and that is exactly why. Those of you at home who'd opt to go first because you want to try and get that spicy turn 1 knockout with tachyon bits, that shows you exactly why going second is still so good. Liam coming through and showing a masterclass with Entei Iron Valiant.
Wow, that was like blink and you'll miss it. That, whoa, I'm stunned. I need to compose myself a little bit.
There's not many decks.
Masterclass.
Not many decks can do that. I mean, you've literally got 3 Pokemon in play on your first turn, and the opponent has completely wiped the board in their first and their second turn because they Yoga Looped.
Yeah, like, Tor just basically, what did he do that game? He level board out of Rolts, paid retreat into Mysterious Tail, failed that. And that was the game. Tor didn't take another action, I think.
That's it. That's the matchup.
Wow. And this is what I said. This is how I thought game 1 should have went. That aggressive. You can see immediately how much of a game changer that Yoga Loop is, because things can just get out of hand, as Tord said to us yesterday, actually, funnily enough. Celebi is his favourite Pokemon. That is his lucky Celebi, and I think he will be thinking, Celebi, do us a favor here, get me out of this mess.
I mean, maybe asking Celebi to go back in time and find a new opponent with a different deck, because this is going to be tough. I mean, it is one of the toughest matchups of Gardevoir, and it's one of those that is not that common. Such a small percentage of this room.
Is true.
But when you do come across it, it's moments like this that show you why. I mean, Entei Iron Valiant, as a deck, if it does what it wants to do, can take out a lot of the formats. There's a lot of 70 HP, 80 HP Pokemon out there that can be Yoga Loop, that can be early knocked out with Tachyon Bits. So fair play to Liam coming into this event with a deck that is placed quite nicely in the format.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit the right matchups, Charizard, you know, any lower HP Pokemon, so like Ralts as well, you can have a very fun time, and you could even run the gambit against the higher HP stuff. You can just use Tachyon Bits and then have your Entei come and swing in and even up that way. But we are going to be here in our Game 3, Round 3 at Liverpool Regionals, looking at both players' prizes. Not the most impactful, I think, as it looks like Liam, has Tord let Liam go first? So interesting.
I think so, yeah.
Not something you see every day.
But it seems to be a Battle VIP pass there for Tord, so both sides going to be having that optimal first-hand card with Battle VIP Pass. Allows you to go into your deck and find any 2 basic Pokemon, but only works in your first turn of the game.
And some games just are just decided by, you know, if you find Battle VIP Pass, right? Like we saw Tord did not get the Battle VIP Pass last game, and then Liam was able to shut the doors quick. And let's see if Tord will be able to play a supporter now this time. So we'll be able to hopefully get himself a Battle VIP Pass, as Liam is debating on what to have, what to grab, I should say. We see an Entei potentially, could be seeing a Squawk ability there. We saw that last game being used, that Squawk and Seize, letting you grab an extra 6 cards on your first turn and discard your hand, which in a deck like this that relies on Magma Base and Mike, discarding as fire energy is often the aim of the game.
Yeah, so you can get Magma Basins going. I mean, a lot of decks right now want to discard energy. It's quite a fun part of the format.
It's like a little mini game.
Yeah, yeah. See how many energy you can get in there. Some decks you don't want to put too much energy in there, just in case.
Yeah.
And then a lot of Super Rod about because of it.
Yeah.
But yes, of course, this deck with the Entei Iron Valiant only needs to get 1 attachment off per turn, really, with the Magma Basin. And you've got a strong Pokemon in Entei ready to start swinging. And there we go, there's that Magma Basin, but not too many resources in that first hand for Liam, and that's why you'd rather go second, because you can have those explosive turns, Squawk and Seize, supporter for turn, but 2 Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, so Tord said, how about this? So you have had the greatest start. How about I don't have 1 Battle VIP Pass? I've got 2. All the parties and the VIPs are on Tord's side of the board right now. Everyone is welcome. Ralts is welcome. Jirachi is welcome. Anyone. Mew, you're welcome as well. Get them all in play. Wait, is that a third? Oh, no, that's the second. I thought he had a third then. I was about to fall off my chair.
Well, you got the Mew and the Manaphy in the hand there. So opting to put the Radiant Greninja down, one of the more hardy Pokemon, lots more hit points.
Yeah, true.
Able to survive the Iron Valiants. There we go.
Look at that.
Good airtime on that Battle VIP pass to hit the table.
Wasn't it? That landed really well as well. So, interesting, Mike. Now, in Game 1, we saw Tord had many opportunities to get out the Jirachi, opted not to. This time, Tord immediately put the Jirachi down. How do you think that's going to affect this game 2, knowing that Yoga Loop's going to be a lot harder?
I mean, with a slower start, Tord has recognized that Jirachi is going to be way more important now, because in order to get through the Jirachi and set up a Yoga Loop, you have to put lots of those Tachyon Bits damage counters on the Jirachi itself, which will take away from the Ralts, which have been targeted previously. So we'll allow those Ralts to stick around for longer, only allow 1 of them to be knocked out per turn, or require a lot of Tachyon Bits to be going. And I think at this stage, Liam will probably even just ignore the Jirachi, because needs to try and put those Tachyon Bits on the more important targets.
Yeah, it's interesting, because like you said, if you're having to pile all your Tachyon Bits into Jirachi, that means you're letting Tord evolve up into Curly and Gardevoir, potentially without damage, which is kind of what you need to be doing as well. As Tord does use conceal cards there, discard a basic, and energy from your hand, I should say, to draw 2.
Has that rare candy for next turn, but I guess wondering whether it's worth holding on to this. Is there a way to get rid?
His hand isn't actually too great. No ball search in there.
Yeah, that's true. Could be relying a little bit on the top deck next turn. It's all well and good having those Battle VIP passes, but if you're not ready to go next turn, I think only the rare candy Gardevoir EX there, but it's not much use if you can't do anything else with the board.
No, and you need to have energy and discard pile as well, realistically, as Liam does start off the turn over top deck, and then Oh, what's the ability called? Fleet-footed, there it is, and then a Chorus Experiment as well. Not the greatest of cards there. Yeah, Heavy Ball and a Skate Rope, a Fire Energy, an Entei. Opting to take them, and then going to Lost Zone, the Battle VIP Pass, and the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, nice easy picks there on that Chorus.
I think so.
Yeah, Battle VIP Pass, an easy Chorus decision.
Yep.
Heavy Ball, when you know there's nothing too worrying in the prizes, can be nice and simple. Only the Iron Valiant in there that could have been possible, but yeah, looking to just attack with the Entei and keep the aggression on that way. But this will put the Mew into the active, which gives more options to Tord. Level Ball off the top, and is going to have the ability to look at the top 6 cards and find any item there. So out here to start drawing.
As Tord does going to grab that Refinement Curly. I love that pre-release artwork as well from Silver Tempest. A gorgeous looking card. And yep, this Tord's just going to be, you know, work as usual here. It's going to start using Refinement and then, you know, going to use that Mysterious Tail. You know, we could even see a Mirage step. No, probably not. Actually, not much bench space for that. But this is... We haven't even seen a Tachyon Bits activation yet, Mike.
No, just no switch cards for Liam. Really struggling to find them. Maybe waiting for that right turn to use them. But yeah, at this stage, Liam taking it slower, just relying on the strong knockout potential of that Entei and keep swinging through the active.
Now, I guess one thing we'll have to keep an eye on here, even though Tord is definitely in the driver's seat, I would say right now, time is ticking. Gardevoir does not win games fast, so both players motivated to win this game as much as possible. So we'll have to keep an eye, as Gardevoir does have a lot of decisions and things like this that need to be made. And we do see an Ultra Ball off the top there from the Mysterious Tail activation. Not the one you really want to see this early on, but it lets you grab any Pokemon from your deck.
Yeah, and potentially looking to get... I mean, could get a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir here in Rare Candy into play, but might just look to set up the refinements. Could, in theory, get the reverse energy going, but without the ability to get both Gardevoirs in play, it's not really going to be possible. And knowing there's no damage on the board, I think you're pretty safe right now from lots of your Gardevoir line getting knocked out. So going down the slower route here via the Curliers might be pretty safe compared to the last few games.
Yeah, and also protects you against TM Devolution as well, which is always nice. As Tord does have, how many, 2 energy in the discard pile, so we're not going to see like a Miracle Force, which would actually be a really nice attack if it actually KO'd the Entei, but it only does 190, as we do see the Gardevoir EX come down there via Rare Candy. And I think we're going to see a... Are we going to see a pass then, or...?
Well, we spoke a little bit before about Gardevoir EX being used to knock out Squawkabillies.
Yeah.
And you noticed how Liam opted for a slower start this game by not going for a Squawkabilly.
Yeah.
Smart from him to not put any liabilities for those potential early attacks coming through. But we'll just be attacking with the Gardevoir EX, and that's going to put 190 damage onto the Entei, and we'll put it in range of something like a Scream Tail maybe later on to finish off.
Now, going over to Liam, TM Devolution might not actually be a bad player, because it would, if you can get one use of Tachyon Bits, you would actually KO the active rolls. But then again, and then you'd actually de-evolve both the Curlier, so you'd force a Rare Candy for Tord to actually start attacking next turn. We do see an Escape Rope being played, Tord promotes the Mew. Liam is going to finally get to start using Tachyon Bits, Mike.
Yeah, that's quite fun, actually. I hadn't thought about the TM Devolution right here, but the question is, can you find it? And you look at that hand, you know, not a huge amount available straight away, just a few switch outs, but then I think there's an Ino at the bottom, so maybe able to reset the hand. Could be interesting. Okay.
We do see another Tachyon Bits there for Liam. This is going to go onto one of the Curlier. Oh, throwing cards around. There's not a lot going on in that hand at all, is there?
No, but can switch into a new Entei, in theory, after... oh no, but you need another energy in the discard for that Magma Basin, so we'll have to go back into the damaged one. So no new Fleet-footed off of that, I think. But we'll be playing the Research. Oh, there was a Research at the bottom there too. So we'll see 7 cards. A Forest Seal Stone or a Devolution here. You're right, that could be a very cheeky way to disrupt the board state.
Oh, I don't think
I saw any of those pieces there.
None of those pieces. Fleet-footed. Could have come in the clutch there. We're going to see Nest Ball, but no, I don't see a Forest Seal Stone. I do not see that TM Devolution as well. That TM Devolution is an attack. It's a tool card, I should say, that you attach to one of your Pokemon, and then that Pokemon gets the attack Devolution for 1 colorless energy. Let you de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon, putting the highest stage back into their hand. Really impactful if your opponent relies on Rare Candy, since if you put enough damage onto where it would KO the basic underneath, you actually take that KO as well.
I mean, you got the Magma Basin and the Switch here. You could go in for one more fleet-footed. Could have another little dig, see if you find that Forest Seal.
And I guess you could always just leave it in the active if you like as well, since it has got 2 energy on.
Yeah. So I think going for that could be a bit of a reach. But it might be the right thing to do here, see if we can get that early aggression with the Devolution or a Forest Seal. But it's actually just going to knock out the Jirachi. So now Jirachi gone. That means Yoga Loop in future turns is available.
It is.
And we'll see what Tord can do here to build up the board into a more stable position.
Yeah, it's interesting. Liam has actually taken 2 prize cards here, so it is on his march to victory, although the board state would probably heavily favour Tord. Still has to, really wants to try and start taking KOs real fast here. I mean, he did leave the, damage enter in the active, so he'll be taking at least 2 prize cards this turn. But, yeah, Tord just wants to start trying to take prize, I think, as soon as possible.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, taking away options is always key here. And, of course, as the prize cards go up for Liam and he starts to get more affected by Iono, it could turn into a turn where Tord Ionos him into pretty much nothing. So getting rid of immediate attackers like the Entei could be key.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like we saw in the game 1 where you Iono plus that Zacian, that was just, piling on damage. It could just be too much for Liam to ask for. Liam does have the Forest Seal Stone available to him this game, though, so that could be a get out of jail free card if he manages to find it at the right time.
Okay, so we see that the hand here looking to just evolve another Curlier into a Gardevoir EX. You mentioned about the Devolution. That one now is another potential target for it.
I wonder if Tord's going to Ultra Ball to grab the Shining Arcana. This could be a good turn for her.
Let's get rid of Counter Catcher, which is a bit concerning.
True, but then, yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I mean, we'll see.
Oh, yeah, we do see it being played. Ultra Ball for the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. So you get another 2 cards this turn as well. So, with the Iono and then the Shining Arcana, you have 8 cards in your hand in theory. Pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting game here. We had the first game where Gardevoir set up well and the Entei Iron Valiant wasn't quite disruptive enough. And then we're now in a game 3, after Liam had a quick Entei Iron Valiant dismantling. Yeah. So now we're seeing a sort of slower game from both sides where they're kind of taking their time, navigating the matchup, trying to get themselves out of range of the other attackers' strengths, as we see 2 Gardevoir EX in play for Tord, and we see no liabilities on the board for Liam with Squawkabilly gone. So in that hand there, Devolution, Radiant Charizard, Fire Energy, Battle VIP Pass, not ideal for Liam, but there is some options.
Yeah, we'd have loved to see the TM Devolution last turn. Tord debating whether to attach that energy after Shining Arcana there, chooses to. So that's energy on the Gardevoir that hasn't taken without putting damage on, which can be really impactful in a ton of matchups. As Tord has things to do there, has the Fog Crystal. Counter Catcher is going to attach that. That's 2 energy on now for that Gardevoir. So reversal energy is going to be really impactful. We can find it as well. Going to see a Miracle Force KO on the Entei. Tord takes his first 2 prize cards of the game, and it's over to Leo.
I wonder how much Tord is just leaning into that Iono and hoping that that's enough.
Yeah.
That's the disruption that is needed.
I think he just wants to try and repeat that game 1, like you said, right? Have that Zacian coming in, dealing heavy damage, Iono, and just hope that Leo just has to sit there and absorb that damage. Because, if you're taking 1 shot, you can't really do that too often, absorb that damage. As we are going to see that Radiant Charizard come down, that Excited Heart ability, reducing the attack cost of Combustion Blast by 1 colorless for each prize card your opponent has taken.
Okay, so going to put that in the active.
Is this going to be a Devolution turn?
Okay, there it
is.
Okay, so the Devolution has happened. And interesting thing about this is it actually brings back more draw for Tord as the Refinement Curliers become available. And all those evolution options going into hand. So an interesting turn, does get the prize card from it, but sets up Tord to be able to continue his game plan of drawing lots of cards and disrupting Liam even more.
So, Tord, if Tord can take 2 prize cards this turn, he can really win this game, right? If all you can do, you just Counter Catcher, take 2 prize cards, and then you do the exact same thing next turn, you can definitely win. Because Liam's on 3 prize cards, so Liam cannot win next turn, right? Liam cannot shut the door on Tord just going 2 prize cards, 2 prize cards. So in order to do that, Tord will probably have to one-shot a 2 prize Pokemon this turn. Miracle Force can Miracle Force take the KO on that Entei with 2 damage?
I don't think it
can.
can.
No, it can, so you are going to have to be using the Zacian.
Yeah, it will be 210 damage that will be needed.
Yes.
So
yeah.
reversal energy plus the 2 attachments.
Oh, true, yeah.
I believe that would be enough, but you've got to find that reversal energy. We've got the counter catcher available. So we've got some draws to go through as well. So, you know, the deck looks reasonably thick right now, but it will quickly narrow down as the draws occur here for Tord. But yeah, reverse energy activation from that last knockout will put Tord into range to be able to knock out with no damage on a Shiny Arcana.
Which is really awkward to deal with. 140 HP Pokemon that is just tearing holes in your Pokemon. As we are going to see refinement there. As we do find that reversal energy, Mike, as we mentioned, we do see that obviously the Shining Arcana is in hand from the TM Evolution. We'll see that Shining Arcana activation. Look at the top 2 cards, put them in your hand. Any energy you can put, you can attach them to the Pokemon as well. Has a stadium replacement to make that Magma Basin, well, less effective.
Oh, yeah.
Super Rock can get back the Jirachi as well.
Oh, wow, and the Radiant Greninja and the Zacian as well. You know, there's the options that are coming through here just going up and up. Like we said, at the moment that the devolution came through, the draw power just went up drastically.
Yeah.
And really set up the opportunity here for Tord to go ahead and stay ahead. And that Entei knockout would leave just the Radiant Charizard as an option. But again, no draw engine, a limited hand size. We know that the hand hasn't got much going on. Yeah. Tough here for Liam.
As we do see the refinement being played there, level ball. As Tord draws into Professor's Research, not a card you see terribly often actually in Gardevoir, but Tord opting to play it, as we do find that Jirachi as well immediately, so closing the door to any Yoga Loop shenanigans, which is always nice. And let's see, what can Tord do here? Well, I think it does have a counter catcher in hand, so we'll be able to KO a 2-prize Pokemon this turn.
Yeah, it had that from the start, so
yeah,
it's definitely playing around that. Just going to be, before shuffling the deck there, just going to be going and checking the options. We'll be thinking through, like, how many draws do I need to hit all the bits I need? There is stuff in hand now, but it's thinking a turn ahead, and that's what separates these top players from the rest. Is they're thinking more than just the current turn. What's the current best option to do? They're thinking, what's the best option to do to win me the game in X amount of turns?
And then when you're playing a deck that draws raw cards, you really need to try and work out your probabilities, right? Like, if I need to hit this, I've got 2 ways of doing this turn. You know, how can I maximize my odds? And one thing you actually have to be careful of here is decking yourself out. You think, maybe I don't have to draw as many cards this turn. I can save them all for the turn where I need to gust again and try and close the game out.
Yep, so we got the Gardevoir EX in play. We know that there is a Zacian in deck, so that's an option to finish the game.
Yep.
But we'll need to take something out that is a 2-prizer to finish the game on that side. And for Liam, it's honestly, it's really going to rely a lot on that top deck. No Fleet-Footed will be available, so you know, there's a lot to think about there, and then a Radiant Greninja as well. Yeah,
fighting it all, and I really want to pay attention to Tord playing that Ultra Ball, just removing cards from the deck, so any Iono that Liam plays, you're reducing the bad cards that you want to draw into, right, from Tord. And like you said, it's those little micro decisions that can really add up over the course of 9 rounds.
Yeah, well, we've all been there. We go, oh, I got so unlucky after the Roxanne or the Iono, and then actually you look back and you work out the cards you could have thinned led you to probably being unlucky. So
exactly that.
Doing everything in his power to make sure he set up, and he's barely any cards left in that deck.
Basically said, no matter what, with all the draw power on board, I should be able to see my whole deck. Could even start playing, I think there's a Super deck, could play that just to get it out of the hand as well.
I think left just the Zacian and another card in those last 2 cards in deck, so an Iono would literally give him the card he needs to potentially win.
Yeah, as we are going to see that Brainwave there for KO on the Entei, and it's over to Liam. Let's see what he can do. And this is the strange thing about Gardevoir. You have to really realistically deal with that Gardevoir that's swinging, but you don't really want to. That's 1 prize. That doesn't help you. Wow, that hand, Mike.
Yeah, not much going on. And Battle VIP Pass might be great early on, but if you start seeing at this stage, especially with little to no draw engine available, you are going to be just attacking, and that is not what you want to see if you're Liam. Now is just sat in a position where everything is in Tord's favour. If Tord has availability to that bench, we mentioned Boss's Orders being a prize card earlier on.
Yeah, it's in the hand now, so we can see that Zacian V. So all we're going to do now is just Psychic Embrace, a ton of energy to the Zacian, KO and Iron Valiant, and Tord Recklef wins our round 3 feature match here at the Liverpool Regionals, Mike.
Round 3 started fresh. We saw Gardevoir EX against one of its toughest matchups, but when Gardevoir is piloted by one of the best players in the world, Tord Reklev showed exactly why every matchup is possible if you navigate it well. And commiserations to Liam. He played pretty well in that game 2 and showed exactly what he was capable of, but just couldn't quite find the draws that needed to make that win. And that's always the tough thing when you're playing a deck like that against Ionos. You're always going to find yourself in that position where you look at your hand and go, nope, not happening now.
I think, yeah, you know, when you're a deck that relies on having no onboard draw engine, like there's no barrel, there's no refinements, there is no fusion strike system, you are so reliant on the cards in your hand being good, and Gardevoir could just really, you know, prey on that, thinking, well, you can have your hot start, that's fine, but I'm going to own you to 4. I'm going to counter-catcher your attacker. And that's it. Yeah. Can you deal with that? And if you can't, Brainwave swings again, Storm Slash swings again. All of a sudden, you can feel the walls starting to tie a little bit. I haven't got much room here. And yeah, Liam wasn't quite able to draw out those Ionos.
Yeah, I mean, that first game was the one that could have swung differently based off that yoga loop turn.
Yeah, for
Who
sure.
knows what happened there? Of course, the board then would have been pretty vulnerable, but who knows? Maybe that prize card that was taken, anything could have happened differently there. Maybe the aggression early on, because we saw in game 2 how good that aggression can be.
Yeah.
But of course, Tord getting double battle VOP pass in game 3 really allowed him to set up wide and not be as affected by the Iron Valiant pings. But there we go, round 3. Our first round on here on the stream, but of course the third round for those in the hall.
Yep.
Hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. Make sure you get involved on socials using that hashtag #PlayPokemon and let us know how your tournament's going, or maybe how your friend's tournament's going, maybe what you're enjoying doing at home while you're watching the stream.
Yeah, let us know. Get involved. We love reading those posts. And you know what? There's every chance your post will get featured here on the stream. So if you want silly old me and Mike to react to your tweets, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Or sillier Ross and Amy.
Or silly Ross and Amy, of course.
Depending on what you want.
Of course. So make sure to get involved there as well.
I mean, this event is our biggest regional in Europe, over 1,500 people, which is crazy. Like, when you walk around the hall, it looks far bigger than you can imagine. Like, yeah. I don't know if you guys can imagine 1,500 Pokemon players sitting in a... I mean, the American players probably have. Yeah, they see that quite frequently. I mean, Charlotte, you had a bit more than that. But, of course, here, that is so big for us. And, of course, it means there's a lot of new players here, a lot of people playing their first regionals, a lot of locals, a lot of our friends across the UK coming on to their first ever regional event and trying their hand at being one of the best Pokemon players. But when you come up against people like Tord, it's going to be tough for you, and there's lots of the best players here too, navigating that Swiss. So we'll see which of them comes out on top when we finally get to top 8 tomorrow in the evening.
Well, you know what, Mike?
Go on.
I'm feeling a little bit emboldened.
Emboldened? Can you define that word for me? I'm not sure what that means.
It means I'm feeling confident because I picked Gardevoir, right?
Yeah.
And that was before I knew that Tord was playing it. So now, like I said, I think if you're playing this in your deck, you're not winning. I don't think so. If you're playing this, Gardevoir's going to feast on you. You're not winning. Pains me to say, you know what, actually, if you play me, you might win. If you're playing Miraidon, I don't think you're going to win. Because you have to be playing this right here, Mike. We just saw Gardevoir topple one of its hardest matchups. We had it on the graphic. Unfavorable matchups, Iron Valiant. Didn't care. Just said, you know what? It might be a bit harder, but it doesn't matter. I can draw cards, I can attach energy, I can win.
Well, do you know what? Not only is it a good deck, but it was piloted by an incredible player. And do you know what? You guys at home want to know more about that player. So let's find out what Tord was thinking throughout that game.
Thank you very much. Bold decision to insult Miraidon right before you throw to me to an interview, so cheers for that. I am, of course, here with Tord Reklev after seeing that fantastic round 3 victory. How are you settling into the tournament today?
Still a little bit jet-lagged, but, you know, otherwise we're doing very well.
Indeed. Now, of course, it was a matchup we weren't too sure about coming in. We said it wasn't great for Gardevoir, and, I mean, game 2, we saw why. You win game 1. How does that make you feel when you see that game 2? How confident can you be going into game 3?
It's a very snowballing matchup is the thing. I don't think the matchup is terrible, but it's very, very scary. And you have to be very careful with all these small things with, how much do I want to self-damage, right? Which roles do I want to evolve? Who do I want to promote of escape rope? All these like small decisions, they can like make or break your game for sure. So I have to be very, very careful on those.
So what do you do in your preparation to make sure that you can make these small decisions correctly?
I mean, just play a lot of Pokemon, right? So it's just problem solving, trying to play around, whatever it is your opponent is up to. Just trying to put yourself in your opponent's shoes, right? Like, if I were my opponent, what am I trying to accomplish here, right? What am I trying to do? And if I can figure that out, right, then it's much easier for me to play around whatever that is, right? So.
And one of the things we saw really nicely in that matchup was the comeback potential of Gardevoir. Cards like Countercatcher and INO there were really kind of crucial. Is that something you really like about the deck? Is that important to you?
Gardevoir is a really slow deck, but it has, all the best comeback tools. You have Reversal Energy, you have Countercatcher, you have Iono, right? And you also have, single price attackers that can one-hit KO anything. So it has like all the tools it needs to come back almost any game, but obviously if you're too far behind, then you can't do that anymore, right? So like you usually take a couple price disadvantage first, right? Give your opponent 1, 2, maybe 3 prices, and then you really start rolling, and your deck works really well usually after that.
Yeah, well, 2 out of 3 games, it worked very, very nicely indeed. Of course, people who have been following your journey this season will notice you had Gardevoir for a long time. Then you moved over to the Lost Zone box, very unique version of it. We've seen a couple of tournaments now. You've gone back to Gardevoir. Why?
So, the meta game and what people think is good shifts all the time, right?
Yes.
So I figured after Childhood Regionals last weekend, the metagame looked pretty good for Gardevoir. Like the 3 best and most popular decks, or like best performing decks and most popular were like Giratina, it was Roaring Moon, and it was Charizard, right? So I really like the matchup Gardevoir has into each one of these. I know the Tina matchup is, very, something you can discuss if it's if it's good or bad, but I think it's a very complicated matchup, and I don't really mind playing in the complicated matchups that much.
Do you think it's an advantage for you as a player? This will be the last question I ask you today. Do you think it's an advantage to you as a player that you play every deck so much that you are able to just go into a tournament and go, you know what, I think this deck is the play. Oh, I've played this a lot, I'm really experienced with this deck. Just being able to switch on the fly. Do you think that's a big advantage you have as a player?
I mean, honestly, I don't really like to do that either. But, I played a lot of Gardevoir, so It's not like a terrible, crazy swap for me personally, right? Like, me playing Gardevoir, almost all the season, and I played a little bit of Lost Box, and now we play a little bit more Gardevoir. So nothing too crazy, I think, personally. But I think whatever deck you have the most fun with and that you have played the most with as well and you feel most comfortable with is usually the correct choice.
Well, so far you're 3-0. Seems like the correct choice for now. We're going to throw back to the casters just for a second. So, yeah, casters, back to you.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words, it's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a Blast Burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tung Batuz and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
That is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark.
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot, and I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Szymanski from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win, and all of a sudden I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing. My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Hello, trainers. I hope that you're concentrating because we have a very special segment today. My name's Amy. I'm here with the fantastic Mike and our expert today, Tord.
I think we're blessed here with you, Tord. How are you doing, Tord?
Doing great. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
I mean, you're a name that we all know so well from your success in multiple tournaments, but one thing I think you're known for is your ability to come up with new decks, especially around new sets and when there's rotations. But it's not just about the decks that are unknown, like your recent Lost Box, but the consistency cards and how you choose to put those in your decks, all of those kinds of decisions. Talk us through what goes into making a deck.
Yeah, for sure. So over the years I have been playing, I have been liking to kind of divide all the type of cards into your deck into two segments. So I like to divide them into power cards and consistency cards. Now, a consistency card is all the cards in your deck that help you establish your basic strategy. So every single card that aims towards that goal will be a consistency card. So first you kind of have to define what is the core strategy of your deck, right? What are you trying to do?
I got a question about that. So what deck are you playing right now, Amy?
Charizard.
So with Charizard, for those at home, what would be the basic strategy of Charizard?
So say for Charizard EX, for example, the very basic strategy there, I would say, is get Charizard EX into the active and swing, right? Simple as that. Just use its really powerful attack and that's it. So every card in your deck that will aim towards that goal will be a consistency card. And now on the other side of the coin is the power cards again. So the power cards are only really good after setup again. So they can help tip the tide in your favor when you actually already established your basic strategy. So say a card like Boss's Order, right? Does nothing for you until you have that Charizard up and going and ready to attack. So Boss's Order, really, really powerful card, a power card, but it's not a consistency card again. So it's all about trying to find the right balance between the consistency cards and the power cards again.
I have a lot of, especially newer players or mums of juniors and seniors who are wanting to diversify their deck building techniques ask, Amy, what is the right mix of Pokemon, trainers, items, stadiums, and energy that they should be aiming for? I suppose my question to you is there any basic structure that somebody new to deck building could use, or would you prefer people to switch to that power card versus consistency card thought?
So the power cards versus consistency cards is just like one of many things you can use to help build a deck, right? But decks, they vary so wildly much, right? So say your Charizard EX deck might need way less or fewer energies than you know, a Miraidon deck, for example. Exactly.
Or I mean, one of the first decks I learned from you was your 18 energy fire deck.
Exactly.
Back in 2019, and that was crazy at the time because it was so unexpected. So I guess with what you're saying there is, where would you recommend someone start when they're building a deck?
So you should probably start with figuring out, okay, what am I trying to attack with, right? So what am I trying to accomplish here? And then you need to try to put in cards that aim towards that goal again, right? So say if you use Charizard EX again, the goal is to attack with Charizard EX, and let's say ideally you attack with Charizard EX 3 times, right? Then you need at least enough energies in your deck to make that happen. So Charizard EX needs 2 energies to attack. If you want to attack with it 3 times, you can do some quick math. That should be 6 energies, right? You should also take into account that you could prize some, you might retreat around with some as well, maybe randomly discard some. So you should probably play a little bit more than 6 if you still want to, you know, have 3 Charizard EX attacking. Maybe you could play cards like Super Rod as well, so you can get the energies back into the deck after you use them too.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to think about, and I guess for a lot of players, they'll go away and copy a deck from their favorite player. One thing that you do when you first come into the format is you sort of redefine what the consistency card should look like in a deck. And I think the question for you is, how do the consistency and power cards change throughout a format?
So, I mean, you have a lot of different approaches to that as well. Actually, I think that's one of the more interesting things about deck building is just trying to figure out what should my engine be. I usually kind of like to approach deck building from that angle and say, okay, I don't really care that much about what my main attacker is going to be, right? I care much more about, okay, how am I drawing my cards? How am I finding my cards? And then when I found an engine I really, really liked, then I kind of build a deck around that engine instead of the other way around of picking an attacker and trying to make it work. So I think there's just like a lot of way you can go about it, and that's one of my favorite ways to do it.
Thank you so much, Tord, for joining us and talking us through a real little masterclass in deck building there. I really hope this helps everybody at home. Obviously, leave us a message and let us know if there's anything else that we can maybe get them back in the future for. Thank you, Mike, for your fantastic questions as well. Trainers, it's time to get back to the action.
All right then, I think it's time to start looking lively here at Liverpool Regionals, because you're joined by myself, Shay, and the lovely Amy. First time getting on ready to cast for today. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm absolutely ecstatic. I've never been more excited in my life. It's so brilliant to be back at Liverpool. Did you know that Liverpool was actually one of the first regionals I ever played? My very first regionals was here at Liverpool.
Wow, and I think you did quite well as well, didn't you? Playing a bit of
I did, a bit of Lugia.
Yeah, a bit of Lugia. A little bit of spice, though, didn't it? Spice to your life.
I played Path Lugia, which was an unusual choice back then, but I found it really helpful in the mirror, so it was good.
There we go, Liverpool. A fantastic place, fantastic venue, 2 Premiership teams. You know, the Beatles came from here. And for this weekend, it is the place of our regional championships.
And that makes it the place to be.
Yeah,
so.
it does. There's only one place to be. Watching this stream, if you are watching, get involved with these socials. Come on, hashtag play Pokemon. Get involved on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, and then Twitch as well. Because our last round today will be another community vote. So make sure you can have your say on what you want to see on stream.
Make sure you're logged in, because you'll only be able to do the community vote if you're logged in onto your Twitch account. But we love hearing from you guys, so make sure you're following both of the channels so you get the alerts of when we're going live each day. You wouldn't want to miss out on all our day 2 action tomorrow.
No, we've got day 2 tomorrow. But I don't want to look forward about day 2 too quick, because let's have a little look at day 1. And what decks we have here in attendance. So, at number 1, we have Charizard EX. No real surprise there. I feel as if it's been the most played deck for the last few events now. Miraidon at number 2, though, Amy, tied with Giratina. Talk to us about that.
You know what? I know a lot of people who really love Miraidon here in the UK, and I wonder whether that is the UK kind of showing us that a lot of locals that maybe don't travel to wider events, but that can show us just how good Miraidon is. And I understand why it's got a 12% showing here, because the kind of local meta around here does sit quite heavily on the Miraidon line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Ross must be ecstatic about his caster pick being the second most popular deck there. We have Giratina, you know, our best deck, well, I'd say most people's best deck in format, coming in at 12%. Roaring Moon, actually, I think it was 10% in Charlotte, I'd like to say, so continuing its, you know, heavy footing in the metagame. Here's an interesting one, though. Lost Zone Box. Not a deck we've seen get played in too much of a capacity, now coming at 9%. And I actually have a sneaky little theory about that, Amy.
Yeah?
I think a lot of people looking at Giratina thinking, right, how do we beat this? And they're saying, how about I just take the Giratina out and go solely a one-prize focused Lost Box deck, and then we run the gambit with that.
I like that theory.
Yeah.
I like that theory a lot. I think Lost Zone Box has always been versatile, and I think today we might just see exactly why that versatility comes into play in a tournament like this. There's a lot of really interesting decks that we can see up here because Miraidon hasn't featured this high up in the analysis for a while. Mew VMAX is back on the charts, and we love Mew VMAX over here in Europe. I heard a lot of people saying how crazy us European folk are for Mew VMAX, and it certainly is not stopping here, and I imagine we'll hopefully see a fair few in day 2 as well. But yeah, the Roaring Moon is nice to see its ascension up that scale. I think a lot more people are believing in the deck now that it has more of a showing them more versatility and just more text you can put in now. Like a lot of people have found various ways of working with Roaring Moon that weren't too obvious, I guess, at the start when it first came out. So now it has more, and that's just absolutely electrifying.
It will be interesting to see how Roaring Moon pans out. But Amy, I'm a bit sad looking at that. Can I just get this camera here, please, for a second? Because I'm a bit sad, Amy. You know, looking at those day 1 results there, looking at the percentage of decks. Do you know who wasn't there? I'm on an emotional roller coaster so far.
Oh, go on. Oh, shame.
What's going on? Not even in the top 5. People.
I'm sorry, buddy.
1,500. No got.
No.
Well, you know what that means?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what that means? If I get that dub now, I'm like a phoenix rising from the ashes. So maybe we're going to hope and pray that we're going to see some Guardi doing well. But do you know what we don't have to hope and pray about what we're going to see on stream next? What we're going to see next on stream? Here we go, baby! Unchained Scissors coming at ya live for our round 4 match. I know for a fact, guaranteed, we have a Cloth Electro deck coming up next.
That is the best news I've heard all day. We love being able to get a grass type on stream, one of the few in the meta that's actually relevant. So that makes me one happy caster.
Yeah, you can tell. We like the grass types over here.
I love my grass types.
Yeah, I do like the grass types over here.
What's your favourite type of Pokemon, Shay?
I like fighting.
Ooh,
I like fighting. Not too many of them doing well right now. I guess Cloth thinking about it might be the
maybe this is our
bastion
deck.
of hope. Yeah, this it is actually. Yeah.
Whoa.
This is definitely our deck there. So I know we've got Darren there. On the right is our Cloth Electrode player. And that Electrode, that Electrode hits hard, you know? That it doesn't really mess about. And it looks like Darren's opponent, Angel there, is playing the Lost Box. It's an interesting matchup, actually. Because when you think about it, Cloth Electrode thrives on taking upswing, like trading up. You know, Unhinged Scissors KOing Miraidon or Arceus even, or the Electrode KOing Charizard. Doesn't really like taking one prize card at a time.
No, not at all. But hopefully Darren has something up their sleeve to be able to combat what Angel might be able to bring. But if Angel can keep this a purely single prize matchup, then it could get a little bit dicey.
It really could. Speaking of that, I think they're both players are just getting ready to set up here. Obviously, both players do not know what their opponent is playing, but I guess in theory, Cloth has a high HP, it's a one prize Pokemon. I guess Lost Box as well actually doesn't like taking one prize card at a time either as well. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I
see
think
how it pans out.
Jirachi might be a really big player in this matchup to see actually who kind of gets off the starting line first. Is Darren gonna hold back until Sablei's live to play one? Because I imagine this is I'm not very well versed in Cloth's matchup into Lost Box, so we'll have to see how we go.
Oh, 2 Bidoof prize!
Oh, little guys!
Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, it's like this is the mad lost box. This is the mad one, but it looks like our round 4, Amy, is getting started here at Liverpool Regionals.
Aye, Grabton, let's get going.
Aye, Grabton. Oh, Angel has led that Drapion. Oh my goodness, that does not want to be there, especially against Electrode of all things. But it's like Angel is kicking us off here, turn 1. With the Lost Box archetype with a nest ball, Amy.
Doesn't look like Angel's got a lot of ball search in their hand at all from what I could see. They're going for the first deck search of the day. This is going to help Angel to figure out what might be in the prize cards that they won't have access to until later. And unfortunately, you know, neither player's prize cards were that fantastic for them, but Angel's having, yeah, look at that, not great. Oh. Really awful. We've got a Cramorant, lots of energy, which is not what you want to see early on with a Lost Box deck. And poor Drapion stuck in the active currently with 190 HP, I believe, which leaves it quite susceptible to that Electrode early on. I think this, absolutely solid choice here with Angel not really being able to get any cards in the Lost Zone currently this turn without the help of Greninja's ninja-like ability, being able to conceal those cards, putting 1 card into the discard pile in order to draw 2. Will those 2 be lucky enough?
I think Angel really needs these 2 cards to be good, because Silk card's got electric energy. 1, 2. Angel, what have you got?
Oh, a Convey! Was that a nest ball?
No, it was a Colrus.
Oh,
so
can't play it yet, but ready for next turn. Not awful.
Yeah, so, I mean, it could be worse. At least Angel will be able to have a turn 2. There will be no, you know, donking action happening, but it looks like we're going to see an energy attached to the Greninja and a pass over to Darren. Let's see what he can manufacture. Amy does have that Hisuian Electrode in the active and benches a Brute Bonnet and then plays a nest ball.
Yep, and looks like Darren's got a pretty nice starting hand in comparison. Again, just doing that search. Squawkabilly is a great choice here, allowing you to discard your hand and draw 6. And Darren will have the option of playing a supporter as well this turn. Think about how many cards Darren's going to be able to draw. Doing those essential checks, we see 1 Cloth, we see 2 Cloth.
Yeah, those prize checks can be really impactful. I think he's going to realise here, wait a minute, where are those Bidoof? Where are they hiding?
No, little babies, they're not there.
What are they doing? Bidoof, come on, we need you here.
Cloth could be in a pinch here without those Bidoof.
That was a good one. That was a good one. First round up, and they got the puns coming in already. But that Unhinged Scissors are fantastic. Oh, another Darren Jax. Goodness gracious me. Ooh. Someone's going to have to check the temperature up in here because Darren is drawing that fire.
Fire in the kitchen with all of these crabs and 2 battle VIP pass. We could say that Darren is certainly the VIP right now. On their turn, managing to have a nice, fruitful bench of Hisuian Electrode. Angel just having a little read there. See how much damage it does. And actually, Hisuian Electrode for 0 energy can do 100 damage per status condition affecting it. Now, Darren will need to get a poison and a burn for that to happen, but their deck is capable of doing both.
Oh, wait.
Ooh,
does he have it? We see the Spicy Seal Curry, so that can burn. Do we see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule?
I think so. Is there one right there? There? Yes!
Oh!
Yes!
Turn 1, 2 prize cards every. That Tantrum Blast, like you said, Amy, dealing 100 damage for each special condition Hisuian Electrode is affected by. So, Brute Bonnet will poison both active. That Spicy Seasoned Curry is going to be very spicy. Burning Hisuian Electrode being is affected by 2 status conditions. And now you know what that means? 200 damage.
Oh my goodness. The curry was too spicy for Drapion this time. Electrode truly on the ball, taking the first big KO of the game.
Wow. Now, did Darren take Bidoof? I think one of them was at the bottom. So statistically speaking, he should take one out the prizes. But I tell you what, like we said, you know, Cloth doesn't want to take 1 prize card at a time. Well, how about I'll just take 2 instead, turn 1 then? And then all of a sudden, we have ourselves a bit more of an explosive game. But it's over to Angel now. You know, has got a good start, has the Chorus Experiment. and does have a Comfey in the active. So we'll be able to get, 3 in the lost zone here at a minimum. And let's see what that Chorus Experiments targets. So it's like a counter catch is going to get sent to the lost zone. And then, what is it going to be? An escape rope.
Ooh. Straight into the lost zone. That is our first couple of cards populating the lost zone of the day. There we go. We've got a concealed cards, another Battle VIP pass, not particularly useful, and a counter catcher, which could come into effect. But, I mean, there is already a 2-prize Pokemon with damage and status conditions in the active. And I suppose that's the drawback, is that Darren is almost constantly possibly putting damage counters on their own Pokemon. And then is Angel going to have some Sableye action later to mop up on those damage counters?
I think this could be definitely something to worry about. I think Angel might have to just counter catcher and pray here, though. I don't think there's not much else in his hand. I mean, I guess you could bench that Dragonite V and then attach the Forest Seal Stone. I think that's what we're going to have to do, but we know that Hisuian Electrode has no problem sitting that high damage output, Amy. That Dragonite is not safe.
No, but it does have a Forest Seal Stone, so Angel now has the ability to use that at any point to gain 1 card out of their deck, so they can use that V-Star. Yep, and it's going now. Angel's going to be able to pick 1 card, and the beautiful thing about this action is that Darren doesn't get to know what that card is.
Yep. I'm trying to work out what is ideal here. I mean, you just go for a Comfey, so you can try and find a switching card, or Lost Vacuum even to get your Lost Zone count up to 4, so you can at least attack with a Spit innocently this turn. I feel as if that's ideally what you want to try and do, because I think Mirage Gates are way too far away, so I think just a Spit innocently here would be ideal. It looks like Angel did take a Comfey, and it's a nice pre-release one. I don't actually see them terribly often, but I think they are gorgeous, that artwork, I must say.
They really are. There's a lot of beautiful arts of Comfey, but Comfey's had very few printings of Pokemon cards in total across the eras, so it's nice that Comfey got a great showing this time round. First Psychic Energy to hit the Lost Zone, so Angel is on the count of their energy nice and early. That does bring us up to 4, putting Spit innocently into effect. So Cramorant can use its attack for free because there are 4 cards in the Lost Zone. It will do 110 damage to this already damaged Hisuian Electrode.
Just trying to work out. So it was on 30, so it'd be on 140 after the burn. Yeah, okay.
Burn and poison, yeah. And then flip for the burn. Hey, it's good.
The burn is gone. Put a bit of burn cream on. Or the burn heal, I should say. Burn heal.
So the interesting thing is that almost Darren might not want the burn to go away, because Seasoned Spicy Curry heals yourself a little bit if you are already burned.
Oh, no, I think it burns you and then heals, I think.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
burn?
yeah, it does both at the same time. So Darren just trying to work out... Oh, does have a switch, actually. So I think switch and attacking with Unhinged Scissors here is a fine play. Oh, has a boss's orders as well. But opting to go after the Comfey, and it's just going to attack for Tantrum Blast just for the poison, which is fine, because you only need 100, and that Hisuian Electro is now at 180 damage, which is perfect, because it doesn't get KO'd coming into Angel's turn, meaning Angel will have to attack into it and almost waste an attack, because you're only dealing, well, an effective 10 damage.
Yeah, Darren's kind of played this really well and making sure they're just out of range of getting KO'd unless Angel kind of pushes for it almost, or Angel's going to have to deal with it later, because if they do switch anything else into the active, that poison's going to be cured and Hisuian Electrode won't get KO'd this turn.
That's a good point, actually, yeah. And I think Darren, they're just saying, right, you haven't got a lot of cards in your Lost Zone. If I remove your Comfey, it's going to be quite hard, as Angel there does pick up the Unhinged Scissors Claw. I think does 30 damage plus 160, I believe, if it's affected by a special condition. That right there is a big number.
It is, and it's absolutely nothing to kind of underestimate, I suppose.
Yeah,
like, Unhinged Scissors is such an unhinged attack.
Yeah,
it is absolutely monstrous for a single prize Pokemon to be able to deal quite that much damage. But moving back to Angel, we're finally getting on with the escape rope. What are they going into?
Yeah, so we see the escape rope. Angel now has got to that magic 7 cards on a loss, so which means Mirage Gate is live. But as you mentioned, 180 damage on that Hisuian Electro has been pushed out the actives, so the poison has been healed, so it almost gets to survive a little bit longer than initially thought. Hey, we do see the Mirage Gate, though, now. Are we going to see Moonlight Shuriken? Or, oh, he hasn't actually promoted something off his escape rope. That's a good point, actually. Oh, but then played the Mirage Gate, so I wonder... Or we might... Oh, that might have to... Well, there's a table judge there. We might have to get a ruling on that. But so let's pretend he just promotes the Greninja for now, because that's got a one retreat cost. If he was to Mirage Gate to the Dragonite V, and then Dragon Gale, that's going to do 20 damage to all your bench Pokemon. But then he would actually take the KO. It's actually the only thing that can KO that Cloth, because that Cloth has, I think, what, 130 HP? That's a big number.
It is a big number, but I'm still worried about the Hisuian Electrode on the bench, because if Angel does manage to populate their Lost Zone, they're struggling right now, but it's not impossible. If they just explode that Lost Zone, then that Hisuian Electrode could just get lost mind.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And then... just think about how many knockouts they could potentially take in a turn. If they carry on with this trend of Darren damaging his own Pokemon and Angel just being patient and waiting, Angel could actually take a lot of prize cards in a single turn, possibly even all 6.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, that Cloth does have 120 HP, not 130, so I apologize there. But what you could do for Angel now, right? Let's say you don't want to commit to your Dragonite, which is fine. You can attack with your Cramorant. You can leave that Cloth on 10 damage left. And now, all of a sudden, Sableye can KO the Hisuian Electrode, the Cloth only using 2 damage. And then you have 100 damage, 10 damage counters, I should say, left to place. So, you know, and that'd be a 3-prize turn.
Right.
At that point.
Which could turn the tables right back again.
Yeah. And then, you know, Darren had to put down the... oh my goodness, what's the what's that? The Squawkabilly! I forgot Squawkabilly's name for a second there. I apologise. But Darren had to put down the Squawkabilly as well, so that's another easy 2 prize cards there. 160 HP isn't the highest of numbers, so. Oh, and also don't forget, actually, we saw Angel plays the Iron Hands. You could do the 3 prize turn onto the Squawk.
So lots of potential so far. We also do have a special piece of Cloth just for you guys in our Cloth deck review. Let's have a look just what all of Cloth's good and bad matchups look like at the moment. So its great matchups are things like Rapid Strike, Miraidon, and Charizard, obviously for that weakness from Electrode. One of the, like I said earlier, one of the few grass types in format that is popular right now for dealing with Charizard. And we saw earlier on the day 1 graphic, Charizard is the most represented deck at this tournament. So maybe this is Cloth and Hisuian Electrode's time to shine.
Not even that, with Charizard being the most popular deck. Miraidon was number 2. So when you have good matchups against the top 2 decks in the room, you have to feel yourself, okay, if I can run the gambit, hit them a lot of the time, and then if you can take 50-50s against everything else, you're in a good place. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves there, because it does have some bad matchups, unfortunately. And Lost Box is one of them. Mew VMAX is another. And Gardevoir EX is there too. And Mew VMAX and Lost Box were on those most played decks here at day 1.
They were much lower down on the scale, though.
True.
So I think the players who have chosen Cloth today, I think they've been really clever to analyze the meta and think, what are we going to see at Liverpool? And I think, quite frankly, they've nailed it. I think they've really done their research, taken time to think about what's going to be up there. I wonder what their matchup into Giratina V-Star is, because I suppose Giratina, although it's a Lost Box deck, you also have those 2 prizes. Would they just try to play it entirely single prize, and then that wouldn't be so good for Cloth?
Maybe. I guess we'll find out as we do see. It looks like our play has resumed. We're going to see Lost Vacuum onto the Ancient Booster Energy Caps. We are going to see that Greninja getting promoted, I'd imagine, off the escape rope. We're going to see a Roxanne. We're going to see a Mirage Gate. And all of a sudden, wait a minute here. This Moonlight Shuriken can KO that Hisuian Electrode on the bench. And put 90 damage somewhere else as well.
Unfortunately, 90 damage doesn't take another huge knockout, but we do have a little skew in the prize trade by a double prize penalty. So Darren only needs to take one more prize card to be our victor of game 1.
So with that in mind, Angel has to just go really aggressive and hope that this Roxanne will stick. But then all Darren really needs to do is find a Brute Bonnet or an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule or a Spicy Seasoned Curry, both of which would actually allow Darren to KO that Radiant Greninja in the active. But I tell you what, if your opponent can only take one more prize card, Roxanne is a fantastic way to try and stop that from happening. This is going to give Darren a 2-card hand start turn. But we are going to see that Squawkabilly and a Suin Electrode V going down. Oh, Darren has to move this Brute Bonnet as well. So quite a few things to do. Let's have a look.
Oh, our first Bidoof goes down.
Forest Hill Stone, Amy!
Oh,
Is there a 1-card answer, though? I don't think there is.
I
You
don't
can't
think
switch
so.
and curry at the same time. It is going to have to be a Professor's Research, draw 7.
Maybe Darren just thinks, you know what, if I just get the perfect hand off this research, that is game, and they're willing to give up the other cards in their hand to try for that. I think it's worth the gamble at this stage, especially in game 1, right? It's the opportunity to take a gamble. This isn't a great matchup for Darren.
Nope.
Angels just got their iron hands out of their prize cards now, so that's terrifying.
Right, here we go. Do we see switch and away to status condition? Darren, show us your...
I
can't see. I think you would have slammed it. I see a town store. Do we have a switching card? Was that Luxurious Cape? I don't think he's got it.
I think you might be on the money
No.
there.
So
I think there was a Jirachi, but I don't think there's much else. This could be Angel's time to overtake, and I think that's the thing. Brute Bonnet having a mighty 3 retreat cost is gargantuan and much too difficult for the poor thing to manage. It's too... Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Chooses to
Just
use the
gonna
Brute
poison.
Bonnet activation to poison the active. That's going to go down to 12, well, 120 health left, I should say. And over to Angel. That isn't out of this by any means. He just needs to attack basically one more time and win. But, you know, it's not looking great. Now, if Angel can get to Sableye this turn and KO that Bidoof, that's going to really... Wait, can you KO the Bidoof and the Squawkabilly next turn with a Lost Mine? Or this turn? So it's taken 90, so it would have... I think you can, right?
So it's... No, Bidoof has...
60.
60, and yeah, you can.
Ooh. Goodness gracious. So Angel has it all to play for here.
Yeah, and again, not having to move that Brute Bonnet out of the active is gigantic. Leaving it there to continue to be a menace to Darren, his own Pokemon pitted against him. Not the most ideal. Oh no, it is 10 out. Yes, sorry, you're right. It is 10 out. So they can't take both, but setting up for a future turn is never a bad thing.
I think. Yeah, because you can't use Radiant Greninja to get the Bidoof. I'm just trying to think, what's the most aggressive thing you can do? I think, see, do you go after the Bidoof? Because, you know, it's just harder for Darren to draw cards. But let's see what Angel does here. Does pay retreat, does get a lost, an escape rope into the lost zone, discards that energy. And let's see what Angel can do. What's the most?
Well, there's only 9 in the Lost Zone right now, so Angel had to do this
you're
for an extra comfy. Now we're up to 10, so now Sableye is also live. Angel does have one in hand, but no energy by the looks of things.
Oh,
so I don't know if Angel actually has Sableye on the cards this turn.
I don't think he has a Mirage Gate even, right?
No.
So he can't even...
No.
Oh, wow. I don't think Angel can even attack outside of Spit innocently here.
No, and they've used their V-Star power, so it is a pass over to Darren's turn. Both players kind of a little bit stuck in the mud here.
Oh, no, that was a Spicy Curry off the top. I think Darren does have Ultra Ball and Big Barrel in hand, so he can thin the hand down. You can put the Stadium into play as well. Just to thin cards out of the hand. Ultra Ball, get rid of, I'd imagine, that was a Jirachi. Couldn't quite see what the other one was, but it is obviously in the discard pile now.
Do you feel that's a bit risky? Maybe saying goodbye to Jirachi when Sableye's just gone live?
This is true. This is true, but I think you can win this turn.
That's true. If he wins this turn, it doesn't matter.
Can win this turn. And like we said, we saw that this is a hard matchup for the Cloth deck traditionally, so you might want to try and close the door on it as soon as possible. Can obviously use the Town Store as well to thin a tool from the deck and attach it. just so that Industrious Incisors will let you draw up to 5, give you maximum odds of finding what you need. Oh, he has got Research as well.
Oh, this is lovely.
Oh, we're going to Industrious Incisors first. Do we see a switching card?
No, but there is an energy. Could just be attached so that the Angel can't do a similar thing and trap Bibarel in the active. They've gone for the Research. Here we go.
Do we see a switching card?
Here we go.
Last one. No. Oh, my goodness.
We're still stuck.
Wow.
That Brute Bonnet does not want to move. They say that he might be a fun guy, but I'm thinking not in this instance.
No, that Brute Bonnet is pretty stubborn there. We're just going to see the poison. Oh, my goodness. As Darren, unfortunately, unable to move that Brute Bonnet, and it goes back over to Angel. What was the top deck? Needs to actually do some, it still has a lot to do to even attack this turn. We're going to see a Town Store activation, just trying to see what's in the, wait, there's no energy in that deck.
No, there's none.
I mean, they does have a Super Pod in hand, but there's no energy currently. There is one Psychic actually in the Lost Zone. How many Psychic does Angel play?
Yeah, there's one Psychic in the Lost Zone, the rest
does play 3.
in discard pile. So, yeah, managing energy resources is a big deal for Lost Zone players.
Yes.
It's a huge undertaking for a huge day of exciting Pokemon battles, but remembering and note-taking can be really crucial as well for some Lost Box players. Personally, if I were to play Lost Box again at Regionals, I would note-take, because I definitely mixed up how much energy I had used from one game to the next. I think it's very important that you manage those resources well. It takes a lot of practice to manage, especially with 3 different energy types where Angel's using Iron Hands as well.
Oh no, conceal card, sorry, Flower Selection did not find anything too impactful. Does have a Super Rod and a Mirage Gate in hands. You can Super Rod in a Psychic and start Lost Mining. I think, is that what, it's just debating on what to do? I mean, he did have a Forest Seal Stone, can't use that obviously. I think you're going to have to start applying pressure soon if you're Angel. I mean, Darren hasn't been able to move out the active yet, but you still need to take 4 prize cards to win, so
and
this
Darren
might be the turn.
Yeah, with Darren only needing to take 1 prize card, Angel has to put on the pressure.
Yeah.
They absolutely do not have a choice, and so 3 energy we see go back in. Unfortunately, it does take away the ability to use Pokemon like Iron Hands, so Angel's just not going to be able to get enough energy on that Pokemon for this game. Not for an Ampu very much anyway.
No, I think Ampu very much might be not a non-factor here. As we do see the Mirage Gate come down and that Sableye. So now Angel's going to start to apply that pressure. Lost Mind, placing 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like, as long as you have 10 cards in the Lost Zone, which Angel has there at 11. And just debate, you know, that Mirage Gate letting you attach any 2 different kinds of basic energy to your Pokemon, so maybe can attach one more. And where do you think that would be going, Amy?
I have a funny suspicion maybe it's going to go to Greninja, where Angel took... Oh, okay.
Oh, you have to get out. He actually hasn't got a switching card, my bad. I just assumed there was a switch card in that hand. It was so big, but...
It's such a shame, because now Angel only has 1 other water energy in the deck, and that is it.
Yep, because there is 1 Super Rod in the Lost Zone, so it's going to be this Sableye against the world, I feel.
The little Sableye that could.
Oh, he hasn't quite done it yet, but he's going to try his little old best.
I have faith. I have faith.
I want to go for another, maybe he does have another switching card in hand. What are we digging for there? Was it Mirage Gate?
That was 2 more Mirage Gate, but I think there was a switch card
switch card in hand, okay. Maybe trying to find, does he play another Iono? Just trying to remove cards from the hand maybe, or Roxanne? I mean, getting through the deck is never a bad thing. But here we are going to see that Lost Mind activation here. You have to imagine that Squawkabilly might not be long for this world. Interesting though. Do you even take a KO this turn? Because if you do, you open up the door for Darren to maybe get the Jirachi down.
I suppose Angel's seen Jirachi hit the discard pile. So you might presume that most decks are only going to one Jirachi. Is it likely that Darren has any kind of recursion? They usually play 1 Super Rod, but is it worth using it on a Jirachi? So I don't think that Angel has too much to worry about, and maybe accessing those prize cards is more important.
So yeah, I think he opted to not take a KO there and put all the damage on the Hisuian Electrode. And it goes over to Darren, who's going to start the turn off there with a Town Store. Just going to try and keep thinning as much as possible. That is the aim of the game, as we do see that Forestall Stone getting attached. Is it going to be an Iono? It's going to just Ultra Ball, remove cards from the hand. Don't mind that. Keep it in the deck and cross your fingers.
Yeah, well, we've still got Bibarrels, so we will be able to draw more cards. So the more Darren thins their hand, the more likely they are to get out of this scrape.
Here we go in Duchess Incisors. Do we see a switching card?
I think that might have been a rope or a curry. It was a curry,
No,
not
it was
a
a
rope.
boss. Iono.
Oh, the
okay.
Iono, yes.
Okay, so that's going to be, well, 3 cards for Darren here and putting all those to the bottom, so you know he can't draw back into them, and Angel will get 4. Darren, are you going to show us a switching card? Switch! Yay! There it is! So, wait, we still need, oh yeah, we got the poison from the Brute Bonnet, so unhinged scissors, big KO.
There it is.
And Darren takes our game 1, round 3.
Oh, I reckon Angel might be a little bit crabby at that KO after a disappointing double prize penalty, but it certainly happens, and you know, it's a good one for Darren. Tough matchup, so it looks like we could be on for a real tussle in this best of 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, that got a little bit closer than I think Darren would like. Only needed to attack one more time to win, and it took a few turns to get that root point out of the active. So now I think if you're Darren, you must be feeling quite confident. You know, you're already 3-0. You managed to take game 1 on stream against one of your worst matchups. So now you're thinking, okay, all I have to do now is win one of these next 2 games, and I'll be 4-0.
It's a pretty good going, especially at this stage in the season. I think Rolf was a terrifying deck to bring to an event like this, because I think nobody expects it.
Yeah.
And that's almost the beauty of Clorf in itself, is that everyone kind of underestimates it. I wouldn't expect it to be on people's testing roster, if you know what I mean. Like, I wouldn't imagine a lot of people go, oh, come on, buddy, I really need to test against Clorf. You know, it's not generally given the respect it deserves.
No, but I tell you what it does do is take big KOs really fast. Looking at these prize cards there, I think anything too impactful. 1 copy of DTE and a Forestall Stone there for Darren, and then over for Angel. Not a terrible amount that's too impactful there, I feel. Maybe the 1 super rod could be something worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if it really matters. Last game we only really saw a couple of Clorf from Darren anyway, and they didn't need to use any recursion. But Angel did get that quite slow start. Straight in there with the Brute Bonnet, though. Very important piece of Darren's deck, even though it did get a little bit stuck in the mud in the active last game. As an attacker, it is not in this game. And then we see our first Clorf. Here we go.
As Darren does have that opened up our game 2, round 4 here at Liverpool Regionals. Has a Battle VIP pass. That means Angel let Darren go first, I've just realised. So something to keep an eye on there. Angel might be wanting to try and put pressure on via that Cramorant nice and early.
I think that's a really good shout, Shay. I think that's exactly what Angel's wanting. This time, rather than last game, really well-populated Lost Zone. Take that first KO. And I think that's something that Clorf is scared of. Especially, or even just putting damage counters down is terrifying, as we saw last game. It is absolutely terrifying.
As Darren does find that Town Store, going to find that Ancient Energy Booster Capsule there as well. And yeah, that Asuna Electrode in the active doesn't really want to be soaking up too much damage, because, you know, the math works out really well there for Angel. If a Spit Innocently can come in there, that means Greninja and Sableye can come in and just really pick up those KOs, as we did see in the last game, as Darren does bench a Squawkabilly EX. We might be seeing a Squawk and Seize, as we do, getting rid of that Super Rod and a Switch card, by the way. Keep an eye on that, and let's see what these new 6 cards for Darren will be.
Oh, 1 Switch was actually prized as well, so that's a bit terrifying for Darren, having had that issue last game. Is it going to come back round? You know, that can get a little dicey at this stage, but they seem quite confident. Their bench is getting populated nicely. They kind of got what I would call the bare bones of Clorf at this point coming together.
Yeah,
all good.
I'd say so. Maybe interesting, there's 4 bench Pokemon, so that means you can't have Bidoof and Jirachi down at the same time now. So I wonder what Darren will opt to that 5th bench spot, which does like to win Ultra Ball. So this might be for Bidoof, or it could be Well, I think Jirachi is in hand, actually, so I'd imagine wherever this Ultra Ball is targeting might tell us what that 5th bench spot is going to be, as it is going to be that Bidoof. And we saw an immediate start alchemy usage, actually. Let's see what Darren picks off this. Didn't quite see what it was, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll find out soon. Darren picked that very quick.
I'm sure we will. I think, yeah, Darren put the Clorf in the discard pile. Maybe they are intending on relying more on their higher HP Pokemon. Now they've got a bit more of an idea of what style of Lost Box Angel's playing.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. We do see the pass over there for Angel, and in his first turn, there was the starting off the turn with that town store. Gonna get that battle VIP, I should say. That is that's a Forest Steel store. They're kind of similar.
A similar shape, right?
Yeah.
Very different card though.
Oh yeah, very different. But you know what? The Forest Stone could be fighting a battle VIP pass. So we do have the Dragonite V in hand, so we'll be able to get that immediate usage. Going to go for that Flower Selection first. 1 and 2. Was that Mirage Gate and a Psychic type, I believe? A Sableye.
Looks like it very much so. Let's have a... Which one are they going to... Oh, Crumbs. Really? Wow. Yeah, okay. Going for it again. One in the Lost Zone. Let's count it out. And again, both players going for that really early V-Star to ensure they get set up.
And let's see, it looks like we are going to see that Chorus Experiment being taken out off that Forest Steel Stone Star Alchemy, letting you grab any card from your deck whenever you like, once per turn, once per game, I should say. And here we, Chorus!
Oh, no!
Oh, dear, Chorus Experiment is kind of going a bit haywire there. Was that 3 energy? Oh, my goodness.
I think the experimentation went wrong. There wasn't supposed to be that much water energy.
I don't know what's on Chorus's clipboard there, but it weren't very helpful.
Oh, no!
3 energy and a lost vacuum. Oh my goodness.
Wowzer. So yeah, a Sableye and a water energy hit the Lost Zone. The Lost Zone has great cards in it right now. That is terrifying for this matchup, especially with kind of both players seem to be sauntering into the trap they fell into in the previous game, with Angel possibly struggling with energy and Darren possibly struggling with switching.
Yeah. No, I think
it's like history is repeating itself.
It really is. As we do see a boss into Comfey, do we see a... Oh, of course we can see a special condition. The Brute Bonnet has the future ancient boost energy capsule, I should say. That's a mouthful to say. And then going into that town store activation here as well. Let's see what Darren opts to find here. I don't think plays too many taught options here. I think it's just an ancient... Yes, we do see a fail search on that. And let's see, does Darren have a way to get to Bibarel? I think was it in hand? No. Do see a Professor Research, though.
But just going to simply take the KO.
Just going to do that Tantrum Blast. Love that attack name, by the way.
So good.
100 for each special condition affected on your on you, I should say. That's a nice big 100, as Darren does need to take some poison damage. Hopefully we don't forget that.
All right, Colrez, let's do it right this time. Yes, that's more like it. Get rid of some Battle VIP pass. Thank you.
There we go. A lot of energy still, though. There's a Psychic Energy. I think it was an Escape Rope. Angel's currently... Oh, is that 5 in a Lost 5? I see 4, actually. 1, 2...
No,
oh, no, it is 5.
Ignore
me. Ignore that. Super odd, like a staging for my head for a little bit. And we do see a Nest Ball being played. I imagine it's going to find a Comfey, I would imagine, and see if you can get to that magic 7 in the Lost Zone, because then that Mirage Gate can come down. And you know what happens when Mirage Gate comes down, Amy? That Dragonite V can come with that Dragon Gale. Do 250 damage.
It's terrifying, but apt to say that Dragonite would certainly swoop down on these Hisuian Electrodes with some absolutely thunderous power. It's one of the strongest cards in Angel's deck for pure damage output potential, and they're going for it there. The Mirage Gate starting to get Dragonite ready. Mirage Gate will allow you to search your deck for 2 basic energy cards of different types and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. And the attach return seals the deal on the 3rd energy that Dragonite needs. Whoa.
There we go. And I like this from Angel, right? Because Angel has taken the first 2 prize KO. And Darren only took a 1 prize KO, so he's going to have to swing into another 1 prize Pokemon at some point. So Angel can just go 2-2-2 now. It's very easy for Angel to do because Darren has a multitude of 2 prize Pokemon in play. Darren has no choice, has to KO this Dragonite here immediately.
Yeah, it must be dealt with. But can they deal with it? 230 hit points. Like, I mean, so Darren would have to get a poison
and the Radiant
and a
Sneasler.
But then it can't burn Dragonite, can only poison.
Radiant
yeah.
Sneasler get there?
Yeah, the Radiant Sneasler would help out if Darren is willing to give the bench space. Jirachi finds its way into the discard pile once again. I'm genuinely surprised.
I don't think that hand was particularly great. I don't think there's anything in that hand that will help.
Oh,
there's no Spicy Season Curry, there's no barrel.
No, there's another Claw, but...
I don't even... Oh, goodness, Darren.
Oh, how clawful. That is not looking good.
How claw... That's an outrageous one. That was very good. So I want to see the skate rope, but that minus from Darren. I don't think it can even... Hasn't even got energies. I can't even attack with a claw. Might have to just leave something in the active and pass, I think.
Honestly, it looks like it, and that is petrifying because it might just give Angel the momentum to build this battle to a conclusion.
Yeah, no, if Angel can get to 10 in the lost zone here, can just start firing off lost mines around this claw, that's going to be really damaging there for Darren. Like you said, the Jirachi isn't in play, so that Bidoof can get immediately sent to the discard pile as we see the switch card, healing the poisons and the poison damage into Comfey as well. Oh, that's a Town Star activation there. Just seeing what has to work with. Going to take out that Forest Seal Stone.
Again, thinning is winning. Can't use V-Star power, but doesn't matter. It's just about getting enough cards out of the deck that increases your chances of getting something stellar off the top deck.
Here we go. Flower selecting 1 and 2. See, Manaphy hit the lost zone. Didn't quite see what the other one was, though.
Sorry about that, Manaphy. You're not needed in this matchup. You can quite literally get into the lost zone.
As that Dragonite V is going to hit the active position again, so we're most likely going to see a big, hefty Dragon Gale, as we are going to see that TM Devolution being attached and the Forest Seal Stone as well. Oh, and a boss's orders!
Taking a big KO!
Wow, Dragon Gale's going to take a KO here. Angel's going to go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Darren's currently at 5. Needs to carry this Dragonite, no questions. Oh, and the next card was the Spicy Curry as well.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no.
And no more Electrode on the field.
Nope, no Electro. They've both been carried. I think does play 3, but I think the Suprod was. I think it was in the prize cards for Darren, wasn't it?
I honestly don't remember, but it's...
I think it was, but he's taken it as his first one.
Ah, lovely. So Darren might have that as an option, but even then they've still got to seek out the Pokemon. The INO comes down to shuffle your hand, pop it to the bottom of your deck, and draw cards for the amount of prize cards you have. It's probably a good idea for Darren at this point to get that disruption in where Angel's going to draw 2 and Darren's going to get 5. They did get an Electrode.
Just get the Electrode.
Ooh, this was a good hand.
It was. Still needs to find a season. God, needs to find the Sneasler as well, right, to get a KO.
Yeah, but Bibarel is still ready.
Yeah.
They managed to get the energy, so they've got the double turbo energy on Clorf now from that lovely new hand. Darren's going for the Bibarel. They're 2 curries. It's extra spicy.
Tell you, I would not want to have a bite of that curry. Goodness gracious me.
Oh no! So there we go. Just going for the attack.
Scissors, sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
No curry yet. Keeping it safe, close to his heart, and going slow with this one.
So
I wonder what the strategy is.
Well, here's the problem: is that Angel can just take a KO, go down to 1 prize card left, and then Sableye just wins. Sableye can care. I think the Brute Bonnet has, Brute Bonnet has 120 HP. So, but the future boost Energy Catcher will boost its HP actually. So we're just going to see a Dragon Gale swing into the active, over to Darren. Angel has to 1 prize card left. What can Darren do? Going to promote. Ooh, intro is going to say going to promote the Squawk ability with the super effective glasses. There's the Sneasler. Could have done with that last turn.
Absolutely. Maybe it feels a little too late. If Darren was able to get a Jirachi down, that maybe would have been a saving grace at this stage of the game. but I'm personally not seeing an out. What do you think, Shay? Anything? Oh, should that TM devolution, that should be off from last turn, right?
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that should be discarded.
Yeah.
But we are going to see the Spicy Season Curry. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
We are going to see that Spicy Season Curry. That's going to poison the active, just going to get it out the hand. So draw more cards off the barrel. And let's see what Darren can do. Yeah, I'm struggling, to be honest, like, because the Dragon Gale is going to KO anyway, right? So you can't really... Yeah, there's the concession. Yeah, I don't think there was many ways out of that for Darren. Wow. So after that monumental game 1, it looks like our game 2 winner there is Angel, evening it up here at 1-1 in our round 4 feature match here at Liverpool Regionals.
Another crab debating battle, you could say, and we're going to see whether Darren can continue to pull out the big guns with this really, really tough matchup.
Yeah, and we saw how Angel let Darren go first. And I wonder if does Darren want to go first or second? Because you have the ability to attack turn 1 going second with the Electrode, right?
Yeah.
So you could maybe try and tempo Angel out the game. I mean, it won't be easy, but I guess it's possible. But then, you know, I think we saw traditionally how that matchup should pan out there in that game too. I think it's a hard matchup for Darren to navigate. So let's see what happens.
Claw really struggles into anything else single prize.
Yes.
And I really think that Angel getting damage on the board or a KO with Cramorant is too risky. So I think if I were Darren, I would choose to go second so that I'm not giving Angel that opportunity. And I'm not giving Angel the opportunity to Col Res. And hopefully then you might be able to build momentum off that.
I think that seems fairly sensible to me. It looks like Angel has definitely done a mulligan there, as we can see, and Darren has not. Darren has got a basic, but yeah, Angel just going to show that mulligan there and shuffle back up here for our game 3. And looks like Darren's going to pop his prize cards down there. What do you think is going through our players' heads here, Amy, as they shuffle up here?
Honestly, if I were Darren, I'd be thinking, gosh, I really hope we have another game like game 1.
Yeah, true, yeah.
And I think Angel will likely be thinking the opposite of, okay, as long as we get this lost zone populated and under control, then they have a little bit more control over the battle as a whole, and they control the momentum of the game. If Angel can control the pacing, then they're always going to try and have that one up on Darren.
I think that sounds pretty accurate there, as Angel is going to go first. Now, I think Angel top-decked that Battle VIP pass, because let me tell you, that hand, I managed to catch an eye on it before, that hand was doing a whole lot of nothing. But it has got that Battle VIP pass now, so can get down 2 basic Pokemon, pop them straight into play. Does have a multitude of switching cards in Angel's hands, so we'll be able to start populating that lost zone via flower selecting. And you're right, Darren did opt to go second.
Yeah, I think it's a sensible decision, not giving Angel the ability to control the pace of the match. This will give Darren more control, and in a bad matchup, sometimes taking the non-preferable starting turn can disadvantage your opponent enough that actually it's advantageous for yourself. It's very strange.
As we do see the escape route being played there off the concealed cards for Angel. Going to do a flower selecting. Look at top 2 there. Drapon gets sent straight to the lost zone. That's exactly where Angel wants that. And I think we even see some more switching cards there for Angel. So we'll be able to get another flower selecting off this turn. 1 and 2. And it looks like, I think it's that Town Store. Yep, Town Store getting sent to the lost zone. Because it's sneaky, because you know Darren plays it already. So it's like, well, I ain't going to put it in play for you. I'll let you put it in play. And then I'll use it as if it was mine.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Battle VIP pass going.
Getting sent to the lost zone turn 1.
Signifies to Darren that that other choice must have been quite lovely, which obviously we know it was the Cramorant, and Darren probably clocks onto that as well.
Wait a second, Amy.
Oh no.
Oh no, there's a research. Okay, I did not see the research.
But look how much curry's in his hand.
Yeah, true.
Oh, we wouldn't want to be getting rid of this many at a time.
So let's see what Darren will... But yeah, going to play that research, going to get rid of a lot of stuff there. And let's see what he's going to draw off that 7 new cards for... Oh, I don't. Okay, I see 2 Battle VIP pass actually. So that means Darren's having his own little Battle VIP party as well.
Oh, fantastic. Thank goodness. But there was a lot of good cards that hit the discard pile there with a multiple curry, an escape rope, and oh my goodness, there are so many good cards there. I wonder if it's going to come back later to bite Darren. Similarly to Angel's strategy, I suppose, in a sense, with putting cards in the lost zone for the last 2 battles, but a Town Store, a VIP pass, and Drapion are much more preferable. And a second!
Yeah.
Beautiful. Straight away, I imagine, what, Bidoof and Squawkabilly?
Could be Squawk, could be Squawk. I wonder if Jirachi is going to show up this game, because Darren has opted not to use it, but you have to imagine that's kind of what Jirachi's here for when you're against last spots. Maybe you want to try and develop that later on, because Saber's not a threat on turn 2 for Angel, but I wonder if we will see Jirachi here. But it looks like could be eyeing up soon Electro. Maybe Darren doesn't want to put down so many 2 prizes again, but going to go for a soon Electro instead. So just a multitude of attackers.
I think the 2 prizes are beneficial enough to be worth playing at this stage. A 2-prize Pokemon is much less susceptible to Lost Mine. So if you want to avoid using Jirachi and go for a more aggressive stance, then yeah, the attacks from Hisuian Electro can be explosive.
They can, as we are going to see that burn immediately getting removed as well. As a very efficient Spicy Season Curry there. Just did what it needed to do. Boost that damage and then take the KO. Over for Angel's side, though, is going to, double energy off that Flower Selector.
You hate to see it, don't you? It's like one of the worst things that you can get off a Flower Selecting. But straight into a Colress, continuing to build up that lost zone. Nice and chunky early game is exactly what Angel's going to be looking for. But again, that Colress doesn't look too great. Pokestop, and what else is going to hit the lost zone?
So it could be an escape rope. And I tell you, maybe. I'm going to say that Pokestop could be very helpful there for Darren. So I like that play from Angel. They're saying, nope, I'm not giving you that. You can try and play without it. Angel's currently at 6 in the lost zone, which is tantalizingly close to where you want to be, which is that 7. I think does have an escape. Oh, no, is that a switch cart actually? I think, yeah, it's a switch cart and a lost vacuum. So it does have ways of getting to that 7 actually. But only has, as a Mirage Gate target, that Greninja, which cannot deal with that Bidoof because of that ability. Can't be affected by bench damage, so Greninja might not be the best play right now.
With no Jirachi once again available, it makes me wonder whether a simple Cramorant might be enough right now. Just put another 110 damage on the Hisuian Electrode V. There's a world in which Hisuian Electrode can't damage itself, but in threat of being KO'd if enough damage is kind of placed on it throughout the game, meaning that, you know, you could end up in either a really awful situation of possibly KOing yourself at the same time.
Yeah, that could definitely happen if Angel piles on enough damage. It looks like we're going to see the Moonlight Shuriken switch cart, and let's see where this 90-90 goes. Is it going to be on both the Hisuian Electrode?
I have a funny feeling it might be.
Oh no, not the Brute Bonnet again.
Not again.
No, Brute Bonnet, what are you doing, lad? You're not meant to be there, son. You're meant to be on the bench. Oh no. Counter catcher there from Angel. Going to try and rinse and repeat what worked so well in game 2. Over to Darren. Does have a barrel developed. That's really nice. We see a Town Store. I mean, there is no Floatstone in format, so that Town Store won't be getting that Brute Bonnet out of the active yet. Super effective glasses on the Hisuian Electrode. That's not going to be doing a great deal.
No, but again, getting cards out of your hand really does improve your chances of getting what you need next time.
And it looks like Darren is going to have to... Oh, indulges
the
sizes for 1. Was that skate rope off the top?
It was.
Oh, that's a well-trained big barrel right there, folks. Off big barrel to 1 to get the escape rope as Angel promotes the Comfey, and Darren having to debate what to promote here, because whatever he promotes is probably going to have to attack this turn. But if you promote the Electrode, that's going to go up 2 prize cards. If you promote the Cloth, you now have to find a DTE and a way to inflict a special condition as well.
It's a lot to ask for, but not impossible. And
No.
we do have a good supporter. Forest Steelstone still able to be used this game as well, with neither player having used their V-Star early like we saw last game. So, you know, Darren can get one piece of the puzzle minimum.
Yes. So it's like just saying what was going on there. So use Town Store to grab the Fire Stone within Star of Alchemy for a double turbo energy. Now, Darren still needs to find a Spicy Season Courier there, which we know a few of them have hit the discard pile already, or could find a Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. But with that Town Store being used, we won't be able to pluck that straight from deck. So this Iono is going to have to find him one of those bits of the puzzle for him to even attack this turn. Oh, here we go.
Let's hope that just like the Bibarel, Iono has all of the pieces. No, that doesn't quite look like what we'd want to see here.
Unhinged Scissors for 10.
Gosh.
That's what it's going to have to be now.
Oh, that would be so disappointing, but I think you're right. I don't think there's anything else that Darren can do with this hand.
Doesn't even
Not
put
even
down
attacking.
Jirachi.
Not going to do it.
Interesting. As Angel immediately smells blood in the water there. Is going to play that course experiment with lightning quick speed. We're going to see that flower selecting being used as well. Going to Lost Zone a Super Rod. Angel definitely smells blood in the water here. What can he do? I see Mirage Gates. I see an attached retreat. I see a cram.
The confidence of these
no,
movements.
no. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to go to the group on it again.
I thought so too.
Angel, don't do him like that. As we are going to see that spit innocently, though. Angel finally again on the board. Over to Darren.
Oh, that scared me for a minute.
I was going to say, Angel, don't do him like that. Come on. Forest Hill Stone on Barrel of all things. We see another Cloth come down as well. Darren is going to have to play that Ultra Ball, I'd imagine, and draw with Industrious Incisors and then cross his fingers and pray to Arceus. He can draw something good.
Getting rid of the Sneasler, just easy to note that that is in the discard pile now.
Yes.
So we won't be able to increase the damage output of Poison on this battle. However, opting to keep the Jirachi this time has been discard pile destined the last two games, but not this one. Here we go. Industrious Incisors drawing 4 cards.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
But I guess we still have Town Store, though. I guess, has Town Store been used this turn?
No.
No, so we can still grab the Ancient Energy Booster Capsule.
Yes, so we can still get an attack this turn. It's almost a shame about the Sneasler.
Yeah. As we are going to see that Town Store
Almost.
being used there. Going to pluck out a tool from the deck. And there it is. That Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Going to give that Ancient Pokemon it's attached to extra, was it 60 HP, I believe? And then it removes all special conditions. Can't be affected by special conditions as well.
And here comes Cloth. Almost ready to attack with a boss into the Greninja. Lovely. Love to see it. Jirachi finally making a celestial appearance on the bench. Here goes for the Poison. And of course, the big KO. Cloth said shello and goodbye to Greninja.
We're going to see a spit innocently there immediately being used. You could say it was an absolutely stellar time to get Jirachi down there. Over to Darren. Angel's on 3 prizes. Darren's on 4. We're going to see Town Store activation. Darren, again, doesn't actually need to fight anything this turn to take a KO, right? Can just use the Ancient, the Brute Bonnet, I should say, to poison both active Pokemon and then take a KO. But with Angel not having any 2 prizes down, you know, it's going to be hard for Darren to win. He's going to have to just announce attacks quickly, I think, and see what can happen. Because what I want you to keep an eye on, folks, is that timer.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. We've only got roughly 40 seconds left on the round, so time is ticking away. A very tough matchup for both players. Darren could possibly be playing not to lose at this point, where a tie would be maybe an advantageous decision for them. Just playing to keep them in the game, but not enough to let Angel win in time.
It's still very possible for Angel to win, right?
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think it can take well, you should have 2 turns to just KO 1 prize and then KO the Electrode, right? And I don't think there's anything Darren can basically do about that. And it looks like time, at least on our timer, has been called. We'll try and get confirmation to see if that's going to be accurate down to the table as well.
Yep, it has indeed been called. So it's not just us, it's you guys at home as well. So Darren will indeed be playing not to lose at this point. Darren cannot take 4 prize cards.
No.
Unless Angel puts some 2 prize Pokemon down, but they're going to do everything in their power not to, I'd imagine.
Yep, no, you'd be questionable to put down a 2 prize Pokemon now if you're Angel. So it's going to be turn, 1 for Angel now, because Darren was turn 0. We're going to have 3 extra turns in total, and if the winner has not been decided by the end of the 3 turns, game 3 will not end, and it will be a draw.
It's really tough with that Jirachi down, though, for Angel to avoid putting down multi-prize Pokemon, because I don't think they have a lot of attack options left. We have the Cramorant that's in the discard pile, 1 Psychic Energy in the Lost Zone.
Now, we do see a Raikou in hand, and we see Mirage Gate, so we could end as a boss as well. So we could see Raikou plus boss and KO the Electrode. I mean, Darren can KO the Raikou, but it doesn't matter, it'd be his last turn anyway.
Yeah.
Giving Angel 1 more turn just to muster up any attack, basically, to KO, to take 1 prize card. Oh, that's not a Raikou, sorry. That is an Iron Hand. So that needs a lot more energy than a Raikou. I apologise. So might not even have enough energy to attack with the Iron Hands right here.
I'm not certain. They've definitely got energy in the discard pile. It doesn't look like they've got any lightning energy in the discard pile, though, so there must be some in deck already. They're going to have a little search. They've got 2. Wow, they've got 4 energy in deck total. So, yeah, there's still loads of potential for a potential Ampu very much.
Yeah, Ampu very much plus boss would be game, actually, right? Because your boss's orders the Hisuian Electric, you take 3 prize cards. Can Angel do it? I think there's 2 Mirage Gate in hand, right? So there's the first one.
Saucy. Can we
there's
get
the second one. Amy. Amy.
Here it comes.
I think it's happening. Everyone at home, I want you to get your hands up now. Get ready to start palming your TV. I think we're going to have... Do we see a switch card? We have a switch card and the boss's orders. I'm fairly certain bosses in hand. That's definitely got enough damage there for a KO.
Yeah, double checking.
Here we go. There's the boss's orders, Amy. And there it is. Thank you very much for 3 prize cards on his last turn of time there for Angel. Gonna take our round 4 feature match here, winning 2 games to 1.
That was absolutely brilliant. It was a bit claustrophic for our poor
Claustrophic.
And we did see Lost Box get the win with Iron Hands. It was either going to be the claws or the hands.
Yeah.
We had both going on there.
Yeah, well, we started off the round doing this, didn't we, Amy? But I think, to be fair, gonna have to change to a bit of this. The Iron Hands coming out. Come on. Wow. And you often forget Iron Hands is normally used to take 2 prizes on a 1 prize Pokemon, but it's just as effective at taking 3 prizes on 2 prize Pokemon.
And it
almost feels unfair when that happens, to be
even
honest.
the Squawkabilly like you predicted earlier in the game.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. I couldn't believe it. I thought that if we were going to get an Ampu very much in that game, it was certainly going to be the Squawkabilly. I was not expecting those little pieces of Cramorant damage to add all the way up and see us do an Ampu very much.
Ampu very much in Lost Box. It's just, honestly, it's so unpredictable. Like when you're playing against a Lost Box deck like that, right? You know, you've seen electric energy, you've seen water energy, you've seen all that. You're thinking there's so many threats to deal with. You know, some of these decks are even playing the Dark Energy now for War and Moon. There's just so much to worry about. And I think a deck like Cloth Electric, which is pretty one-dimensional in the fact that it just hits the active very hard for 2 different types, often can't really play around all that stuff at the same time. Like that Electrode, as strong and as hard as it hits for 0 energy, only has 190. And that is not a high number in this metagame.
No, like you say, it has so many advantages, like no energy. How crazy is that? You know, the amount of people that when they first start playing the game, they come over to me and say, Amy, what does this mean? And it's the no energy symbol. I'm like, oh, that's a fun one. So it has so many advantages, but like you say, maybe on this, in this instance, not only did the slight inconsistency of Cloth let it down, where Darren did miss some major attacking turns, and that is really the crux of the matter. where it just can't catch up, especially against another deck which is prolific with single prize Pokemon.
Yeah, you're right. You know, it's like Chlorf Electro just wants to take 2 prizes as often as possible, as fast as possible, ideally hitting for weakness at the same time. So when you're forced to die Unhinged Scissors for 1 prize, or Tantrum Blast for 1 prize, and then a Cramorant just comes down, or a Radiant Greninja comes down, whilst also having your hefty Brute Bonnet shoved into the active via that counter catcher, can just get a little bit dicey. So there, but maximum commiserations there to Darren. I think played that really well. And
so well.
We saw it's a hard matchup for Chlorf, so I can't really expect to win. Did take 1 game there, so he's currently at what, 3-1. Fantastic record. And like we said, Miraidon and Charizard are the 2 most popular decks. You hit both of them for weakness, so it's still Darren's tournament here. He can still do very well.
I completely agree, and I'm really excited to see how Darren continues to stay, and I'm hoping that we see some Chlorf action tomorrow too. So, you know, stay tuned. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because we've got so much more action where that came from. There are so many amazing decks at this tournament. I was having a wander around the hall earlier, and I think this is one of the biggest kind of mix of styles of decks that I've seen at a single tournament in a really long time. And I'm not talking just the meta decks that people are expecting, but those single prize decks that are a little more unusual. I've seen, what else have I seen in the hall? I've seen some Regidrago going around, some V-Star. I've seen, all sorts of lovely decks. I've seen some Golden Go. It's been brilliant to see everyone kind of picking their favorite Pokemon and absolutely going for it. So I'm really excited to see what everyone's come up with and how spicy the Europeans have been here in Liverpool this time.
Well, we've mentioned all those fun decks, and we're going to be marching full speed into our next round. So we'll have a quick break now, gather ourselves, and we're going to hit our next round as soon as possible. So don't go anywhere.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful 1-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using 1-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1-prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Raging Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
With the festive season upon us, 982 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters descended onto Stuttgart, Germany to compete for the title of Regional Champion and enjoy the local markets. This would be a memorable regional because it brought us one of the first big surprises of the 2023-2024 season, with Clorth and Hisuian Electrode V shedding the previous moniker of Joke Deck to become a real contender, with Arno Bon the highest finishing player with a 45th place finish. Elsewhere in the tournament, Snorlax, having taken the crown in Gdansk, could get no higher than 14th place, piloted by Niklaus Christian, and the top cut was full of familiar friends. The most represented deck in the top cut was actually our old friend Rapid Strike, having won the first European regional level event this season back in Barcelona. But we also saw representation in the top cut from decks like Miraidon, Charizard, Mew, and Giratina, decks with which Pokemon TCG players are very familiar. But the final came down to Simon Chan's Miraidon and Christian Fontenot's Lost Box. A very exciting Game 1 gave us one of the biggest comebacks we've seen on stream in a very long time, with Simon seemingly in complete control of the game, playing down an Iron Hands EX, only to see Christian use Counter Catcher to bring it into the active, play a Roxanne to put Simon down to a very small hand of cards, and then engineer a comeback using Sableye, eventually KOing the Iron Hands with the Radiant Charizard around which the deck is built. After a very quick Game 2 with Lost Box showing how fast it can win these games, we saw Christian Fontenot being crowned the Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Welcome back, fantastic trainers from around the world. We are back with the fantastic Ross at the Pokémon trading card game Liverpool Regional Championships 2024. How are we feeling about this match?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit good about this match. We're going to see a deck we don't see all that often, but we have seen some success from in the not too recent past. We've actually got a Palkia deck, which we're going to be having a play around with. Of course, this is the Palkia, which it's basically, well, Luke Kirkham, really. Luke Kirkham is the person who popularized this way of playing Palkia as an actual Palkia deck, not as a 1-1 Palkia line in something else, as an actual full-on Palkia deck. The likes of which we've barely even really seen since Astral Radiance was the most recent set. And now it's a thing, Amy.
It's back, I know. And to think, not that long, it doesn't feel that long ago that we had Palkia everywhere, but it was actually the World Championships in London that we saw the real resurgence of Palkia. And you know what? I'm glad to see it back.
It's one of those decks that comes around here, there, and Palkia's always been good. We've seen 1-1 lines popping up. It's got a really good V-Star power that lets you accelerate energy. It's a good card. But actual Palkia decks themselves, like, they're not making our graphic for most played deck of the weekend. It's not getting on there. This is very much a niche deck nowadays. But Luke had a really good performance with it, showed us how good it could be. And now there's always, you know, it seems to be most tournaments, there's a couple of players who are like, you know what, that Palkia could be all right.
My pal Palkia, he's coming along to this tournament and he's going to rock it, is what everyone's thinking. It looks like our players are almost ready to rumble. And I'm really excited to see how this one pans out. We've got the fantastic Javier versus Alberto Conti. It's a very familiar name there to us here on the stream.
Yes, we haven't mentioned, you know, Javier is the Palkia player. Alberto actually playing Lost Zone Tina, which absolutely is a deck which is going to appear on the most played of the weekend. It was there for the day one metagame. Obviously, we don't know what the day two metagame is going to be. We've not got to day two yet, but I feel very confident it will be one of the most played. Oh, we've got the Lost Abyss, the Japanese sleeves there.
Oh, they're beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. You guys are going to get a good glance of those soon.
And fitting. They are very, very... I don't know why. There is just something that I really enjoy about seeing players match their sleeves to their deck. It just makes me happy.
You know, one of my favorite things to do is to match my nails to my sleeves, and more players should take advantage of that as far as I'm concerned.
Just your nails and your sleeves. Nothing else gets matched, Amy.
No, just nails and sleeves.
Not your play mat, not your deck box.
No, nothing. Doesn't matter about those. Yeah, I just as long as sleeves and nails are matching, I'm all good. My play mat choice is pretty erratic, I'd say.
Fair enough. So, we got Palkia, we have got Giratina here, we've got the deck everyone's expecting and the deck that almost nobody is expecting. The prize cards are coming down here. That Calyrex VMAX could be relevant because it is a 1-1 line being played in Javier's deck here.
It is, and it's one of the attackers that can reach those higher HP numbers. So we're looking at you, Giratina, there for that one. But Javier is not going to have much of a problem with a lot of the other Pokemon in Alberto's deck. But they are kicking us off here with a beautiful Suicune V in the active.
And you've got a Giratina there for Alberto, which is a very decent starting Pokemon, the kind of one you don't mind having down early. One of the things you want to do nice and early in these Giratina decks is to try and make sure you've got them down, V-star them up, get some energy. But of course, Javier starts off with that Battle VIP Pass. Fantastic item. Lets you get any 2 basic Pokemon straight to your bench, but it only works on your very first turn of the game. As soon as you've had a turn, that card, it just clogs up your hand and gives you absolutely nothing.
But the benefit of playing it in a deck like Alberto's is that you can put them in the lost zone, and we don't mind too much. But Javier does want to use them nice and early on to get them out of the way, preferably.
Yeah, use them nice and early, and we're going to see going through here. There's going to be, it looks like we've already got a Radiant Greninja being eyed up. That is always one of the first ones you go for. Concealed Cards lets you discard an energy from your hand and draw 2. You do, obviously, this is a water deck, so you can always use Moonlight Shuriken to do 90 to 2 bench Pokemon. And actually, in a matchup where there's going to be some Comfey and some Sableye that are in range, that could work. You can soften up Giratina to bring it into range of something like a Palkia here. And of course, with Palkia's V-Star power, you can get the energy onto a Radiant Greninja nice and easily to actually power up that Moonlight Shuriken. One of the things to note in a deck like this, though, it's a one-time deal. You get that one injection of free energy, and then that's it. That's your energy acceleration.
The beauty of this style of deck, again popularized by Luke Kirkham there, is that once you've had that initial injection of energy, Melanie tends to be the helpful engine that lets you attach an extra card from your discard pile to your V Pokemon, and that's what keeps the deck chugging over. You can attach 1 for turn, 1 using a Melanie, and then that's enough for the Palkia to attack. And in fact, that's enough for most of their other Pokemon. So honestly, it's not a bad deal as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm glad you mentioned Melanie there. Of course, Melanie does work as extra energy acceleration. It's one of the reasons I like this deck. Because you've got Melanie, which can pay that second energy on the Palkia, it leaves your V-Star power for something like a Radiant Greninja. But of course, Melanie won't work on a Radiant Greninja. There's Mew EX, Melanie won't work there. There's Chen Pao, Melanie won't work there. So Melanie is good for your Palkia, but will not accelerate energy to all of your Pokemon, which is why you've got to be really careful when you use that V-Star power. And it does look like we've got a Hisuian Heavy Ball coming down, getting a second Palkia.
Not a bad choice, especially in this matchup. Managing to get Pokemon that can evolve, that do have those higher HP totals like Palkia V-Star into play early to hopefully not allow Alberto to spread too many damage counters.
Yeah, that is the plan. We see an energy coming down on the Palkia here, and then just a pass over to Alberto. Not a bad turn 1 for Javier. You don't expect to get a big explosive turn 1. You got your Radiant Greninja, a couple of Palkia, energy on the board. That is about the best you're hoping for, honestly.
Honestly, yeah, that's a really lovely setup for Javier. We're not worried about that. They're ready to slip and slide with all those water types to victory. But Alberto says, right, my turn now. Going in for that important prize checking, making sure they've got the energy for what they need to do, and going in with the first nest ball of the game. I imagine, yeah, checking all the Giratina line after the energy. Again, a really important move for our Lost Box players of the day is to check the vital cards in your deck. Next, they're checking the Super Rods and the Mirage Gates. I like this way of prize checking. Just make sure you've got the important stuff. The rest can wait.
Yeah, you need to make sure those resources are going to be available for the rest of the game. We see a Comfey coming down off of that nest ball. That's always going to be your first job here. There is, of course, a chance for Alberto to use an attack this turn. We do have that Cramorant, only played as a one-off, but the map is quite simple. You use 2 different Comfey to Flower Select, you use Colress's Experiment, speaking of which, Colress's Experiment, and then that's 4 cards in the Lost Zone, and Cramorant can spit innocently for 110, which either sets up a 2-hit KO on the Suicune or potentially leaves it in range of a Sableye later on. or just get some damage down on the field. Suicune, not the perfect one to hit. You'd really rather get damage down on a Palkia first, but just getting some cheeky damage on the field, not a bad way to end this turn if Alberto can select a couple of flowers.
We like those flower selectings nice and early, getting 2 into the lost zone straight away. A battle VIP pass. This is looking pretty comfy, if you would say so.
I need to say something very quickly, and that is, I was too slow. There was a very short moment there where the lost zone was exactly the same as the field for Alberto, and that amused me quite greatly. One Giratina, one Comfey in each, but I was just a tad too slow to get there. But we do have a second Giratina, and kind of copying Javier's homework here, getting a Radiant Greninja, concealing some cards, drawing a couple of others. This is quite nice. And a Battle VIP pass. That was nice.
Oh my gosh, that's the goal, really, isn't it? That's the beauty of Battle VIP passes. When you get them, they work so hard for you. Honestly, they really do summon all of the VIPs to the bench in a row. Considering the cram there, yeah. I would.
I love the idea of cram here. It depends how many switching cards you've got. Now, choosing not to go for a 5th Pokemon there, of course, you can get 2 off the Battle VIP pass, probably signals there's something in hand or wants to keep a bench space open for later. So there's your first flower selecting, drops a Giratina V-Star in the Lost Zone. Looks like a Jet Energy was grabbed. So if there is another Comfey to come down, but no, I like this play instead. We're going to Jet Energy onto the Giratina, and we're just going to see an Abyss Seeking here. Like I said a minute ago, you don't need to do the damage to the Suicune. It doesn't do too much for you. This just gets 2 cards into your hand, 2 cards into the Lost Zone, and, well, it helps to get you closer to using something like a Mirage Gate, while also helping you to draw into something like, hopefully, a Mirage Gate. And actually, I'm pretty sure he's got one in hand.
He does, yeah, absolutely. And I think they've left themselves in a really, really great position for this coming turn. Javier is going straight in with the Earthen Vessel there. Yep. Grabbing 2 water energy, absolutely wasting 0 time, getting all of the water energy in the deck out and ready to use. I think that's the only thing this deck could potentially struggle with if it weren't for beautiful cards like Earthen Vessel, allowing you to discard 1 card and search your deck for 2. 2 energy is beautiful. It means that you don't have to rely too much on cards like Chien-Pao, and you can just go ahead and search for them.
And there's already free water energy in the discard now, so a fully powered Star Portal is potentially on the cards. You can get the full free energy from that whenever you want now. There's a Palkia in play, the Palkia V-Star. There's free energy. Now, it is worth noting there are 4 Paths to the Peak in Alberto's list. I don't know if Javier's aware of this, but of course it's something we do often see in Giratina. But if Javier waits too long, you could find yourself not able to use it on the turn you want to. And it looks like there's only actually 1 counter stadium in the list, although there are obviously a couple of Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, it's not looking good if they don't choose to use it early on. But honestly, I'm not seeing many reasons not to at this stage. I think this is going to be Javier's first real big attacking turn. I just can't figure out which one they're going to go with. There's so many options here. We don't just have Palkia, we've got Greninja. Even Lumineon can put some damage on the board. Only does 120 damage, but it does recycle itself back into the deck, and I don't mind that.
Well, so I mentioned earlier about the fact that Alberto chose not to fill up one of his bench spaces. One of the things you need to bear in mind in this matchup is that Palkia does 60 damage base plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon, yours and your opponent's. Now, as it stands at the moment, if we assume a full bench, at the moment we've got 8 bench Pokemon, so that's already hitting 220, I believe, and Giratina V's got 220, so I'm pretty sure we could see a KO now. Instead, it looks like what we're actually going to see is your Radiant Greninja, and I like this play a lot. This is the one I pointed out right back on turn 1. What this does beautifully is it means that when those Giratina go up into Giratina V-Star, they are easily within reach of your Palkia. No mucking around, trying to extend, no overreaching. Those V-Star that usually sit there with 280 HP and are really hard to KO, they're now going to sit there at 190. Palkia is going to have a field day, and Alberto's deck here really wants Giratina to be the main attacker.
Yeah, Palkia is certainly saying, pick on someone your own size, and Greninja's gone, oh, I'll help, I'll help.
Well, like I say, I'm pretty sure he had the KO on the Giratina if he wanted it.
Yeah.
But then it opens up an awkward situation when the Giratina V-Star with 280 HP comes out, and then at that stage, you've got something which is really hard to get over. What you're doing here is basically trying to just avoid that before it ever becomes a problem.
Yeah, sometimes taking the time and energy to just take it slow with a matchup can be really rewarding in the long run, whereas going too fast, being too aggressive can really backfire in a matchup like this.
Yeah, no, I like the Radiant Greninja play. That seems to be the right one for me. So we are over to Alberto here, and this is an awkward situation. We know there's not going to be another Giratina coming down, and actually, interestingly enough, you see Alberto has now gone and filled up his bench, almost like an admission of, okay, well, there's no point now. There's no point limiting my bench. My Pokemon I was trying to keep out of range are easily in range. But what this means is if Alberto's going for those Giratina V-Star, they have to be the damage Giratina. And it does look like have we passed back over to Javier here?
I think that might... I'm not sure, you know. I don't think we have. I don't think yet.
Both players seem to have... No, we have passed over to Javier. I did think I saw a little gesture there from Alberto, and we did. Eyeing up a Melanie, but going to concealed cards first. And then it looks like we're going to Melanie onto one of those Palkia. And actually, with a Melanie and a turn attachment here, we could see both those Palkia powered up. And Alberto's done a good job not leaving the Giratina in the active, ready to be KO'd. But Alberto is starting to run into a lot of trouble here very quickly, and is actually onto the Suicune here. Let's just make sure we do have an energy there to attach to the Palkia, so we are going to be able to fire and attack. Oh, there was one in hand anyway.
I feel like Melanie is one of those supporters that can easily be overlooked in a meta like this, where we have so many Pokemon that it can't accelerate energy to, but actually it's very powerful in a deck like this where they do have valid V attackers to go ahead and take the reins.
Yep, and we see a fleet-footed from Suicune here, drawing an extra card. Of course, it's the same ability we saw on the Entei we had in the Iron Valiant matchup earlier, and a Raikou, which we haven't seen. But maybe if we see some Miraidon later on, you never know.
You just really want to see Miraidon. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
I've made no secret of this whatsoever. I've been extremely clear. We do see a very, very clear KO on the Comfey there as well. That was easily enough damage. Yeah, basically Suicune is the same attack as Palkia, just minus 40. It's basically the same attack, you just do 20 base rather than 60. So with 9 bench Pokemon, you were hitting 200. It was, yeah, that was a pretty easy KO. And again, I like this from Javier because you don't want to put your Palkia into harm's way if you don't need to. Just leave your Suicune there, see if Alberto can respond, and then of course, Alberto's probably going to have to try and respond with a Giratina. Well, brilliant. Your Palkia will come and clean up quite nicely.
Yeah, unfortunately, Palkia is quite good at that, just mopping up after the previous opponent. But we're moving steadily on with a Mirage Gate there. 1 energy on Giratina, 1 on Comfey, presumably for a retreat cost.
I think it was actually a double Mirage Gate. I think there was a Mirage Gate onto the bench Giratina as well.
Yeah.
So lots of Mirage Gates.
Loads of energy. And the nice thing about having energy everywhere is that Lost Impact just becomes more versatile because you're able to use Lost Impact without taking energy off the existing Giratina, or kind of manipulate your energy usage a little bit more so that your opponent maybe has to be more selective of which Pokemon they KO. So I like this from Alberto, just making sure that energy is spread across their Pokemon, because Lost Impact can take energy from any Pokemon into the Lost Zone. It doesn't have to be off of itself.
Yes, of course, Lost Impact, great attack, 280 damage, one of the highest basic attack damages we've got in the game, but you do have to Lost Zone 2 energy. But like you say, it can be from anywhere, so it does give you the opportunity to just spread that damage around. Now, we have seen some flower selecting. That Comfey can get out the active. We've not seen a V-Star yet.
But speaking of, here comes the V-Star.
Well, okay, cheers, Alberto.
Yeah.
Apparently he's listening and he's like, well, how about a pair of them right away? But I do worry a little bit for Alberto here, just because they're going to be so easily in range of this Palkia, to the point where a lot of the time against Palkia, one of the things you can do is limit your bench to try and prevent Palkia getting KOs. It's one of the scary things as a Palkia player. But what that Radiant Greninja did so beautifully there, right in the early game, was basically say to your opponent, don't bother limiting your bench, mate. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
So Alberto's going to get the KO here, and that's lovely. And does actually go up by 1 prize. The thing is, I see where the first 2 KOs are coming from. You got 2 Giratina, both of them get a KO, but they both get KO'd by Palkia. And when the second Palkia KOs the second Giratina, what happens then?
What happens next? Find out in a moment on the Pokemon trading card game. Liverpool live stream. Honestly, I'm not sure what happens next after that. I think the issue is Javier just doesn't have the Pokemon to be able to support, you know... No, sorry, Alberto, my brain's gone scrambled. Alberto doesn't have the Pokemon to support larger KOs like Palkia, even like Luminion right now. Greninja, Cramorant, they just can't hack those big numbers.
No, you are really relying on the Giratina V-Star to get your big KOs. Cramorant is phenomenal. It's one of the best attackers in the game. On the first couple of turns, when all you're going after are evolving basics and support Pokemon like your Comfey or a Manaphy that's in the active or something like that. You know, the Cramorant is amazing at doing that. When we get to the mid to late game, it's not as good. Now, this is one I like very much indeed. We've got the Mew EX from the 151 expansion. It's got Restart, lets you draw until you've got 3 cards in your hand. Great for late game Iono or Roxanne or anything like that to make sure you're never really lower than 3 cards in hand. Plus, you can just copy an attack on one of your opponent's Pokemon. And yes, that does mean you can copy your opponent's Lost Impact to do 280. And now, if a third Giratina V-Star were to hit the field, Javier does have a built-in option, as long as he can get up to 3 energy on there. But we've used the V-Star power, and Melanie doesn't work on Mew, so maybe that's not going to work as much as we might like.
Honestly, it's music to my ears that Mew is back once again in multiple forms as we see the mysterious tail Mew spring into action out of the deck as well. Both cards are absolutely fantastic for keeping Javier's hand very populated, making sure they have some search for items, but also just being able to bring their hand back up to size just in case of disruption after going down to 3 prize cards, as an Iono would put them down to just 3 cards in hand, and they don't have any natural card draw from their field. So that can be quite intimidating, and I like that they've set up on this turn specifically ready before that eventuality might come to terms. So Alberto's turn thrives back again, and just contemplating there. They've got a huge accordion hand, as Lostbox loves to have, but do they want to disrupt their... I get a smaller hand, but so do you, friend.
The problem Alberto's got at the moment is Javier's got the next KO on board. So you KO the Palkia with your Giratina, and to be fair, you don't actually have the KO on board right now. You would need 1 energy to use your V-Star. No, the V... yeah, you would need 1 energy to use your V-Star power here. So that's your KO, but you will just get immediately KO'd back by Palkia.
Yep.
And then you don't have a response ready, so you can try going for a bit of a disruption if you like, but next turn, Javier needs literally nothing.
Yes.
There is nothing Javier needs. Except if you don't take a KO, maybe they need gusting.
Maybe.
So here we do see that third Giratina coming down, and this is where you really want a second V-Star power if you are Javier here. Here comes the Mirage Gate. That is going to put one energy onto... Oh!
That is not nice. Unfortunately, there was only one energy left in the deck. Now, Alberto very well might have not minded in this instant, but I'm not entirely certain. That's the problem with Lost Box games that go on for a really long time, like this one, where each player has been pacing themselves, making sure they're doing the right thing. Unfortunately, there's also, you run the risk of running low on resources. Luckily, that Jet Energy zooms Giratina back into the active spot, ready once again for a lost impact.
Yeah, we're getting a Sableye down as well. That could present some options. Of course, there is a Mew and a Luminion down. So look, after Alberto takes this KO, he really needs to try and get another Giratina V-Star established. If he can, and getting 3 established in one game is a lot. It is not something we always see from these Giratina decks. It is asking a lot. If he can, it's a 280 HP Pokemon that will really easily take down that Mew or Luminion or Palkia or whoever to finish out the game. The issue is going to be, we just saw Mirage Gate for a single energy, which suggested there weren't any in the deck ready to go for. And that's at least, I think there's 3 Mirage Gate we've seen played now.
Yeah, that's a certain 3. I think I did see a Super Rod there. So we do have options now. Alberto has managed to use Iono, so Javier does have a much smaller hand now. I think this is where, if anything, this disruption turn could be the tide that turns for Palkia.
This is going to be it. Alberto basically needs a turn. He needs a turn to buy some time, to try and get that extra Giratina V-Star established. I mean, it doesn't really matter if Javier... The problem is, after Javier takes out that Giratina, he's going to be 1 prize away from winning the game. So, it's not even buying time. You've got to take down that Palkia is a problem. Even the disruption isn't really that big a deal. That Palkia is going to be kind of terrifying, honestly.
I think I'm worried about the energy still, honestly, because if this Giratina is going to get KO'd by Palkia, which is inevitable, let's be honest, where does the next Giratina V-Star come from? Because there's 1 in the discard pile, 1 in play, and 1 in the lost zone, but only 1. But is it going to be enough?
There are 3 in the deck list, so one's going to need to come back from somewhere.
And then do we have enough Super Rods to get the Giratina and enough energy back to be able to Lost Impact again? Oh no, they actually, I tell a lie, Alberto has not used Star Requiem, so they would just require 2 energy. So one Giratina and 2 energy off the Super Rod is enough.
Yes, and then that would be it at that point. The game would be over. Alberto needs a 1-2 prize KO to do it. The problem is, you've basically got 1 turn.
Yeah.
Because this Palkia KOs the Giratina, goes down to 1 prize remaining, and then if Alberto doesn't KO the Palkia's like, oh, cool, I'll just KO something else then.
Anything else.
And Javier's done a very good thing over the past couple of turns. He's gotten the Mew down, and he's gotten the Mew EX down. And Palkia is not a deck that has a great built-in draw engine like some of the other decks around, but Javier's done everything he can to try and make sure that he's got options in terms of being able to draw some cards. Now, that's cancelling Cologne, I believe, which isn't going to do much, frankly. It's more just getting it out of the hand, honestly. So now the question is, Mew's got 3 retreats. And Palkia's currently doing 240. And Giratina's got 190 HP remaining. But there is a possibility that next turn, Alberto can go V-Star, Mirage Gate, I win the game right now.
Yeah, I'm done. That's it.
But does he have the resources in deck to be able to do that? Do we need some more recovery? Is that a Super Rod in hand?
I think I'm certain I think it's Nespal, Mirage Gate, Iono is what I saw. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but combined with the flower selecting, maybe?
There's a Mirage Gate, and I did see that there are the requisite 2 energy in hand, but I'm just... Oh, and there is a V-Star in the deck. So it is all in the deck, so we need a pivoting option to get the Comfey out of the active. And this is what we've been saying. Alberto needs a third Giratina V-Star. He's got exactly one turn to actually pull it off. It did not seem like the easiest thing to do when we had one Giratina V-Star. Oh, there we got it already. There's the Iron, but he hasn't got it yet because it's an INO. It's only going to get him 2 cards, and one of those 2 cards needs to be a way to get either that Comfey out the active or Giratina in. Jet Energy will work. What are they? It's a boss's orders.
Is it 2 bosses? It's 2
double boss's orders. He's no way to get out the active, and I think he's just conceding the game right there, and it looks like Javier's going to take game 1.
Oh, they slip and slid right into the victory point that time. Oh, that was snow fast that we didn't even get a chance to see that final attack.
No, and that was it. It was one of those situations where you get the switching card, you win guaranteed, you don't get the switching card, and like I said, that Palkia was in a position to KO anything other than a fresh Giratina V-Star. And you didn't have a fresh Giratina V-Star in the active, because if you did, you'd have taken a KO and won the game.
It was so close. It was so close. You could see it. You could see it, but he just couldn't get there in time.
The absolute, and I called it early, and we called it when it happened, the absolute pivotal moment of that entire game was that early Radiant Greninja attack.
Yep.
Because it forced Alberto to have a third Giratina V-Star to win the game. And it very almost happened.
So close.
He managed to recover, and bearing in mind there was a point when there wasn't enough energy in the deck, and there was not a Giratina V-Star available.
Nope.
And yet he managed to get a Mirage Gate to get 2 energy on there, managed to get the V-Star, couldn't get it in the active.
And that's the trouble, is there were so many pieces of the puzzle that needed to come together that there just wasn't enough. We couldn't stretch to it.
Javier's price is 1 Ice Rider Calyrex V Max for the second game in a row.
No.
But then started with the Ice Rider Calyrex V, which is a little bit of a slap in the face. But Alberto has actually prized a 1-1 line of Giratina, which only gives him access to 2 Giratina V and 2 V-Star, basically for the whole game, because they were the top 2 prizes and most players take them last, which means if Javier repeats that trick with Radiant Greninja this game, it is going to be way harder to get a third Giratina than it was in the previous game.
That is ever so true. If they manage to run that back, it could be a really scary moment. But both players don't exactly have the most ideal prize cards, so we'll just have to see who gets taking them first and whether they get the right ones in the right order, and a lot of that can be just down to the moment. But honestly, for Alberto, I'm not minding that start. 2 Giratina V, ready to evolve, getting in there early, trying to say, right, okay, I know this is the way it has to go, but here they are.
And you do get to get your potential, if you want to go that route, you do get your turn 2 Cramorant attack without having to pop a second Comfey down if you don't want to. And again, like we said, especially before you have to, limiting your bench against Palkia can be a very good thing. You want to play as few Pokemon as you can, because the more Pokemon you play, you're literally just upping the damage of your opponent's Palkia and Suicune. And Javier here, an incredibly predictable Battle VIP pass.
Honestly, I think that's the only backfire of playing a deck like Palkia and like Suicune, is that your opponent manipulates your damage. So you're less in control of what happens. And that's the only thing that I'm slightly scared of whenever I play something like Palkia, whereas Giratina has no problem with that, with a V-Star power that gives it essentially infinite damage.
I mean, one of my favorite sayings for years has basically been, if your opponent is not playing the way they want to play the game to try and hurt you, you know, limiting their bench when they don't want to try and hurt you, that's already a win for you.
Yeah.
So we do have double Palkia, we do have the Suicune, we've got Radiant Greninja. So we've got Earthen Vessel here, which is going to search out some energy, presumably 1 to attach, 1 to then discard with concealed cards to draw some extra cards with your Radiant Greninja. And of course, this is then going to get energy in the discard, because we saw one of the things Javier did really well in game 1 was get free energy in the discard early. And that meant that the Star Portal was on the board really quickly for that Palkia. It opened up a lot of options. And actually, we're not leaving it there. We're using Melanie straight away.
Ooh, I'm not against this, you know, being able to then get Suicune going, limiting Alberto's ability to put Pokemon into, or well, cards into the Lost Zone is pretty awesome. Being able to take the first KO here, I'm not against it.
No, and this is the thing, going second, using Melanie, using Suicune, actually getting the first KO on Comfey. I like this very much indeed. Different kind of game plan to what we saw back in game 1. But you do have that option with Suicune. You're doing, what are we on, about 160 if my maths is going correctly? I mean, that is more than enough to KO a Comfey. So, yeah. And you're putting pressure on Alberto's. You got one card in the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate is miles away from being online. And what are you going to do? 2-hit KO with a Cramorant?
Well, exactly. And even then, this Colress is only going to get 2 more in the Lost Zone, so there's still a stretch to even get to that Cramorant. We still need a Comfey, a switch option. Well, there's the Comfey. So we do have that. There is also, there's a couple of switch options in hand by the looks of it. So there is a chance of getting Cramorant online right now, but is there enough stretch to actually get it attacking? And after taking a KO, you know, it's a bit of a shame almost to just do 110. It's nice for the future, but disappointing for now.
I find it interesting. Alberto put that Path to the Peak straight into the Lost Zone with no issues. And that V-Star power, that Star Portal was very relevant back in game 1. And Path to the Peak would stop that coming out. So that is something that I would be thinking about if I was Alberto. Like, can I stop that? One of the things I love, of course, is Alberto's basically said, look, if that Suicune is still in the active at the end of next turn, I can KO it with a Cramorant. Of course, by that point, you're kind of trading 2 prizes for 2 prizes. And Alberto, most Giratina only play 1 Cramorant. You don't generally have room for a second. So Javier kind of knows that Alberto would have to recover that Cramorant to get the KO here, which I don't think there's that likely to do.
No, personally, I don't either. And yeah, again, keeping on top of those Melanie, attaching to the attacking Pokemon that you can, and then plus the attach for turn. I love this combination so much. I think it's so
good.
Beautiful.
The play by Javier
here
is genius.
Again.
You retreat the Suicune so that you get to get the 2 energy in the discard pile. And this is why I pointed out that Path to the Peak going in the Lost Zone. Because if Alberto played that Path to the Peak, it would have forced Javier into either having to have a Stadium or a Lost Vacuum to stop this. And this is what made the difference back in game 1. It's happened again in game 2. Path to the Peak didn't come down to stop it. And now Alberto is in a very similar position, because right now we got 2 Palkia that are 1 energy away from getting KOs, and Alberto isn't even got Mirage Gate rolling yet.
No, we're a little while off it with only 4 in the Lost Zone. Going for a boss, so we must be cold stressing at this point, not being able to use Colress to get any more Pokemon cards into the Lost Zone. Sticking at it with 4 by the looks of it. And yeah, just doing a little bit of damage here to Palkia. Oh no.
No, he KO'd the Suicune.
Oh, he KO'd the Suicune.
That was the big difference.
I like that.
Well, I said they're not playing a second Cramorant.
Yeah.
But of course, if you don't KO the Cramorant, that does open up the... So I love that play from Alberto there. It does make a little bit of a difference. And it does mean you now don't need a third Giratina.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And that is a big difference to game 1.
I kind of like how Alberto's keeping the Calyrex around as well. The Calyrex isn't a threat on its own particularly. And Javier can't V-max it because Alberto can take 3 prize cards off their V-Star power.
Right now, it wouldn't be a huge difference to the prize map, because it would still be 2 KOs to win.
Yeah, that's true.
But of course, we know it's in the prizes, so it's an irrelevant point. It's not coming out at this stage. No. I do kind of like we're setting up for a potential second Moonlight Shuriken here, if we so wish, which is kind of cool. But also, let's not forget, there is also Chen Pao's attack that can discard energy from anywhere to do huge damage, so that energy does not have to remain on the Greninja if you don't want it to. What we really do want here is some gusting.
Because my worry here is that the game basically goes, Javier takes a prize, Alberto's got just enough time to get a Giratina V-Star, KOs the Palkia, Javier responds, but then Alberto just KOs and that's the game. That is what Javier wants to avoid, and there's two ways to do that. Number one is now off the table, that was Gust and KO. The other one, which is essentially where he's going, which I like a lot less, cross your fingers Alberto doesn't get a Giratina V-Star this turn.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either, but I mean, again, it's relying on the Giratina V-Star and the Mirage Gate, which they still can't use until right now.
It's a huge turn. If Alberto gets the Giratina V-Star this turn, they massively move into the lead in this second game. Oh, there's the Mirage Gate. Do we have the V-Star?
Yeah, I think it's in hand.
Okay,
I'm pretty certain it's in hand. And so I think this is where, the tables are turned.
And now this is awkward, because in the last game, Alberto was basically the one who was kind of attacking, but knowing that you were basically losing that prize race as you were going. Well, now it's flipped around, and it's because of that Cramorant getting the 2-hit KO. And I still love the play of using a Radiant Greninja, but because that Cramorant got that early poke, and then Alberto had the Gusting ready, and it's not something you can always rely on, that you get the early poke, and it's not always something you can rely on that you've got the Gusting ready, but because Alberto had both of those two things, it leads to this. Oh, now Alberto still needs the same thing next turn. That is another Mirage Gate, another V-Star. Doesn't need a third energy because you can use the V-Star power at that point. But, yeah, that's it. Javier's got the return KO here with the Palkia. That's not the issue.
Nope.
The issue is, does Alberto have another V? Now, you've got to bear in mind, of course, one is prized, but that does still leave one in the deck.
It does. I'm wondering if there's many ways at this point for Alberto to kind of dig through their deck. They've already got one Comfey on board. They still need that energy. It's almost like they have to duplicate last turn minus one step of getting the Lost Zone populated. So Javier might be able to just keep it steady, keep the game flowing, and just wash over their opponent. Here we go. We see Chen Pao come down for the first time in this best of three. There's Shivery chilling on the bench. No stress.
Okay, it's Luminion. You've got to think that's for the one of Roxanne.
You've got to.
If you didn't use it, oh, did they not get anything from that?
I don't think so, strangely.
Because if like last turn, a boss's orders would have been, Roxanne's already in hand. There we go.
Oh, he got us.
You had to go for Roxanne this turn, because you know if Alberto has a Giratina V-Star next turn, you will lose the game 100% guaranteed. Because it's going to come active, they just need the V-Star and the Mirage Gate. Now you're saying to your opponent, look, you've got 2 cards, plus your 1 draw for turn, plus 1 out of 2 for flower selecting. So you've got basically 5 cards, or, 3 plus the best 1 out of 2. And that's it. You've got to piece it together from that. And if you don't, I feel really confident I'm going to win this game. And if you do, I don't know, game 3 maybe.
Maybe, but there we go. There we see Palkia go ahead and surf their way across the battlefield, taking out Giratina V-Star. We got a Nest Ball from Alberto, maybe going for something else that can draw them cards, or alternatively just thinning the deck. Looking like they're eyeing up Sableye here. I think that might be one of the only Pokemon left in their deck other than the Giratina V-Star itself. I'm not sure they can draw enough cards. That deck is quite fruitful at the moment, and I don't think they're going to be able to find it. I think it would be a real stroke of luck, but here goes the flower selecting anyway.
You've got to get lucky, frankly, at this stage of the game. It's one of the problems if you start really aggressively and you go for it early on, and I've done this a million times, a million different decks. You take early prizes and then you get punished. Now, here comes the path to the peak. Now, it looks like, okay, boss's orders ends the game right here, I believe. There's an Irida, so we're not... Now, do we see cross-switcher? There's a cross-switcher.
One went to the discard pile earlier in the game,
I mean, they grabbed it so confidently there must be one in hand. Yeah! There's one in hand, and Javier takes the game 2-0, and we got a Palkia at 5-0 in Liverpool.
That is what we like to see. Javier has definitely earned their license to chill in this game, overtaking that Giratina V-Star, what we were considering one of our choices for best deck in format or tournament. So I think that this could be a really strong contender now.
I mean, I love the way that the way that Javier went and got the cross switch of Mirada there. You knew there was one in. Nobody gets it with that much gusto when you don't already have the other one in hand ready to go. That was absolutely a given. But I really enjoyed Javier's play there.
I did.
Game one, you knew exactly where that was going, and yes, there was a bit of luck with their opponent whiffing the switch. Or the pivoting option of any kind. But then in game two, different kind of game. Giving up that Suicune early, going behind in the prize race, but having the damage from the Radiant Greninja was still absolutely crucial. That's why those Giratina were consistently in range, and it was things like making sure, you know, that one of Roxanne is in the deck exactly for situations like that.
Everything felt so meticulously timed. Everything. It was like clockwork, honestly. Yeah. I've never seen such a beautiful display of Palkia and Greninja working together quite so beautifully against probably, like we said, the best deck or one of the stronger decks in the format right now that just really has that unlimited power potential. 280. You look at the two decks side by side and you think, oh, surely Giratina must have this. 280 damage and then a bit of an unlimited damage V-Star, but actually really careful placement of those damage counters, taking their time, really won the day in this instance.
But you can see when players really know the matchup, and Javier knew that matchup, because we saw in game one, went for the Radiant Greninja nice and early, yeah? And there wasn't too much of a downside.
No, not at all.
Game two, went for the Radiant Greninja nice and early, even though it meant potentially giving up the Suicune, but there was no hesitation because you've tested this matchup enough to know this is how I play the matchup. If I don't use Radiant Greninja on both these Giratina, I'm not going to win, so that is going to be my early play every game.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think at the end of the day, everyone who would like to do well at this tournament has probably had to test quite a lot against Giratina. And if you think you've got a good matchup into Giratina or you've tested enough that you know that exact narrow alleyway of what you need to do, you know the win condition, you know exactly what it is that you need to achieve at what points in the game so that you always have that one up over your opponent and you are in full control.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very well played game. And of course, you know, having the Irida bringing you to cross switcher is absolutely wonderful. Of course, in the early game, it can get you a Battle VIP pass if you go second. It can get you your Earthen Vessel to go and get you your energy. But of course, it can get you your cross switcher if you've already got one in hand. And it just, the whole deck works very, very nicely. It's not got perfect matchups. It's not the easiest deck to play. If it was that good consistently, we would see a lot more play than it does. But it seemed this is not like the first or second time recently we've seen like a cheeky Palkia just taking a run through a tournament. And frankly, you need a score of 6-2-1 or better, 19 points. Well, you're 5-0, you got 15 points. You're pretty much in day two.
Yeah, you're relatively set to gallop your way into day two at that point, really.
Yeah.
And again, even the bad matchups, the whole point of the deck is that it has these 1-1 lines of Ice Rider Calyrex to bump those slightly less favored matchups into a better stance. So Miraidon, you might think, oh, but Amy, surely Miraidon's just going to walk all over this deck. But actually, with the Calyrex, it can get scrapey. It can be scary, right?
Yeah, well, apparently no one's taking Miraidon seriously but me this weekend anyway, so apparently that's not even anything worth worrying about. But actually, when Luke played, you know, we mentioned Luke Kirkham, who was really kind of the pioneer of this new version of Palkia.
Yeah.
Really not that worried about the Miraidon matchup.
No.
Very confident playing into Miraidon with this, because you've got stuff like Chen Pao, stuff like Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX that are good attackers, that can take down Miraidon, that aren't weak to lightning.
No, they're weak to metal. Exactly,
because they're ice type. For anyone that doesn't know, ice type Pokemon in the video games generally tend to come through into the card game as water types, but weak to metal rather than lightning. But we can worry about stuff like this later. Right now, what we need to worry about is hearing from our winner, who I believe is waiting with Shay.
He is indeed waiting with me. I'm now joined by Javier, our prolific Palkia player, currently 5-0. So talk to me now, my friend. How are you feeling being 5-0 at this regional championships?
Bueno, la verdad es que no me esperaba el resultado. Venía un poco que sabía que quería jugar Palkia. Las últimas semanas fueron un poco duras porque Giratina subió bastante y el matchup, aunque haya parecido que lo he ganado bien, realmente no es así. Normalmente suele ser más duro y da más peleas Giratina. Contento por el 5-0 y a ver qué pasa ahora.
So facing the tournament, he was not completely sure about the Palkia deck because the last result of Giratina, that is, even if it seems easy on the stream, it's a really complicated matchup. Yes, he was not sure. He just wanted to play it because he's playing for the long time, and he's happy about his 5-0, hoping for the best for the next of the tournament, and let's see what's going on.
There we go. Love to hear. Well, it's funny that you say the Giratina matchup can be a bit weird because you made it look so effortless when you were playing. So if you said that the Palkia, the Giratina matchup, I should say, was a little bit shaky, what made you want to play Palkia today?
Escogí Palkia básicamente porque es el mazo que más he jugado en este último año y el anterior. Me siento muy cómodo jugándolo. Siento que tengo el poder muchas veces de controlar la partida desde turno 1, pudiendo ir agresivo con Greninja, poder jugar un poquito más pasivo con Palkia o con Chien-Pao, y al final es un mazo que se adapta muy bien a la situación de la partida. No es un mazo lineal como puede ser Miraidon o puede ser Mew o Arceus. Al ser un mazo con más movilidad me da opción a poder posicionarme bien dentro de la partida.
He has been playing the deck since the very beginning, so he's pretty confident about the matchups and how flexible it is facing the games. He has been aggressive at the very beginning with Green Ninja and controlling the tempo of the game, not like other decks like Miraidon or Mew that is just more or less pretty straightforward to go to the matchups.
Okay, love that, love that, love that. So we saw in the game 2, I believe, you attacked turn 1 with the Suicune to apply a lot of pressure. Is that a game plan you often use?
Suelo atacar. El Suicune solo tiene esa función de salir de la nada y pegar turno 1 o en matchups que requiere pegar de él porque no me quedan atacantes, pero sobre todo es para el matchup de los box. Poder atacar turno 1 mete mucha presión y muchas veces no la ven venir.
So basically, yes, he's playing Suicune to the early pressure because it gets prepared out of the hand, not needed to evolve, and it gets a very high pressure against Lost Box on matches that cannot handle a KO in the first turn.
Okay, well, I mean, we saw that work very well in that game too. So let's get off the boring questions now. Let's talk some fun stuff. So you're currently 5-0. So, you know, day 2 starting to look a bit close. What are your goals for the event now?
¿Qué esperas del torneo cuando estás tan cerca de poder hacer puntos?
Ahora mismo el objetivo, la ronda anterior era llegar a 15 puntos, esta ronda es llegar a los 18 y luego ya poco a poco, si consigo Day 2 perfecto, si no, la experiencia ya me la he llevado y ya está. Al final muy contento por cómo está yendo. Y la verdad es que no me lo esperaba.
So as he was not expecting to perform that well in the tournament, he's just facing the next matchup. He's just trying to win every round and just go 3 points every time. He's not expecting today day 2. If he does it, he will be more happier, but it's still plenty of happiness with the performing this tournament today.
Okay, so that sounds good to me. Well, it seems like you're doing very well so far. I would love to see you in day 2. Maybe even top 8, I guess we'll see. I'm sure everyone's cheering for you after that round 5 feature match there. So we're going to get to our round 6 as soon as possible. So we'll have a quick break and then we'll get back to the action real soon.
trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello everyone and welcome to
Guess the Pokemon!
Where we're going to be playing a game where these guys here from all the different games are going to be after guessing which Pokemon I'm describing with their Pokedex entry, followed by a few tips if they need it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very good at these game shows. Oh, wow. I'm confident. You guys are playing for second place at the end of the day.
That's what I figured when I entered this competition.
Okay guys, it's a common sight around fishing ports, and it's known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught.
Floatzel.
Straight away. Congratulations. VG on top to start things off.
That's a good one.
Floatzel.
Wouldn't have guessed that in a minute.
You guys hadn't even processed what I'd said yet.
No. I also completely forgot everything already.
I was going to go Pelipper. Could have been a Pelipper.
Know your Pokédex, guys. What can I say?
Golly, wow. 1-0 down already. Weren't expecting that.
To be fair, I was surprised how quickly it came to my mind.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. It's like you knew already.
That definitely couldn't be. No. Don't be ridiculous.
I promise. I did not.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Okay. Here we go.
Next Pokemon. Hiding in their shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chills it causes makes its victims shake.
Trevenant.
No?
Phantom.
Oh, wait, how many guesses do we get?
You can have a few guesses. Just fire them at me.
Gengar.
I wanted... Is it?
It's Gengar.
Hey, back in the race.
Point to TCG.
I'm just keeping it entertaining for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? First to two. Can't just actually get two in a row.
Okay,
So-
Shane. Okay, you've proven yourself, Leo. You're still...
Leo's just here
You're
for
not
the
off the
vibes.
I had a good guess. I mean,
Anyway, yeah,
you went for a crazy
thought it
ghost type,
might-
right?
I thought it might be Trevenant, to be fair.
Trevenant made sense.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of Gengar entries over the years, though, as well. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
true. Fan favourite, you know, Gen 1. A lot of people like Gengar.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of Trevenant in Pokemon Go so far in the last season.
Okay.
So that's why my mind was at Trev.
We did see a competitive Trev card back in the day as well. You know, Forest Curse. Item knocks your opponents. That was intimidating Pokemon, that one.
Trevenant's never really been in VG, to be honest. Even though Forest Curse, it could have some niches.
Right, Pokemon 3. The cheerful spirit of its trainers gives it power towards its psychokinetic energy. It spins and dances when it's happy.
Ronzong.
Claydol.
Spoink.
Oh no, some good guesses though.
Or
Grumpig.
Psychic.
No, not quite.
Jinx.
Psychic. Hatena.
Well,
Hatterene.
I'll give you your first tip.
Okay.
It's a psychic and fairy type.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So.
Hatterene.
Not Impidimp.
Oh, I don't know these types.
I'm not even close.
Two new fairy types.
Psychic Fairy. There are loads of those.
Gardevoir. Curlia.
It's
It's Palia. There we go.
That's very
Let's
good.
go.
Very popular Pokemon right now in the TCG,
Yeah,
so a bit of an advantage there for our TCG
you know
rep.
actually how I got that one, because in the Curlia card, the refinement card, it looks like she's dancing. And I thought, psychic fairy dancing?
Yeah.
Why did you get it straight away then?
Fair enough.
I don't play Gardevoir, that's why.
Carry on, or is that? So that's that round there of Guess the Pokemon TCG coming out on top with 2 points there. VG just the one and go. Unfortunately,
Oh no.
but I'm sure we'll be having more fun with the rest of the regional, so go enjoy yourselves, guys.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck, and can make a deck gain more favour over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour two popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Way Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just one copy of Roxanne and a few counter catchers, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and counter catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race. However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockouts on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Iono than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Counter Catcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hello and welcome back to the Liverpool Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. I'm Ross, this is Mike, and we've had Clorf and Palkia on stream already today, Mike. I'm loving
a very
it.
happy boy. Palkia is my favorite card right now. I feel like it's so underrated. Just that card on its own is so powerful, but it just doesn't quite fit in the format. And the deck we just saw shows that it can weasel its way through if it hits the right cards at the right time. And adding that little Roxanne in just give you a bit of disruption in the game. Very smart pick.
But one of the things I find about Palkia is, not to be rude, Palkia is not enough. We've seen Palkia be good. Sorry, you looked really sad when I said that, Mike.
Yeah, I've been cooking Palkia since Paradox Rift came out.
Exactly. Nobody had to cook Miraidon. It came straight into a top 8 finish at EUIC.
Well, Palkia, when it came out, no one had to cook it. It very naturally went to the top.
Exactly. And then it disappeared. I think Palkia is a fantastic deck. I've spent the last hour bigging it up on stream. It's great. But it needs a lot of help. It needs Suicune. It needs Radiant Greninja. It needs, for some matchups, that Ice Rider Calyrex V Max. I think Palkia is great, but I think Palkia needs a lot of help. It needs a lot of other Pokemon. And then that one Roxanne, and you can see why it is a deck you're cooking at home, and a few individuals are bringing it, rather than it being like one of the most played decks. That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just talk about the help. We got Melanie, we got Irida, 2 amazing supporter cards. We've now got Earthen Vessel. We've got, like you said, all those incredible water-type attackers. You know, this as a card facilitates one of the most powerful cards in the format right now, Radiant Greninja.
Yes.
I think we need to stop sleeping on Palkia. I'm going to be backing it until I'm blue in the face from all of the water types that I'm playing. And also, just to kind of thematically add to it, we've got Paldean Fates coming out. You know, some of the common cards you include with that, Mew EX, there's a blue version of it now. You got Spiritomb, there's a blue version of it now. So we've got these people thinking, I'm going to make a full blue deck now they've got the shiny variants.
Well, we do. Well, I mean, since you're so high on Palkia, Mike, let's go back to the caster predictions where you must have predicted that Palkia was going to win.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I don't see Palkia on there.
Look. I would play Palkia here, but I think for the average person, they're not able to deal with so much power in one card. So I thought for the average person would put Charizard EX there, where it's a little bit of a simpler deck to master. And it has been shown to be one of the most popular decks in the format right now. But I did put that little Spiritomb in there, and in the back of my mind, I was thinking, that fits lovely into a little bit of Palkia.
It does fit lovely into a little bit of Palkia. I mean, so far, Amy's prediction is looking very good. You know, mine and yours are, I think, the top 2 played decks, at least in day 1. Gardevoir not in the top 6 played decks, actually, we saw on that graphic earlier, but decent chance that it is actually number 7. And then we got those other cards coming around. Just found out a friend of mine is 3-1-1 with Roaring Moon.
That's very nice.
So that's a decent start today. Didn't know they were playing Roaring Moon. First time I think they've actually played it. At least I'm aware. I won't tell you who, don't want to give the game away. But I know there are a bunch of people out there. Roaring Moon, one of the most played decks around at the moment. So Amy's literally got 2 of the top, I think, 4 decks in her predictions there, so that's pretty good going to start with.
I mean, Shay loves the caster predictions. He takes this probably more seriously than he would take a Challenger or a Cup. And by picking Gardevoir, he was sort of a bit like, yeah, it's going to be a good pick. When we saw the fact that there was not going to be in the top 6 popular decks, he was a bit worried. And then suddenly, Tord plays on stream, playing Gardevoir, and now Shay thinks he's on top of the world, and he's the genius amongst us. So thankfully for him, a very good player going to be piloting his pick there. But we do have a lot of fun here on the stream, trying to work out how things are going to go down. And hopefully you guys are enjoying it at home too and making your own predictions. If you were going to pick a card, let us know in chat right now which card you would put up on the screen there, because it's not easy. I don't know, whenever it comes, I mean, for you, Miraidon's easy.
Yeah.
But I always think, do I go like a little bit funky? Do I go a bit fun? Or do I just go for what I think is the obvious answer with Charizard being really popular?
And then you don't want to copy what the other casters have done, so it's kind of like a race. Like the first one to get their prediction in basically gets a free reign.
I think I went Charizard, and then before anyone else could come in, I was like, yes.
But then, like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's no. I don't think anyone's actually said we can't pick the same one.
We just don't like doing it.
And everyone knows that would be well boring if we all picked this. Like, if it came up caster predictions, it was 4 Charizard in a row. Who's having fun with that?
Well, that's why you're here, to make sure there's a Miraidon believer somewhere. But you guys at home, hopefully you're enjoying the content here. We've just had round 5. We'll be coming up to round 6 soon. Hopefully you've been following along. We've got a lot of players, a lot of very good players right in the top of those tables. And there's one that I think is quite exciting to talk about. Our previous Liverpool champion, Leon Kasarik, is currently 5-0, piloting a very good deck. I don't want to reveal it in case anyone's watching and they want to get the information out there. But a player who is coming back to try and win that title back once again in the same location.
I kind of love that. Like, you win Liverpool Regionals, so then you come back the next year to Liverpool Regionals, you start 5-0. It's like, I can't lose in Liverpool. This is just my home city. This is where I go. And we do know, you know, for some players, there are particular venues, particular cities, whether it's a home city or not, that is a tournament they really want to win. That is the one that's kind of circled on their calendar from the beginning. There are certain tournaments that some people just want to win more than others.
Well, this event has got a lot of stuff going on, and I think it's all fair to say that you guys at home want to keep up with what's going on here in Liverpool. But there's more events beyond just Liverpool, and that is, of course, the full European circuit. And I think we've seen this a few times now. We've got the cities that we've known about for a little while: Dortmund, Utrecht, obviously the EU, IC, NAIC Worlds, and Stockholm that was announced a few regionals ago. But Bologna, an addition to the circuit at the end in Italy. That's a nice little place to go back to. We love going to Italy, but a new city for us.
I know, I've not been to Bologna. I've been to Milan way back in 2016, where I believe the last ever Italian National Championships. I was there. That was lovely. I've been to Turin last season. A little trip to Italy. Weirdly, was on a bus home from my daughter's school trip the other day, talking to somebody from Turin who was very impressed that I'd been there. I'm not sure how impressed she was about the reason, but she was very impressed that I'd been to Turin. Now potentially Bologna as well. Sounds like fun. I'm going to be honest with you. I've got a couple of old favourites there, like Utrecht. I've somehow been to the Netherlands like 4 times in like 7 months. Me and the Netherlands have got it going on at the moment.
Well, I'd say it's quite an easy trip for us to get to Liverpool, but to be honest, some of those locations are closer for you and I than coming all the way up the country to Liverpool. But of course, our players across Europe are definitely going to be excited to be going back to Italy. And also, the Italian community is one of the most passionate communities here in Pokemon.
Oh, yes.
I think that's the loudest crowd we had all season. It was amazing to see all the people there, especially for video game. They're very passionate about that. We have some top Italian players as well who travel around, so it'd be good to go back there for that special event. But we're here in Liverpool for round 6 coming up shortly. We'll be getting you a game as soon as we can. In terms of the decks we're seeing out there, you mentioned a few of the fun ones, but when we looked at the graphic early on about which decks are the most popular here, I think it's safe to say we're kind of in a sort of stable meta now, where there is a lot of different decks you could play, but we have the most common ones, the Charizards, the Miraidons, the Lost Tinas. Why do these decks keep coming back as the most popular decks?
It's because we haven't had anything particularly new. Like, we know Paldean Fates has literally just released this weekend. That is not a set we're expecting to have a big impact on the metagame. Maybe a couple of tech cards here and there. TM Crisis Core is one that I'm loving. But we're in this situation where we've got some older decks like Lost Zone and Mew, which have been around for a while. And then, you know, in the Scarlet and Violet era, we seem to have this weird format a little bit where we're adding decks, but we're not really taking a huge amount away. So Obsidian Flames came out, it gave us Charizard, and that was kind of what it did. And then Paradox Rift came out, and it gave us Roaring Moon. But that was about it. And there's a few little tech cards, a few other little things changing around, but we're in this situation where every so often we'll add a new deck into the pool, but people seem pretty content with what we've got right now.
Well, I mean, Roaring Moon, people have been trying that out a little bit more, and the percentages have been going up. But I think you guys at home can see clearly that Charizard and Lost Zone Giratina have been making finals, top 8s galore across the last 4 or 5 regionals, so they're definitely the strongest decks. But of course, the Lost Zone box can be hard to pilot. We saw it there with Alberto Conti. It was very difficult for him to play optimally because some of those decisions are so tough. So that's potentially why Charizard's a bit more popular, because they have a similar power level, but Charizard a little bit easier to pilot.
And with Charizard, you can go down a couple of turns. Like with Charizard, you give up the first couple of prizes, and honestly, that can actually help. Like, what you really want to do with Charizard is, you know, because obviously the attack damage keeps going up the amount of prizes your opponent takes. So your opponent takes a couple of prizes, you play an Io down, your opponent goes down to a small hand, you start doing huge damage, and then you just kind of sit and keep smashing. Works beautifully.
I'll tell you what deck keeps smashing it at every event? So one of your favourite decks, Miraidon, where we're getting to see a little bit of Miraidon in our next game.
Oh, we're actually seeing it. This was right before we came on air. We can't say yet because the players aren't sitting down with headphones on. I made a very specific prediction which is already kind of halfway to being true. I mean, there's still like the more important bit to make it true. But in a minute, I'm going to tell you all what the prediction was. And if this happens, I'm just saying, one of my more clairvoyant moments on stream.
You get very excited at the thought of Miraidon. I get excited seeing who's doing well at every tournament, and that's what we're going to have a look at now. As you can see there, all these players on 5-0, because we've got so many players here in Liverpool, there is a lot still undefeated on that perfect winning streak. And we got some big names in there, and like Leon Kessler we were speaking about, and then of course, you know, Magnus Pedersen, another player we've seen a lot on stream before. We got to see Angel before. Like these kinds of players, they're setting themselves up for a lot of success going into day 2 if they carry on as they are. But right now they're trying to make sure they secure that day 1 19 points to make it through.
And that's one thing that's really important. We've got 1,505 people, annoyingly 20 short of EUIC last year. So we can say this is the biggest European regional ever, not the biggest European tournament ever. We are 20 people shy of last year's EUIC, which in and of itself is ridiculous that we're 20 people away from the international championship last year at what is just a regional. But with that many people, you really don't want to be making day 2 at a 6-2-1 record. No. Having 19 match points and going from day 2 into top 8 is possible, but you're looking at like a 5-0-1 record in day 2.
Near perfect.
Yeah. You want to be going 8-1 or 7-1-1. That's the kind of record you're really looking at. If you want to be going from day 2 into top 8, you don't want to be cutting at 6-2-1. No. You want to be going in at kind of 7-1-1 or better to really give yourself that decent chance. So, yeah, those 5-0s, they should be in day 2 at this point.
They should be.
They've got 4 rounds to go 1-2-1 or better.
Just as you can go down early on and make it all the way through, it can also go the other way. You can have that big burst early on, make it all the way up into those top tables, and then not win in a single game for the rest of the day. And it can go quite horribly wrong, especially if you're not used to a long regional day.
Oh, yes.
9 rounds is tiring, and this is the sort of point where the fatigue kicks in. You know, round 6 through 9. Definitely could be tired gameplay there, and so some of these players really want to be getting as far ahead as possible and building up that record. And of course, you mentioned about Leon winning it last year. He won it when there was around 750 people here, so pretty much double the amount of players in this this hall. So it's going to be a much harder task to make it into that top 8 because you are going to have to be that bit better than everyone around you.
I mean, if we keep doubling every year, because we've doubled last year as well. It's like, do we get 3,000 people for the regional in Liverpool next year?
I don't know if there's anywhere in Liverpool that has a big enough building to fit us all in.
Do we just like take over the city at that point?
Maybe we have trading card game all here and then VG and go somewhere else and start going in 2 different cities. I mean, who knows? Everyone is getting so involved in Pokemon now, and that's a great thing because it means that we are getting these huge events where we're selling out and filling up a hall. And of course, it's crazy out there. I mean, I just stood in the middle of the 1,500 people and looked around.
Fun to do.
And I went, all these people right here are playing Pokemon, and all of them have got their deck on their table. How many Pokemon cards there are here? Lots of people bling out their decks at regionals as well. I think that's fair to say. So yeah, it's a very blingy hall with lots of Pokemon cards and lots of Pokemon players too.
There was a time many years ago, and I promised production I wouldn't tell many old stories, so I'll keep it brief, but there was a time many years ago where you would go to your local game store for like a 5-round regional. There were many more regionals back then, much less good prizes. Things have moved on quite a bit since those old days. Yeah. And that local game store would not have held 1,500 Masters, plus all the other age divisions. The game really has seen the growth, and it's why it's so impressive. We see people like Leon coming back and doing so well a 2nd year in a row. We see people like Tord, and over in the US, people like Azul Garcia Riego doing well time after time. You know, we saw Christian Fontenot winning in Stuttgart and then going and having a day 2 run in San Antonio, I believe, the next weekend. And I was at both of them. I really should know it was the following weekend.
No, this is it now, is you're starting to see those really strong players show what it takes to make it all the way through those Swiss rounds. It really highlights how much skill that is involved in this game. And a lot of those players you mentioned, a lot of the reason why they're so good is their deck building. They win before they even get to the venue because they've done something smarter than any other player in the room. And I don't know if that's going to be the case for every player. Some players are just very good at executing their game plan. But especially at this stage with the format where you know what you're expecting to see, that's where you start seeing the clever little text, the clever ideas to give you that extra 5% here and there into certain matchups. And then, of course, you start to see the top players like Tord earlier on today winning against their tougher matchups. And that's a skill in its own right to be able to navigate through a game where it's not always in your favor. So we'll hopefully be seeing lots of exciting matches. And I'll be interested to see what other big matches are going to be going on in this next round. I believe that top one there is the one we'll be seeing. So Marchier is going to be against Leon Kesserig. So this is going to be an exciting game for you guys. We just mentioned the story of how he's back again, trying to get the back-to-back Liverpool titles. But outside of that, you know, these top players are that every round gets harder and harder now. 5-0. It's no easy feat, but now it's just getting harder as the better players rise to the top and start knocking each other down.
Well, that's why we see some of these players start off so strong and end so poorly sometimes, because the better you do, you know, that's literally how Swiss works. The better you do, the better players they make you play against them. There comes a point where you're like, yeah, I'm 6-0. Oh, wait, that means I have to play against someone else who is 6-0. Like, you know, Magnus Pedersen and Federico Gallo, like, you know, what, so you get to 5-0, oh, and you're rewarded, you get to play against Magnus Pedersen, or you get to play against Federico Gallo, or you get to play against the defending Liverpool Regional Champion. That doesn't seem like much of a reward.
Well, I mean, you can see a lot of those names from all over Europe. We have such a versatile community here, all coming from different countries. We've seen people from outside of Europe traveling to this event as well, which is very exciting. And consequently, when you come up against these people, you might not necessarily know them. You might be thinking, oh, I'm not familiar with your game, and you might not even be able to recognize what deck they're particularly good with. Whereas other players, you can sit down opposite them and you go, I know exactly what you're playing. I probably know your exact 60 because I studied it from the last event you played in. So a whole range of players here. But like we mentioned, we're going to be watching that top matchup. So it's going to be a Miraidon versus Mew VMAX.
Well, so my prediction was, so you wanted to get Leon Kesserig on here. And part of the fun of that is, of course, we have somebody who won Liverpool last year with Mew, coming back this year with Mew. And I'm like, okay, awesome. And I was like, my prediction is they're going to play against a Miraidon and lose on stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, look, I've already called the matchup. So all I'm saying is, if the result goes a particular way, totally called it.
All I'm saying is you're a fan of a certain deck. I'm a bit of a fan of the other deck. So this is a little bit of a rivalry just built intrinsically into this next game. We don't tend to have favorites here on the stream. Obviously, certain decks we want to see do well, and I'm excited to see one of my old favorites in Mew absolutely bossing it. So I've got Mew, you got Miraidon. Let's bring it on.
Cool. I just like, there's something about fast, aggressive decks that I just enjoy playing, and it does, you know, it's why I've come a cropper with things like Iono so many times, because you take those early prizes, you get off to a fantastic start, and then your opponent puts you down to a low hand size. The one important thing is, if you haven't gone through a lot of your deck before that card comes down, then not only do you get put down to a low hand size, but you get put down to a low hand size with a lot of cards left in deck. We saw that in the previous round. The Giratina V Star deck, it wasn't just that they were being put down to a 2-card hand, it was that their deck was still fat. There were a lot of cards left in that deck. So the chances of drawing out of it from a Roxanne to 2 were extremely low. And that's exactly what happened, incidentally. They didn't draw out of it. There was nothing to be done. And Palkia just kind of went through. I got to say, though, Mike, right? You called Charizard.
Yep.
You've just been saying how you're a huge fan of Palkia.
Yeah.
You're now going for Mew.
Oh, no, when I said Charizard, I didn't choose Charizard because it's my favourite deck. I just think it's really good at beating me. So I thought, well, that's probably going to do well, isn't it?
I just feel like we're going to get to the end of the stream and you're going to be able to pick a moment off the stream where you were like, I did say that I thought that deck was going to win.
Well, maybe that's the whole game plan. But, of course, you guys can let us know which deck you think is going to win. Maybe which player as well. Using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Get in contact with us on socials. I genuinely love hearing how people are enjoying the stream here. And how you're getting along with it. And I've seen a lot of people in cosplay out there, people carrying the most amazing plushies. So if you have got anything fun you're doing here in Liverpool, make sure to let us know. And of course, follow the channels and make sure you keep up to date with all the Pokemon action here, as we'll be checking out Liverpool all weekend. We're pretty early on right now, round 6 of day 1.
Yeah.
There's still plenty more Pokemon to go, so we'll be seeing all of your favorites on stream. Speaking of which, your favorites, Miraidon, it's getting set up. It's an exciting time. I mean, why? You said the aggression, but you liked Miraidon before it even was a deck.
So I liked Miraidon early on because there's several things I like about it. Firstly, anytime there's energy acceleration, I'm in.
Yep.
And I know It's not perfect using Electric Generator, but it's there. Flaffy isn't perfect, but it's there. You've got different ways to accelerate energy. That makes me happy. But also, like, the whole one nest ball gets you all of your Pokemon. One nest ball gets you a Miraidon. Miraidon then goes and gets you any 2 lightning basic Pokemon, but of course one of them can be a Miraidon, which will then get you another couple. So one nest ball for one Miraidon then gets your entire bench. You've got built-in energy acceleration, but you've actually got a lot of different options, and the deck's a lot better than it was when it came out at the EYC last year.
Oh, yeah.
Miraidon itself is a very good attacker, but now you've got Iron Hands that's a great attacker. There was that brief period where 151 came out where Zapdos EX saw a bunch of play. Now that generally fell off. I'm not saying in favour of Iron Hands, I'm just saying that that's no longer seen play and Iron Hands is in there. Draw your own conclusions. But there are different options and different ways to play the deck. And it seems like every week I speak to someone who goes, I found a more aggressive way to play Miraidon.
Have you had a go with the peony builds that have been becoming more and more popular? They are aggressive. When you watch a peony build go off, you're just thinking, surely not another. Oh, there's Squawkabilly. Yep, okay, and that's going to be another 6. Oh, you got a Mew as well, a Mew EX. Yeah, you can draw a few more with that with the restart. Oh yeah, and you got Electric Generator for 2. Yep, yeah, and oh, you've now got an Iron Hands and another attacker all set up, and it's your first turn, and it just spirals so quickly. Meanwhile, the other side we have that Mew EX, known for being one of the most consistent decks in the format, always drawing so many cards with the Genesect, with that Fusion Strike system. What's made it be one of the most disruptive decks is because you can draw so many cards, it allows you to chuck in the Judge, the INO, the Path to the Peak, and everything like that, whilst also having quite a simple game plan on how you're going to set up those attackers. So we'll be seeing whether Disruption can take down the aggression.
Well, that's the thing. Miraidon is not a deck that really loves being disrupted very much, because that's the one downside of a deck. The one thing I really dislike about Miraidon is your lack of natural draw. Now, obviously, Mew EX, that helps a lot, because, and we saw that for Palkia last game, it is something. It basically guarantees you a free card hand.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, it's something. In the early game, you've got Squawkabilly, you're rolling, but the problem is there's no natural draw, whereas Mew, of course, it's nothing but natural draw. There's so many other decks around that are drawing loads. Your Lost Zone decks are constantly drawing. But Miraidon, it's really built for the first few turns, and generally when you're playing with or against Miraidon, you'll know by turn 2 or 3 what the likely outcome is. Either you've had a great start and you're feeling good, or you haven't had a great start and you are not long for this game.
Yeah, you can see them getting set up here. So not a huge amount of experience from Marchier, just making top 128 at Lille. You know, the Polish community has had a lot of success in the past, and especially since the addition of Warsaw and Gdansk this season. We've seen an uptick of Polish players being successful, but a 5-0 start here in Liverpool. Great start indeed, but there we go. Liverpool Regional Champion returning for more.
With the same deck, and this is the thing that's wild to me, we could see Leon here, and look, he's gone off to a phenomenal start, so it is very much in the realms of possibility. We could see the same player winning the same tournament a year apart with the same deck.
Don't jump the gun too much. We're already on round 6.
I'm aware. I'm saying it is a distinct possibility. He's having a great start. But, like, we don't see, you know, a lot of the time we don't see players win a tournament and come back a year later and start doing really, really well. Let alone with the same deck. Because, like, a year is a long time in the Pokemon TCG. That's 4 main sets, 1 or 2 special sets. That is a lot.
I think it's also fair to note that the Turin final was also with Mew VMAX, so making 2 finals last season with that same deck, so very familiar with Mew VMAX, and right now with the format being so versatile, lots of different decks, the best way to go into it is play the deck that you know, and of course right now Leon is here, 5-0 with a deck he is extremely familiar with, over a year of experience with the deck, you could potentially say.
Yeah, and I do need to mention, because I know some people in the chat are asking about it, there was a brief delay to this round because of a deck check. Nothing nefarious, just an ordinary, everyday, run-of-the-mill deck check.
Happens.
It absolutely does happen regularly throughout the tournament, and sometimes it happens with one of the players who we're going to be getting on stream, and that means that the stream game starts a little bit later than planned, but it would be weird if we were like, oh, you're going on stream, we don't need to check your deck. No. The rules of the tournament they carry on quite nicely.
Whenever I'm at challenges and cups and I get deck checked, I don't know why, but I get nervous. Even though I've not done anything wrong.
Every time.
I'm just like, I must have made a mistake. There must be something wrong. Most of the time, deck checks come out fine, but of course, it is just there to make sure everything is fine here. And of course, shout out to all the judges who are here putting in a shift. There's a lot of people they're having to manage. The most people a European team of judges ever had to manage here. So what we're seeing is the biggest tournament, biggest stakes on the line, and the biggest players trying to make a name for themselves here. Maybe Leon could be that player to break history.
Absolutely could be. I tell you what, nervous with deck checks. People who watch these streams know we appear in many different countries. Always get nervous going for immigration. And I'm a well good boy. But every time they're like, why are you here? I'm like, I'm going to commentate a Pokemon tournament.
Well, I mean, I tell you what, these guys have been nervous on stage because it is nerve-wracking when you're playing on the feature table. I don't think people at home quite realise how much more pressure there is for these players.
Oh, it's massive.
It's also just a different environment, right? You know, you're not used to sitting in an isolated table like that. You've got the headsets on, you've got a judge watching your game the whole time. Typically, you're on the table because you're doing well, so that adds to the nerve. So everything about this is a new experience for them. Maybe with Leon's experience might help him out here, but we'll see how it fares for the other side.
But it's little things, like that table is bigger than you think it is, which makes it a little bit more awkward to play at than the tables you're used to playing at throughout the tournament. That's one thing that a lot of people have said to me, just playing on a larger table like that puts them off a little bit. I mean, the white noise we put in the headphones, which we have to because me and you are loud and there are speakers, and if they can hear us, that does kind of ruin things a little bit for the game. So that is something that you need to be aware of. It really is a challenge playing on stream with, you know, being on the stage, having a table judge is always a nerve-wracking situation. Knowing that, and again, not because you're doing anything wrong, but as having a judge watching literally every single move you make during the game, it's a little bit nerve-wracking.
Not just the judge, but all the people at home, all you guys in chat, you're making them nervous.
Yeah, but they're not sat at the table staring at them like our good friend Stephen is.
Well, we just saw a mulligan there, so they're getting the setup going. We'll see if we get a basic on this next hand for Leon. But of course, this side of the Pokemon they are very familiar with. Hopefully, setting up a game, just getting settled in, they will be feeling more comfortable once the game gets going. There's the prizes. Nothing too crazy on either side, just a few a variety of cards that could be useful. So we'll see how this goes. It looks like Leon is going to be starting here. Just starts off with a few Genesect. Does have the Battle VIP pass, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing when kicking off a game.
Yeah, that's the turn one play you really, really want. Especially when you're playing Mew, you need those Genesects in the early game. They become absolutely huge. So getting that Battle VIP pass, which then gets you your Genesect, which then gives you, you know, your entire draw engine. And from there, you're basically in at that stage. So it's just that first kind of couple of turns, making sure you get set up, drawing a bunch of cards, and then you can start bringing in the disruption when you know that you're set up well enough that you can, well, I mean, you kind of already have weathered the storm, so to speak. So big search through, just double checking. We've got what we would expect at this stage. We've got 2 Genesect, we've got 2 Mew, and then the question becomes, can we search for anything else? Or are we going to have to start using some Fusion Strike systems to draw some cards and then hopefully trying to build up our bench afterwards?
Yeah, you've got some interesting maths here, of course, that if you fill out your bench, it puts that Raikou able to knock out everything on the board, whereas if you leave 2 bench spaces free, the max damage the Raikou can do is 180. So it does protect you from a Genesect getting knocked out if that's what's going to happen here, leaving that in the active. So there is potentially some reason to keep it narrow, but for the most part, you want to go as wide as possible, start that draw engine going, which is looking like the way Leon's going to be taking this.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a Fusion Strike system there from the active Genesect. There's a Box of Disaster on that Mew there. Just double checking what that card is. Oh, and we get the card we only ever really see played in Mew, Featherball.
I love a bit of Featherball. Allows you to get both the Mew and the VMAX. Better than Nest Ball because you can play it even if your bench is full. So during those later turns, has more value because it finds you the VMAXs and the ability to thin it out of your hand by playing it. Where, of course, the Nest Ball can get a bit clogged up. But will allow you to find those Genesects as well, but not the Mew VMAX. So typically we see a little bit of a split between the Nest Ball and the Featherball. So 1 Nest Ball, 1 Featherball here for Leon seems to be that perfect ratio.
Yeah, absolutely. Lets you go and search for any Pokemon that has a retreat cost of exactly 0, which, as you say, is a Mew and the Mew V Max. Now, we do see Power Tablet hitting the discard here, not actually doing anything but just getting it out of the hand. So it's not ideal, but you're generally doing enough damage to KO anything in Miraidon anyway. So it's not a matchup where you're desperate for that extra damage a lot.
We just see a Battle VIP pass there drawn. No empty bench spaces that can't be played. It's one of those weird ones where you want to be in a situation where you can't play Battle VIP pass on your first turn, because that means you set up nice and wide. But you also wish you could just get rid of that Battle VIP pass so you never have to see it again. So at this stage, Leon getting a pretty much near perfect start there. Energy attachment, evolution in hand, ready for next turn. A few Forest Seal Stones down that haven't been used. And now sitting in the active with the Box of Disaster on the Mew, which could come in and help some math later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do see a deck check coming in from Marchier here. And yeah, we've got a fleet-footed Raikou in the active, ready to draw a card if you need to, which I'm assuming at some point we will. And then, of course, it looks like we're in the middle of using Miraidon's ability here. We'll search for 2 basic lightning Pokemon. Chooses to go for 2 Flaffy here, which tells me there must be something else in their hand, because otherwise you don't go for 2. Like, if you've got nothing else in hand, you go for another Miraidon here. The fact that you go for 2 Flaffy means you don't really need much. Okay, yeah, we got an Ultra Ball and a Squawkabilly in hand, so that explains it. You don't need anything else there, so double Flaffy I really like, or double Mareep, because then if you get your Flaffy, you're good.
Weirdly, though, one of the Flaffy is prized, and they did check for that when they went through their deck. So putting 2 Mareep down, they're relying on hopefully getting that Flaffy off the prize cards as they progress through the games, knowing that in those final turns, having the double Flaffy will be amazing. But there it is, the Spiritomb, fettered in Misfortune, ready to come into play, and this could be huge. It could completely change the game, and we've got to see whether Leon has any answers to that. I think some players now are looking to play those 2 Fusion Energy, which we do see in Leon's list. Does he have the Alyssa Sparkle? The one Alyssa Sparkle could be found off of a Forest Seal Stone, which could change the game up.
I actually really like going for the double Mareep. In this matchup, your bench is fine. Mew does not go after your bench, and it means that when you hit Flaffy off your prizes, it is there ready to evolve and use immediately. I wouldn't do it against a Lost Zone deck with Sableye running around or anything playing Radiant Greninja, but against the Mew, having it sitting there ready to go as soon as you draw it off the prizes, actually a huge fan of doing that. So, we've got Squawk and Sea, sorry. We do have Forest Seal Stone there if you need it. We haven't hit any energy here, though. Oh, speaking of which,
we'll see if they can hit it here. Electric Generator, see the top 5 cards. You may attach up to 2 of the energy you find there to your Pokemon, and 2 have been found. And if that Miraidon is able to get into the active spot, there was an energy in hand, and so that will be able to knock out the Mew in the active. So we'll be seeing how the rest of this turn pans out for Marchier. It's definitely one of those optimal starts on both sides. So now what? What do we do? Is the Spiritomb enough to disrupt, or will the Mew VMAX be able to come back swinging and get the return knockout, putting it ahead?
Yeah, really good turn 1 here, just getting the free energy on that Miraidon, ready to go.
Switch available.
And you don't even have to use a Forest Seal Stone, which I love here.
Yeah.
You've got it there, you've got it established, you've got it ready to use, but now you can save it for later on. We've already said that in the mid to late game, that is where Miraidon struggles. So having that there just kind of ready for later if you need it, but don't rush to use it now, absolutely love it. With using it turn 1, desperately searching for that big KO, that's when you start getting into trouble in the late game. So everything about this just makes me think, you know what? Maybe Miraidon is awesome.
Also, I want to highlight there, you mentioned Miraidon has evolved a lot as a deck when we were speaking about it earlier on. And as you can see, there's an EXP share on the Miraidon. Now it won't be relevant because it's probably going to be in the active and the Pokemon doing the knockout, so it won't be relevant then. But it is a card that we're seeing brought into Miraidon as a way to stabilize the deck in the late turns where you don't have that natural draw. If you have the EXP shares about it, it allows you to retain that energy. And boss as well.
That was nice.
Very good.
Get the better Mew, get the one that is a little bit better. So yeah, Love that. Get the KO, go up by 2 prizes, and now really put it on to Leon here to try and make sure that you can get the return KO. So, I mean, need the V Max, you're going to need the double turbo, and then I believe, is it one modifier?
Yeah, you'll need that one modifier. It's 220 hit points in the Miraidon. Double turbo energy, doing Techno Blast will do 190, so we'll need to find 30 damage. So using that Forest Sealstone to get the Alyssa Sparkle, now as we mentioned, that is the new inclusion as a response to Spiritomb that we're seeing in the Mew VMAX deck. And with those 2 Fusion Energy, that's going to make that Spiritomb less effective. It's still been disruptive. It's forced a resource away from Leon, making him have to find that Alyssa Sparkle off of the V-Star rather than any of the resources that were needed. But now it's all about, can that 2 Genesect that are available now draw through the deck? Because Fusion Energy makes Spiritomb's Fetid Misfortune ability no longer affect those Genesect.
Indeed, but it's not just wasted your supporter for the turn.
Nope.
You're still only having 2 of your 4 Genesect.
Oh, yeah.
It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, it's better than having none, but this is not a perfect situation by any stretch. So we see a double switch card here just to try and empty cards out from the hand. Powpad doing exactly the same, getting a Lesser Sparkle back into the deck. And a lot of this is literally just Leon trying to get his hand as low as absolute possible. So the Fusion Strike systems they do have access to are going to be that much more powerful.
Yeah, that Powpad, not ideal, not wanting to put in Lesser Sparkle back in because it is essentially useless now.
Yep.
But it does allow more draw off of this first Genesect, and that's what it is right now. Can you find a double turbo energy? It's going to be a few Ultra Ball as well, which is good to thin the hand out. There it is.
Final card does actually hit it. So we do have an attack coming out here. We are still going to need a modifier. So there was that 1 power tablet that was discarded turn 1. So that is... it's going to be something you're going for, of course. Choice Bout won't help here because Miraidon is in Pokemon EX, not a Pokemon V.
So needing that modifier here off the next 5 cards. There is an Ultra Ball left in the hand as the final card, but being able to use it to thin that hand down, getting rid of a Path to the Peak and a Battle VIP pass, you know, this is a huge turn. Anything beyond, anything less than a knockout is not good enough at this stage. Really needs to try and find a way to get this Miraidon out of play. Will they find the power tablet here? Oh, not quite. Not quite able to find it.
Got Lost Vacuum, drew back into the Lesser Sparkle, which is put in with a Power Pad, which is not really what you were looking for, frankly. So now you are going to see the Mew come up, but the Mew should only be doing 190 at this stage with a double turbo and no power tablet. So that's not going to be...
yeah, just go for the Max Miracle, because if you're not getting a one-hit knockout, you may as well at least get rid of the negative effects of Techno Blast, where you can't attack during your next turn. So 110 from that Max Miracle. The Mew VMAX should be able to sustain a hit here, but that's energy on board. So Raichu in future turns will be able to get access to that. We're basically just stabilizing the board state now. For Marchier, it needs to try and get as many of those Fluffy down, start setting up to be able to get the Raichu later on. But with a full board right now, there's not a huge amount that can be done other than getting the Raikou into the active maybe for an attack or using a switch out to get things going again.
Yeah, there is a way to KO the Mew VMAX, but you basically have to have Zapdos down to do an extra 10 damage, and then you have to get 5 energy discarded with a Raichu, so you do 310 in total. It is possible to get the KO on the Mew like that, but that's something you have to set up for the turn or two beforehand. You're not just dropping that out of nowhere with a full board, like you say. The fact that there's a full board doesn't give you too many options, but here comes an electric generator. Will this open up some stuff? Yes, a double hit!
Oh, again as well, and that's going to allow the Raikou to come be another attacker. And with the full boards on either side,
220.
If a Genesect is available, then that will be a knockout. And the other advantage you've got right now is if you attack into the Mew VMAX, it can't heal that damage. There's no room for a Mew V, so there's not going to be any Psychic Leaps available. So this board is very much in favor of Marchier right now.
We're also 4 rounds into the stream today, and we have seen all 3 of the legendary beasts. And if Raikou attacks, we've seen all 3 of them attack, which is not something we see on many streams.
Big up Suicune coming back, a resurgence.
I know, right? That's usually the one that lets us down, but we've seen that. We've already seen Entei. We've now got Raikou, who's the one we actually see most often because of how wonderful Miraidon is as a deck. So what are we eyeing up here for Martier? We've got, it's a big decision, eyeing up an Arven.
Okay.
But instead choosing to put a Beach Court down and then playing a Judge. So that's opening up an easier retreat option and then putting Leon down to a 4-card hand, hoping that that combined with only having access to 2 of the 4 Genesect is going to slow Leon down enough to allow Martier to just kind of keep running away with this.
Yeah, I guess at this stage, swinging into the Mew VMAX isn't ideal, but there is no way now that you've played that Judge to get a Genesect up, so it will just be an attack into Mew VMAX. Means the Box of Disaster can no longer be effective if there's damage on that Mew, because it's only from 1-hit knockouts.
Yep.
So there is some advantages to this, and knowing that Leon missed the knockout means you've got a little bit more time to do the things you want to do. So that Spiritom's Disruption, forcing the Lesser Sparkle to be the card taken off the V-Star, was enough to sway that last turn in favor. So it just shows you how powerful the addition of Spiritomb can be in these matchups.
And in the same way I said those Mareep are generally quite safe because of what Mew doesn't tend to play, same thing with your damage Miraidon. You're still going to have to actually go and KO it normally, whereas other decks would be able to kind of spread a bit of damage and finish it off. So now we see the Lightning Rondo coming in, doing 220, 10 for each bench. I believe there's 20 for each bench, plus 20 base should be 220. And it's not means the Mew is KO'd, but you know what it does leave Mew in range of?
What's that?
It's not leave it in range of up to you very much. Is it too far away?
Oh,
that's
yeah.
90 away, and that's 4 prizes.
Yeah, it could go down. That could be the way to finish off the game.
I mean, I'm just saying, amp you very much for 4 prizes. That would be a cool end to the game. And Mew's down to 90 HP remaining at this stage.
Yeah, that's asking a lot, to be fair, though.
I mean, it is. It'd just be a really fun end to the game.
It would be. I agree with you on that. We agree on something about this deck.
But in all seriousness, this is where the double Mareep comes in handy. Because if you can get both of them developed into Flaffy, and I don't know if he's pulled the one out of the prizes
He
yet.
hasn't.
I'm assuming he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
Oh,
he would have evolved it, wouldn't he?
Well, that's why I'm thinking he probably hasn't. So that is a bit of a shame. So it would mean another double generator hit, which after getting 2 is a lot to ask. Plus Flaffy, plus energy from hand. So it's probably not going to happen.
I mean, the more likely scenario here would be to set up another Miraidon and just swing into the Mew and accept that your best out would be an escape rope or a boss's orders later on.
Absolutely.
But it's still not ideal. Maybe even just a sacrificial Mareep in the active to give yourself a bit of time. We shall see. This is the advantage of Mew. The end game can be disruptive. You know, a path plus some kind of hand disruption could definitely put Martier in a weak spot. But at this stage, Leon needs to start taking prize cards, and this looks like it's going to be the turn. As a new Mew VMAX comes into the active, refreshes that, forces the Gust out, knockout on the Raikou, and there we go. The Mareep gets pushed forward. Beach Court is available, so it's not going to be stuck there forever. And the hand is not looking ideal.
No, and what you do not want to have to KO 2 Mew VMAX in this matchup. You want to KO 1. KO 1, and then a couple of smaller things, or the potential hilarious amp you very much for 4 prizes. That's what you're going for. Trying to go through 2 VMAXs, if that's all you do, that's fine. But after having KO'd a 2 prizer to then go through 2 Mew VMAXs as well, you're basically taking just 8 prizes at that point, and that is not an efficient prize map. So here, you really don't want to attack into the Mew. The good news is the deck does play Escape Rope, and anything coming up off an Escape Rope would be fine here.
Yeah, that Zeraora coming down. There was the Miraidon in the hand, but recognizing that the 1 prizer could be a good little attacker that doesn't necessarily give away too many prize cards, especially if we can see it knock out a Mew VMAX after the Miraidon. So the Zeraora does 80 damage with the Mach Bolt, which isn't quite enough to knock out the Mew VMAX from before, but with a Zapdos it would be. And you got the Battle Claw, which does 30 plus 30, so it's not quite putting the the damaged Mew VMAX in range, but like we said, if there was that Zapdos down, which I think got discarded earlier, then that would make it possible.
Now we do see a Flaffy finally coming down. Energy goes down onto the Flaffy, which usually signals... Okay, so we do just see a 60 onto the Mew. I kind of like this. It seems like we might be setting up for a Raichu play, because this leaves Mew on exactly 250, and we have just left a random energy on a Flaffy. So this does open up a potential Raichu play in a minute. Okay. And honestly, nothing else really hits 250 from Miraidon, so... Numbers-wise, that's what I'm thinking here. You brought Mew down to 250. That's probably for Raichu.
Yeah, Marchier just recognizing this is no longer a winning game if I just keep swinging into the active. So I'm going to have to change my route to victory and try something a little bit less orthodox. And so we'll see whether that affects Leon here, or whether Leon can find a gust out to get around the one prizer. You know, if that Miraidon goes down this turn, it's pretty rough for Marchier to come back into this.
Yeah, and it's not just the prizes, it's also the energy. If Leon attacks into the Zera Aura, and that's obviously a big if, we'll be sitting there. All you will need is an energy from your Flaffy, an energy from hand, and a Raichu into the active, and you've actually got the KO on the Mew VMAX, and then you've got a Miraidon that will KO anything else on the board. Oh, but it's a heads off of Cramomatic, and you've got to think this is for some kind of gusting.
I mean, if you hit heads off a Cramomatic when you're digging, that's the dream solution.
Yeah.
As you know, not only the effect of getting rid of cards in your hand to help you draw, but that occasion where you flip heads, you do find any card you want, and it is going to be the boss's orders to get the Miraidon up. And once this goes, like you said, a lot of energy disappearing, it'll also mean the Miraidon to get out the Raichu that we're describing is no longer possible because the Miraidon in hand would be placed down, fill up the benches, no room for Raichu. So this makes it very tough for Marchier.
Yeah, the play I just outlined really relied on the Zera Aura in the active being KO'd. You had your Miraidon to search out your Raichu, you had Flaffy for one energy, you literally just needed a pivot and an energy and it would have worked really, really nicely. But now taking this Miraidon off the field, which is your search, plus taking the energy off, then you got a path to the peak, so if another Miraidon comes down, then that ability isn't going to work so well either. It's all getting a little bit awkward at this stage. Leon's going down to 2 prizes remaining, and frankly, he's put himself in a fantastic position here, to the point where Leon's actually left his really heavily damaged Mew in the active, basically going, I don't even care at this point if you knock it out.
I mean, it just improves the effect of the Iono that's in his hand. So
yeah.
If you want to knock out the Mew VMAX, so be it. You're going to be going down to 1-card hand. But at this stage, a way to get that Squawkabilly up would be game. Otherwise, it's going to have to go through a few 1 prizes. So we'll see what the game plan is here.
It's just 2 turns and then Leon wins. Mathieu there, unfortunately, just hit with Zera Aura but didn't take a prize. So it's back over to Leon. And then Leon can just retreat, attack with Mew, and then you've got 2 Mew VMAX and so many options of things to KO on Marchier's board. I just think we're at this point, it's just a matter of time. Like, it's not going to be this turn unless you hit Gusting. I suppose it could be, but it's almost certainly going to be next turn.
Well, he doesn't need to do it this turn.
That's my point.
I think he's going for it because he's worked out how many cards are left in deck. And is just going to be... I'll just realise that there's a path to the peak in play. Got rid of the Forest Sealstone rather than the path to the peak, I believe. And now he's realised that's a bit of a misplay.
It is, but you've still got 2 Mew, each of which have free retreat, and each of whom have enough energy on to attack. You don't really need anything if you're Leon. Like, it would have been nice to win that turn, but Leon's still got like 1 prize remaining and 2 attacking Mew. It doesn't really matter.
So in the end, was fine there, but a little bit of a mistake at the end. Leon just looking to draw all of his deck to get down to that boss's orders that was available to win it in that turn. In the end, only need to go through the 2-1 prizes, and we'll be scrappily taking game 1 here with Mew VMAX, the deck that he won Liverpool last year with on this very stage, as you can see. Not happy with himself at the end there.
We've all been there. We've all done silly things like that time and again. We said earlier, it's stressful playing on stream. We all get it. We've all been there. But it really didn't matter in the end. Like, it would have been nice to win a turn earlier. But when you've got 2 attackers, each of which have energy, and you need to take 2 more prizes to win, it really didn't matter at that point. It was a win more.
It was quite funny as well, the way he set out his cards ready to do the turn, as he knew exactly what he had to do, and then just missed one vital step in it. And that's why I think he was so annoyed, because he took the time to be meticulous to make sure he didn't mess it up. And of course, it can happen to anyone. But in the end, still getting the win, and that just shows you the power of that end game disruption from Mew VMAX, able to completely shut down the opponent's game plan. If there is no inbuilt draw support within your deck, especially like a barrel engine is always quite good with Path to the Peak, but things like the Mew that we spoke about, Mew EX, that gets shut down by Path 2. So in those end games with a Judge or an Iono plus the Path, completely blocks off Miraidon from keeping that powerful, aggressive deck going.
It does. And one thing to remember, go back to the beginning of that game, I think the first 2 generators hit 2 energy each.
That is very true.
We had a phenomenal start from Martier there.
Yeah.
And yet, Mew still came back and ended up winning that game. And that was like best case scenario for Miraidon for those first couple of turns.
I wonder how much the double Mareep ended up blocking the board. Perhaps that was part of the struggle. Especially with one of the Fluffy prized, it definitely was a big risk putting double Mareep down. But obviously, if you had 2 Fluffy in play, that's when the Iron Hands that you were threatening earlier on, that can be the kind of card that can come through and win you a game. So I can see the thought process behind it, but just 2 switch there in the prize cards. Not many switch outs in general in Miraidon, so that could affect them there. But for the most part, nothing too much to worry about.
And we are off with game 2, and it looks like we've got an early Ultra Ball from Martier there, which shows you probably not having a Battle VIP pass in hand. And you started Raichu, which is not really a turn 1 Pokemon in this deck. You want to wait a turn or 2 for that. So not quite seemingly the same start as last time. But of course, we know Miraidon gets everything.
Yeah, I mean, who needs Battle VIP pass when you got Tandem Unit? And just 4 Ultra Ball in the list for the Miraidon.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Battle VIP Pass. Miraidon never plays Battle VIP Pass because you've got Tandem Unit.
Peony sometimes. Peony builds on occasion.
On occasion.
Helps with the Squawkabilly strategy of the Peony. But they only ever play like 1, maybe.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, that Miraidon coming down will start to fill out that bench, thin out the deck from all the Pokemon, and increase the odds of stuff in the future. But outside of that Miraidon, I will not lie to you, there's not... Is that a Squawkabilly as the final card? I can't see what that was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Squawkabilly.
You reckon?
Well, I mean, I only got a super quick glimpse at it, so I don't know.
I mean, checking the Fluffy are both in there this time, and they are. Ooh, going for the Zapdos.
Can we just point out, we had double Mareep down without using Tandem Unit.
That was fun, but it's also...
That's weird, right?
In a weird way, that's not what you want, because then that means the cards in your hand weren't other useful cards that you want to see. So maybe it could affect Martier this turn. Let's see what they get. What is this final card? It was a Squawk, right?
I thought... Yes, it is.
Yes,
It's Squawkabilly and a
energy.
Lightning Energy.
Yeah. So Lightning on the active.
No.
That's not how it works. There we go. Squawkabilly going down.
It's because it works so similarly to Professor's research, but you still have to have Squawkabilly on the bench.
Yeah, what a pretty good start then there, isn't it?
It is, but I'm just checking the list. You said about switching options, 2 switch, 1 escape rope. That's what Martier's got in his deck. And both the switch are prized. There's 1 escape rope. That is all the switching options left in deck. Unless I'm misseeing something on the deck list here, that is not ideal.
Playing the 2 Beach Court can be useful, but then that's where, you know, the Fluffy is the most likely target to get stuck in the active. So you have to be careful with that. Same thing with the Zapdos. Zapdos can get a little bit stuck in the active. Outside of that, 1 retreat cost across the board can allow for a little bit more safety, especially with those Beach Court. And now it's over to Leon. How well will Leon set up here?
I mean, to be fair, Martier did a very good job there, ending with a Raichu with 2 energy. And you know you're not getting KO'd on turn 1 from Mew. Mew, well, unless I don't believe there's...
No,
there's no Meloetta?
No, there's no Meloetta.
Okay.
This is a non-fusion package build. There's only the 2 fusion energy in there and the Alyssa Sparkle to get around Spiritomb.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. I'm just double-checking the list, make sure there's not a Meloetta I'd missed earlier. So you know that you're not getting KO'd turn 1, so you can leave that Raichu in the active with the energy. And this is where things start getting a little more awkward for Leon, because, we see an early Forest Seal Stone here. Is this for another Battle VIP pass, do we think?
Oh, 100%.
I think it has to be, right?
I mean, to get the Cramomatic to find that first Battle VIP pass is near perfect. So to get 2 Battle VIP pass off of those search at any card in your deck style effects, it really is such a big factor with the Forest Sealstone in Mew. It increased the consistency of it by quite a lot, because you got 4 Battle VIP pass, 3 Forest Sealstone, so you essentially play 7 Battle VIP pass in those starting hands. So the likelihood of you setting up with a Battle VIP pass is incredibly likely if you choose to use a Forest Sealstone for that, and if not, it's a great late game effect that allows you to get out of some rough situations.
And it's also worth noting that Mache here's got a full bench and no Spiritomb down, so Leon knows that until he takes a KO, he's got full access to those Genesects, unless he himself chooses to put down a Path to the Peak like we saw in the previous game. So that gives a little more freedom here. We actually do see that third Genesect coming down, free Genesect, free Mew. And Leon's setup here is going quite nicely. You're not going to be getting an early KO here, but you can set yourself up beautifully for turn 2. And Mache here, there's not a huge amount in terms of attackers, and you really don't want to be attacking with Raichu early in the game to take down like a Mew V. The whole point here of Raichu is that is your big thing, and especially with a Zapdos on the bench as well, 5 energy Mew V max. That's what it's there for.
I mean, the whole deck of Mew VMAX with Genesect has been solid ever since it came out. I don't think there's ever been a format where it's not been a good decision to play. And right now we're seeing one of the most prevalent players of the deck showing us exactly why, and it is that consistency. It is the deck that plays more games of Pokemon than most other decks, just because of that early setup, the Genesect's on board, and allows you to go through it. I mean, the only way to beat Mew for a lot of decks is to specifically tech for it. And when you're a deck that's that powerful, I think a lot of top players have described Mew as it's the best deck in format if there wasn't any techs for it, right? But the fact that Spiritomb does exist, the fact that Drapion does exist, and a lot of these decks are finding ways to disrupt it, that's where it's struggled a little bit at times. But right here, we're seeing the adaptation, Spiritomb, not a worry for Leon, as he has the Alyssa Sparkle double fusion energy to help.
Yeah, we saw an electric generator, first one of the game. It hit 1 energy, not the double hit. We then see an attachment from turn, but that's not going to be enough to launch an attack. We see a Judge here, going to put both players down to a 4-card hand. Right now, though, there's no real attack coming out here. Yes, I am well aware that Dynamic Spark could do... I mean, you could even KO the Mew with Dynamic Spark, but I don't think that is a particularly efficient use of energy, not unless you've got both those Flaffy set up super early, so...
Could be risky.
I think we're going to need another electric generator to get a decent attack off here, is what I'm saying.
This is the other thing about the stability of the board for Mew VMAX. When you use Judge or Iono into it, when they've got a 6-wide Pokemon field, so 5 on the bench, 1 in the active, they can always get out of Judge and Iono because they've got so much draw to help them there. It's only if you add that Path to the Peak in and they don't get access to the vacuum on the turn, the lost vacuum, then it can be a bit of a problem. There is a Path to the Peak in the Miraidon build, I believe.
And there is a generator hitting the discard pile now. It looks like, changing his mind, there is a generator in hand. If this hits, that would allow a, well, if we play and hit an energy, that would allow a turn 1 attack. It seems like we actually are using Raichu to attack there, so Dynamic Spark comes down and actually does go and get the KO on the Mew. Free energy discarded, 180 damage. Had a chance to play Electric Generator and maybe get the KO with Miraidon. Instead, chooses to get the KO with Raichu V, which I'm going to be honest with you, Mike, I did not see coming.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers do work out perfectly. 180 hit points on a Mew. That will be exactly the 3 energy for Raichu. But like you said, that's energy off the board. So that makes a lot more work down the line for Mache. And we said how much the end game, it can be tricky for the Lightning deck. Miraidon not as strong towards the end. So powerful early. Consistently getting those first and second turn knockouts. It really does come down to, can they deal with the disruption that Mew will likely be putting on here. And as we see on the other side, Leon doesn't have an energy on board, does now have the Mew VMAX, so has to try and work out what's going to be going on for the rest of that turn.
Yeah, and important to note that you will... there we go. I was going to say you will need 1 modifier to get the KO here, because you're still doing that 190 generally with Mew, but we've already just seen the power tablet come down, so that's fine.
Just need double turbo energy and a Mew VMAX, and you will get the KO quite nicely here. There's the Mew VMAX.
Lovely stuff. And is that an Ino in the hand as well? Oh, going for the boss instead.
Oh, I like this because I think Miraidon is a much better target than Raichu is right now.
Oh.
What are you oohing?
Oh, I'm just oohing at the fact that that hand doesn't look very thinnable. There was the Feather Ball and the Mew VMAX, but outside of that, going to be tricky to get that hand down. 2 Battle VIP pass. You know, it could all change off of a few cards, a Cramomatic or an Ultra Ball. But of course, you know, if your hand clogs up fully, it can get quite tricky to find that last piece. And the double turbo energy, I believe, hasn't been found yet. So that is the final piece needed to get an attack off.
Yeah, and if you don't find that, there will be no attack. It's one of the problems of a deck like this. Can we find it off of here? Not yet, we can't.
Not great. Oh, this isn't great.
It's not ideal when you're only playing 4 real energy. Yes, I know there's some fusion energy, but like we said, that's not really what they're there for. And I know you got a lot of draw here. We got 1 card draw. No, it's a boss's orders.
Oh, but can play the path down. I don't know how much that would help. I think that would just disrupt Leon himself, so I don't think he wants to put that into play.
He's already used all his Genesect anyway.
Yeah, but next turn, he doesn't want to be sat there with a Path to the Peak.
Oh, no, I don't think you play Path to the Peak. I'm just saying, all the Genesect to use, that DTE is not being found.
Oh, yeah.
I would heartily suggest not playing Path to the Peak.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an interesting stage of the game now, because we saw a similar thing last game where we thought, oh, Miraidon's getting ahead now. But actually, by gusting up the Miraidon and leaving that in the active, it's going to be a lot harder to power it because you need to find those switch outs to reset the active.
Yep.
Otherwise, the only thing you can attack with is the Raichu. Now, if you're attacking with that Raichu, you're going to be losing energy again, and that's not ideal. So definitely an interesting spot we see here.
What's one interesting thing about this deck, Flaffy will accelerate beautifully, but only to one of your bench Pokemon. And Electric Generator will accelerate beautifully to one of your bench Pokemon. Nothing accelerates well to the active, and actually...
Oh, double Flaffy out there. So getting one Flaffy off the Ultra Ball, the other one off the Forest Sealstone, and did get a switch off the prize card. So can reset the active, can get a Miraidon attack off here, and it's just whether they can get it off on something that isn't a Mew VMAX and go down that 2-2-2 line that's a little bit more optimal.
2-2-2 line would be ideal. I still really want to see an Ampu very much for 4 prizes. I'm just saying it is a legitimate option. It could happen. Would win the game in 2 attacks. And actually, with a double Flaffy on the board, much bigger deal. But it actually looks like eyeing up a potential Raichu play here. But there's not enough. We're looking at 180 at the moment. Now, we haven't, I believe, had the attachment for turn yet.
That's true.
We've had the 2 Flaffy. We've had 1 from last turn. There's an attachment for turn. Oh, and an Electric Generator. If we see a double hit, this will actually do enough damage with the 10 damage from the Zapdos on the bench. Was that a single hit?
Just the 1, I believe. But that does mean Miraidon can attack here. Oh, they're going to just attack with the Raichu. And, oh, yes, the 5 energy plus the Zapdos.
Yeah,
that's going to be a knockout.
That is enough. That is exactly 310. I meant 1 hit with the Electric Generator. I said 2. That was silly. But hitting off the Electric Generator means that you do exactly 310, and that is a very big deal.
The Iono was sitting in Leon's hand, ready for this exact thing to happen.
Oh, no.
So it might seem like a great decision right now, but the main reason you wouldn't want to do that is the threat of an Iono coming straight at you the next turn, and that is exactly what we're going to see.
No.
1 card for Marchier and 6 for Leon. This could be the swing turn.
Were I a caster who liked puns more, I may say something like, oh no. But I'm not going there, Mike.
Well, you've done it now.
We'll let chat decide.
There's an energy. We can get some attacks going. And this is where it starts.
But that's the thing. Leon is going to take a couple of turns to really catch up here. So it's not like Machier's got 1 turn to draw out of this. There are going to be, it's going to take a minimum 3 turns for Leon to kind of turn around and win this game. And that's assuming you've got the attacks lined up, you've got the modifiers to make sure you can KO. I must confess, I don't know exactly how many of the power tablets have been played so far. I know at least 1 has been played, maybe 2. So it might not even be a 3-turn win here. So It's not like Leon wins in a turn or two here.
Well, you've also got the Flaffy, so the energy will quickly come back into play, but it might take a few turns to do so. And if each of those turns energy comes into play and Leon takes out that Pokemon that's got energy on it, it could quickly fall away. So the Path to the Peak coming down, knowing that there is a lost vacuum in hand, ready to get rid of that next turn. Leon is fully disrupting this board state because Miraidon can no longer tandem unit a new attacker out.
Yeah, now, to be fair, one energy and an escape rope would actually do it.
Oh,
yeah. Top deck Professor's research helps very much indeed. There's a Super Rod. I like this very much indeed. You can get back what it is you need. Raichu, very obvious candidate because that's your big smasher. And then you get some energy back in. You've got enough in the discard that you can accelerate with Flaffy. You want some in the deck to draw into as well, because there's no point accelerating with Flaffy and then missing your turn attachment.
Research off the top.
I know. If you're Leon, you're not happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, the speed at which that Super Rod was played down, I think Leon is aware that that other card is something good. And he'll be hoping it's something like an Ino Self so that he's not going to see many more cards. But unfortunately, Research is pretty much the dream card in that scenario, seeing the most cards possible off of a single supporter.
Do we think we're going to see a high five off of this Professor's research?
I don't think so. I don't think that tradition has carried.
No, unfortunately not.
I love it. I've been bringing it into my games.
Oh, I'm always in favour. Now, escape rope is what I'm really looking for here, if it's still in the deck, because that would force something active that could be KO'd, attach for turn, double Flaffy, and that's it. That's the game. I don't think that's an option right now. So what we're doing is just spreading energy around the board. And this is where that Path to the Peak is actually coming in beautifully handy. Also, we see an electric generator here, because otherwise Miraidon would be bringing out Raichu right now.
Yeah, I mean, that electric generator was unlikely to hit. We've seen a lot go into the discard pile. You know, 2 were put back in with the Super Rod, but for the most part, not much energy in the deck. But we do have the Squawkabilly in the active that could potentially put some more energy in play too. There is a Beach Court there, I think, in the hand. Obviously, no way to get a new active Pokemon, and don't really want to have to attack with the Miraidon, but interesting. I wonder... Oh, yes, so just setting up as much energy in play as possible.
And
so
I like this. I like not going for the Beach Court this turn, because if you go Beach Court this turn, your Leon can just gust up and KO the Raichu. You want Leon to think you don't have access to the Raichu. So, no, I think Marche has played this absolutely beautifully.
And if you think about it now, there is no way to get enough energy off the board that wouldn't be able to get the Raichu going. If the Flaffy both remain, that's going to be 2 energy on the Flaffy, plus whichever of the Miraidon and the Squawkabilly still there, and then the Raichu will get powered up. It'll just need the retreat. But I think another hand disruption is going to be needed here for Leon. Otherwise, I think Marche has it in hand.
Yeah, you just play the Beach Court, use Miraidon to tandem unit out the Raichu, accelerate twice with your Flaffy, retreat the Squawkabilly, or whatever is in the active, and then, yeah, you're absolutely golden at that point. So it is looking very, very good, unless Leon has got some hand disruption here.
Yeah, I mean, the Pal Pad was found out the deck to get the Ino back into the deck. So very clearly recognizing that Ino is the win condition. Going to try and find a way to draw towards it. Path to the Peak is in play now, but we'll be able to remove that with a Lost Vacuum. And plenty of cards to be played.
Yeah, there is the Lost Vacuum there, getting rid of the Path to the Peak so you can go and dig with those Genesect. It's a play we see a lot. Of course, there was a time where Path to the Peak was the anti-Mew card. And then Mew was like, wait, I can do that. But you still need a way out of it for this kind of point in the game. Get set up, play Path to the Peak, but have an out to remove it from the board if you get to a turn like this. The good Mew players will be able to essentially set it and get rid of it on the turns that they need it.
Yeah, and we can see there is a Judge in hand, but that's not the optimal hand disruption right now. Wanting to try and get a full disruption with the Ino down to 1 card. Is it possible? There is another insta-playable, the Heavy Ball. Not looking through the prize cards, nothing needed there. The Judge is like an all-right backup at this stage, but the dream here would be to dig for the Ino that was put back in with the Pal Pad. And of course, we'll be seeing whether that happens here. Prize cards being shuffled after the Heavy Ball.
Yeah, Mathieu there's you've got too many cards in hand. So your opponent knows you've probably got something. And I love the play of not using Beach Court last turn. But now the problem is, Path to the Peak is back down. And look, you still don't need much. You still basically just need Raichu.
Yep.
But now you can't get it from Miraidon. So Beach Court would work, or Raichu itself, or Ultra Ball. Like, there are a bunch of outs in the deck.
And 5 cards with the Judge plus top deck. This is very much a big turn here to decide the game. The disruption wasn't to the fullest. We didn't get to see the INO from Leon, but this is a huge Judge. Will it disrupt? This is the kind of hand you want to see.
Boss's orders, Beach Court!
That's it! Oh
that
my goodness.
Well, have we got something that can... Oh, yes, we do. Okay, the Miraidon can get out the active. So there is an energy. There we go. Boss's orders. We don't even need the Raichu after all that because, of course, Boss's orders actually means you get something from the bench. KO with the Miraidon, which now has free energy. And we are going to game 3. After all that talk about the Raichu, it turned out, you know what? I'll just put another energy on that and get the Boss's orders, which was the less likely play to pull off. But it worked really nicely.
Yeah, I guess the Beach Court was one of the options, and that's where that turn of just setting up a stable board state was so smart. You know, putting the energy in play, not trying to get a knockout, just using that Squawkabilly. How often do we see Squawkabilly used? Most of the time, it's a early game setup.
Surprisingly often, though. It's weird how often you actually do tend to see it. But you're right, it's not plan A by any stretch.
But in that situation, what it did is it put so much energy in board that the outs to winning in the next turn was so high. We saw a Boss, a Beach Court, both of those were viable options.
Yeah.
Like you said, an Ultra Ball would have done it. You know, there was all sorts of options available. So very smart board state management, and that's what's key for Miraidon. If you're going to get disrupted, you need to set up a way where your board can't be a problem, and that's why we're seeing the double Mareep decision making, and it seems to be the way that Marchier has found success in the past into Mew.
I really, really like the double Mareep. We've seen it both games, and I know game 1 it didn't work, and I fully understand. Like it's keeping your bench awkward. It is restricting your bench a little bit because you've got 5 spaces and 2 of them are taken up for that little sheep. All right, get it entirely. But you know what? You've seen in that second game. We didn't really see it in game 1, but in game 2 we saw how huge that can be.
100%.
We do need to go back to earlier on in game 1. With that whiff of the double turbo energy.
Yep.
That things could have been very different.
Oh, that's the big factor there. And actually what was interesting was the whiff of the double turbo energy was kind of punished because Leon in his first hand had a fusion energy and a double turbo energy, chose to play the fusion energy onto the Genesect in case of a later game Spiritomb, and actually the Spiritomb couldn't come down for a while because there was no space on the board. So maybe that was the moment that changed that game completely because it took away a turn for Leon. But as we go into game 3 here, Leon will be starting off nice and wide, nice and strong.
And an energy straight away, just in case. Also, the 1 Zapdos for Marchier is prized, and we saw how crucial that is to sometimes hitting the numbers. Because Raichu, 5 energy Zapdos, that is how you 1-hit KO a Mew V Max. It's basically the only way you do it, unless you want to go silly and go 6 energy.
So right here, Leon is hoping for some early aggression. Going first, hoping to get into a board state where they have everything needed to be able to get that knockout. And just, an early path could be dangerous here as well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we said it a minute ago, like beginning of the last game. Miraidon doesn't like Battle VIP Pass. It doesn't need it. It's got Tandem Unit. We'll go first and turn off Tandem Unit. That can really hurt Miraidon. We got 4 minutes left, and this is Swiss rounds. We can absolutely have ties. It's not like Top Cut where we have to crown a winner. So you kind of need an early win, or we're going to have a tie here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and he's drawn the Path to the Peak. So, yeah, I think that's what you have to do.
Well, he's had the Path to the Peak since the beginning, I believe.
Oh, he has. My apologies.
I think he's just trying to set up a board state where even if that Mew with the energy on gets knocked out, he is able to continue playing the game. Because did discard a Mew VMAX, right? Discarded a Mew VMAX earlier on with the Ultra Ball. And we can just see there, having to put the Mew down because I think he did start shuffling just before finishing it there. But yeah, 3 Mew in play, 3 Genesect, energy on board. We'll be looking to get that final disruption, has an extra energy available, and will be passing that one over.
And this is the chance for Leon to actually finish out this match. Hope that Mathieu doesn't have enough Pokemon and that you can basically just run through what they do have. But there's the Professor's research. There's already 3 Pokemon, including the Spiritomb and the Mareep. The Mareep and the Path to the Peak are turning off your Genesect. And it was a good plan, but it does seem an awful lot like this is how we end up in a tie. But we still got 3 minutes.
Interesting that Leon left the Mew with the energy on in the active. Potentially could have retreated that to protect the energy. If an attack comes off here, it could be detrimental. But as we know, there are 2 Path of the Peak in Marchier's list, so not the most available outs to getting rid of a Path of the Peak. Looking to try and be the Path of the Peak player in the game themselves. But there is a lost vacuum there.
Yeah,
so
it does actually have a Path to the Peak in hand, incidentally.
Yep.
Of course, you cannot play a stadium over the same one on the board. But here we do see, like you say, the lost vacuum. Get rid of that. And then the main reason, of course, for Squawk and Seize. But hey, maybe we go for this instead. And this seems to be what Mathier's thinking here, which is just, maybe if I go Super Turbo, I can just about win in the time available.
Yeah, I mean, getting enough energy in play, Raichu, 2 knockouts could be enough. As you mentioned, the Ampu very much is a possibility to try and take more prizes on a damaged Mew VMAX too. But at this stage, the Squawk and Seize, with no Path of the Peak in play, any kind of Bull Search or a Miraidon would start that final chain of the Miraidons. But with the Spiritomb, the Squawkabilly in play, there's not a huge amount of room left.
I was going to say, it's not really much of a chain. It's Miraidon finds 1 mate, and then that's it. So you can bring
sheep.
1 friend to your party.
And it probably would be that Mareep, right? We've seen the double Mareep be a priority here.
Yeah, we see Mathieu be pretty clear about that. Likes having that double Mareep. Now, we do see an Ultra Ball, but we do need to be thinking about time here. Essentially, you've got this turn, then maybe 2 others. Now, the good news is, have we got the KO on board at the moment? No, we got 2 energy, so we would need to hit an energy off a generator in order to get a KO this turn.
Yeah, and you can see actually the Forest Sealstone, an interesting card now that's not available to that Raichu because I think there's an EXP share on it.
There is.
So that's kind of blocked the ability to do that. And actually going to get another Raichu down for the Forest Sealstone here, I believe.
Yeah, none of this matters unless Mathieu can finish their turn in the next 45 seconds. Because if they get left as turn 0, they get 1 more turn. They are not finishing out this game. If they can finish this turn in the next 37 seconds, taking a KO on that Mew, guaranteeing themselves 2 more turns with a chance to win the game on those turns, yes, it is absolutely winnable, but they need to finish their turn with a KO in the next 24 seconds.
That's why they've gone for that electric generator, as you mentioned, knowing that a knockout is required here. So
going too slowly, they're not going to finish their turn in time.
We'll be going for that generator here.
And we see Leon shuffling there, as is absolutely entitled to do. We will get exact confirmation as to when time is called and who is turn 0, just in case that clock is a second or 2 out on the screen. So somebody will give us that confirmation in a moment. We do see an energy off the generator, and we did. You might have seen in Mathier's face cam there, I believe you saw the judge's hand come over and kind of point your turn 0, which means we're not going to see a conclusion to this game.
Yeah, I don't think so here, but strong performance from both sides. You know, they've shown exactly what it is possible with these decks. You know, the disruption from you is amazing, and of course Miraidon, that early aggression can really set you up for, I just need 1 more knockout to win this game, and you can eventually get out of it as long as the judges and INOs aren't too disruptive. But of course, I think both players just playing out the final turns here, recognizing that it's likely going to be a draw. But of course, still an amazing place to be. 501, and a top record that's going to keep you on those top tables for the rest of the day if you keep up that winning way.
Oh, absolutely. And there is the handshake. Neither player can end out the game. So we finish at 1 win each. Game 3 doesn't finish. We have a tie. So both players are on a 5-0-1 record and in pretty good standing for day 2 as it stands at the moment.
Not made it yet.
No. Good standing. They need one more win from the last 3 rounds will get them in. That will guarantee a day 2 slot.
And as we mentioned earlier on in the show, you do not just want to be guaranteeing day 2 when an event is this big. You need to be getting as far ahead as possible because we have over 1,500 players here in Liverpool in the Masters category. And because of that, You're going to need that 7 wins, that 8 wins, maybe even the 9 wins to put yourself in a good place to be going all the way to the top 8. Otherwise, you're going to have the best day 2 of your life and probably go undefeated, getting the perfect streak.
9 wins. Going 9-0 is really going to put you in good stead for top 8.
Would it?
We
would
see
be
that.
amazing.
We don't even see 9-0s all that often. You don't see 9-0s at every tournament by any stretch, but when you do see a 9-0, we tend to see them converting into top 8 because, I mean, they're going in with 27 points and your average player cutting at 6-2-1 is going in with 19, so they're almost 3 wins better going into day 2, and they're having a better tournament. Their deck is running better. Like, if you win 9 games, you're probably having a better tournament than somebody who's winning 6 and having a tie. So
I do believe our good friend Joe Bernard went 9-0 at Liverpool.
He did a couple of years ago with Rapid Strike Malamar.
But didn't make top 8. So
I'll have you know, did make top 8 and got immediately bounced, I believe, by Robin Schulz.
That's what it was. It didn't last much longer than top 8.
It did not. He got into top 8 because he went 9-0, but yeah, got immediately bounced in top 8. He was the number 1 seed and then got just shunted off as soon as they got into the top 8. It was a little bit sad, but look, I mean, Joe went 9-0 at Liverpool Regionals and got into top 8, so
that's what you got to do.
That's a pretty good achievement, quite frankly. I'd
be
happy with that.
There's still a lot of players now who are capable of going 9-0, a lot of undefeated players, and consequently, we are seeing some of the best players rising to the top at such an important, pivotal moment in the season. We are nearing that midpoint of the season, and because of that, a lot of these players are looking to get their Worlds invites now. They're trying to get over that 500 CP threshold in Europe, and this event is the one that a lot of them need to get over that point. Obviously, many of them will expect to get it by the end of the season, but there's that sort of feeling of relaxation. Once you've hit it, you can go, right, I can have a bit more fun at the next events, playing some slightly different decks. I don't need to try as hard. And so this is the event where you've got to be watching out. All those people on social media saying, I've made it. I'm going to be going to Hawaii.
It's one of my favorite things after a tournament. I follow many Pokemon people, and just seeing the flood of just kind of like, got my invite, made it. That is kind of lovely. Well, we have made it to the end of this round, but the wonderful news is we've got plenty more rounds of Pokemon action ready to come, so grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but be back very shortly, because you know what's better than round 6? Round 7.
I started liking Pokemon a really long time ago, but competitive cards I started in about 2013. My starter Pokemon would be Totodile, the water type, which is I like, and also he's a crocodile, which there's a lot of in Australia. I do. I would say it's just variance, which means like when you're practicing and something goes not how you thought it would, you can kind of chalk it up as that shouldn't happen. And then if it happens maybe 5 times, maybe it wasn't just variance. I look up to Azul GG. He has been at the top of his game for a really long time, and he makes a whole lot of really good YouTube videos that help people learn. My gym type would be Psychic. I like the whole, mental kind of games, and I like Psychic Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon, Milotic for sure. It's very similar to my favorite actual fish, which is an oarfish. It's really long and thin, and it just looks really nice. My favorite card of all time is Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team. I played it in a deck at the World Championships in 2019, which I won, and so I'm kind of biased for it. Gives you a lot of options. You used to be able to copy other Pokemon's attacks. Dessert, my favorite dessert is creme brulee. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the competition. It's like you're nervous all the way up to the point that the first round starts, and then it just goes away. You're just concentrated, you're in the zone, and you get to play Pokemon. My main event snack is protein bars. Am I Team Rocket? Yes.
My name is Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the roller coaster history of Mew v Max.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, and the pattern pick coming down. Are you having me on? What is going on?
Ever since Mew v Max was released in Fusion Strike, it has been a force to be reckoned with. Out of the gates, it relied on the speed that Alyssa's Sparkle gave you when used in combination with Meloetta. This gave you an unrivaled first turn pressure that no other deck in format could match. If games weren't immediately tied up in the first turn, Mew v Max would come swinging in with a beefy 310 HP, 3 retreat cost and 2 awesome attacks to boot. Max Miracle gave you great utility by going through all effects on your opponent's Pokemon, allowing you to never have to worry about Safeguard or the Rhydon VMAX Skyscraper ability ever again. But Cross Fusion Strike was the star of the show, allowing you to use any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks as this attack. Most often we will be copying Genesect V's Techno Blast to deal a solid 210 damage, but more on that later. But it also opened the door for some sneaky Psychic Leap plays to remove damage from play and preserve your Mew v Max. Power Tablets gave you extra oomph you sometimes needed to close out games, since for each one you played, your Fusion Strike Pokemon did an extra 30 damage this turn. This meant with 3 Power Tablets, you could KO V-Star Pokemon. Something that wasn't too hard to do, since Genesect V also let you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you had in play, which was often 6. And it was this straight up damage dealing variant that got a top 8 placement at the 2022 World Championships, with Andre Chierson at the helm. However, that same day, while Andre was battling in top 8, Michael Pramrot in the London Open was tinkering with the deck. And he actually removed the Fusion Strike energies, Elisa Sparkle and Meloetta, instead opting to play maximum aggression cards like Trekking Shoes, Cross Switches and Double Turbo Energy. Kristen Chiomi took it one step further in Bilbao by adding some disruption cards like Path to the Peak and Roxanne. His theory was Mew v Max could already draw a ton of cards and be very aggressive, but how about if he was to end the turn by attacking and putting a Path to the Peak in play to effectively stop the opponent from doing anything. This was now the new way of playing Mew v Max, and it was very successful. And when Lost Origins released, this new version of Mew was by far the most popular, since it was able to navigate the first huge Mew counter we ever saw, Raypion V. A card which would one-hit KO a Mew v Max for 0 energy. While Mew was still getting the odd result here or there, like top 4 at EUIC, it was around this time where Mew v Max started to become less of a top tier deck, since anyone could opt to play a Sky Sealstone and a Drapion V to make sure they would beat Mew v Max. Although there was one weekend where Fusion Energy Mew had a massive resurgence, winning Hartford, Malmo, and then the Lima regional events too. This joy was short-lived though, since Paldea Evolve had another disastrous Mew counter. This time it was Spirit 2. This card would aim to stop the Mew player from drawing cards, since it would stop all Genesect V's abilities, turning them all off. This saw Fusion Energies become the new way to play Mew again, since a Genesect with a Fusion Energy would still be able to draw cards. But this was another massive thorn in Mew's side, one that seemed to put the nail in the coffin for us budding Mew players around the world. Until the 2023 World Championships, that is, when Vance Kelly managed to take a Mew v Max deck all the way to the finals, where he would square off against Tord Redcliffe and his Gardevoir deck. And Vance, despite all the odds being stacked against him, with Spirit Tomb and Drapion V being in format, was able to win the 2023 World Championships with Mew VMAX. What's next for Mew? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Hey Pokemon trainers, while we've got a little break in the action, I'd like to have a conversation. My name is Ross and I'm joined by the lovely Mike and Amy, and I want to talk about Giratina V-Star. Because over the past few weeks, Giratina V-Star has been on an absolute tear. It won Portland Regionals, taking 3 of the top 8 spots. It won Charlotte Regionals, having a mirror match in the final. And although it didn't win San Antonio Regionals before the New Year break, it did make the final. So Mike, why is Giratina so good?
I mean, it's good into pretty much every other deck in the format. I think its biggest downside is itself. It can be a little bit inconsistent at times. There's enough people right now competing with Giratina, and a lot of the best players are playing with it, that someone's going to have a good run, they're going to get the consistency through, and eventually make it all the way to that final.
I mean, Amy, you're bringing Giratina to a tournament, right? This seems like a hard deck to play. You've got Comfey and your flower selecting, you've got your Chorus's Experiment. There are little micro decisions being made all the time. Which cards do you take to hand? Which do you put into the lost zone? Do you think that might be one reason why some players don't see success, but then the better players do?
I think that is a large part of it. I think when you've got a deck with all of those little decisions, it can just really wear people down throughout the day. It's a really long day, 9 rounds plus, and honestly, I played Giratina at EUIC last year, and I got worn out by the end of the day. So worn out that I wasn't very well by the end of the day. So I think the more experienced players who have been doing this for many more years than I will have a better time with a deck like this.
I played a 4-round challenge and I was tired at the end of it. I mean, it is a tiring deck to play, but it's a lot of it comes down to the skill that is required to play it. You have to think ahead, and the comeback potential, the prize mapping, everything about it makes certain decisions really impactful, and that's where you need to know knowledge of the opponent's deck as well as your own. So it's such a big deck for skill ceiling.
I think it really is. And you were saying earlier, Mike, you've been digging into deck lists for Giratina. What have you been seeing of all these different deck lists?
I mean, there's not a huge amount of adaptations in Giratina from event to event, but one of the big things is we've seen the consistency increase, more poker gears, the 4-jet energy, making sure you can lean into that package as much as possible. I think we've seen some additions like Spiritomb, which can be quite a nice counter to a lot of the format right now, as there's a lot of Vs with abilities. And then, of course, just that power spike of the Roxanne turn, leaning into the 4 paths of the peak, the Roxanne, sometimes an Iono, and even we're starting to see some other disruption cards like Avery. So one of the best decks at disrupting other decks in the format.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen that Roxanne path to the peak combination, turning off abilities, while then also putting your opponent down to a low hand. It's not just for Giratina, but it does work pretty gosh darn well in Giratina. So, Amy, you've picked up the deck before. We've seen it see massive success recently. Is it here to stay?
I think it is here to stay. I think it honestly has so much potential to keep going forward. And even in cards that we have coming soon, there are some larger power creeps that Giratina could make use of. There is a lot of a broad future for this deck, I feel, and I don't think it's going anywhere. Even with Jirachi coming in, we thought, oh, maybe this will be the turning tide. But the Giratina players, the best Giratina players like that we see at these regional events, have made use of their timing, like with those Roxanne turns, to make sure that they are suppressing the decks and the cards that actually we thought might stop them.
It's got so many options. You can hit really big targets with Giratina's V-Star attack, and then you've also got the Greninja to hit multiple small targets. So you've got the full range of hitting multiple targets for less damage, big targets for knockout, and then just the consistency of drawing through the deck allows you to do the disruption as well. So an amazing deck that has all the options available in the format.
Yeah, and I do like there is always a potential for maybe a cheeky early Cramorant hitting 110 for 0 energy. One of my favorite part about these Lost Box decks. Well, we've got more rounds to get to very shortly indeed, so grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly indeed.
We've just jumped from 6 to 7 and we're now ready to go into the next round. But I've been joined by a different face. My name is Mike. I've got Amy with me now. Where we're going to be going through some more action, looking towards that winning in stage of the day. How are you doing?
I am doing well. I've had a little break. I've had my beverage, had an energy boost, and I'm ready to get stuck back into the action. Of course, I was watching all of the games. I also had a wander around the crowd and saw some of the lovely faces. I cannot absolutely recommend these events enough. In fact, one lovely person did come up to me and say, thank you, Amy, for encouraging me to come today. I've had a great time. They've been loving their deck and the atmosphere in the room.
Honestly, so many communities across the UK have ventured over to Liverpool. That's why we've got so many numbers here, because all of the players across the country are here. But of course, all over Europe, they've all flown into the UK to see if they're capable of taking down the largest regional Europe has ever had. And 1,500 players is a lot of people. If you walk around the hall and just see how many faces there are, I mean, honestly, I stood in the middle of it and looked around and I couldn't see the furthest player. They were so far away. Like, there is just so many people here. So make sure you get along and get stuck in. I'm sure finding the tables is a challenge as well.
I can't even imagine what a struggle that must be right now. There's so many table numbers out. It's absolutely exceptional. And I really, honestly, cannot aptly explain just how beautiful these events are for bringing everybody together, no matter how far people have flown or whether it's just down the road and it's near their locals. So many people have come together today to battle it out, and as we said earlier, this is the big moment for a lot of our players, a lot of them close to that invite, just a little bit further, and some of them might even smell it in the air already if they're 5-0 or adjacent. You know, it's anything can really
100%.
bring it home now.
Yeah, the invite is the story of this weekend. We've spoken about it a few times, and how a lot of these players are on that 400 to 500 point range, looking to try and get those final moments. And of course, a lot of our locals and friends are doing the same thing. And we've been sort of keeping track and seeing how they're doing. Let us know if you guys have been keeping track at home of your favorite players. But at this stage, we're also at a big event where doing well in the event gets you lots of prize money, gets you lots of booster packs, gets you a whole lot of CP in it, and the winner of this event will guarantee their spot at Worlds in Hawaii. So not just the season to play for, but this whole event is a huge opportunity for people to make a statement.
Absolutely, and it's just phenomenal, really, isn't it? To think that people have worked so hard, but I don't know about you, Mike, but it doesn't feel like we're very far through the season, and yet we are. We've had so many fantastic events, different menagerie of winners, champions, decks, and people that have just absolutely blown us away. And there's been such a diverse range of decks played at the events as well. Everyone's been cooking. And
especially now, we recently got to announce Bologna, another event, a special event on the circuit in Italy. It's going to be a huge opportunity for the Italian community to come back again and compete at the highest level. But yeah, as you said, we're not even halfway through. You can see only 5 events down, including the ICs, and of course the end of the season with EUIC, NAIC and Worlds, the biggest events of the season to look forward to. But many more cities. Apparently in Europe we like clock towers. That's the main thing I'm taking away from this. We love a clock tower. None more iconic than the Tower of, what is it called? It's the Tower of Parliament, right? Because Elizabeth Tower, because Big Ben is what people think it is.
Yeah,
but that's the bell on the inside, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe we're just that obsessed with checking time on the round that that we need the big clocks. We're just always at it, making sure we know. But not only that, we also have loads of physical prizing up for grabs at these events. You can get up to $10,000, 108 booster packs. Mike, how many booster boxes is that?
3. Right?
Yeah, well
yes.
done.
Oh,
very well
done.
done.
The pause there, right? I thought
I'd freak you out.
Yeah, I thought I'd done the maths there.
No, good job. And of course, it includes our juniors and seniors bracket. There's absolutely fantastic prizing to go round, and again, this allows people to get to the next events. Getting to the events can be, you know, really troublesome in and of itself sometimes, and so all of that really does help out.
Especially the events further away. You know, a lot of European players are now able to travel out to North America this season because it's been more viable with them. You know, a UK player, Demi, managed to go out to Toronto and make the final there. You know, stuff like that wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the increase in prize money that we're seeing in the circuit this season. So a lot more on the line for these players, and of course a lot more players on the line. So we're going to be seeing which of those will be making their journey all the way to that top 8. But that seems so far away because we're about to enter round 7. We have seen a lot of great players already, but this is where we start to separate the best. This is where we start to see those top players rise above and start getting those records that are impossible to chase down for the rest of the bracket. But the Swiss is getting to that stage where winning in is available. Round 7, we're going to see those players getting that final win to make it all the way through. And with this many players, you're not going to be seeing IDs on 6-0.
No, not at all. And, you know, the pressure really is on at this point, and the players will be feeling it. It's been a long day so far, but we've got so much more to go. If you missed even a speck of the action, don't forget to go back and watch the rest of the day once we're done, because every moment counts. And we've had a really fun, diverse meta shown on the cast today. We've been really lucky, and I think that just goes to show what caliber of players we've got here today, is that everyone can do well with so many different styles of deck.
I don't think we've seen Charizard yet.
Weirdly, no!
Charizard, the deck that you like to play, and it's a deck that I've predicted with my caster prediction to do the best here. It's also 17% of the haul.
Right?
But we just haven't had a chance to show it. Yeah.
And yet we've seen Claw.
We have seen Clorf. I mean, we all want to see Clorf every now and again. We've seen Lost Box, seen Palkia.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen all sorts of different decks that don't necessarily hold themselves as a big percentage of the room, but with how good the format is and how diverse the options are, you know, any deck can do well if you find the right opponents. And so there'll be a lot of players out there right now dodging and weaving their way through all their tougher matchups and finding themselves on those top tables.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Our players look like they're getting set up, and I recognize those sleeves anywhere.
Wait, you recognize the sleeves?
I recognize those snakeskin sleeves anywhere.
I mean, I'm fair play to you. I mean, I don't recognize the sleeves. Might that be because there's someone you know pretty well?
Yep. You could say that. Personally, I think they have the best testing partner in the world.
Okay, go on, tell us.
It's me.
Oh, what an amazing opportunity this is for you. Is this the first time?
First time I've cast his match, yes.
So let's just clear this up for everyone at home. We are going to get a chance to see our Stuttgart top 8 player, Ethan.
Yes, Ethan Wild, 5th place, Stuttgart.
And you close?
You could say that.
You know him?
Yes, very well. In fact, we may or may not abide in the same home.
Okay.
And you know, spend a lot of time together. Hint, hint.
Yeah, this is like watching Shay cast Demetrius. There's a lot on the line for you right now, but of course this is not just someone who you know very well, but an incredible player right now in the UK.
Yes.
One who's looking to get his world's invite. We mentioned about these stories of players with that 400 to 500 point range. He is very much sitting ready to try and get that world's invite this event.
Yes, and let's not blink an eye at, of course, Jacob with their incredible set of accolades streaming through from 2018 and lots of placements in 2022. This is going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, I mean, any of these players at this stage doing very well to be able to get to the top tables.
Yeah.
So we know that they are capable players, but of course the experience making top 8s alone with how many players at these events is an incredible feat. So for Ethan, making Stuttgart regional top 8 is amazing, but those players who consistently make top 32s and top 16s, they are good enough to go and win a whole event. It's just they haven't had that run yet, and so maybe that's what we're going to be seeing here on the other side.
Yeah, precisely. And honestly, it really is crunch time at this point of the competition. I imagine both players are really wanting this win because it makes you so much more comfortable. 601 would be these guys, and yeah, cool. Whoa. Look at that matchup. Chen Pao on 501. What are we thinking about that, Mike?
Well, I mean, Chen Pao is a deck that's sort of fallen out of favor. Everyone thought with the introduction of Iron Hands it was going to be the next best thing, but of course it struggles into a lot of the early aggression in the format right now. But with Mew, perhaps that's the deck that that it can really shine and show what it's capable of, taking down big 3-prize Pokemon with a lot of hit points. Chien-Pao is more than capable of facing off against this Mew VMAX.
Oh, with 2 paths to the peak prize. That's not preferable. Ethan will be wanting to look to attempt to kind of strangle Jacob out of not having enough energy to make those big KOs. But here we go with Jacob taking the first turn.
Round 7 at the Liverpool Regional. Win and in. Either of these players get the victory here, they are guaranteed day 2 and have a few games to play with to try and increase their record. And if not, they still have a few more chances to do so. It's not over for them, but they'd love to get it sorted now to take the pressure off.
Yeah, honestly, it would be lovely for both of them and also puts them in a higher seeding in day 2 if they continue to do well. I think there's still all the reason to keep playing and keep smashing all of the matchups that you possibly can. And we're going for a nice shivery chillin' over here with Chien-Pao. No stress, just trying to do some winning. Grabbing 2 energy from the deck.
Get started, that's the way to do it. But is there a way to get a Frigibax down? There it is. And with the way Mew VMAX works as a deck, that Frigibax will be safe for a turn.
For now, yes, indeed. At the very least, this build of Mew VMAX, which I know very well. I know this 60, so we don't have Meloetta, but this is what I would call the hybrid version of Mew VMAX. That's what I've been calling it at home, where it's kind of half fusion, half DTE.
Yeah, allowing you to get around that Spiritomb, which is the only reason that the fusion build started taking popularity was the introduction of Fettering Misfortune Spiritomb. But now there is a way around that with this build that you mentioned, the hybrid build, having that fusion energy that blocks the Fettering Misfortune ability. But in this matchup, not too much to worry about there, so we'll have full reign over those Genesect draws.
Yeah, and Ethan's gone in strong with a nice full board, exactly what Mew's wanting to do. A Genesect in the active isn't ideal, but at the end of the day, is it that damaging right now? I wouldn't have said so. Ethan knows that he can't launch an attack this turn, not a meaningful one anyway. I mean, saying that, actually, there is a world where Ethan could escape rope and he could KO the Frigibax with a Mew V.
Oh yes, because with the 2 fusion energy in the deck.
Oh, and this is the spicy part of Ethan's deck. He plays Grabber.
Oh my, and what a turn to get it. It's going to force the 2 pieces of Baxcalibur off of that Irida, and even with the Iono as well.
Oh, and Ethan thought, you know what, I don't like the look of the rest of that. I'm going to Iono that to the bottom, and it just gives Ethan full control.
And this is one of those unspoken benefits of any card that makes you look at the opponent's hand to do the action. So with Grabber, obviously putting the Pokemon to the bottom of the deck is great, but actually the knowledge you gain from seeing that hand is amazing.
It's so true. I couldn't have said it better myself. Grabber's a card we haven't been able to feature yet, but honestly, I think it's a great addition in this deck.
Well, the Alyssa Sparkle won't be possible, but close to it with the fusion energy there and getting the Frigibax into the active. Of course, rather have the Frigibax in the active than the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, absolutely, and it might just force Jacob to have to use more resources to get Chien-Pao back into the active, and with the Alyssa's with the Iono, sorry, obviously maybe their hand won't be so favourable, but there is at least 1 energy as we move over to their turn.
Well, knowing that there were 2 Irida in that first hand that's on the bottom of the deck, we'll be hoping there's not one available in the hand, but we'll see what happens here. The Shivery Chill, that will shuffle the deck up a little bit, but no draw support in play, no Bidoof or Radiant Greninja available just yet. So we'll need to start stabilizing this board state to get as many options out there and available to get this game going.
Yeah, the nice thing is Jacob still does have the world is their oyster still at this point. The main thing that Chien-Pao needs to function is a Chien-Pao and a Frigibax to begin with, hopefully making the sword and the axe combo in the end with Baxcalibur and Chien-Pao together. And that's really all they need to really get a race on against Mew. And I think that's what it is with this matchup. It is a race.
And I think at this stage as well, you don't need to rush this first knockout because you want to be knocking out the Mew VMAX. You want to get 2 Mew VMAX knockouts and then call it a day there. You don't want to be worrying about knocking out 2 prizes early on. And so actually, off this Irida, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the stability of the board being prioritized as opposed to getting that back Excalibur down to try and get this first attack off.
I think that is such an apt comment. It's so true. Jacob knows they don't need to rush this. Their prize trade is better off taking the back seat right now, like you say, and taking 2 lots of 3 prizes rather than an awkward 2 prize now, then a 3 prize, then a potential another 2 prize. Like, it's just not worth it for the amount of resources that you could have in being able to concealed cards and have 2 Frigibacks. So you're definitely going to be able to get that back Excalibur later. You're not afraid of missing it.
Yeah, Shen Pao often worried about a lot of decks because of the fact they can take out 2 Frigibacks in the same turn. Whereas with Mew, you know it's only going to be taking 1 Pokemon each turn, 1 knockout each turn. They're going to be trying to get the Shen Paos because it's the quickest way to victory. But ultimately, that rigid board state is going to be very hard to stop a return knockout on a Mew VMAX. And so the disruption from Ethan is going to be key here.
Absolutely. And hopefully cards like Grabber will help him to slow Jacob down enough that they stay ahead. So here comes the Mew VMAX, discarding a Fusion Strike energy, knowing that it's unlikely they're going to need it. It's unlikely Jacob's going to be playing any Path to the Peak. Ethan's in full control of their own card draw.
Yeah, and Spiritomb is everywhere right now, but I wonder how many people have cut Spiritomb knowing that the Fusion Energy is in the Mew anyway.
Yes.
Obviously, it does help at other matchups, can help against Charizard, can help against Snorlax, block Snorlax. You know, there's lots of ways it can help. But we do see there the Judge available, which could be a huge opportunity to disrupt that hand of Jacob that was getting a little bit large for Ethan's liking.
Yeah, power tablet down, so already increasing the Mew VMAX's attack power by 30 this turn, offsetting a -20 from the double turbo energy. And is there, I believe there's a box of disaster on the Mew VMAX as well, which makes it a little bit easier for Ethan to return KO if Mew VMAX is one-hit KO'd, which is Chen Pao's prerogative, as we've established.
Oh, it loves a 3 prizer.
It does. It loves to eat them up.
Well, slowing down a little bit here, and that's part of Mew's game plan, being able to disrupt and gain a few turns back through that disruption. But a quick 2 prize knockout there, and that puts Ethan in the lead, just hoping that a return knockout is not available off that Judge.
Oh, and honestly, the hand is looking a bit bad. There's no other word for it. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's a bad
Not
hand.
ideal.
Oh, that was delightful.
Yeah, that changed a lot very quickly there.
Yeah, that completely changed it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You can get an Ultra Ball and a back Excalibur off that Irida, set up the barrel. The only thing missing then is an attacker. But I guess if you keep the board very 1 prize focused for a turn, it wouldn't be too bad because then you've still got a little bit of time.
Oh, no. Oh, Bidoof and a back Excalibur go to the discard pile. That is no good.
I guess looking for a Super Rod maybe there?
Maybe, but energy retrieval still okay. Like Jacob has 4 energy in the discard pile, so it's not a waste at this stage of the game.
I mean, getting the back Excalibur going, one advantage of having a back Excalibur in play is that if they go for the knockout on it, then they're not disrupting your hand. If they're not disrupting your hand, then you still keep everything you got going. So sometimes the advantage of a powerful Pokemon on the bench is when you know that the boss's orders is the only way to get around it, you do get to keep your resources and keep growing that hand into all the options needed late game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a world where a Chen Pao could happen this turn as well. But I just don't know if it's too much of a stretch. But I can't see any valuable Greninja.
I don't think there's a Shen Pao in the deck because one was discarded off the Pokestop, one was knocked out, and I believe one is prized.
Oh my goodness gracious. You're right. You're absolutely right. And so there isn't one available. I don't know what... yeah.
What you do in that setting, you need that Super Rod to get it back.
I'm not sure what I would be aiming for here personally. I think just trying to manage your resources well enough until you're able to locate another fearsome attacker.
I mean, if you use the Greninja this turn, you could start setting up some damage in play, maybe. But yeah, just trying to get that hand down as small as possible.
Rare candy. Battle VIP, Irida. One more. Oh, I didn't. Was it
Earthen
Vessel?
So not going to be able to necessarily get the Shen Pao knockout here.
But we can Greninja.
Yeah, and that would reset the box of disaster, so it wouldn't take effect. But yeah, just going to be retreating into that Iron Bundle and passing.
Oh, no, that is not fabulous. But on the positive side, we don't have any 2 prize Pokemon, so I think Ethan's just kind of free to do as they wish. If I were Ethan, I think I'd want to try and maybe stop the card draw at this point and aim for Bibarel if I can.
Yeah, I think the Baxcalibur is the obvious target because you're like, right, they can't then do everything they want to do. But with the Frigibax down, you're not completely denying of that opportunity. But you're right, but Barrel will be a great target here. And I believe there's some boss's orders in that hand. So potential to make that possible.
I think the fact that... that Jacob didn't do anything on that turn, really. They did just pass. Does signify to Ethan that Jacob is digging for something and didn't get it. And if that is the case, taking away their card draw, their prime card draw, with really not many ways to replace it, I think that's what really signifies.
That was the key,
that a player has kind of done their studying. They've played this game for a long time, and they have taken the tell of knowing, my opponent couldn't do anything.
Do you know what could have been interesting that last turn was a Greninja to set up a potential Iron Hands.
Ooh,
that could have been
that
fun.
would have been nice on a Genesect.
Maybe. That could have been fun. But I mean, it's easy to say that, but that's still asking quite a lot down the line to get an Iron Hands and a Gust against one of the most disruptive decks in the format. But what we do see is
we can dream.
The discarded boss's orders from earlier will be going straight back into that deck, and that will be dreamy for later on when those draws require more disruption and more Gust.
Yeah, I think Mew is sitting on quite the max miracle of plays there, making sure that everything is back in the deck for Ethan to make sure that they're going to be able to stick this game out no matter what. You see that they're not underestimating Chen Pao. They know that Chen Pao is a deck that can come back from the brink. It can just go, and I'm set up again. Bish.
Yes, and you can see there the Baxcalibur was the target on this occasion.
There we go.
So I guess concerned about the potential for a Shen Pao easy access, but there was an Irida in hand. That was one of the draws that was unplayable because the support had been used.
Yeah.
So another Baxcalibur is possible here, but without the Shen Pao, as we mentioned, really needs to find that Super Rod. And often Irida, you can't find both the Super Rod to get the Shen Pao back in deck and the Shen Pao. So we'll need to try and find another way to get that.
And with Path to the Peak finally being played, Shivery Chill isn't going to be chilling much more.
Or the concealed cards.
No, absolutely. So Jacob now has a few extra little hurdles to jump across, but it's not impossible.
Oh, I think that's just going to be a scoop and go to the next game.
There we go. Yeah, it was just a slow start, really, wasn't it? And unfortunately, Chen Pao had a bit of a meltdown without its Baxcaliburs on time, and
it's a tough old matchup once the disruption starts kicking in. I mean, the barrel was in play, and even that draw was not enough to get them out of it. But Ethan just showing exactly why Mew VMAX is such a good pick right now. There are some tougher matchups floating around the hall. You know, those Roaring Moons, the Charizards out there can be quite tricky. But even then, a Mew's disruption can make it beat any deck in the room.
Do not get me started on the panic he was having about Roaring Moon. Absolutely, do not get me started.
They're everywhere.
Honestly, he was like, okay, I'm having a bit of a moment about Roaring Moon. I was like, no, it's okay. Stop it. Forget about it. You're going to do well. You do well with Mew. You're good at Mew. You know how to beat Roaring Moon. Just do it.
I think the key there, you said, he's good at Mew, and we could see exactly why. Ethan knows the deck inside out and refined the list.
Yes.
And that's the key, is when you come to a big event like this, it's not just about picking the right deck for the room, it's about picking the deck that's right for you and playing the deck that you're most familiar with. And I've seen a lot of players this weekend, especially as Mew is nearing its end of its journey in our standard format. A lot of people are giving it one last run, as it has been such a powerhouse in the format for the last few years.
Well, it's the current world champion deck.
Yeah.
So, you know,
previous Liverpool champion.
Yeah, and previous Liverpool champion. You know, can Mew strike again?
It loves doing it. We've had it as many European regional champions, many finalists, many top 8s. And despite the strongest and most popular deck in the format right now, with Charizard being a big dark type attacker, it does seem to still be surviving. And now we get to see another game starting here with Jacob Shempao in the active, getting that Shivery Chill off. But is the hand able to set up? There is some cards there to be able to set some Frigibacks up onto the bench. Nest Ball in hand, Frigibacks in hand, and we'll see a stronger start here for Jacob.
Hopefully they'll be able to overcome the Mew mutiny this time and get a much stronger start. But as you say, it looks like they're off to quite the flyer, as 2 energy, concealed cards.
I mean, that's the dream.
Personally, it's the dream. Yeah, exactly, right?
As a Palkia player,
yes,
I can tell you Shivery Chill into concealed cards
Oof.
is a very frequent out to exactly what you need. You go, I really need a supporter for turn. Let me just get some energy out the deck. Let me conceal cards it away. Oh, and there it is. It's crazy how thinning 2 energy out and then drawing 2 is such a good card. And a battle VIP pass off that exact scenario.
Oh, we love to see it. You were so right, Mike. The seasoned Palkia player giving us the hot tips just before they happen.
I mean, there's not many combinations where you thin 2 cards you don't want to see and then see 2 cards that you might want to see.
Yeah.
And it is a great little combination. It's why we see Radiant Greninja feature in so many decks. Of course, can be an attacker here for Shempao, back Excalibur, but in a lot of decks, like Gardevoir, can't even attack, and it's just that powerful having concealed cards from turn 1.
Yeah, I suppose for a Shempao player, it is a no-brainer to go for that concealed card Shivery Chill combo.
That was cold.
I think every single game we would see it multiple times because it is that good. And a great starting board this time round.
The dream start, but of course the dream card to start with for Ethan as a Battle VIP pass will begin the flurry of setting up that board state.
Yeah, that's what Mew loves to do. We always say Mew doing Mew things in our household, and it's because Mew does what Mew wants most of the time, and that's the beauty of the deck and why a lot of people fell in love with it really early on. Is just the consistency is phenomenal. It's key, and hopefully it'll continue to shine throughout today. 1 Genesect start. I wonder if Ethan had another ball search or whether he's just going for that draw power.
Oh, not an ideal first hand there, you know.
No, it's not great, is it?
I mean, Mew known to be one of the decks that plays the most games of Pokemon because it sets up so consistently. And right now we're seeing, I mean, a reasonable setup, I think you could say.
Yeah.
But not the ideal setup. So we'll be looking to try and thin that hand down as much as possible. But realistically, there's not going to be a huge amount of draw this turn.
No, I think it's going to be a draw 2. I think there's 1 card left in his hand now. So, yeah, a little bit
shaky.
A little bit shaky start, but
got the energy.
Mew can still bring it back. There's energy. There's 2 Mews and a Genesect. So
sometimes
that's all you need. Yeah.
It's not ideal, but it is something to get going. You're in the game.
It's for 1. It's for 1. Oh, gosh.
Mew doing Mew things.
Mew doing Mew things.
Oh, and an Ultra Ball.
Oh, of course. And a Cramomatic. yeah, of course.
Oh, good work, Mew.
Yeah. I mean, if Jacob was allowed his off the concealed cards, then we'll give Ethan a Genesect off a 1.
Oh, I mean, Ultra Ball's such a good hit off of a Genesect when you're really just trying to find 1 or 2 cards, because not only do you find the next Genesect, but you thin your hand down so you can really start growing that hand size, growing the amount of cards you see. And this is exactly, we thought this was a rough start.
Honestly,
now look at it.
That's the thing. That's why Mew's a world champion and a previous Liverpool champion,
goodness.
right?
Look
You
at
just
that.
can't deny it. And a Forest Sealstone, because why not, right? At this stage.
And a Cramomatic for next turn, Ultra Ball for next turn.
God, no, he's going for it. He's just going to do it.
You don't need the Ultra Ball, and you've got the Mew VMAX anyway. And
that was some funky dice work. Went on the deck and then off and then on. Woof.
How about that, though? And then the Cramomatic heads, just to add to it. You got the energy and the Mew VMAX ready for next turn.
Is he going to... Yeah, he's going to take Path. I like that.
That is fun.
I like that this early, knowing that Jacob hasn't had a chance to get much energy with Shempao in their hand yet. There's none in discard pile. Greninja won't be able to. Concealed cards, and we know how well that worked last turn.
Well, we'll see how that works out next turn. But Path to the Peak, the best bit about it is the Forest Seal Stone is available to get the Lost Vacuum next turn so we can continue that drawing. If not, this could be the huge disruption.
Oh, well, there it goes.
But you still get to keep the Forest Seal Stone for later, so
yeah,
worked out all right in the end.
It worked out great, and a much better Pokestop than we saw last game. Shame about Iron Bundle, because I really love that addition. Was it Azul who we first saw with an Iron Bundle, I think, in their list?
But
and
they didn't have much success.
Yeah, I've always really liked the inclusion personally.
I think it's fun. I think Shenpao as a deck really struggles with the speed of the format right now. Obviously for Jacob, finding success going 5-0-1, against the right opposition, it can be a great deck. And I think right now in the format, there is a lot of big Pokemon to knock out with a lot of hit points. And there's also a lot of decks with small Pokemon, which you can knock out with the Greninja. And then the Iron Hands towards the end of the game can really start taking those prize cards quickly on the low HP Pokemon. So it does, in theory, sit nicely in the format, but it can be hard with how aggressive a lot of decks are right now.
I think you're right. I think Shenpao genuinely, I think it has its shot at this event. I think if a Shenpao is going to go far, it's going to be here. I think it really does shine in a meta which is a little bit messy, where we have a lot of single prize decks, like you say, but also a lot of decks with some larger Pokemon. Shenpao can do it all. It's honestly, its worst enemy is itself, right?
100%, and we can see the Barrel in play, the Baxcalibur in play, energy all over the board, and a lot of thinning has happened. So now we are set up in the prime Shenpao position, and it's at this point, if Shenpao can win this game, it shows exactly why it's so good into decks like Mew, because once you're set up, there's not really much most decks can do against you.
No. If you keep the momentum and the pace of the game going, the best somebody else can do is then try to outspeed you. But if they just can't, then that's all she wrote. Shenpao's got this. The worst part about Shenpao when it just doesn't happen is just if you're that few energy off. But in this instance, Jacob could technically go for a 2-2-2 prize map and go for a couple of Genesects if they did want to avoid the Mews, because they've managed to start with a Mew V KO. It's an interesting line. It could happen.
Could also attack into a Mew V Max for almost enough to knock it out, then finish it off with an Iron Hand to go for a 2-4 line.
Oh, that would be lovely.
That could be fun. But as we mentioned, a stable board state here for the Shenpao, having two Shenpao, a Baxcalibur, Frigibax, the Bibarel, and the Greninja all on board. That is the dream board state into pretty much every matchup. Even if we do see a disruption like Judge work well, we see the part of the peak come down. There is so many ways to get out of that with the Irida, the Pokestops, and the Bibarel, that it's not going to be too much of a worry here for Jacob.
No, Bibarel makes you like path-proof, right? So that's the bit I really love about it. But here we go with Mew doing more Mew things, and Ethan's taking that fresh hand, having already judged they can grab her, but nothing to take.
There
okay.
it is.
I lie. A Bidoof. To the
knowledge.
bottom. But knowledge is key. But in this instance, Ethan can't do anything about it because he's already judged. But it's nice for him to know what his line of play should be.
Yeah, we'll be seeing the knockout here. As we mentioned, the Mew VMAX can only take one knockout a turn, can't start spreading out those knockouts. So we'll be aiming to just take out Shenpao's every turn if possible. No part of the peak in play, so the Shivery Chill is possible, and a lot of thinning can happen right here.
Yeah, I imagine our line of play will very much see Shivery Chill,
That'll get some energy.
Greninja, conceal cards possibly. Essentially, Jacob just needs enough to knock out a Genesect and then a boss. But if not, it is a lot of energy to knock out a Mew VMAX, and it's whether he has access to that right now.
So what, 6 energy? So just the one in deck, it seems, and with the Irida probably trying to get the superior energy retrieval here.
Yes.
Yeah, that would make sense.
There we are. Yep.
And then that would be the 6 energy required. There is one already in play on the Greninja, so still room to go for that concealed cards. But I guess if you do discard all of the non-energy cards in your hand, put them in play with the Baxcalibur, then Bibarel, you're going to be seeing a lot more after that is played. So Shenpao comes down, superior energy retrieval, and then you're literally going to see 5 fresh cards afterwards. after this Bibarel has been used.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You cannot go wrong with that. Exactly what you want to see. An empty hand. Oh, that was lovely too.
A masterclass of how the deck should be played, how it can play if everything goes well. Obviously, Pokestop can be quite frustrating sometimes. It seems like Jacob enjoys that card. I think you have to play it. It's the only way to really keep the deck consistent. But you can see every single time he does it, there's a little thumbs up. There we go. Pokestop doing Pokestop things. But another 3 prize cards for Jacob, leaving just the 1 remaining. So any knockout next turn will be enough to take the game, whereas for Ethan, 4 prizes still to get. A lot to be done.
There is a whole lot to be done. I suppose, what's Ethan's game plan here? Disrupt as much as possible, take out a Chen Pao and pray.
I mean, if you're feeling risky, there is a world after this Iono where you'll be thinking, they're going to just get back up with the Bibarel anyway. So you just got to hope that off the back of the Bibarel, they don't find access to the superior energy retrieval, any of the other stuff we spoke about. But all the energy right now is in the discard pile, except for the 1 in Greninja in play.
Yeah.
So, you know, this disruption should, in theory, ask a lot of questions of Jacob.
Yeah, getting rid of the Pokestop as well might be big, because again, if Jacob can't access those superior energy retrievals, and maybe it's just too much, but we do still have... Oh, he grabbed it to see the 1 card in Jacob's hand, and I think it was a Pokestop still.
Well, I mean, that means that the replacing of the stadium won't necessarily work.
No. But I suppose that pushes Ethan to not have to worry about it too much. Like, there's no point in putting a path down if he can't, because, well, it's not going to stick.
No, 100%. So at this stage, got to hope that off that Bibarel, nothing too good is found. Otherwise, Ethan is staring down a Chen Pao deck ready to take its victory. But this is exactly what Mew does well. It disrupts and it stays big in the active. Mew VMAX, 310 hit points, can be tough to knock out. So he's just going to hope to get this knockout here, survive a turn, and finish the game next time. So
it is one of the things that Chen Pao does best, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Bibarel is such a big part of the game plan.
Yeah, gigantic.
Ooh, just wondering what to get off the Forest Seal here.
I think, honestly, I think what he wants isn't there. I think he's very likely looking for one of the 2 paths to the peaks that's in the prize cards regardless.
Yeah, because I guess if you put the path down, they bump it. You then might be able to get a path next turn if they can't quite get the knockout. So you just want to start forcing them to bounce those stadiums as soon as possible. But there we go.
Okay.
Knock out the Chen Pao.
He takes, one of those paths, but it's almost a little too late, because if Jacob doesn't win this turn, Ethan's got it in the bag.
In a weird way, not putting a path to peak and play means that's 1 less card that Jacob can thin from his hand.
That is so true.
So we'll see whether that comes true here.
Jacob gets to have a look at the Bibarel and the prize cards.
Yep, that is the last one.
Cheeky peek. Oh, what's that? Oh, don't need it. No, don't care. Oh, there's 1 superior energy retrieval.
Okay.
So that would be 5 energy.
Yeah, that would be. So that would potentially allow for some more draw as well, which would then maybe get access to the next superior energy retrieval.
Yeah, so
there's a super rod in the deck somewhere because it was taken off the prizes earlier.
And we've got the
Earthen Vessel.
So, okay, this is looking possible. Here we go. Just going to triple check. Oh, there was one in the deck.
Oh, there was.
Oh.
My goodness.
Oh, we missed it. Game 3, let's go.
So the 6 energy exactly needed for the knockout available for the Chen Pao. And that's exactly why when that stable board state is set up, you draw out the Bibarel, you pretty much every time find your way to victory. So Jacob, a masterclass in Chen Pao, and we'll be seeing whether the final game can go his way or whether Ethan can bounce back and disrupt his way to victory.
Certainly shows that not even Mew can be that warm against the frostbite.
Oh, 100%. I think that's where you saw the part of the peak being the attempt, because Shivery Chill, if there's any energy left in deck, then that's exactly what it was. Maybe it was in the hand from last turn, so when it got Iono to the bottom, maybe that was the case. But yeah, you know, thinning the energy out into the discard pile, but leaving some in the deck is the key balance of a top Chen Pao player, and we saw exactly that from Jacob.
It was beautiful, and I think that just goes to show that Chien-Pao shouldn't be disregarded in this meta. A lot of people, if you ask their honest opinion, just like yes, no answer as to whether Chien-Pao is a good or a bad deck, I bet you, like most players would say it's a bad deck, but I don't believe that. I think it's a deck with a lot of potential. The unfortunate part is that you do have to make changes that make you rely on consistency, because consistency is so important.
I think one of the big things for Chien-Pao, a lot of people forget, is that stable board states are harder to set up than people realize. Having that same board state we saw there with the barrel, the 2 Baxcalibur lines ready to go, a Chien-Pao ready for next turn, so that even if they get the knockout and they disrupt your hand, you've got everything on board ready to go to get the next big play. So that's the key to victory, and I think a lot of people misunderstand the complexity of this deck.
Yo, Jacob's got a nice starting hand.
Yeah, there's that 2 battle VIP pass in there.
It very much is 2 battle VIP pass.
Is that another Cramomatic there from Ethan?
Yeah.
He loves it.
He's so good at those Cramomatics. Not luck-based at all. Some people just get it all, don't they?
Yeah, the first time I ever played Mew VMAX, I wasn't sure it was the deck for me because I rolled 17 tails out of 21.
What?
And I went, I don't know if I like this deck anymore. But then I quickly returned back to it, realizing that it is an amazing deck and it does work so well. And I think you can see exactly why that's the case. Every game it seems to set up. Every time you feel like it's out of it, it finds a way to grow that board.
Yep. And going first is optimal for both players. So Ethan, of course, was like, yep, no, I'm taking that first evolution of the game. I'm going first, please.
Yeah, and you can see all those draws required here, and might even be able to get a path to finish off the whole play. Just got to work out whether that's the right option.
Beautiful, but it's whether you save them. So he runs 3 path in total. So
he's had 2 prized in the last 2 games.
Yes.
This time none of them are prized, so we'll find them a little bit easier.
And maybe we'll see more use in them as well. Maybe that'll be clearer this time and more clean cut, and we'll see them come out at more ideal timings, because again, this is all about timing. Pokemon isn't necessarily about being, you know, a ferocious player, about getting those KOs. Timing is so much of it. It's like an elegant dance.
Now, one thing that's really interesting here, a lot of people won't fully understand the process for Ethan there. When he went for that feather ball, you think, why don't you just hold that feather ball for next turn? But by using the feather ball, it didn't change the number of cards in his hand. He wanted the Mew VMAX next turn anyway, but reduces the likelihood of him top decking it.
Yep.
And he knows he's playing against a deck that has next to no hand disruption, if at all. Chien-Pao doesn't have the room for that anymore. So little decisions like that. Ethan has taken 1 card out of his deck to potentially increase the odds of him getting what he needs next turn. That alone is the difference between players like him and a lot of the rest of the hall.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why these 2 players sit on 501 currently. And you know what? Jacob said it's snow time, and we're going to get cracking on with 2 Battle VIP pass, making those key early decisions. As we've discussed, there's a very clear-cut, perfect Chien-Pao board state for turn 1, right?
Yeah, double Frigibax, Bidoof, Greninja, and a Chien-Pao. Unfortunately, in this particular matchup, that Manaphy is going to be clogging up the bench a little bit, as you do not want to be seeing that there. So the Manaphy disrupting the dream board state, but on this occasion, I'm sure there'll still be plenty to be getting on with, as we see the Earthen Vessel just getting some more energy out of the deck without the Chien-Pao in the active. You know, you have to do it the old-fashioned way through your trainer support, but Chien-Pao will be ready and available for next turn.
But again, Earthen Vessel being a newer addition to the Chien-Pao magazine of different cards and techs, I really like it. I really like the backup plan. And another card which we can get off of Pokestop reliably, it's, oh, well, I don't have a Chien-Pao, but it's okay, because I can use this item to do exactly what it does after I've discarded something.
And also off of Irida too. And on this particular turn, there is a world where we see Jacob not putting a 2-prizer in play, and that would be ideal, because that would mean the board state would remain in his favor. We've seen the other 2 games, Ethan's gone for the Chien-Pao, 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 getting that 2-2-2 prize map, whereas if no Chien-Pao is put in play, that will mean no 2-prize turn here, but Ethan might be able to disrupt that hand and get rid of that Chien-Pao that was taken out with the Irida.
Oh, Oh, poor Bibarel. He ended up getting Pokestopped.
Oh my.
I feel like someone spins the Pokestop and it turns out Bibarel was on the back and he's like, no! Flung into the discard pile. Yep, you were quite right. Ethan goes ahead, evolves one Mew into Mew VMAX and goes straight in for the judge to disrupt that hand, saying, you know what, if I'm only going to take a single prize card here, I'm going to take it in style.
And the Manaphy is not the ideal target here, because that would potentially free up the board state. I guess the Bidoof would be the dream, but you're not going to be able to gust anything up, so you're going to just have to rely on the escape rope, putting up something that's useful on the bench.
Yeah, I'm not sure, though. I feel like, I don't know, the Bidoof, I don't know if it's the ideal target. Seeing the Bibarel go into the discard pile, knowing there's only 2 in the deck, I'm kind of like, would you then go for a Frigibax? I don't know. It's a tough call.
Maybe at this stage it's not even possible. No. As much as Mew draws through all the resources, you don't always get exactly what you need unless you...
Oh, you tell that to my Mew opponents, please.
Unless you get a Cramomatic or a Forest Seal, then you get to choose exactly what you want.
Well,
but on this occasion, just a knockout to get the ball rolling could be quite useful. We'll see if that does happen.
Again, like I said earlier, it's important that in this matchup, both players understand that this is a race. And whoever gets that race started can sometimes just keep pulling ahead. Now, the only thing that I'd be wary of is activating your opponent's custom catcher, counter catchers.
Counter catcher, yeah.
Counter catchers.
I mean, we saw one get discarded, and I think the Shen Pao list typically only plays 1 if it does.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a safety of this knockout here. But I think, honestly, Judge Path is a combination as old as they both existed. Such a great combo piece. Typically it was done with Arceus, but then Mew said, I can do that a little bit better than you as I have the consistency around it. So Judge Path, Mew's greatest asset here to disrupt the Shen Pao list.
Yeah, Mew was like, I can do that. I can do that too. Wait a minute, I can really do that. Whoa. And yeah, even the Path to the Peak, which you think, well, Mew's natural enemy at the start when a lot of Mew techs began to surface, and here it is being like, no, actually I've got used to it now. I'm so used to it, in fact, popping it in the deck.
This is interesting here because we've got the Irida, but we don't have all the pieces to get the Shen Pao attack off here. So there's not enough energy in the discard, so Superior Energy Retrieval doesn't really get you going there. But you need to start drawing into some of those combo pieces before you use that Irida in order to get the other pieces to get that attack off right here.
There's a lot of card draw left, though, especially being able to bump that path straight away. There is certainly plenty to go yet, so it could still happen. I think it's just the fact that it's so early on in the game and Ethan's got the ball rolling, hasn't left a Mew without the V. Oh, well, they've left a Mew V on bench, but again, like, can't boss Irida.
Shen Pao off of that draw could be huge, as that's going to be the attacker needed here to knock out the Mew VMAX. So can get an attack off now, but will they be able to get enough energy in play to be able to do so?
So there's 2 in the discard pile. There'd be 2 off Shivery Chill. There's 1 in hand.
There'd need to be 1 for the retreat as well.
Yep.
Potentially off the Pokestop, get some more discarded.
That's what I was thinking next. Is that Pokestop? I suppose you would retreat the Greninja, Shivery Chill, then Pokestop, so that you've got maximum chances of getting something desirable, rather than just putting energy that could have been in your hand straight into the discard pile. So
yeah, I
feel
guess
like
the Pokestop now
nice.
Could get a rare candy.
Maybe.
Which then means the Irida can get any item you want. So this is the whole advantage of Irida, is it's the final pieces you need to the puzzle.
Yeah.
You can do all the other drawing to try and get the other bits, and then Irida kind of cleans up the missing parts of that puzzle.
Here we go. No!
Oh,
I can't see what the other cards are because they've discarded them off to the side.
Baxcalibur. And it looked like, there we go.
And the Ultra Ball goes to the hand. But the Baxcalibur, and oh no, that really is the drawback of Pokestop. And if Lady Luck does not swing in your favor, it can really be off-putting. You can see that how jarring that was for Jacob.
I guess, yeah. The Ultra Ball first here to sort of kick off the Baxcalibur search, maybe getting another Shen Pao. But no, I don't know if they're going to be able to get an attack off here. It would be quite the reach. And this is the other problem as well. When you've got things like Ultra Ball and Superior Energy Retrieval needed in your hand, that's a lot of discard. And obviously it's great alongside with Barrel to be able to draw more cards, but it can be quite tricky sometimes if you're having to navigate through a hand where you've only got 3 cards you can discard, but you have to discard 4.
It's a dangerous combo, and I think Ethan's very aware that this is Jacob's only Bibarel. This is Jacob's only Baxcalibur of the game. It's very likely that's the case until they Super Rod. So that knowledge can be quite scary. There might be a very tempting Chien-Pao in the active, but to me, there's a more tempting Baxcalibur on the bench.
I do believe we saw a Super Rod getting discarded. I might be wrong with that.
There's a Super Rod in the prize cards.
That's right. There is a Super Rod there. And there's one in the discard. So no access to the Super Rods there, but the Superior Energy Retrieval, and they will be able to get the knockout here as all 6 energy comes down. Chien-Pao knocking out the Mew VMAX.
Wowza.
And suddenly, Jacob, all of that searching, all of that reaching, all of that draw has got him in a position where he's just about been able to get the Chien-Pao knockout. And Ethan, now massively behind, has to try and stabilize, disrupt, and get some knockouts.
I don't know. I mean, if he's realised that, you know, that Baxcalibur went to the discard pile, it might be too much of a stretch for Jacob to get another one in play directly after. They might choose to go for a boss here. They do have a couple in hand, or whether they try for the disruption. It's such a difficult call. I don't know if I'd be able to make it, but that's why I'm not the Mew player and Ethan's over there.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Baxcalibur discard of the Pokestop did create a reaction out of Jacob, so definitely highlighted it, made Ethan aware. It's like, oh, that's unlucky. So now Ethan's probably going to be thinking, maybe that's the route I have to go down here. But the Super Rod was taken off the prize cards.
It was. So we know maybe he'll be hunting for a grabber or something so that he can get that knowledge and be like, right, what have you got in there?
There's also potential to try and get that 1 prize turn back to, you know, go for a Psychic Leap this turn, so you only leave 2 prizes in play.
Yeah. Make sure that Jacob can't take the win next turn.
But yeah, we'll see.
Here it comes.
Ooh.
Yeah, boss for the Baxcalibur.
Yeah, I mean, why disrupt the hand when there is literally only 1 card left in it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, no, like, oh, no.
Oh, I thought, they're plus the 3 prize cards.
Oh, yes, of course,
Yeah, so only 4 cards. You're not going to get much value out of the disruption there. So you may as well just go for it and get that knockout here.
Disrupting the card draw by taking away Pokestop.
Okay, we'll see.
Ethan's run out of card draw himself. Just going to take the KO. Yeah, it's not a Psychic Leap, and if it is, it's not going back in. So, well, it can't have been a Psychic Leap, wouldn't have knocked out. So, not a Psychic Leap this turn.
Big turn here for Jacob.
Huge.
Can get it at this stage. Can get that knockout. We'll be getting the Super Rod off to get the Baxcaliburs back. Wonder if any energy will go back with it. I mean, the counts will dictate that, but 2 Baxcalibur and a Frigibax all going to be going back in.
And then it'll have the draw off of Bibarel and the Shivery Chill from Chien-Pao to be able to grab 2 energy out of the deck.
Concealed cards.
Yep, we can keep going. The Pokestop might be gone, but there's plenty of other options right now.
Yep, so that's going to be a barrel for 2, I believe, gestured.
Chien-Pao Irida.
That'll be the one. That'll do it.
That'll do it.
I think there's a Superior Energy Retrieval in hand, too.
It's just whether there's enough cards to discard after all of this, I suppose. And
I mean, is there enough energy? So there's another Super Rod.
Ooh.
Is there enough?
I'm
not Superior
sure.
Energy Retrieval in hand. There is a rare candy in hand as well. So off of this Irida can get the Super Rod plus the Baxcalibur, now get enough energy back in. So I believe that will be enough. So Superior Energy Retrieval, get those there. Super Rod in hand. And then the 2 energy off the Shivery Chill, plus the 4 from the Superior Energy Retrieval. And gets that there, and that's going to be 6.
Oh, and there it
Jacob showing exactly why Shen Pao is one of those decks we shouldn't forget about.
No, let's not underestimate decks that have been around for a little while now, and oh, he looks exhausted, as he should. That was a really tough matchup and very well played by both players, giving us a true masterclass, but unfortunately, Mew got knocked out cold by Shen Pao.
And Ethan played very well. The disruption, not quite enough. Not quite enough to swing it back in favor, and it is a tough matchup. Shen Pao able to take those big knockouts on 3 prize Pokemon with a lot of hit points, where for Mew it can only go one at a time, and you can see it just takes a lot to do that, and you have to rely on a few turns being won back through that disruption, and it just wasn't quite enough. But Barrel, I think the MVP there.
I've got to say, I think it is too.
But Barrel, what a card. I think it's one of those underestimated, valuable cards, and it doesn't often work in many decks because they don't thin their hands down, but in Shen Pao fits perfectly with all of those discard synergies.
Yeah, and I think that's really what elevated the play there, because every time Ethan tried to disrupt them,
the Barrel.
Barrel, more cards off the top. It's like, wow, okay. And suddenly we're out of that situation. And one way or another, there were cards to bring him back from each of those really tough situations. And honestly, couldn't have been more well played.
Exactly, and that means they're going to be making it through to day 2. Jacob has earned their spot, but they now have 2 more rounds here in day 1 to continue progressing forward and trying to make their score as good as possible to try and stay at the top on those top tables throughout the rest of Liverpool Regional. That was round 7 here at our biggest European regional yet. We'll have round 8, and round 9 later on. I mean, for Ethan now, he's on 5-1-1.
Yep.
So has to try and win one of these next 2 games to make it through.
Yeah, we've got a couple more winning ins to go. So
it's possible.
I'm certain. I have true belief, but I'm also I'm secretly incredibly pleased that Shen Pao is going to be seen in day 2. For me, that's really exciting. I've always been saying that the bigger Charizard gets on those graphs, the higher it gets in meta population. Shen Pao should be following it as far as I'm concerned. It's a great matchup for Shen Pao, and if I were kind of looking at this tournament, I would have been thinking, well, if Charizard's going to be there, why don't I just play Shen Pao?
Yeah, and the only thing it's really worried about is that early aggression from some of the Lost Box decks.
Yep.
From the Giratina can be quite tough sometimes.
Yeah, it can be.
And of course, you've got the versatility with the aggressive Miraidon, Roaring Moon, Entei Valiant, which are all these decks that you can come across and they can just completely take away all your options early on. But we'll see how Shen Pao carries on with Jacob, and he's done a very good job there. Ethan, a player we've spoken about, looking to get that Worlds invite.
Yes, if he gets top 64, then he will achieve that Worlds invite, and we'll be seeing him in Honolulu.
From your point of view, you know him very well.
Of course.
Does he feel a lot of pressure at this event to make that top 64 to get the Worlds invite, or is he sort of secretly aware in the back of his head that there will be another chance to do it and that this isn't the final opportunity?
I think he's very, very aware that this would be a really nice stepping stone in his World Championship journey, but it certainly isn't the end point, and he's already got more regionals booked in. So he's already booked the flights, the hotels, he's already ready to go to those events. So if the pressure's off and he's made his Worlds invite, he can play some silly decks and mess around, or he can keep going. There's always the travel stipend that you can go for, top 22. So there's still a lot to play for, but it would be nice for the pressure to be off and for him to know that he's got that in the bag at this event, and especially being on his home turf, I think that'd be really magical.
Do you know what? I'd love to see Ethan make it tomorrow, but I'd also love to hear from Jacob, who was cold as ice out there on the stage with Shen Pao. So let's hear a little bit about why he went for that deck.
That's right, you are 100% correct, Mike. I'm feeling a little bit chilly here on the stage because I'm joined with our Shen Pao player, Jake, currently now at 6-0, right?
6 wins and 1 tie.
6 wins and 1 tie. So my first question is, how are you feeling? Day 2 wrapped up.
Yes, it's mad, to be fair. I just kind of came for a casual weekend. I'm not going for points or worlds, anything like that this year, so I just want to see some friends, and I really enjoyed Shen Pao. I think it's got a decent place in the meta at the minute. It does well into Charizard and a few other good stuff at the minute. So yeah, fantastic. It's really great, man. Thank you.
Okay, well, it was poetry in motion watching it work there. So you said you've been playing it for a while.
Yeah.
Were there any surprise additions to your deck last minute?
No, just like the Iron Hands package. It's just There's quite a fair bit of Sablezard today as well, and Lost Zone Tina. It's been doing quite well for me into those, and a lot of people have dropped Manaphy at the minute. So Greninja's just been doing work. It's been real good. Shuriken.
Yeah, whenever you pull off that that Moonlight Shuriken, I should say, good things tend to happen.
Yeah,
so,
it's a good one.
So you're mentioning that Charizard's a good matchup and all that. Are there any matchups that you're looking to dodge?
I played against Stall once today. That's my tie. Snorlax Stall. I'd like to dodge that because you just have to hide B-Barrel for like 60 minutes, and I can't be bothered to do that. And pretty much just trying to avoid getting Roxanne Path with only one barrel, but that's a strategy thing. That's a me. But I'm pretty happy for it going into anything. I think as long as it sets up, it can do the job. So yeah.
So a lot of people say with Chien-Pao, we all know it has an obvious power level, right? You know, when you are flying, you know, damage is flying everywhere, taking big KOs like we saw. But then I feel sometimes that you always feel like you're missing, you know, one piece of the puzzle, as it were. What have you done to sort of try and make your list more consistent?
Well, that's a great question. The Earthen Vessels, I was on one for a while. The second one's actually really good because I think it happened to me in one of those games, game 3 maybe, where you have to Vessel, get the retreat, then get the Chien-Pao. It lets you get your energy more into the game, and then your deck becomes more consistent off the stocks. You can draw extra off Greninja. I think probably the Vessels that made the difference.
Yeah, now you've mentioned it. The Earthen Vessel sounds a bit like, do you remember right back at the start when people put out Skaters Park in Chien-Pao? It almost feels like a similar kind of use, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, Jay, you said at the start of the interview there that you're not going for Worlds, you know, you're here to see friends and all that.
Yeah.
But if you was to win, you would have the invite. So my question to you now is, my friend, let's say, you know, everything went super well and you won. Would we be seeing you there in Honolulu?
Oh yeah, if I won a regional, I'm going to Honolulu. I feel like that's disrespectful to like the game if you don't go. But yeah, for sure, definitely. Like, why not? You get, you know, all the stuff.
Okay, well, we heard it here. We heard it there first. Jake wasn't planning on doing Worlds, but tell you what, come on, stick your chest out, my friend. You are 601, right? So yeah, I'm cheering for you. That Chien-Pao is poetry in motion. So I think day 2 is guaranteed for you. Do you have any last-minute shout-outs or anything like this?
Shout-outs to Vicky, my girlfriend. She's been supporting me from home. Shout-outs to Josh and Stu. I know you're watching the stream right now, and all the guys back home at Hull, Mike, Max. Everyone, George, Carl, everyone here today. Yeah, thanks to the gang.
There we go. You got all the friends watching at home as well. What a performance you put on there, my friend. I'm cheering for you. But now we're going to have a quick break and get to our next round as soon as possible, where the win and in action will be starting soon.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the pop-up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming, and yet still there's a high level of competition. My favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history, it would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget. My starter Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow, and replaying that over and over and over, I'll go with Pikachu. My number one goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I am stoked about.
My name's Demetrius Eaton, and I'm a top trainer in the Pokemon TCG. I got into competitive Pokemon about 13 years ago when my best friend suggested we should use our cards that we've been collecting for ages and actually learn how to play. My first official tournament I played was a Battle Roads in 2011. I didn't know what to expect really. I wasn't ready for it at all. I didn't have a good deck and I got completely destroyed. The first tournament I realized I could really do this on a larger scale was Bremen 2022, when I made top 8, and that was my biggest result at the time. My greatest accomplishment is second place at Toronto Regionals in 2023. I qualified for this year's World Championships last week by winning a League Cup, but my goal for the rest of the season is to finish in the top 22 for Europe and get the round 1 bye at Worlds. So my top tip for anyone looking to get good at the Pokemon TCG is to think about the mistakes you made in each game. I think it's a lot more common to lose a game due to your mistakes than it is to just being unlucky. My favorite card in Pokemon is the Oxysy X because I won Nationals with it and it's one of my favorite Pokemon. So I've had a great season so far, but my goal going forward is to win a Regionals and then win the World Championships.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name's Ross Gilbert, and while we've got a bit of a break in the action, I thought it would be nice to have a chat with the probably best player in the world, Tord Reklev, about his approach to the metagame and deck choice. So, we start the format in EUIC last year. We had the rotation, along with Scarlet and Violet base, all happening on the same day, and you zone in immediately on Gardevoir, and you choose to play that deck for months and months on end. What drew you to Gardevoir, and what kept you playing it for so long?
So when I saw, the cards coming out, then I knew that, okay, I really need to give this a chance. This is basically my Zorak GX deck reincarnated, right? We have the same ability reprinted, right? That's great. And a lot of other really cool options and tricks available for the deck as well. So I figured here there's a lot of potential here. So I need to give this all I got and really figure out how to play this.
I mean, at Worlds, you got all the way to second place at Worlds with it. You had a lot of success with the deck, and yet after a little while, you move on. You go away from Gardevoir, you play a couple regionals in a row with these Lost Zone variants instead. What prompted that change?
So I was playing a little bit with Lost Zone when the cards first released as well. In Peoria, I was playing a Radiant Charizard Sableye focused variant. So I was kind of wanted to revisit, just the engine again a little bit. But also now with Paradox Rift released, we also got the Roaring Moon and the Iron Hands and a lot of really cool tools, like very powerful basic Pokemon for Lost Zone to utilize as well. And then you could play this really fun Mirage Gate box, right? So really wanted to try out these powerful basic Pokemon and see how it went, and yeah, it went pretty well.
It did go pretty well. You confused a lot of people with your deck list.
For sure.
Confused a lot of your opponents, and had some pretty good tournament results, which is something you're obviously very, very used to. So, obviously, like I say, you got second place at Worlds. You came into this season with a Worlds invite. You didn't need to play a single game of Pokemon, and you already qualified for Worlds in Hawaii. Does that change how you approach a tournament? Does that impact which tournaments you go to? Does it impact your deck choice? Does it have any effect at all?
Honestly, no, not really. So I've been playing so much Pokemon the last few years, regardless, that I'm usually not that worried about getting to the invite with the amount I actually play. So I think it doesn't change too much for me personally. But of course, it's nice going into the season knowing that you kind of have that thing off your shoulders, right? You know that, okay, no matter what happens, no matter the variance or no matter how poorly I play this season, I will still be able to go to Worlds at least. So
it's nice to have it in your back pocket. All right then, so last question. You play a lot in Europe. We see you at these events all the time. It's always lovely to see you, of course. But you also make your way over to North America and you play at internationals all around the world. Do you find that different regions have different metagames? Does your preparation change? Or with the internet age and deck lists being shared so freely, is it quite similar wherever you go?
I think the last thing there is actually a very good point. I feel like information sharing is so prevalent right now that the regions become a little bit closer, I think. You could maybe argue that there was a little bit more of a difference between them before, but now, since everything just spread like wildfire immediately when someone, does well or a tournament result, everyone will have that information, the same day. So I feel like I prepare for all the events relatively the same, I think. I guess the jet lag maybe sometimes get to me. is the difference.
Yeah, jet lag can be a little bit of a pain. It's very different to when we started playing, and trying to find good deck lists was far more difficult. Well, thank you very much, Tord. Always nice to have a chat with you. And don't go anywhere, trainers. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. We are going to be back very shortly indeed with more wonderful Pokemon action.
Hello everyone, I'm now joined by the lovely Ross, someone who has earned their world invitation in a single day in the grinder, and you're joined by myself, Shay, who tries his best at the very least. How are we, Ross?
I'm doing all right, Shay. I really enjoyed that last matchup, Mew against Chen Pao. And here's what's really weirding me out about this tournament, right?
What's that then?
We've had Clorf on stream.
Yes.
We've had Chen Pao on stream.
We have.
We've had Palkia on stream.
We have.
Somehow, we've managed to get to this point without having Charizard on stream.
Yeah.
Despite it being the most represented deck, and we weren't lying about that.
Yeah.
How have we managed that?
I don't know, and the best bit is those decks that we have been getting on Palkia and Chen Pao, they've been winning as well. But like you said, Charizard there, 17% of the metagame, 251 players. And then your pick there, Ross Miraidon coming in at the second. Lost Zone Giratina, who we have on the stream once, but unfortunately did falter. What's the biggest surprise to you here looking at this here, Ross?
Looking at what's on the screen here, I mean, maybe traditional Lost Zone box. It just, it feels like It's just weird to say. It almost feels outdated. Like, when I think about what's winning at the moment, I think about Giratina, I think about Charizard, I think about Miraidon as a bit of an outside shot. I don't really think about Lost Zone Box as a tournament-winning deck at the moment. That's not to say it's not great, and it's not to say it doesn't stand a good chance, but just over the past few tournaments, it's just not really been there. I mean, we see it on the screen here. We've got a lot of things to love about it. We've got Colress and Comfey that get your cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
And then you've got so many other tricks to play with.
Yeah, so like there's so many different options, and when you're a one-prize presenting deck, it can get really awkward for some decks to deal with, right? But looking at the matchup spread there, Miraidon, we know it's second most popular deck. Mew VMAX is there, and Roaring Moon as well was on that graph as being most played. So maybe it could be a little time for a little sneaky Lost Box action.
And their bad matchups aren't really in the room.
Yeah.
Like, Entei Valiant is obviously out there, but it's not in big numbers. Rapid Strike, I'm imagining, is out there. It's always out there somewhere, but no matter how much that deck represents, we never get it in big numbers. And then Lugia V-Star, it's not out there right now.
Not really a thing, is it, unfortunately?
It's not there at the moment. But I really like when this deck first came out in Japan with the Lost Abyss expansion, their Japanese equivalent of Lost Origin, there was a list that did very well in Japan. It was a super duper duper speedy list, lots of switching, and it really just was like Cramorant, Sableye, Comfey, and then Radiant Charizard. I played so many games of that deck, just laddering on TCG, I think it was at the time, and just playing over and over and over again. And I've never won so many games of the Pokemon TCG so quickly as when I was laddering with like the very early turbo builds of Lost Box. It was an absolute joy to play. But you've got Cramorant to the early game 110.
Yep.
You've got Sableye to drop 12 damage counters, which against evolution decks, if you can get a fast enough Sableye, you can completely shut down their entire evolution line. And then, of course, you know, those early builds I mentioned, they very quickly gave way to other stuff. We see Dragonite on stream against Clorf earlier doing very, very well. Obviously, we've got Giratina V-Star now, which, of course, is very, very different. But it's still that same basic core deck. We just go in a different direction after the basic cards. And it's a deck that's evolved a lot over the couple of years we've had it. But it's still a very powerful deck. It just never really seems to win.
Well, I guess Christian did win, Stuttgart with Sablezard, the Radiant Charizard kind of version. But I have a theory, Ross, about why Lost Box we're seeing it here in such high numbers. My theory is, everyone's been seeing how well Giratina's been doing.
Yes.
So I think a lot of people are thinking, right, I don't want to play Giratina. Some people don't like to play the best deck in the room. I understand that. But how can I put myself in the best chance to beat it? So if you take Giratina, take out the 2 prizes, and say, I'm going to be a pure single prize deck now, that should give you the edge.
And I mean, we're going to have to see how the conversion goes into tomorrow, but it's absolutely a sound plan. And, obviously, I understand the Lost Zone Box is still absolutely relevant, and you're right, I did forget it won as recently as Stuttgart. But it's just, if you look at the discourse over the past couple of months, really since Stuttgart, since kind of the middle of December, it is not being talked about as that big deck. People seem to have gone Giratina, it's on the screen, very appropriate. This is the Lost Zone Box around at the moment. And you look at the good matchups, Charizard EX, well, that's the most popular deck at the moment. Every tournament we go to, it seems like we throw up the day one metagame chart, and that is there at number 1.
Yes.
Bad matchups, Lugia V-Star, as previously mentioned. But then that Lost Box, like you said, maybe we see a resurgence of Lost Box after a month or so of quiet because Giratina V-Star ends up doing so well. And, we've seen that Path to the Beacon Roxanne combination. And, of course, you know what else is fun?
What's that?
KOing literally anything in one hit.
Yep. No drawback, no discarding any. Just says, whatever's in the active is now in the discard pile, and I will take some prizes. But I have my ear to the ground a little bit as well. And I've been hearing that Lost Zone Cryoga is actually, a few players are playing it and they're doing well. Because I think capitalizing on Giratina not playing Manaphy, saying, right, you haven't got Manaphy, how about this Cryoga just going 250, 250, how would you like that? Just a little bit of a sprinkle. So I'll be intrigued to see if we see that doing well this weekend.
Yeah, the Kyogre build's always kind of fun, being able to drop 250 damage on 2 different bench Pokemon to really finish out the game. It's a weird way to play. When I first saw those decks coming around, I was like, come on. That's not going to be consistent, but the way it works is ingenious.
Yeah.
You don't go, I hope the top 5 cards of my deck are energy.
Nope.
You completely empty out your deck.
Yes.
You play an energy recycler to put 5 energy cards into your deck, and then you go, ha! There are 5 cards in my deck, and I know for a fact they are all basic energy.
And I think that must be a terrifying place to be if you're the opponent thinking, right, there's going to be an essential 500 damage coming my way, and I can't do anything about it. From a one-prize Pokemon as well, might I say, it gets a little bit silly. And I know I've been on the receiving end of some Aqua Storms. I've been playing VMAX, and quite honestly, it is terrifying. The table shatters in front of me after that Aqua Storm.
But it takes a really good player to play these Lost Box Kyogre decks, because, I mean, general Lost Box decks, you've got all of those decisions constantly. Your flower selecting, your Chorus's experiment, what to go to hand, what to go into the Lost Zone, when to use Cramorant. And we saw earlier in the stream, we had a Cramorant ping onto a Suicune. Yes. Which led to a 2-prize KO. Now, it actually didn't affect the result in the end, but that could have been a pivotal moment. But then we've seen other situations where, well, I could go for the Cramorant ping, but you know what? I'd rather go Abyss Seeking with Giratina and just get a couple cards in the Lost Zone, couple into my hand. That alone is difficult, right?
Yes.
Then you build in the, I have got to sequence this perfectly, because if you empty out your deck, and you don't pull off Kyogre that turn, you deck out.
Yes.
And you lose, and generally decking out and losing is a pretty bad thing. So not only have you got to somehow sequence this right, you've got to pull it off on the exact right turn for Kyogre to actually come out. It's a deck which is incredibly difficult to play, but then you'll sit down against a good player and you'll be like, how do they always pull this off every time? And you're like, yeah, because they've practiced and they know the sequencing, and they're going to keep doing it every game.
Yeah, and I think Mike, the caster was just on before, played a lot of Kyogre back in the day, and he was piloting it. So excuse me, took me a while there, to great success. But Ross, I think we should play a little game.
Okay.
I've got a little game.
Okay.
So, I've got some cards written down here, or some decks. Okay.
Right.
And we're going to say if we think they're overrated or underrated right now at their place in the metagame. Sound good?
I mean, I see no way chat would disagree with us here.
Yeah, so let us know in the chat as well what you think. So
there's no downside to this game.
No. So, my first card that I'm going to talk about here is Path to the Peak. Do we think Path to the Peak is overrated or underrated? What do you think, Ross?
Oh, I mean, whatever I say. Like, half the chat are going to say one, half the other. So, okay, forgive me, chat. I think at the moment it is a tiny little bit overrated.
Yes. Okay.
And here's my reasoning.
Why is that then?
We have a lot of ways around it. There's a lot of Lost Vacuum in the format. There's a lot of counter stadiums in the format. And there are a lot of decks that frankly ignore it. Even the decks that don't ignore it, like we saw with Palkia earlier, you've got to find it on the right turn, or it really doesn't do very much. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad card by any stretch of the imagination. But I am saying, we know when we hit the rotation, we've had it confirmed that the rotation is going to come in day 1 of EUIC in April. We're going to lose Path to the Peak. I think it's going to be a little bit less impactful than some people are expecting it to be.
You know what? I actually echo you 100%. I would have said slightly overrated, well, because it's very strong. I'm not saying the card is bad or anything.
Yeah, we know the card is great.
But like you said, it's very situational, and against the decks you really want to use it against, like Mew VMAX or Gardevoir even. They all play Lost Vacuum in a high count, and then Gardevoir has so many ways to draw cards. It's quite easy for them to get around that Path to the Peak lock. So yeah, I thought that was a bit of fun. What if we go for another one? The one that we just had on stream, Chien-Pao Ross. Do we think Chien-Pao is overrated or underrated?
See, this is an awkward one, right? I want to say overrated because I do not rate that deck at all. We were talking about this off air the other day, right? I despise these decks. They are my least favorite kind of decks to play.
You were saying this, actually.
We can go back. The whole attach X number of water energy from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. I cannot stand them. So for me, you literally cannot rate Chien-Pao low enough. But then on the other hand, we've just seen it go to 601 after beating an exceptional Mew player on stream.
Yeah.
But most people don't think it's that great. So there's an argument for underrated, but because of my personal, entirely biased feelings, no matter how you rate the deck, I'm still saying it's overrated.
Fair enough, fair enough. And you were saying yesterday how much you despise those sort of Rain Dance-esque style decks.
Cannot play those decks. They stress me out so much.
But I'm going to have to disagree with you, though. I think the deck is underrated. Now, this isn't me saying that it's a fantastic deck. I think it's very good. It has its inherent consistency issues, but like we saw, when that deck is flying, when you have your superior energy retrievals in hand, when you have your Earthen Vessel, you have energy in deck for your Shivery Chill, the deck could just say, right, I need to hit, I don't know, 300 this turn. Watch me do it. 6, 12, and 8 to 4,300. Like, I just love when a deck can just fly like that. I've been experimenting with a ton of fun cards, actually, in Chen Pao. Wishy-Washy was one of my personal favorites.
Oh,
I love putting that guy up against Gardevoir because they struggle. But yeah, I think Chen Pao, maybe we're going to see a little bit of a resurgence now. I wouldn't be surprised.
Or you could just play Miraidon with Raichu, who has the same attack as Chen Pao, but in a good deck that I enjoy playing. Once again, personal opinion, but I cannot overstate how much I personally dislike playing these Rain Dance decks. I cannot do it. Nobody go back in my history and realize I liked playing Magnezone Emboar for a while. It was over a decade ago. I've let it go.
So what you're saying is no one go dig up the receipts then?
Yeah, don't dig up the receipts.
Don't dig up the receipts.
Don't prove me wrong with my own history. I cannot play those decks. I've tried playing Chen Pao many times.
Yeah.
As a previous event, I think I and Freya was playing a bunch of games, and I was giving Chen Pao one last go.
Yes.
And every game I almost won, and every game I was like, oh, I'm one energy short. I hit the rare candy one turn too late. Oh, I need a superior energy retrieval, but it's the next card in my deck. Like, I very rarely get smashed when I'm playing Chen Pao. I always feel like I'm just about to win.
Yeah, true.
And then I lose. And there's other decks where I sometimes win when I play them.
I love that. I hate that feeling when you're not winning, you're just losing slowly.
Yeah, exactly. But the only question with Chen Pao is, like, how close am I going to get before I then inevitably lose?
I'm sure Jacob from last round will be trying his best to make you eat those words.
there might have been some bias in my answer there, Shay. I don't know if you picked up on it. There's a little bit there bubbling under the surface.
A little bit, I know. Oh, an absolute eruption of anger against Chen Pao. But right, I got another one for you, though. And let us know your opinions down there, actually. #PlayPokemon and in the chat. I'd love to see your guys' opinion. We've got one more, though, I think.
Okay.
What about Roaring Moon?
Oh.
Underrated? Overrated?
Oh, underrated.
Is it? Tell the people why.
Oh, absolutely underrated. Roaring Moon is a decent single prize attacker away from absolutely wrecking this format. It can KO I mean, the first attack, or the second attack, forget which order they are on the card. The one that just does damage 100 and then extra 120 if you can scar Stadium. Second attack, there we go. That is alone good. 220 for free energy is a good attack.
On a basic.
But then you build in, I can literally one-hit KO anything, and you've got energy acceleration in Dark Patch, you've got energy acceleration in Professor Sada's Vitality, and I don't know if right now we've got the single prize ancient attacker we're really looking for, which I think makes some people underrate it, but I am absolutely certain in the not too distant future there's going to be a whole bunch of people turning around being like, oh, man, that Roaring Moon's well good. So no, I am firmly in the underrated camp here.
Yeah, I think I agree as well. I think it's underrated. I feel as if people haven't quite cracked the way to play it yet. Like we saw Ross Corfon get that top 8, I believe, at the last regional in Charlotte. With the straight dark build, maybe that is the way to go, at least for now. But I think you're right. As soon as it's going to be like a very good single prize attacker that can just skew prize trade, you can just maybe take a couple prizes with the single prizer, and then the frenzied gouging comes in, maybe with an Iono. It's a scary place to be if you've got that Roaring Moon, barreling down. So, yeah, I think underrated as well. And I think the community might agree because that's why we're starting to see it tick up in play.
Yeah, it is one of those decks which is, I mean, you've been on that since we got here on Thursday. You've been talking about the fact that Roaring Moon is in the ascendancy. I'm a big fan of Roaring Moon. I think it's a very good card. And for me, it's the energy acceleration. Basic Pokemon, good energy acceleration, literally one-hit KOs anything. You add all of that together, you are onto an absolute winner. And it might be that we are just 1 or 2 cards short right now.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the card and the deck are bad. It means they haven't quite reached their potential. And it's one of those cards. There's just so much going on. But we do have our match ready here. And look, we said
goodness,
we had not had any Charizard on stream.
Yeah.
Well, we're fixing it with a Charizard mirror match. We've got Robin Schultz, who may sound familiar but may look a little different to how we've seen him in the past, up against 1-1 coming into this match. So the winner of this game books their space into day 2, 100% guaranteed, and they can just play their last round to try and get some extra points to try and supercharge their top 8 run. And the loser of this game is not out of the tournament.
No, not at all.
But they are then going into a 1-game winning in for day 2.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, like I said, especially now that these tournaments are getting so big, you know, just scraping into day 2, if you're aiming for a top 8 placement and that, you do kind of want to try and get those extra match points to make that catapult into top cut even easier. So like you said, both players will be going after the win now, as we see that nice Jolteon plush there from Brad. So like you were saying, Ross, we do have that Charizard mirror match. Robin, you know, world champion, him sporting that beard now after his training montage. You know, you can see he's ready. He's come back from the mountains and he's ready to try and take this Liverpool regional home. That world's champion, LAIC champion, Gdansk regional top 4, and then Liverpool regional champion there in 2022, of course. So with that rapid strike Urchin. So Robin is no stranger to the high stage here, Ross, in Liverpool.
Yeah, that was the year where Joe went 9-0. Robin knocked him out in the first round of cut in top 8 and then went on to win the whole gosh darn thing. But there are not many people out there that can claim to be a world champion and an international champion. Brad there, it's looking a little bit light on accomplishments, but see, I kind of like that sometimes because you know what? You're 5-1-1. You're up against a former world champion on stream. You know what you may very well have after this weekend? A nice result from Liverpool to put there in the future. But have a look on the screen there, Shay. We got Justified Gloves and TM Devolution.
Wow.
These are not the same build of Charizard. Same basic deck.
Yeah.
But there are some differences coming in here.
Absolutely naughty cards we see here. So that Justified Gloves, the Pokemon this card attaches an extra 30 damage to Dark types that it hits. And TM Devolution for 1 color's energy will de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon. As we do look at the prize cards here, and Brad has a lot of supporters in there, actually. We didn't get to have a good look at Robin, but we have that winning in action, baby. The fist bump is started, and we are now getting started with our round 8 feature match here, Liverpool Regionals. The winner of this match will secure themselves a slot in day 2 and a chance to make history, and maybe even secure their world's invitation right here.
Oh, Manaphy, a bad start for Brad. That is not a Pokemon you really want to see on the field in this matchup at all. Oh my goodness, so we just see an attach and a pass there. A bad turn from Brad. And we see a turn 1 Arven from Robin. Gee whiz, I wonder what the item card is going to be.
I love Arven. As soon as I saw it, I was like, this card is going to be good. Letting you grab a tool card from your deck and an item. So if you play it on your first turn going second, like you said, I wonder what it's going to be. Battle VIP Pass and Forest Hillstone. Like if Arven was to basically read on the text there, search your deck for any card and 2 basic Pokemon and put them into play, you'd be like, oh my goodness, this is rather good.
Yeah, that's an exceptional effect. And this is a classic turn 1 Arven, yeah? Forest Hillstone for whatever card you like. And the thing is, you don't have to use it now. You play it down. And then you just wait for next turn. Oh, I need that rare candy to get a Charizard. Wonderful news. You don't expect your opponent to be playing a Lost Vacuum in Charizard. And now, actually, to be fair, there are 2 in Brad's list, and there are 2 in Robin's list. So, okay, let me rephrase. You don't expect them to be able to hit it perfectly on their second turn of the game.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
Guess that vacuum is really good for getting rid of those path to the peak, because, you know, Charizard does rely on that Infernal Rain ability.
It really does.
So while Robin is going to be getting his Battle VIP Pass, let's have a quick explanation about the Charizard deck. So Charizard is a Stage 2 Pokemon, 330 HP, and it's a Terra Dark type. With its ability Infernal Rain, when you evolve into it, you can search your deck for 3 Fire Energy and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. The attack Burning Darkness for 2 Fire Energy does 180 damage, plus 30 for each prize card your opponent has taken. A very intimidating Pokemon, a very self-sufficient Pokemon, and all around a very good Pokemon.
Yeah, it's been a little while since Charizard was just ruling the Pokemon TCG, but
yeah,
in the same way at the moment, Giratina, based on recent results, is the best deck in the format. Charizard is the most popular deck in the format, and I'm probably a pretty clear number 2 behind that Giratina. It really is absolutely huge. We see a full quartet of Charmander here, plus a Pidgey, and then a Rotom to draw 3 cards and end your turn. I mean, maybe we could have got greedy and asked for an energy attachment for Robin, but that is about the most you could possibly have asked for there. That was very, very nice. And like you say, we got the ability to get energy on evolution anyway.
Yeah,
so it's not like you need the turn 1 energy attachment.
And if you're Brad, and I know you're playing the mirror match, and you got down 1 Charmander turn 1 and your opponent got down 4, you must be like, okay, this is going to be an uphill struggle straight away. As Brad does play that Arven.
But it's not as good. Arven turn 2 is nowhere near as good as Arven turn 1 because you cannot go for your Battle VIP pass. Arven for Forest Seal Stone is really good, but it's Arven for Forest Seal Stone and Battle VIP pass. That's what you really want. Or Arven for Rare Candy.
Yeah.
And Forest Seal Stone, which is fine, but not when you've only got 1 Charmander down. That is not what you're going for. Now, if Robin does that next turn with an Arven, I'm loving it.
Yep.
But if that's all Brad's able to do with his 1 supporter, I don't like this very much.
And it's worth noting, even if he does go for the Forest Seal Stone, doesn't have a V Pokemon to attach it to yet, so won't even be able to use it for full value. So
nope.
Gonna have to keep an eye on that. Oh my goodness! I think already top decked the Battle VIP pass as well. Oh, that is a shame. What do you even search for here? There's no like magical 2 cards that can really swing you back in this game, right? Because I mean, you get a choice belt and a rare candy, but I don't think it has a Charizard in hand, right?
No, got a Pidgeot in hand, but no Pidgey on the board.
Let's see that hand again. Come on, let's have a look what we got here. Pidgeot, is that Heavy Ball?
I would honestly be tempted to go for something that gets me a Pidgey here in the hope that next turn I can work towards a rare candy. I mean, I might even get the Forest Seal Stone so that if I top deck a Pokemon V, that gives me 1 more out. Because essentially, like, Brad's hand is terrible.
Yes.
Absolutely. Oh, and actually, it looks like Brad might agree with me.
Yeah,
here.
I think he does.
I would go Pidgey and Forest Seal Stone here. Just, there's nothing going on this turn. Your hand is terrible. Give yourself a chance next turn to draw out of it.
And let's see what this Ultra Ball does grab. Let's see if it grabs a V Pokemon. Maybe it grabs that Rotom, so you can use that Forest Seal Stone. Maybe could go for a second. Oh, as it looks like it's going to be that Rotom. I love that full art version of the Rotom, by the way.
Love it. I think this is absolutely the right way to go about it. Now you can play the level ball. You could go for a Charmeleon here. You could go for a second Charmander.
Could go for Pidgey.
You could go for Pidgey, knowing you've got a Pidgeot in hand.
Yep.
There's a lot of options. The problem is, it does look like we're going Charmeleon here.
Wow, as we do see the Forest Seal Stone. Maybe it's going to grab. You have to grab another Charmander realistically, right? Because otherwise you just lose to a boss's orders. Artisan as well obviously does get you there. And then you grab any basic non-rule box Pokemon and pop it straight onto your bench. And Robin can't use that right now.
I was going to say, with Robin having with Robin having a full bench, that's actually a pretty sneaky play.
Yeah, it is.
Because you could potentially use that a couple turns in a row, and you're not helping out your opponent. So I kind of like that. That's really quite nice.
Yeah, nice heads-up play there. So, you know, Brad doing what he can. Might not have the greatest of starts, but this is workable. We'll have the instant charge from that Rotom, letting you end your turn and then draw 3 cards from the top of your deck. So, yeah, could be worse. Not the most commanding of places there, Ross, but I think fine for now, workable.
Yeah, I still... I mean, has he got Rare Candy Pidgeot in hand?
He does have Rare Candy.
Oh, no, yes. I believe he has a Pidgeot EX in hand.
Yeah, definitely had a Pidgeot EX in hand. Yeah, we can see it. But it looks like he's going to end the turn there with that instant charge, and it's back over to Robin. Now, it's all well and good. Robin has a fantastic start. Does really want to, you know, capitalise. I see a Rare Candy, though. That's going to be a good start. Where's it going?
Rare Candy Charizard straight away,
Ross.
and here comes the ability going and getting those fire energy out.
That Infernal Rain, Charizard's Rain has started, everybody. 3 fire energy can be attached from the deck, and you can, use one of them to pay retreat on that Rotom, attach 2 to your Charizard and start swinging immediately. And I think that might be what we're doing, unless Robin has a switching card in hand, which I think would be insult to injury if you could afford to get this third energy for somewhere else as well.
Yeah, that would be a little bit over the top here. I mean, I'd love to see some gusting from Robin here.
Ooh.
Because, I mean, if you take out one of those Charmander, you know your opponent's had a bad start. You put them on a 1-turn clock, basically saying, look, you've now got 1 Charmander down. You'd better start getting stuff nicely here. One thing about Charizard, of course, great comeback deck.
Yep.
The attack Burning Darkness, 180 base, 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. So it's not always the worst thing playing Charizard to go down a couple of prizes, knowing that your attacks will then become more powerful, and maybe you get the first KO on a Charizard, and then you can start swinging the prize race in your favor. It is far from perfect, but I'm just saying sometimes it can work out.
We're going to see a Professor's Research there discarding 3 fire energy. Bear in mind there's 3 in play as well, so keep an eye on the basic energy count there. That's going to be something, a little wrinkle for Robin to keep an eye on.
That leaves a maximum of 2 in deck. There's none prized, so that does leave 2 in deck.
Does play 1 copy of Super Rod, so we'll be able to recycle 3 at a certain moment in time, not right now. You'd love for Robin here to try and get a Charmeleon or the Pidgeot developed. Doesn't look like that's going to be an option. And could collapse to remove the Rotom as well. Oh, that's a strong turn. So, goodness. So, Brad has gone from being able to use Artisan for a couple turns to now being bench locked and removing easy 2 prizes there for Brad. Robin Schultz takes first prize here in round 8 of our feature match here at Liverpool Regionals.
Yeah, we see a third Charmander hitting the board, but of course Collapse Stadium limits both players to only having 4 bench spots.
Yep.
And that's one of the things Robin did, limited himself to 4 bench spots and went, oh no, I've got too many Pokemon. Maybe I just discard the 2 prize liability that ends my turn if I use it, and I have no more use for at all. So, but that does mean that Brad's now only got 1 bench space to use, and one of them is taken up with a Rotom he probably doesn't want to use anymore. Put it this way, if Brad uses it this turn, something's gone terribly wrong. But we do see an Arven coming down here, and the item card has to be Candy.
Yeah, but only has the Pidgeot EX in hand. Doesn't have a Charizard EX in hand, I believe. Doesn't have an Ultra Ball even. So
this is why I wanted a Pidgey down last turn.
I agree.
So you end up in this situation. You go and get your Pidgeot, and then your Pidgeot gets you any card you want.
Oh, but we are going to see a little bit of spice for your life here.
I like
that
this.
TM Devolution for 1 colorless energy lets you de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon. Fantastic in this scenario where Robin has got that Charizard into play via Rare Candy. As we are going to... Oh, does have an Ultra Ball in hand. I apologize. Does have the Ultra Ball in hand, so this could find a Charizard, I would imagine.
You've got to think so, surely.
And moving a fire energy to the front as well, so I would imagine we're just getting them ready for that Infernal Rain.
That is setting up to search for a Charizard. Free fire energy at the front. There goes a Charizard. So we're going to see the Rare Candy we got from the Arven come down. Then we're going to see the Charizard getting all 3 of those energy into play. And... yeah, there's only 1 TM Devolution in Brad's deck.
Yes.
So only 1 copy. And remember that these technical machines, they do get discarded at the end of your turn. So might not see it this turn.
No.
Absolutely could see it next.
So we are probably just going to see the Burning Darkness, I believe, for 210, as Robin has taken a prize card. Good number. I mean, it's not going to. It'll be a nice, consistent 2-shot on a 330 HP Charizard EX.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not ideal, but like I say, you're only down 1 prize.
Yes.
And you're going to get the first Charizard KO. So you know what? It's not worked out terribly here. This is what Brad had to do to kind of weather those first couple of turns. The problem you're going to find in a minute, though, is that Robin is going to get that Pidgeot established. And then Robin's deck is going to be so much more consistent than Brad's going throughout this game, combined with that early prize lead. And all of a sudden, these kind of things do tend to add up. I took the first prize. Now I've got the only Pidgeot. Oh, you actually have that 2-prize Rotom liability that I managed to get rid of with my Collapse Stadium. And it's these little things that on their own are not that bad.
Yeah.
But when one player has all of these advantages, and right now Robin really does, it really does start to tilt the matchup in one person's favor.
You're right, those sort of they all add up over time. All these little micro decisions or micro advantages do add up eventually to make the game unwinnable. And it looks like Robin's going to boss into a Charmander.
Love
or a
this.
Charmeleon, I should say.
Yeah, love this, because that was an easy Pokemon to get up. Now, here's where it's going to get interesting.
How's that then?
Because we're now going to be knotted up at 2 prizes each, and only Brad is going to have a Charizard on the board. Now, I know Robin's got a Charmeleon. It's ready to evolve. It will probably turn into a Charizard soon.
Yep.
But the board advantage is getting less and less for Robin.
Yes.
Now we see a boss's orders from Brad, and I don't mind this because you've got TM Devolution in the back if you need it.
Yes, true.
And of course, taking 1 prize rather than 2 is weakening your opponent Charizard's attacks.
Yes.
So there's another reason to take that 1 prize KO rather than the 2 prize KO here.
So I wonder what Robin's going to do here then. Does have, you know, can actually KO the Rotom now and go down to 2 prize cards now that Brad has taken a prize. That is an option.
Yeah, Burning Darkness does 210 for Robin now.
Does do 210. Doesn't have, what looks at Rare Candy, has a ton of support cards though. But
and that's why I kind of wanted to see Brad KO the Charizard last turn, just basically lock Robin out of. But of course, if you're Brad looking at Robin's board, you're like, well, of course he's going to get a Charizard next turn. What have you seen, Shay?
Well, he does have a Rare Candy and a Pidgeot in hand. Does have both of them, but then
I don't
think Pidgeot doesn't quite get you out of the woods though, because you need, if you Rare Candy Pidgeot can quick search. We need to find. Oh no, is there a Charizard in hand as well? Oh, no, there is. So yeah, what have we seen, or what has Robin seen that we haven't? If it could be a fairly easy. Or maybe trying to play around the TM Devolution, I would imagine, actually, maybe. Not wanting to just springboard all these Pokemon into play via Rare Candy, and then TM Devolution just says, oh, no, you don't.
If you Rare Candy everything, then TM Devolution comes down, de-evolves all of them, and then you don't have those Rare Candy to use in the future. So you need TM Devolution to leave before you go down that route. It's another reason why Brad taking out the Charmeleon was a good call.
For sure, for sure.
Because that is one that would be far less susceptible to TM Devolution.
Yeah, I think that's right. Because if you was going to go down Rare Candy Pidgeot, then Rare Candy Charizard, Devolution just says, whoops, there it is. And then all you're left in play is a ton of Charmander. Now, Robin will have to do this can't avoid playing Rare Candy forever, though. I feel as if this has to be a turn where you get a Charizard EX into play.
Oh, absolutely.
But will he opt to use the Pidgeot here as well?
Doesn't look like it. We saw the Rare Candy Charizard immediately get pushed to the front of the hand. I think Robin is worried about just wasting too many of those Rare Candies. If you use all 4 Rare Candy and a TM Devolution comes down, you don't have, we can recover Pokemon quite easily, as Robin is about to show us, and same thing with Basic Energy. But item cards, special energy, things like this are way harder to actually recover. So, no, I kind of like where Robin's going with this. And both players are actually playing this really well. Brad is making a real good comeback off of an horrendous first couple of turns. And Robin is really playing around that TM Devolution absolutely beautifully.
He really is, and that's why he's a world champion. Knows his way around the Pokemon trading card game. And I guess that was one problem for Brad having to Arven search out that Devolution, is that Robin knew instantly this is a card I have to play around, giving Robin time to develop a strategy and then execute it as well. As we do see that Rare Candy Charizard, Infernal Rain activation, 2 energy to the active Ross, and 1 to the bench Charmander.
Yeah, classic. 2 on the one you want, 1 on the one you want next. That's what we see from Charizard all the time.
Yep.
But with Brad having taken 3 prizes, all of a sudden Burning Darkness does 270.
Ooh.
Now, you actually have to take 5 prizes for a Charizard to one-hit KO an opposing Charizard.
Yes.
But this is still a decent amount of damage, especially with what's already on the board.
But Robin does play that Justified Gloves, though. That would let you spring a one-shot out of nowhere that Brad will not be playing around. So gonna be interesting. Because I have to imagine the Justified Gloves has to be for the mirror match. There's not really any real high HP dark types in the format outside
Roaring
of
Moon.
Oh, yeah, but okay, no, fair enough. A Lost City as well. Going to send that Charizard and that Charmander, I should say, to the Lost Zone.
What I will say is, Robin just needs to KO the Rotom now. Boom, game.
Yes, very good point. Let's see what Brad can do here. So looking at the hand, did get Ioned, I believe, into 4 cards. And this is where not having Pidgeot developed could be devastating. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness, Ross. I think I see a counter catcher, a Pidgeot, and 2 Battle VIP pass.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but that is less than ideal.
We're going to see Charmander, was it Steady Fire Breather? I can't remember what the one energy attack is called, but did it attach energy to itself or something like this? Discard a stadium in play.
Yeah, single energy, discard a stadium in play. There is a stadium in play, so you will get some value out of it.
I think he'd rather just use that instant charge though. Right, can Robin gust that Rotom V into the active? Boss's orders would be the way to go. Oh, it has Boss Orders in the hand, right? Hold, wait. What have oh, no.
You saw a counter catcher, I think.
No, in Robin's hand, surely. Is that?
There's a counter catcher and there's an Iona.
There,
oh, there's a boss's
see?
orders. There is a boss. You don't even need the boss, because if you don't boss, you just KO the only Charmander.
Oh, but wait, he has to get this Pidgey out the active, right?
I mean, generally getting Pidgey out the active is a good call.
Yes, so that's why he hasn't just slammed down the boss. Okay.
But, yeah, it's...
so not quite over here.
He passes back to Brad. That's it. That was the turn.
Hasn't had the way to move that Pidgey from play. So over to move the Pidgey from play. So they move it out the active. Now, what can Brad do? Could this be a sneaky little devolution turn?
It could be a cheeky devolution turn. It's not the most vital one you've ever seen, but Robin's hand is not ideal. There is an Iono, but you don't want to play Iono because you've got boss in hand, and right now drawing a basic energy wins you the game.
Yes.
Drawing a switching card wins you the game. Whereas if you play the Iono, now all of a sudden you're looking for that 2-card combo, a way to get the Pidgey out the active. The other thing is, of course, you can literally just sit here.
Yeah, you can.
You know that Brad is not one-hit KOing your Charizard.
No.
So whatever Brad does KO, you then bring your Charizard active and KO the Rotom.
Yes.
So Brad is going to need to get a KO with hand disruption to stop Robin having guaranteed game here.
It looks like Brad did take the TM Devolution off the Arvin, so we might still be seeing that. We see a very efficient use of Ultra Ball there, getting rid of 2 Battle VIP pass. I think that's
the
something
dream.
You would love to do that, isn't it?
That is the dream,
That
Shay.
is so satisfying. You get in the discard pile now.
They are fantastic turn 1. After turn 1, they are fantastic discard fodder.
Yep.
And literally nothing else. We finally see a Pidgey coming down from Brad. Might be too little too late. Might be just in time.
Might be just in time. This game's actually been super close considering the difference in start between both players. As Brad can still very easily win this game, but Robin is just one attack away realistically if the hands stay the same. So are we going to see that TM Devolution? Charmander hits the bench. We are.
There's the TM Devolution.
We're going to see it.
Oh, and okay, what's Brad looking for here, Shay?
Going to be looking for rare candies, right? But how many of them have you used? What are the chances?
There's at least 2.
Yes.
I believe only 2.
I believe only 2.
For the 2 Charizard. So, now here we go. We need candy, we need an energy, and we know we got boss's orders in hand. Does Robin have a candy and an energy?
Worth noting, Robin did actually prize a rare candy.
Oh,
so only has
good
access
shout.
to 1. So we have to keep an eye on that. And so Robin now has a few cards needs to do to win. Needs to maneuver this Pidgey and needs to find rare candy. And I don't think he has any of them in that hand right now.
I don't remember seeing a rare candy previously.
No.
So this is, I mean, look, Brad is playing this like an absolute hero. This was, like, if you looked at the first couple turns of the game, it looked like Robin was going to be winning in like 5-10 minutes. We were moving on to game 2. We're here like 20 minutes later, and Brad is hanging on in. What are you oohing, Shay?
There was just a pass from Robin. Couldn't do anything. So we're going to see rare candy, Pidgeot EX. Pidgeot EX going to quick search, going to find that Charizard EX, and now Brad will be off to the races.
And Brad is not worried about devolution. Robin doesn't play TM devolution.
Yep.
Now, the question is, how confident is Robin in Brad's deck list? Does he believe that Brad only plays 1 TM devolution?
True.
Or does he believe he plays more? Because if you think your opponent's only playing 1, then all of that, you know, all the nerves you had around playing all those rare candy, that goes away and you can just go. But then again, you've only got 1 rare candy left anyway.
Yes, I mean, rare candy wins Robin the game because he could just rare candy, boss's orders, and that's all she wrote. But Brad now going to use that quick search, going to search your deck for any card and put it straight into your hand. Let's see what Brad opts to do here. Going to play that. Now that's interesting, right? Because Robin didn't do anything.
No, but you know he's got the Charizard in hand.
Oh, true. Yeah, you are correct.
Evolution, you guarantee he's got Charizard. So, and now not only is the Charizard not in hand, it's on the bottom of the deck, so you're not drawing back into that Charizard. So no, I love the Iono.
Yeah, and I think you are. Wait, you didn't draw a rare candy off the Iono. So we're going to see an instant charge. Brad still can't attack, funnily enough, but
he's still got a strong
turn. Still a strong turn. What has Robin got for us, though? I see a Lost City. I see an Ultra Ball and a basic Fire Energy.
Oh, so now he's finally drawn into the basic Fire, but he doesn't have the candy, he doesn't have the Charizard, he doesn't have the boss's orders anymore. This is a very different game to the one that we thought we were setting ourselves up for here.
Yeah, and this is the sort of stage 2 problem. You have the piece of the puzzle that you need to get at the right time. You need rare candy, and you need your Pokemon of choice. And Robin just showing us, sometimes you draw one piece, sometimes you draw the other. And we're just going to see a pass from Robin.
Another pass from Robin. So Brad has had a lot of turns to try and piece something together here.
Yeah, he has.
And let's be clear, these aren't turns that are gifted to Brad. Brad is getting these turns.
Yeah,
he's
Brad is
snatching
earning
these
them.
turns.
Yeah, he's earning them turns.
So he's playing brilliantly. He's not even earning them. He's demanding them. He's snatching them.
He's taking them
he is
full
taking
force.
these turns, and playing absolutely beautifully doing so. And I mean, look, if Brad can pull this out, you have got to go into game 2 just being like, I am literally unbeatable.
Coming back from the jaws of defeat against the world champion, no less, confidence levels must be sky high. You're going to see that quick search activation from that Pidgeot EX. Then you grab any card from your deck. Looks like it's going to be rare candy. And then I would imagine Brad's going to have that Charizard EX in hand. I believe he does. So Infernal Rain, Ross, 3 basic energy, and now Brad can start swinging.
And now this is very, very important. Now the good news for Robin is that he's only taken 4 prizes. So Charizard is still not in range, and Justified Gloves are being played in Robin's build, not Brad's. This would actually mean that with Justified Gloves, Robin can get a one-hit KO on Brad's Charizard.
He really can. That is terrifying to think about, but you are correct. So Robin, I mean, a support is probably the best card you could top deck now. They give you the most chance of grabbing your rare candy Charizard. And the Justified Gloves as well, maybe.
I mean, Charizard Arven here would be beautiful.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
That is the dream. But like you said, Brad forced that Charizard back to the bottom of the deck. So, oh, goodness gracious, as Brad is going to play a Super there, shuffle in some cards. And now Brad, honestly, starts his march towards victory here, because this is a lot of pressure. Robin can't afford to just... Oh, has a boss's orders as well.
Oh.
I imagine going to target the Charmander with 2 energy.
Yeah, obviously got to get that one. Now we take it out, and look, it is one... Basically, Robin's got to do something now.
Yes. This is the turn. You cannot afford to absorb any more damage here, because this game could get out of hand. Like you did say, Ross, you know, in a dreamer scenario, rare candy Charizard Justified Gloves would wrap it up here for Robin. But is that going to happen? I'm not sure. Let's see what Robin top decks.
Arven.
Was that Lumineon? What is that?
It is Lumineon.
It is Lumineon.
Is
okay,
that enough,
that's
though?
a good start. But
I mean, continues to start, don't get me wrong.
I don't think it gets you
He's eyeing up the Arven. He's eyeing up Justified Gloves.
Does have Ultra Ball in hand. Wait, he has Ultra Ball in hand already,
Ultra Ball in hand. He sorted,
yeah,
didn't
so he's
he?
got it then. We're going to see it. We're going to see the
Justified
Gloves.
The maths is going to work out absolutely perfectly here, where we're going to get the Charizard coming up. Burning Darkness will do 300. Justified Gloves will put it up to 330. And Robin will take his final 2 prizes. There we go. We just need 1 energy in the deck. There we go. Attach the gloves, and that will be the KO. And Robin will win game 1. And he has really, wait for it.
I'm waiting.
Justified the inclusion of that card.
Let's go. Come on. Yeah, like we said, you know, at 4 prizes, that means your Charizard can hop into that one-shot range. And we saw it come up exactly at the right time. That luminous sign, Lumineon, coming in the clutch and shining bright there for Robin, as he takes a 1-0 victory here so far in our round 8 feature match here at Liverpool.
But that's the thing, we just saw both players are playing as a 1-card deck.
Yes.
They're literally
Yeah,
one copy of Justified Gloves for Robin, one copy of TM Devolution for Brad. And it's basically both for the mirror. And I'm not saying they don't have other uses. TM Devolution's great against Gardevoir, but Gardevoir tends to play a lot less rare candy and a lot more stage 1s.
Yes.
Because of the whole refinement curlier. And yet Justified Gloves will work against Roaring Moon. They're basically for the mirror, right?
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get the most use out of them. And we saw from both players there how good they can be. We saw TM Devolution, and it wasn't just the turn it got used, it was Robin refusing to rare candy the Pidgeot early because of the threat of it.
Just the threat, yeah.
And then we saw the gigantic difference. Robin can one-hit KO a Charizard with 4 prizes taken by his opponent. Brad has to wait until there's 5 prizes taken. That is a humongous difference.
It is, and now quite honestly, like you said, the threat of Devolution made Robin play a certain different way. And I think the threat now of Justified Gloves might have to change the way Brad plays, because, you know, that's a big factor in the mirror match. If your opponent can one-shot you well before you can one-shot them, it's something you have to think about, and it might change the way he takes his prize cards in this game too.
Yeah, it's something to always watch. Free energy from Brad is not ideal. 2 Charmander from Robin is not ideal. Brad's only playing 6 basic energy, Shay, and 3 of them are in the prizes.
And you know, want to know something else about Brad? Brad let Robin go first, I think in the hope that Robin might not dead draw and not get a lot of Pokemon to play. But Robin immediately starts the turn with a Battle VIP pass, has 2 basic Pokemon already. So you have to ask yourself, was letting Robin go first, was that ideal?
It's one of the worst prize games we've seen, Shay. It really is. Robin's prized 2 of his 4 Charmander. Brad's prized 3 of his 6 energy. And 6 energy is low, frankly.
That is low.
I mean, you don't expect to prize 3 of your 6 energy, frankly.
Half the basic energy, right? That could be why Brad's playing 2 Super Odd.
Oh, and Robin's prized his only Forest Seal Stone as well.
Goodness.
This is not ideal from... Both players have got pretty horrendous prizes this game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out now in my head, you know, what prize card would you rather have? Would you rather have 2 of your Charmander available and your Fire Seal Stone, or would you rather have half your basic energy currently in the prize
I think
cards?
Brad's in the worst position here.
Okay.
I do not want to play Charizard with 3 basic energy in my deck. That is not enough basic energy.
No. No, you are correct. You are.
Like, don't get me wrong.
One use of Infernal Rain, and that's all your energy.
Yeah, like Robin's pretty hard done by here. But no, I feel very confident Brad's in a worse position. And this is where he's going to flick through. And you get a sense sometimes when you search your prizes and you just go, you get to the end, I've not seen much energy.
Yeah.
And actually, to be fair, if you're playing 6 energy, you know you're playing on the low end.
Yes.
So it is something you are going to check more often than if you're playing, say, 8 or 9 energy. So he is about to find out. And that's the thing. You then have to change how you play the game. You have to be extremely careful. Something simple like attaching a basic energy to retreat a Pidgey, you really have to think very carefully about that. Although, Brad's got the perfect turn 1 Arven this time.
He has, you know, which is much nicer for Brad there. But I'm sure we've all been there before, haven't we, Ross, where you do your first prize check, you know, first look, and you're like, oh, hold on a sec, let me check that again, and oh yeah, that's actually happened. I have prized 3 of my 6 basic energy. Oh my goodness, gracious me.
Yeah. If you play enough if you play enough games of Pokemon, you will have games where your prizes are absolutely horrendous. That's the whole randomness of prizing stuff, but sometimes you do get a game, and I think both players are having one here where you do look at your prizes and you're like, oh, come on, man. Really?
And it's these sort of games, I think, that separate good players from bad players. How you can
Agreed.
navigate, you know, far from ideal circumstances, right? Because Charizard is a deck that when everything's going well, if you have turn 2, Rare Candy, Charizard, Infernal Rain, this, that, and the other, you know, you can beat anyone. But then, you know, when you only have half your basic energy, if you miss your Battle VIP pass, if you miss your support, if your opponent shows TM Devolution, for example, how do you then navigate your way to victory? And that's what I think we're going to see here. Both players are going to try and navigate out of this sticky situation.
It becomes pretty difficult. We did see the Forest Seal Stone be used for a second Battle VIP pass, which essentially meant Arven searched for 4 basic Pokemon and benched them. which if there was a supporter that did that, it would be a 4 of in every deck, basically. Maybe not Miraidon, but like almost everything else. It would be absurdly good.
You've always managed to get Miraidon in.
He's got tandem unit. He doesn't need it.
Apart from Miraidon.
Because he's got tandem unit.
Just cracks me up. Oh, my goodness. Right, over to Robin now. As Bad has a fantastic turn 1. What can Robin... Now, I know Robin actually has Rare Candy, Charizard in hand already. Has Iono. Has a ton of options, realistically. So we want to see Rare Candy, Charizard, Infernal Rain.
Here's something which I'm really interested to see about Robin's game plan this game.
Okay.
We saw in game 1, he did not go for the Pidgeot.
True.
Because, almost certainly because of the TM devolution.
Yeah.
Does he change his mind and go, it's worth it because I really want the extra draw every turn? Or does he go, it's not worth it because when I get TM devolution, and I know I'm going to at some point, that is one less Rare Candy I've then got to play with afterwards.
I guess you can sort of like the mind games, right? If you have 2 stage 2s out that have been put in play via Rare Candy, that makes a TM devolution much more attractive. But if you only have 1, you're like, you ain't going to use devolution just for 1 stage 2, are you?
Well, that's
and
what
then
I'm
you can
thinking.
try and push it away as long as possible. So yeah, I'd be intrigued to see that little dance there, as it were. As we do see the Iono coming down. Both players going to get a new hand of 6.
The lesser seen Iono, both players get 6 cards.
Yeah, don't see that one too often.
It's one of the big advantages Iono has over a card like Roxanne.
Yes.
If you really need a hand refresh in the early game, Iono will be there for you. Roxanne doesn't want to hear any of it. She's got no time for you in the early game. Come back when your opponent's got 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, all right?
Yeah. Roxanne's a busy gal, you know. Unless you're in desperate situation, she ain't going to give you the time of day. Iono, though, Iono's very friendly. She will come greet you anytime. And Robin did join to the level ball there, which is a fantastic card because we know that's going to grab. Oh, well, I thought it was going to grab a Charmeleon, but wait, that is Charmeleon.
That is a Charmeleon.
That is Charmeleon, right?
Absolutely a Charmeleon. But this is what Robin needs to do.
Yes.
Make sure that you are getting a Charizard up through Charmeleon. And I'm just double checking the list. Yeah, there is 1 Charmeleon. That's what we would generally expect to see in these decks. So it's the only chance you've got to do it. But at least you can get 1 up through there. It's the only one you're going to be able to get, but it gives you that tiny bit of protection. Maybe makes you feel a little bit better if you do want to maybe use a Rare Candy to get a Pidgeot out.
Yes, as we do see Jirachi coming down as well. And that Burning Darkness going to get Robin Schultz on the board here, taking our first prize card here in our round 8 feature match here at Liverpool Regionals. Don't forget, the winner of this game will secure themselves a spot in day 2, where you can compete for all the glorious prizing and all that jazz as well.
Day 1's fun, don't get me wrong, but day 2 is where we really kick it up.
Yeah, day 2.
Like, don't leave us, we'll be lonely without you. Day 1's fun, we've got loads of great Pokemon action, but day 2 is going to be even better than day 1. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Oh, I think so. I don't think that's controversial at all. As we do see level ball, Charmeleon going to evolve the bench, Charmander. We do see Arven now. What tool card? Is this the TM Devolution turn? I mean... I mean, it would prevent Robin from getting an easy Charizard, as we are... Oh, wait, I mean, I guess you always take it, right, to get it out of the deck, but...
But the problem is, you bounce it back to hand, and Robin's got a Charmeleon on the board, so you just evolve it.
Well, that would get de-evolved as well, right?
Oh, it would get de-evolved as well. I apologise, you're right. I always think about it as taking off the stage 2, but of course...
It does bounce too.
Okay, so it would essentially buy a turn. Oh, maybe.
Maybe.
The thing is, I would feel much better about this next turn.
Yes.
With an Iono. Like we saw last game, where you use Devolution, and then you Iono them back to the bottom of the deck.
No, I agree. Still, it could be used as rare.
Well, I mean, Devolution this turn, then Iono next turn. So, that could be fun.
We do see Pidgeot EX coming down with that quick search. And I remember when Pidgeot EX was first revealed, a lot of players were thinking, you know, how impactful is this going to be? You know, back in the day when we did see another Pidgeot from Fire Red Leaf Green with the same ability, saw a ton of meta play. A lot of people were saying, well, it's a stage 2 now, we're not sure. Of course it's going to be good, as we see that quick search coming down. Infernal Rain now being activated, Ross. 3 fire energy. But remember, this energy are very precious right now, as Brad has prized 3 of them.
It is literally all of his energy. There is no more energy available in Brad's deck. This is it. There are 6 energy in the deck. there are 3 in the prizes. There are now 3 on the board. There is no more energy in Brad's deck. So this gets very, very awkward. And the good news is Charizard's going to be able to take a hit or two, right?
Yeah.
So that the energy's probably going to stay there for a minute. But you now have no more options. Pidgey goes in the active. You've got to actually switch out the active. You cannot find an energy to retreat in. And there's only one switch in the deck, for instance. So everything just gets a little more awkward at this stage.
Yeah, it starts to get a little bit tough, and the decision-making can be impacted when you only have half your basic energy to play with, and they're all in play now. As Robin does start the turn with an Ultra Ball. I wonder what this is going to search, because he does have a Charizard EX in hand already, so we'll be able to get a Charizard EX into play via that Charmeleon, which we know is awesome, which actually now would almost Devolution, excuse me, proof yourself, because now if he wants to get that Charizard into play now, and Devolution does come down, you know, oh, well, I've still got Charmeleon. Let me just put the Charizard straight back down again.
Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking last turn. I was just a step too slow for myself. Seems like we rare candy into a Pidgeot, and then the Pidgeot is going to be able to go and get the Charizard. So same thing, but you get the... Oh, has he not gone for the Charizard?
No, Charizard's in hand already.
Oh,
so
it's already in hand.
Be a boss's orders.
Oh, he's definitely gone for a boss.
Oh.
Now, is this a turn where if you're Brad, you go, hang on a second, now it's devolution time?
I think so. I think this could be the turn for that Devolution, as we do see that Infernal Rain.
I mean, if you're going to do it, it's got to be this turn, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get immense value, right? With KO active.
Well, you remember now, important to note, when you de-evolve, you are not KOing the Charizard.
No.
You are KOing the Charmander.
Yep.
So you take one prize, but you still get to take a prize. You get the energy off the board.
Yep.
You get the Pokemon off the board. You then... I mean, the thing is that there would be a very easy evolution back into Charizard next turn, but you take the Pidgeot off the board. Oh, but I like this. You're bringing up the Charmeleon, taking that KO. And, yeah, this is quite nice. So you can take the KO for 2 prizes, or you could get the devolution. The Charizard is going to come straight back. That's an easy one.
Yes.
But the Pidgeot might not. I think we, again, 2 rare candy down.
Yeah, 2 rare candy down, so like I said, the Pidgeot EX will not be, well, I would imagine, coming back. I don't think Robin's prized any rare candy this game.
No,
so.
no rare candy prize for Robin.
So let's see what Brad does. But then if you do Devolution, you're sort of only taking 1 prize when you could be taking 2. So
it depends how much. The difference really is shutting off the Pidgeot.
Yes.
Because the devolving the Charizard doesn't really matter. It's coming straight back.
Yeah.
You're giving up a prize because you're taking 1 rather than 2. But you're shutting off the Pidgeot because you're basically saying to Robin, you better have another rare candy or you're not going to be able to get this Pidgeot out. And you've then got 1 Charizard, and even if you do get the Pidgeot back out, you've now got 1 rare candy, and that's it. You've got 1 Charizard and 1 rare candy for the rest of the game. So it's essentially, do you want to take an extra prize, or do you want to squeeze your opponent's resources? Neither, it turns out. I love this.
Yeah, this is good.
You're going to bring it into the active, and then I believe we're going to see the devolution anyway. Oh, no.
I see a Burning Darkness.
Oh, this
so now
is even
Devolution
better.
KOs them both, right? Oh, my goodness. Now, we know Robin did take a Charmander out of the prizes. So it does have 1 to put down this turn, which would be integral. But yeah, that Devolution now is looking real suspect. Robin knows that Brad plays it as well.
And Charizard only does, for Robin right now, only does the base 180 because Brad's not taking a prize. And this is kind of how you want to play. If you're playing the Devolution build, this is what you want to do. Don't take prizes till you have to.
Yes.
So you're really hurting your opponent's damage output. But, yeah, we could see a very, very tasty turn coming up here.
Yeah, and if you're Robin, how do you defend against this? Does have Quick Search available, so we'll be able to grab any card from his deck. It's a fantastic place to be. But, yeah, what do you do?
I mean, the good news is you've got to de-evolve, and then next turn Iona. Now, I did actually pull it off nicely last game.
Yeah. But,
essentially, what I do is I search out the 1 card I really want to help protect me from what I know is coming.
We do. That's one way to try and stop the TM Devolution is by putting it to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
So Brad will have to find a way to search. I mean, it does have Pidgeot, I guess. But I guess you're forcing Brad to search out stuff they might not want to. What did Robin draw off that? We see a rare candy, an energy. Okay.
Lost Vacuum and a boss's orders.
And a boss. Interesting.
Now here comes a quick search. And here it's, I mean, honestly, if I've got candy in hand, I'm searching out your stage. Oh, you're going to have stage 2s in hand, though. Like, rare candy is the one thing I really want here.
Yeah, well, at least you drew into one off the Iono.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing I'm going to want, because I'm going to want to re-establish a Charizard next turn.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have 2 Charizard in hand. There is an argument for a second rare candy, but then that's it then. That's all your rare candy. So I think you probably, like we saw last game with Robin, I think you kind of have to give up on the Pidgeot at this point and go, I'm going to rare candy Zard.
Yep.
And then I've only got 1 rare candy left. I cannot use it on a Pidgeot.
Yeah, I think if he was to grab a second rare candy here and Iron, it would be devastating, forcing them both straight back to the bottle, right? So I think maybe leaving 1 in deck to give yourself hope of drawing into it via an Iono.
Yeah, agreed.
Could be ideal there for Robin. But this is such a chess match, this is, isn't it? When you think about it, like...
This has been a really fun mirror match.
It has been.
It has been both players actively outplaying each other and trying to find little advantages, being careful of what to do, what not to do, and just taking these little moments to try and get that tiny little advantage. Game 1, although it seemed like it was going to be a rollover, Robin could have gone either way. Worth noting, we're down to 8 minutes remaining, though.
Yeah, so we're going to have to keep an eye on the clock there, you know. We have standard time rules. So if that timer gets down to 0, whoever's turn it is will be turn 0. After 3 more turns have been played, if the game does not finish, that game does not count towards the best of 3. And let's just say this game wasn't going to finish by the time time gets called and those 3 turns, this series would end 1-0 to Robin.
Yeah, absolutely. If Brad wins this, we're almost certainly going for a tie, and that's basically it now.
Yes.
If Robin wins this, it's 2-0. If this game doesn't finish, it's 1-0. If Brad wins this game, then we go to a tie. Now, here is an Iono, and I kind of like that because, you know, you saw your opponent had a bunch of cards, then used Quick Search to try and force that stuff to the bottom of the deck. And, I mean, you just got to be a TM Devolution turn. Like, it has to be.
Although Robin did draw the Luminous Sign Luminion, so we'll be able to benefit to grab Arvin, I would imagine, and try and get straight back in the race. Arvin will then grab the rare candy.
Yep.
Here comes the Quick Search there from Brad. Are we going to see TM Devolution? I would imagine it doesn't get much of a better time to use it than this. So let's see what he grabs.
I mean, there's no reason to not be taking KOs unless you're building up for a big Devolution turn. That's the only reason, really, you're doing this. Otherwise, you could have just KO'd a Charizard before. I mean, you could be playing this just to 2-hit KO the Charizard, but then why are you playing the Devolution list?
Fair enough.
Yeah,
As
we did search it out. I'm just trying to, like, you know, just think, well, maybe he doesn't get it. Because he didn't go and grab it immediately.
No,
I'm like, what else is going on? But yeah, I mean, it had to be.
He was definitely debating the counter catcher, but no, has opted to go for the TM Devolution. We're going to see an Ultra Ball being played as well. And let's see what this grabs. Could be for Charmeleon, that's still in deck.
I think he played his Charmeleon already. I could be wrong. I believe he's used his Charmeleon. So it would have to be a Charizard or, I suppose, a Pidgeot. Like that.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Gets it out of the deck.
Yeah, remember that Quick Search does, but it does not stack.
Whoa,
that doesn't
Quick
stack.
Search can't do that.
There we go. I was just saying it doesn't stack.
No, you can't do that twice.
No matter how many Pidgeot you have, you can only use 1 Quick Search ability per turn. It says it right there on the card.
Yep.
You can't use more than 1 Quick Search ability each turn.
Yeah, that
was... So, good catch there from Robin and from the judges,
and
just saying, like, no.
No, you definitely cannot be using that Quick Search there twice. I mean, that would be unbelievable if you could, but no, you can only use one of them per turn there. So good catch there for a table judge. Massive shout out to them and Robin there as well. We don't want to be seeing anything go untoward.
Always like seeing players stopping their opponents making mistakes, especially a mistake like that, which could break the game state. Yeah. So, I love that. Good sportsmanship.
As soon as you look at the deck, that could have went a bit wild, but it was caught. As we do see that TM Devolution, looks like, going to go for it. It's going to get immediately discarded. And here we go. Top stage Evolution Pokemon getting sent to Robin's hand. And because of that prior damage, that Charmeleon and that Charmander will be KO'd. Brad taking 2 prize cards there.
Worth keeping an eye on. Brad only got 1 energy off the prizes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the last 2 energy are traditionally the last 2 prizes taken. They're the top 2.
Yes.
So there's still a good chance that Brad is basically out of energy here. Like, 1 energy is not enough to do anything with. So if Robin can get a KO here, Brad is going to need to recover energy and get a rare candy Charizard. And I think Brad might be regretting rare candying into the Pidgeot here, because that's a rare candy that could have turned his bench Charmander into a Charizard. And then, I mean, you still need the energy, but maybe you can find a Super Rod to get the energy in deck, and then Charizard gets it out of deck. If this Charizard goes down, and spoiler alert, Robin's literally already done it, I'm not sure Brad can get a Charizard with which to respond here.
Yeah, well, with that hand, you need some piece of the puzzle. You need like a Super Rod, you need a rare candy, you need an Ultra Ball. You need some part of that puzzle to try and piece that turn together. As it stands right now, with that hand, Quick Search can't get you out of that bind. Maybe Brad will top deck something amazing, we'll have to see. But as it stands right now, this Charizard from Robin is going to be fantastic. What a great top deck there, that Luminous Sign Lumineon.
Yeah, and then, of course, going for our old friend, and then, well, from there, you're pretty much sorted. Charizard is there. You already knew you were going to have a Charizard in hand. It was only ever the rare candy you were going to be worried about drawing into. Now that you get the candy, you get the Charizard, you get the energy, if you need it, which you do this time, then you get the KO, and this is where the prized energy, and it might not, because it might not be able to get the Charizard, but there's just a couple of things going on here. The fact that Brad used the rare candy last turn on the Pidgeot, the fact that there's still 2 energy in the prizes, these are things that may well end up being the reason why Brad doesn't establish another Charizard here.
I think with the top deck of Counter Catcher, Brad might be debating like a stalling play. He might be counting how many basic energy are in Robin's discard pile, thinking, okay, well, can I try and strand something in the active and give myself a couple turns with Quick Search to try and get out of this? We are going to see Mysterious Tail, I'd imagine, activation here. Look at the top 6 and grab an item. There's Super Rod, Ross.
Yeah, Super Rod is one you absolutely want to be getting here. That gets energy back. It gets a Charizard if you need one back. So that is absolutely one piece of the puzzle you desperately needed here. And, of course, we need to remember Charizard gets its own energy.
It does.
So once the energy is in the deck, you just need a Charizard and you're good.
As we're going to see all these basic energy maybe coming back into the deck. I mean, is there much of an argument for having 3 over 2? I mean, all you want to do is attack. Maybe you're going to try and shuffle in a Pokemon here instead of the 3rd basic energy.
I mean, maybe for a future Charizard, but no, for this Charizard, you just need the 2.
Yeah.
So maybe get a Charmander there for a potential future attack, future attacker, and then worry about getting the other energy later. But right now, you still need to actually turn that Charmander into a Charizard, which I'm not seeing.
Nope.
And again, there was a rare candy used last turn that didn't need to be used.
Yes.
But is there even a Charizard?
Nope. It's a boss's orders, a switch, a basic energy, a counter catcher.
Oh, but there's one Quick Search. So if the rare candy was still in hand, Quick Search could get the Charizard. And is there a switch in hand?
There is.
So then that would be everything you would need to get a return. Now, wouldn't be a KO.
No.
Because remember, only Robin can KO with 4 prizes taken. But I think we're going to be 1 card short of the combo.
Yep.
And I think it was that rare candy used to get the Pidgeot last turn.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit unfortunate. There's just like Bagger's going to try and just, looks like maybe Iono, and just try and hope that Brad can't drop it. I mean, he hasn't got Pidgeot established anymore, so we won't have that get out of jail free card. Pidgeot, as we do see a switch into the Pidgeot EX. Does have a free retreat, cost mine, so we're going to see basic energy attached to Charmander, and I imagine we could even see a counter catcher even, or not.
Yeah.
Iono, and let's see what happens here.
This one is not too bad. Now we're going to be seeing these players shuffling up. They're going to be getting a new hand. Robin, 2 cards. Brad, 4 cards. We're going to have to wait and see here. Brad's only taken 2 prizes, which means Charizard for Robin is only actually doing, I think it's doing 240.
Yep.
And Pidgeot EX has 280. So Pidgeot will survive a hit here.
And obviously Justified Gloves will not work on Pidgeot because it's not a dark type, so we won't be seeing any damage boosting right now next turn.
Even if it did, it would actually be 10 short. But you're right, it doesn't, so it's a moot point.
And so we're going to see an instant charge, are we? It looks like time has been called. I think that might be... Wait, has time been? Is that what that dice is signifying there?
It looks like, and we just see Brad conceding the game, saying, I can't win, you won game 1, and Robin Schultz is going to move to a 6-1-1 record and book his spot into day 2 of the Liverpool Regional Championships, looking to go back and repeat the feat he managed in 2022, win the whole thing.
Wouldn't that be poetic? And I think Robin actually drew into boss's orders off that Iono, so would have been able to boss the Rotom for game anyway had time not been a factor. So yeah, Robin takes a commanding victory there of the Charizard. And we saw the battle of the techs, like you said, TM Devolution versus those Justified Gloves, and it seems this time the Justified Gloves were taking the W.
Yeah, it was the gloves. They justified their space in the deck. TM Devolution, it was a good card. We saw how it can come in handy, and there were some big turns. But that game 2, we just didn't have enough time. Game 1, I mean, Brad's play there. To come from that far back in the game and come as close as it was very, very well played. But I mean, one of the things, you just saw why Robin is such a good player there. You saw Robin being able to react to all of this, being able to basically go, whatever you've got, I've got an answer to it. And very careful play, avoiding the TM Devolution and just making sure right at the end of the game, those little margins, that's all you needed.
Yeah, just having to sort of play around all those little wrinkles. Right? We saw many times where, you know, any other little decision could have been disastrous, you know, later on in the game. But Robin just sort of said, hold on a sec, compose myself, think about these plays, do the correct thing. And like you said, over the course of a round, you keep making those correct decisions over, you know, slightly wrong ones. That can lead, that can turn ties into Ws.
Yeah, and then of course it's always nice to be sitting at 6-1-1. You are guaranteed into day 2, so you don't need to think about, do I want to intentionally tie? Because it used to be, when regionals were a lot smaller, you would get to a stage where you could intentionally draw, you could ID and go, you know what? Let's go to day 2 and then we're sorted. The problem is nowadays, as we've mentioned, just scraping into day 2 at 6-2-1 really isn't that big a deal. No. You're probably not making top 8. You might have a ridiculous run. We've seen plenty of players do it, but it is an exceptional thing at this stage. Which means we now see a lot of players, they'll get to 6-2-0 and they can ID into day 2 and they'll go, well, what's the point? I would rather play for 3 points than tie for 1 point and then know that I'm going to have such a hard, you know, those 2 extra points if I make day 2 are going to be such a bigger deal. Robin, no such issue here. Go and play for those 3 points. And Brad, absolutely not out of it. Brad now has a win and in, wins his next round. Boom, day 2, job to good him. Loses next round. Sorry.
Then you're looking at this sort of top 64, well, not even top 64 anymore, like top 2, 5, 6 at that point maybe, if you do there. But I want to say fantastic play from Brad there. I do think navigated, like you said, that game 1 beautifully. Coming back from what that turn 1 discrepancy in setups was sickening to look at, to be fair.
It was not fun.
Brad did manage to navigate his way there very, very close, but I'm just amazed about those Justified Gloves. I mean, they came in such they're so handy, I should say. And wow, I'm just so intrigued. And it's interesting because we know Charizard is the most popular deck right now. Teching for the mirror, you know, seems rather strong. And that is a very strong tech, I said as well. Like being able to one-shot your opponent before they can one-shot you. So strong.
But his numbers, it's like Charizard's a 2-prize Pokemon. So in the mirror match, by the time you're down to 5, by the time your opponent's taken 5 prizes, doesn't matter what you KO. You don't need to KO a Charizard at that point. Whereas if your opponent's taken 4 prizes, you can KO Charizard, the difference that makes is immense. But you don't want to hear from me why Robin's deck is so good. You want to hear from Robin why Robin's deck is so good. So let's go hear from Robin about why Robin's deck is so good.
Well, thank you very much, Ross and Shay. I mean, what a game we've just witnessed there. Robin, the mirror match, Charizard EX versus Charizard EX. How did that feel for you when you were playing it?
It was a pretty exciting match. It was, I don't really like playing the mirror match nowadays because everyone put on the TM Devolution, and I don't play it. So I feel like I'm probably a bit disadvantaged, but if you get a little bit lucky, it's fine. So, and it worked out.
You managed to find your way out of it towards the end of that first game. But I've got to ask you about the Rotom V. You know, you were one of the first players to sort of popularize it at Gdansk, and then off the back of it, pretty much everyone now playing the Rotom V. What made you initially add that into the deck?
I just wanted a Pokemon V, which, in addition to Luminia, which can use for a Steel Stone, and Rotom just seemed like the best option because. Like initially, I just like I just tried it out for 1 or 2 games, and immediately I was like, yep, this definitely belongs in the deck. This is broken. I need this card. And yeah, so just tried it out, and and I still think it's just like the best Pokemon V in the deck by far, and rightfully everyone's playing it. So.
Yeah, that extra 3 cards can really help with the combo pieces. And of course, you're now through to day 2 here at Liverpool, an event that you've won in the past, back in 2022, right?
Yes, the first event back after the break.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. The fact that you're here again, and it's grown so much since then. It doubled and then doubled again.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this is a special place for you to be able to come back and compete?
Yes, Liverpool was not only the first regional I won, it is also the first time I did well at a regional. Liverpool was also the first regional back in 2017 or 16 even, when regional started. It was Liverpool was the first regional, and and in the tournament I got top 4 with one of my favorite decks of all time. And afterwards, after this initial Liverpool tournament, I started playing a lot, and
so it's Liverpool we've got to thank for you doing so much for Pokemon, right? Maybe we can
kind of at least stretch. Like it was definitely like this basically the start of my international career.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I did bump into you earlier on, and I recognized the top, and I thought, oh, I know a lot of the Limitless guys, but I didn't recognize you. And I got to ask a question. You got the new beard, the new look. Have you been going undercover a little bit here with the beard?
Yeah, I'm cosplaying as my brother. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, I didn't recognize you at first, and I think when you're on stream, a lot of people didn't recognize you as well. I mean, of course, you're a player that needs no introduction, 2018 World Champion as well. Do you feel like now, with the way the game has grown, this many players, is this the most competitive the game has ever been?
Yes, probably. It's like just 2 years ago in Liverpool, we had like 350 players, I think, in the Masters division, and now it's 1,600. It's insane. It's definitely more difficult to do well nowadays. I think it's just you have to win more rounds. Back then, I think you could go you could take 2 losses in the first day, then also take another loss in the second day, and still be fine, still get to top 8. And now it's just you can take maybe 2 losses at high, and that's it. And it's
very challenging now.
It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you're a very consistent player in Gdansk, making it all the way into top 4, right? And that was against a Snorlax deck where he unfortunately had that game. We couldn't quite find a way to start the game, and that's how it goes sometimes. But to make it top 8 over and over again, how do you do it?
Well, in Gdansk, I think I played a really good deck that was a bit ahead of its time. Now my deck is probably a bit behind the times by now, because I'm still playing basically the same deck as I played in Gdansk. But yeah, I think innovating with decks is really important, even if it's just a few cards, like putting in a Rotom or I think even then my deck wasn't quite ideal. It's like I should have probably played either the gloves or the TM Devolution for the mirror match, but yeah, I think Charizard was just in a really good spot that tournament, and picking a deck which is just really good for a tournament is it's like
that's the key.
It's not. You can also do well with decks which maybe aren't as well positioned, but it makes it much easier if you pick the right deck.
100%. I saw some people in chat joking about the fact that your deck was just the same deck. You'd left it in a box on the side and then picked it up and went, I'll take that to Liverpool.
Well, I'm playing the same 60 cards I played at Stuttgart Regionals 2 weeks after Gdansk. I literally just I didn't change the card, I just submitted the same deck.
There you go. You guys in chat, I feel like all of you guys are scrolling through Limitless and making sure you know who's playing what, and you suss that one out quite quickly. But it's been lovely chatting to you. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go off for round 9?
So shout out, of course, to my brother who I built the Charizard deck with before Gdansk. Unfortunately, he's not here now, but basically the testing before Gdansk with the Charizard deck is still carrying me now. So.
Yeah, well, that's the Schultz name carries on doing so well, and I appreciate your time here. Of course, you guys at home, make sure you stick around. We have one more round after this. We're going to let Robin go and get ready for his final round and give you a bit of a break, and we'll see you in just a moment.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay, Amy, and Mike. And I'm going to pick your brains, guys, on a deck which has started to do well rather recently, Roaring Moon. So, Mike, would you say you're surprised at how Roaring Moon has started to do really well recently?
When the first few tournaments with the card introduced, everyone was a bit worried about it, to the point where people were putting techs in for Roaring Moon. We hadn't even seen its success yet, and it sort of fell off at LEIC. And after that, we started to wonder when will it start to resurface, what decks will come out of it, and people have found out lots of different ways to play. I think that's where its success has come through, is using different tools beyond just the Roaring Moon attack. Fitting in Greninja, maybe Iron Hands, other dark attackers. So it started to find a new place in the format.
And that's one of the scariest things I think about playing against Roaring Moon, I should say, is that if your opponent flips over Roaring Moon, you're thinking, goodness, is there going to be a Greninja coming? Is there going to be a Cramorant coming? Amy, what would you say is your favourite way to play Roaring Moon?
My favourite way is the ever spicy Thornton version of Roaring Moon. Although arguably slightly less consistent than your traditional Roaring Moon list, I really like the adaptation of being able to transform any Pokemon in your deck into one from the discard pile to allow you to surprise your opponent. And I think that's very Roaring Moon in and of itself, and I like the element of surprise within that, and being able to use lots of different energy types, energy switch. Jobs are good in.
It's not the only way Iron Hands and Roaring Moon come together. Sometimes we see it paired with the Lost Engine, with Lost Box. Tord coming in with that amazing Lost Box variation. And I think a lot of people have taken that and tried doing their own little thing with it, because Amp You Very Much and Roaring Moon, both of its attacks are so good in the format right now.
I think we saw one of the Brennan Cameraman brother, I believe, was playing it, popularised it in the Lost Box archetype. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, why didn't I think of that? It's so brilliant, because sometimes, as we see with decks like Giratina, sometimes the Lost Box just needs that one get out of jail free card, just take an immediate KO, and we see Roaring Moon is fantastic at that. But Mike, let me pick your brains a little bit on the Greninja, because sometimes we see some of the decks play the water energy as well. Do you think that's the way to go?
I think with Greninja, the fact that you've got access to the energy through the moving of it with energy switch now, it was an obvious fit to put that in, because it's already in the deck, using it just for the concealed cards anyway. So chuck a few water in there, you get enough on your Pokemon anyway, so you can move it onto it. But also, I think we've seen with Palkia, it's been putting Greninja in decks up with, the Gold Dengos partner with Palkia. Some people put decks with Palkia in general. So you can see how having a burst of Greninja at any moment is so powerful, because that alone is what makes that deck better into certain smaller Pokemon archetypes, ones with 70 HP to 90 HP Pokemon, like other Lost Boxes or evolving Pokemon, like in Charizard or Gardevoir. It gives you that early aggression, which is very natural for Roaring Moon, which is looking to be early and aggressive as a deck.
100%. But then what I love about Roaring Moon is that we just saw in the top 8 placement via Ross Cawthorn is that he was playing straight dark energy, no water energy at all. So it just goes to show you how versatile Roaring Moon really is.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about Roaring Moon. You don't need all the bells and whistles. You have potentially infinite damage output with Frenzied Gouging, so you don't need to worry about any rogue decks that might come your way. It does not matter how big the foe, Roaring Moon can take it down.
Charizard as well, looking quite good at the moment, and a lot of them have taken Radiant Charizard out, so that makes it more accessible for Roaring Moon to knock out those big Charizard EX. So as a deck, it fits quite nicely in the meta currently, but I think people are keeping their eye out for it, might be adapting for it.
I think you could be correct. If it's now on the radar, maybe players will start to adapt for it, and maybe it will get pushed out the format. There's only one way to see if Roaring Moon will be doing well at this event, though, and that's by keeping here and watching the stream. Okay, here we go. The powerful Liverpool party is in full swing as we go marching down into our round 9. I'm Shea Burton, and I'm joined by the lovely Mike. How are we, my friend?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm excited to go into round 9 because I can tell you now, you guys are going to have a tough choice here. We've got community choice to decide which of the 4 games it's going to be, and it's not an easy one.
No.
I can tell you that for sure. There's some great names in the list.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I love the community choice, you know. A massive shout out to the production staff whose idea it was to get the community choice. Letting you guys at home vote. So if you're watching on Twitch, you can vote as well. But if you're not, make sure to get involved in these other social media down there using hashtag #PlayPokemon. You know, you might get your tweet or post featured on stream as well.
Oh, 100%. And from our point of view, we're having a lot of games going on around the hall where people are going for those big points to make their Worlds Invite.
Yes.
And then a lot of people are trying to make it into day 2 to then extend their chance to make Worlds Invite. But some names that do not need introduction. I mean, Consta on that list. Someone would love to see. Antoine Boulet.
Yeah.
Amazing translator for a lot of people, helping us get the Japanese cards into English. I wonder what you guys at home are going to be thinking. I feel like I've put some favoritism out there. Tell us about the other 2 matchups.
So we've got Brian Devers versus Morrow there. Brian's a fantastic player. Seen him dotting around, getting some real big finishes. And at the bottom there, we've got Nicholas Baumann versus Fabian. Again, 2 players who aren't strangers to the highest of stages there. But I think that Consta versus Christian. Christian's known for playing some what's the word, spicy decks there. So that could be a good one as well. Obviously, regional champion, Lille regional champion Consta.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's all about at this stage, is these big games. These are the ones where you separate the best players, but those who've already made it into day 2 are just looking to try and extend their lead. There are still some undefeated players, and of course some of the players we featured on stream up here looking to just carry on their journey into the top. I mean, at this point, these players are going to be feeling pretty confident going into the final stages.
Yeah, I think so. We've got, what, 4 players still undefeated here? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players, I should say, undefeated. But you know what I see there, Mike?
Undefeated?
I see, yeah, because you've got 8-0, 8-0, 7-0-1, 7-0-1, and then 6-0-2, 6-0-2. Haven't lost rounds, have they?
I mean, if we're doing that, we could go real deep. Unfortunately, we've just been racking up the draws.
But you know what I see there, though?
What do you see?
At least 2 Gardevoir players.
You can't help it, can you?
Come on!
Right, everyone who's watching who didn't see your caster picks earlier knows that that's the cue. Shea picked Gardevoir in his caster choice.
He did.
You love it. But I mean, I chose Charizard, and we just saw 2 of those in the stream.
Yeah, we did, Pete. We saw those justified gloves coming on. Have you ever expected to be seeing that on stream, Mike?
I think it was justified.
Let's go. Ross made that joke already.
He made it twice, actually.
He made it twice.
Yeah, I'm inspired. But of course, you know, we're brewing into what is going to be quite a big round now.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be one of those ones where we want to see the good matchups, but we also want to see at the fatiguing point of the day, round 9, where these top players have to show what it takes when the going gets tough, start getting tired. I mean, I just saw some of my locals outside, and they're all like, "My goodness, 9 rounds!
Yeah.
It's long. It takes a lot of energy out of you."
Yeah, whenever people say, you know, have you got any advice for your first regionals? If you've got, you know, what are your tips? I always say, it's up here. It's all mental. 9 rounds of Pokemon is a lot. Like, think about this at home. Actually sit down and think about it. What do you really do for 9 hours that requires so much mental fortitude and concentration? It's not a lot.
It's more than 9 hours by the end of the regional as well, with the breaks and arriving early to get in. You know, for a lot of these people, they'd have been here for 12 hours now, and a lot of that would have been playing Pokemon.
Yeah, and you know, and I imagine all games would be rather hard as well.
They only get harder as you start going further through.
Exactly. Now you need to concentrate the most at round 9 if you've been winning in as well. So it's a real test of the brains, I think.
Do you know what? I think the guys in chat have decided what they want to see. So we'll find out now. And it looks like we're going to see Antoine Boulet versus Leighton.
Let's go.
Hindle Kane. I mean, do you know Leighton?
Not off the top of my head, I would say. But, you know, to be in a winning scenario, probably knows the way around, you know, the highest of tables. But like I said, Antoine, a fantastic member of the community. You know, we always see in those early translations from them.
Well, we'll get a chance to get to know Leighton, and that's the key, is these moments are often the start of people's journey. You know, I feel like last year in Liverpool, Leon, who went on to win the whole thing, this was like his first big breakout moment where he started to make his name for himself. Since then, has been on stream multiple times, made another final, is now doing well here, was on stream today. You know, these kinds of moments, those winning in at a big event, they could be the start of your journey, because there's what, like 1,500 Masters out there. We only see like 20 to 30 players on stream throughout a tournament. It's very hard to get on stream, very rare, and you guys have chosen Leighton to come on and play a big string game against Antoine Boulet.
Yeah, and you know what's the thing that, you know, Tord, Stefan, Robin, what do they all have in common? They all had a first day 2 at some point, and there's no reason that, you know, your first day 2 can catapult you into, you know, the stratosphere of world elite players. So, you know, everyone has to have that first day 2, that first big finish, and this could be Leighton's.
Well, I mean, do you want to spill some tea and tell us a little bit more about any of these players who've made their big journeys? I mean, one of your best mates has really started to make a name for himself recently, and that's the start of that journey. And it can, especially now with the increased prize pool for these players, they make that money, then they go, do you know what? I might try and dedicate a bit more time to this, put some more work in, maybe travel to a few more events because I've got that opportunity. So it can very quickly spiral into opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell a story about my good friend Demetrius Eaton. The first Liverpool, the first big event back was his first ever day 2 with Mew VMAX. And then the next Liverpool, top 16 with Lugia. And then from there has gone on to top 4, 2 regionals, and then gets to Toronto regional finals. So there you go. There's the proof in the pudding. Now everyone has their first finish, and then after that, it can just snowball.
I mean, Robin Schultz, just interviewing him.
Yeah.
He said Liverpool back in 2017 or 2016 was where he got his first big finish.
Oh, there you
that
go.
made him think, do you know what, I could start doing this a bit more. And look where he is now, a world champion. You know, that's the kind of start you can have here. So if you guys at home are thinking about getting involved, make sure you get down to your local game stores and get involved in maybe some challenges, some cups, and then if there's a regional you can get to, make your way along. If it's, I mean, like Liverpool's been great for the UK scene. So many communities coming in their masses along to this, and I think that's the best place to start. Just give it a go.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. Get involved at your local level. But Mike, let's say someone's there looking to get to their first, you know, regional or special. What would be a bit of advice you'd have for them?
I think it's always easier if you go as part of a community. I think having some people around you, whether it be your family, whether it be some friends, if you've got some people to bounce off, give advice to, you know, keep each other going, you know. Like everyone goes and meets up with their friends between each round just to keep them in check. And also it's fun to celebrate your wins and console your friends' losses during those tougher times. So yeah, find a group, find people in your local community. You know, you can search online, go on Play Pokemon and find out where your nearest local community is. And for me, that was, I didn't even know there was so many local communities across the country until I started looking for it. And then now I've met so many amazing people through it. So yeah, first place, get started, find your locals, and then maybe go to a regional or 2 with them.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. We're quite lucky in the UK to have a lot of LGS stores up and down the country, often multiple in the same city. I guess my bit of advice for someone looking at their first regional or special, would be to pick your deck kind of early on, lock it in, and say no matter what, I'm going to play this deck, and only maybe change a few cards in the run-up. Because
you say that.
Yeah, I
from
say that as
experience.
if I. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the thing. See, the funny thing is, when I've stuck to that advice, you know, top 128 EUIC twice, you know, let's go, and top 64 Leipzig regionals. When I did do that, I've also been on the. I've also been on the other end where I've changed my deck less than 24 hours before the event, and I've done pretty bad. So trust me when I say pick a deck, run with it, practice with it, and good things will happen.
And what would you pack in your bag? You know, coming to an event. What's that little secret item that you've got that's so important to you? I'm a big water believer.
Oh, I was literally about to say that. A lot of people will forget bottle of water, and you'll literally be there, right? You'll be there after a long, because this can happen, right? Let's say one round goes to time, and your next round goes to time. That could be like 2 and a bit hours where you haven't had a chance to hydrate if you haven't got a bottle of water in your bag. So bottle of water, you want to stay hydrated, the brain needs water to work.
I know right now there's people in chat who are typing bottle of water.
Yeah, I knew.
out.
As soon as I said it, I was like, they got me.
You have the stereotypical English bottle of water.
Bottle of water, yeah, you got me.
I think it's also, and it sounds really silly, but make sure you pack all the things you need for Pokemon. Get your mat, make sure you have some spare sleeves, you know. Make sure you got all your cards that you need. It sounds really silly, but yeah, bring all that stuff, and also just bring some snacks. Long old day.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, all of this kind of stuff, is the main thing you got to do, go along, make a few mistakes, realise, actually, next time I should bring more water, then you know for the next time. Ultimately, just get involved and learn about it. But I think our players are just getting set up on the feature table. We're just killing some time here, waiting for them to get ready. And it looks like they're just settling down. They have their deck out. They just got to get comfy and get ready to go.
Hey! Now, we might actually be seeing some Lost Box, I'm 100% sure. But that, I tell you what, that right there, that was a good pun, Mike. Well done. Pat on the back, that was good.
I'm going to be honest, it's completely accidental.
Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
you should have took full credit. It would have been like, yeah, I planned that.
No.
100%. But I tell you what, we're talking about, you know, taking stuff to a region. I remember the first time I went to NAIC, first time going to America, so I was really excited. And then I sat down for my round one, thinking, here we go. Guess who forgot their playmats?
Yeah, you forgot your playmat. Oh my goodness. I mean, I do that all the time at Weekly, so now if I remember my playmat, I take 2 just in case. But Antoine, they got a great history there. As we've always mentioned, lots of top finishes is the key.
Love that. No
Having a good
stranger to
time.
the stream table, the little wink. That's going to be a new maybe display picture or something like this. But yeah, no stranger to the stock stages. There has lived in Japan, so even has a Tokyo National Top 4. And those Japanese events, they have a multitude of players, so that's a very hard thing to do.
Love the combination of the sleeves and the nails.
Yep.
Someone like Stefan Ivanov, another player that does that. Always look forward to seeing what combo they go for. On the other side, Leighton, so Lille Regional Top 64 in 2023. And as we mentioned before, the game has grown so much recently. Lots of new players coming into the scene. And so we are starting to see more of these top tables consisting of results just from the last year or two. So there you can see Leighton having success at Lille, trying to continue that here at Liverpool. And a day 2 would be a great way to do it. So both these players right now need that win to make it through to the final day, and it will be Roaring Moon versus Snorlax Stall. This is our first time we get to see Snorlax on stream. I mean, this matchup can be quite an interesting one. I think it can be pretty even at times. Just depends on how both sides set up.
Yeah, I think we've got all 2 bosses orders in the prizes there for Antoine, and then for Leighton. Nothing. Oh, did prize the Rotom actually? Does only play 1. I think did they prize their heavy ball there? As it is our win and in action here for both players. Oopsie daisy. That what's that Pokemon called again? I forgot. Morpeko. I forgot the name. That is stuck right there.
Morpeko would definitely be an angry form after you said that.
Yeah, he would. But that is stuck in the active now. Snorlax block means that Morpeko cannot retreat. And let's see what Leighton can do.
Okay, and as we mentioned, this can be a fairly even matchup. You know, we've got the lower switch outs, but still some switch outs for the Roaring Moon. And of course, you know, the knockout damage from a Roaring Moon, 220 damage is perfect for knocking out pretty much everything on the field. So the numbers do work out, but of course it can very quickly get out of control for a Snorlax player if you start to realize that the knockouts aren't coming. So this is where the matchup is very much even until we get halfway through and then we start to realize which way it's going, right?
Yeah, it could, honestly. The thing about Snorlax is it might seem like, oh, you know, they're out of it or they've lost, but then all of a sudden, Counter Catcher, Temple of Sinnoh, and then Pokemon can get stuck. Now, Leighton did prize that Rotom V, but has actually got access to that Hisuian Heavy Ball, so we'll be able to liberate that. Obviously, that instant charge is how the Snorlax decks like to draw cards. Then you end your turn and take 3 cards from the top of your deck.
Got the Hisuian Heavy Ball off the Arva and had a Nest Ball in hand for the second Snorlax, so in a good position here. Also love the ability to check your prize cards with that Heavy Ball. Definitely saves a job.
Especially in a deck like Snorlax where you're not taking any prize cards, so it'd be nice to know what's in there because you ain't going to be taking them anytime soon.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the 2 Boss's Orders for Antoine could be huge because weirdly, having a Boss's Orders can be a way of getting out of the Snorlax stall. If you can get that Rotom into the active, you can then retreat. So Boss's Orders, an important card that has been prized, and an escape rope was prized.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, the attack on that Morpeko really isn't very helpful. For 2 energy, you do 70 damage, which sounds good on paper, but it forces you to move 2 dark energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench. You will not be able to just keep announcing Energizer Wheel. Well, I mean, you can, but you have to move the energy off. It looks like Antoine is just going to attach energy and pass.
Okay, and this is going to be typical gameplay here. The Snorlax setting up, and unfortunately for Antoine, nothing in those starting hands to really get things going.
And we do see that Erica's Invitation going to grab that Mew EX, pop it on the bench, and then force it into the active.
Yep, and the knowledge as well. Knowledge gained around the hand. There was an emergency jelly in there, which was interesting. Emergency jelly, a new addition to Roaring Moon that's been quite valuable as a way to get the Roaring Moon out of range of things like Cramorant or Sableye after taking a Frenzy Gouging knockout in the Giratina matchup.
Yeah, but probably won't be seeing the emergency jelly being used in this game because I don't think, well, I guess it could actually be taking damage from a Frenzy Gouging, but chances are Snorlax will not be doing damage to Roaring Moon, as Leighton is going to start the turn off there by playing an Arven, grabbing a Bravery Charm as well.
Sometimes, though, with the Roaring Moon, you don't mind knocking yourself out, because if you do, then you're putting the prize cards from Leighton's area into their hand. So then that would mean potentially things like Counter Catcher might not be in range.
Yeah.
Could also mean that a INO would disrupt them a bit more. So it can actually be a bit of a benefit.
Now, it's worth noting that this Mew EX can attack, right, eventually. Genome hacking, choosing one of your opponent's active attacks and use it as this attack. And the Snorlax attack collapse does 150 and then puts the Pokemon to sleep. So, I mean, it's usable, though. I mean,
yeah, it's a viable option. If you get rid of the Bravery Charm, it does knock it out.
It does, funnily enough. So, could be something worth keeping an eye on there.
Yeah, and then also we mentioned about the Boss's Orders in the situation here with Mew EX in that active spot. If you boss up the Rotom V, you'd have that free retreat into the next attacker. But yeah, of course, it's a bit of a slower game here. When we see the Snorlax stall, it will tend to go a little bit slower.
Yep.
But definitely a deck we have to respect. You know, Gdansk regional champion Wukash was playing Snorlax stall, and with Charizard being 17% of the meta, it's definitely the pick to counter the most popular deck. So it's just interesting as to whether it can deal with the Roaring Moon here.
I think it even had a 9th place finish at Charlotte, I'd like to say, via Calvin Connor, or at least 10th place. Did really well there. So it is a deck that we do have to keep on the radar, as we're going to see a Pokegear being played there from Leighton with that Misfortune Sisters. Then you look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and you can discard any item. So in an ideal world, you'd like to be getting rid of switching cards. But, I mean, to be fair, discarding items before you can let your opponent use them is always, I mean, most of the time, very strong.
Yeah, the only deck you'd ever see Misfortune Sisters in, really. You know, it's not a very consistent way to discard items. But when you're playing across lots of turns with Snorlax stall, you do get the ability to discard those important switch cards and start to mill the deck of other resources. And so that's why we're not seeing Antoine play through a lot of their deck. They're trying to keep it nice and thick so that all of those good cards are safe amongst the others.
And it could be worth noting, actually, you know, if you have tuned into the stream and you're not 100% sure as to why Leighton isn't attacking, this Snorlax deck doesn't want to take prizes to win. Instead, it's going to try and run their opponent out of resources, because in Pokemon, if you start your turn and you cannot draw a card from the top of your deck, you instantly lose. So Leighton will be trying to win via that win condition. So we'll be looking to lock Antoine's Pokemon in the active via that Snorlax, so that block ability, meaning that when Snorlax is in the active, your opponent's active cannot retreat.
So important to note here, we mentioned about those prize cards.
Yeah.
In Antoine's list, there is 1 switch cart, 1 escape rope, and 2 boss, which would be the only ways to get out of this, and of which two boss and an escape rope are both in the prize cards.
Goodness.
So if that switch cart gets discarded through a Misfortune Sisters, for example, that would be all of the resources currently available to Antoine to be gone. But of course, like you said, the Mew is a potential attacker if needed.
And I think at that point, once you've worked out what you've prized, if you're Antoine, you see that switch cart getting discarded, would you consider conceding at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this stage, looking for a way to get rid of the tool to try and potentially use.
True.
There's no lost vacuum. So if you're going to be using the Mew EX here to attack into that Snorlax, it's not going to be possible. But what was discarded off that? Oh, this Misfortune Sisters was found off of a Pokegear, was it?
Yes, so we haven't seen it being played yet. Worth noting, the last Misfortune Sisters did get an Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball. That's why they're at the top of the discard pile there for Antoine. I wonder if Leighton will be playing this. Well, are we going to see that switch card? Oh my goodness, top 5 cards, Mike. Show us what they are, Leighton. I see Trekking Shoes, I see Ultra Ball. Oh,
What's that last
card?
Oh,
Dark Patch.
You know, there's a lot of items in this deck. It's a Pokestop-based deck, so you often see a pretty high count of items to be able to work with that. You know, the Earthen Vessel, Energy Switch, Dark Patch, all of the Ball Search.
Yep. Sometimes Cross Switcher as well in Royal Moon. Not something you would be surprised to see. Antoine is not playing those, but yeah, there's Misfortune Sisters. You know, if you can say, if it said discard top 3 card your opponent's deck, you'd be quite happy with that, and that's what Leighton has essentially just done there. So Misfortune Sisters coming in the clutch, as we are most likely now going to see that instant charge for the top 3 cards.
Okay, so a chance now to potentially reset the hand, and maybe that's part of the plan here, is only to start attacking once you can disrupt the hand, but it does seem to be there. Just turning to the left with that 150 damage. And we'll be waking up from that sleep.
Okay, so that means Antoine will be able to start getting on the board next turn. So in case you don't know, that Mew EX just used its attack Genome Hack, which lets you use one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks as this attack, copied sleep, doing 150 damage. We are going to see another Misfortune Sisters though, Mike. What do we see?
Oh, is that an Energy Switch and a Battle VIP pass, and that's it?
It was. Can't get rid of the Forest Hill Stone now, as their tools do have their own classification. No longer items.
Okay, so this is very much in Leighton's control, and of course, once the knockout does happen, if it does happen, it would mean that the prize cards would be taken, potentially the escape rope taken there, and that would be huge.
It would be, but then Leighton has put on a luxurious cape on that Snorlax. It's a luxurious Snorlax that has an extra 100 HP. It's giving it, what, 250 HP in total, but it would give up 2 prize cards if it's KO'd.
And with that Snorlax on the bench, it's very safe because Boss's Orders both in the prize card. So, yeah, these 3 cards being prized for Antoine is going to be really tough to come into this matchup.
I wonder if Leighton's going to fire off that Erica's Invitation there. I mean, that hand is pretty big there for Antoine. It'd be nice to sort of get something else in the active that cannot attack, because this Mew EX, if it keeps waking up, it's going to deal 150 damage a turn. So let's see what Leighton does. Well, we're going to see a Boss's Orders instead into the Roaring Moon. I guess that's as good as an Erica's Invitation. And then we're probably going to just see the instant charge.
Okay, but with Professor Siler's Vitality and an attachment, is there any energy in the discard? I don't know if there is.
I don't think there is. No, we're just going to see a pass back over to Leighton. That Misfortune Sisters, are we going to see that switch card, everybody? Top 5 cards, a Dark Patch.
Oh, no, Dark Patch and an Ultra Ball.
Tell you what, those Ultra Ball have been flying out of the deck there. I think every Ultra Ball that's been, well, quote-unquote, played in the discard pile has been discarded by Leighton.
Yeah, so the access to those Misfortune Sisters is going to be key here for Leighton.
And yeah, worth noting, if you're probably thinking, well, if Leighton's going to keep ending the turn via instant charge, isn't he going to deck himself out? Leighton does play a Pidgeot V, has that ability, Vanishing Wings, that lets you, as long as it's on your bench, you can put it to the bottom of your deck, meaning you can essentially never deck out.
Yeah, and then there's also some fun stuff with Pal Pads and Silene to get those supporters back, and Team Yell Cheer.
Team Yell Cheer, yep.
So we'll see if those come into play a little bit later on. But yeah, at this stage, Leighton is almost in somewhat of a loop to be able to do exactly what they want, whenever they want. But there is the Iono and Judge for Antoine that could come in at any moment to reset that hand. And I think that's the point where getting aggressive and starting to take those knockouts will be huge.
Yeah, I think we are going to see, the Giacomo there discarding a special energy. Well, it discards one special energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon. Antoine only had that gift energy, so that will be discarded as well.
Wow, so we're seeing this go right down to the final few cards for Leighton. Has all the options available. This is where the skill of Snorlax comes in. You know, you have so many options and choosing the correct option each turn. Lots of different supporters with different effects. Really leaning into those Misfortune Sisters on this occasion. And that's going to be a Dark Patch and a Pal Pad. And this way, getting rid of those useful resources, hoping to find any of those switch cards.
Getting rid of that Power Pack actually be really impactful. If Anton was to ever liberate the boss's orders, Power Pack would have been nice to try and reuse them multiple times, but that's not going to be an option. As Antoine, let's see what
Energy Switch is also viable here to get that Roaring Moon going.
Doesn't seem to be in the hand, though. I wonder if Leighton's going to play like Erica's turn. They are. Let's see. Is there a Pokemon in there? There's a... Oh, goodness. Oh, whoa. There's multiple, but I think the Roaring Moon is the one to take there, since that Moltres can actually attach energy to itself via those Dire Flame Wings ability. Although there is no energy in the discard pile, actually.
I think that's why they're checking, yeah. Leighton just making sure.
Oh, actually... Oh, was that a fail? Oh, no, it's going to go for a Moltres, a Galarian Moltres.
I think you can fail at Erica's invitation. I think you have to
do you have
if you find a Pokemon.
Fair enough. As we do see that Moltres going into the act, they're beautiful, stunning card, but not really what you want to have right now.
Yeah, we'll just be standing there looking stunning and not doing much more.
Yeah, no, you are correct.
God, this is intricate, because you do wonder at this point how much closer this would be if the prize cards were different, you know?
Yeah.
Because that boss onto the Rotom, knocking out a Rotom would be huge.
And here we're going to start seeing the Silene loop that you mentioned. So Silene lets you flip 2 coins. For each head, you can grab a card from your discard pile, pop it to the top of your deck. But I think we saw a double tails.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
I mean, if you get unlucky enough, there is a way that you can fail your loop.
Yeah.
You can continue not decking out with the Pidgeot V, but there is a world where you can fail multiple Silene flips with the Pal Pads and not get the resources back that you need.
You are correct, as we do see the Vanishing Winds there being used from that Pidgeot, so it's going to put itself back into the deck, so Leighton can have another stab with the Silene or Team Yell's Cheer eventually. Let's see what Antoine can do. We're going to attach a Forest Seal Stone, which is going to be live actually, so we'll be able to use that Star Alchemy. We see that switch cart.
Okay, and then going to be going for the Genome Hacking.
And the Judge. Okay, here we go then, Mike. This is what Antoine needed to do. Try and take a KO and reduce Leighton's hand. Judge forcing both players to have a 4-card hand.
Exactly, and needing to use that Mew, 'cause it's the only thing on the board that can knock out this Snorlax now. 120 hit points. Trying to use that more Pekko, it would be just 10 short of the knockout on the Snorlax here. So Antoine patiently waiting for the right turn to initiate that first prize card.
I think that's what you have to do against control decks. You have to, don't get too hasty. Don't start burning resources, One thing about control, you will have time to draw into your options. So Antoine, playing it nice and cool there. And now this is going to be the swing turn. We're going to see Genome Hacked copy, what's the attack called? And that collapse to take a KO. Will not wake up that Mew EX. Oh,
not quite the escape rope there, and you can see those 2 boss's orders at the top. And as you mentioned, with the Pal Pad being removed by Misfortune Sister, that Judge will not be retainable afterwards. The Iono's the only other option, which isn't as disruptive in this matchup. So we'll see how this goes. But the Rotom's still around, and without the boss's orders or the escape rope, it's not going to be an option.
This could be an impactful flip here as the Mew wake up.
Okay, but then of course the resetting of the active is always going to be possible for Leighton. There's always going to be ways to switch cart out, Penny. And so it takes a lot to knock out 6 Snorlax in a game.
It really does, especially if they have, you know, Bravery Charms or Luxurious Cape as well. We're going to see a future, an Ancient booster energy capture on that Roaring Moon. Looks like Antoine might be debating. Ooh, going to play Research. Interesting. Going to get a fresh new hand of 7.
Yeah, we'll see what's in there. Anything useful? I think energy attachments at this point is the key, right?
Yeah. I mean, how many energy do they play? 8 basic dark and 1 gift. We've seen the gift already get discarded. So.
There's 2 more energy in theory.
Yeah, 1, 2,
floating
3.
about in the deck somewhere.
As we are going to see the genome hack into collapse, and that is not a Sleepy Mew, as it's going to immediately wake up. What does Leighton actually have in their hand?
Yeah, that Mew with a bit of insomnia doesn't really want to stay asleep very long.
It does not. That genome hack coming in useful. We're going to see an Echoing Horn to put Squawkabilly. Oh, did that hit the discard pile off the Research?
Must have done, yeah.
It must have done.
I mean, at this point, there's so many liabilities on the bench anyway that Squawkabilly is just another one.
But it has going to get counter cash into the active, and it cannot retreat, obviously, via block. I'm going to see Penny to remove that damage. Going to promote the next Snorlax, removing all that damage from play. And Leighton saying, right, you've had your time now. Try and maneuver this Squawkabilly.
I mean, now, as we mentioned, the resources that are available, 2 more boss and an escape rope. All of them are in the prize cards.
Yeah, so, I mean, well, we know that. I mean, what is Antoine's way out of this? I mean, you can attack with a Squawkabilly, right? Motivate does do, I think, is it 20 damage? And attach energy from the discard pile, but 20 damage is not enough.
That's going to be long.
Yes, when these Snorlax have, you know, upwards of 200 HP.
Well, I think this is probably the writing on the wall here for Leighton. So we're going to see whether they carry on and whether they've got the vision that this is going to be pretty tough. For you guys at home, you're going to be aware that it's going to be pretty tricky at this point. But, of course, there's no reason not to. And one of the big things in the Snorlax matchup that is underrated is playing out the first game longer to see what's in the deck.
Okay,
you know, it's always good to see if there's any cards that might be important in the matchup that you're unaware of, just to kind of keep digging, find those options. And, you know, if by chance they happen to have a supporter or a stadium that you're unaware of this game, it will then be knowledge going into the next one. So whilst it might not be a winnable game at this point, it will help you in the next. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, these control decks can have a whole multitude of extra cards that you might not be aware of. So it says scouting out the list could be really beneficial there. Looks like we do see an eye owner being played there. I wonder how the owner treated Antoine. Can't quite consult the hand too much. I think it's debate whether to play a trekking shoes or not. Then you look at the top card of your deck if you like it. Put it in your hand. If you don't, discard it and take the next one. I seem to like it.
Yeah, must have been a good one. But I'm not. What? I'm just trying to think. What is Antoine's? Is it just going to be attacking with Motivate? I think it might be.
How motivational?
Well, it's going to have to be a very motivational Squawkabilly if it's going to KO that Snorlax, let me tell you.
Long since been able to squawk and seize that Squawkabilly.
Squawk and seize is a pipe dream right now, maybe in game 2. As looks like we are going to see the Team Yells cheer, letting you shuffle in any 3 supporters from your discard pile back into your deck. And that is one way you can loop those supporters and stop yourself decking out as well.
Yeah, just checking those resources. As we mentioned, this is gaining knowledge right now, gaining information. And I think this is really important for you guys at home who might be watching this. You might be unfamiliar with the matchup. Let's be honest, it's one of the least common good decks that's played at locals because most people aren't capable of playing it to the level that is required at a regional. What we do see is some of these players come out in their droves at regionals who are very good with the deck. And consequently, you're seeing what it takes to beat it. What kind of game plan you have to come in. Even if it's unfavorable for you, it is worth playing out that first game and processing what you're up against. And then, of course, seeing right now how stable it is for Leighton, hopefully you guys are realizing how good this deck is, and you do have to respect it.
You do have to respect it. When I was playing overrated or underrated with Ross in the last round, one of the cards that I had in the list but I didn't manage to get to was Snorlax. Do we think it's overrated or underrated? And I think it is vastly underrated. You don't really hear about many people testing against Snorlax. They probably just don't want to. But, you know, if you don't, fall on you because it is a metagame force right now.
Is that a card there I see that you're quite a fan of in Leighton's hand?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
My caster prediction, actually, I never thought I'd be seeing it in the Snorlax, but it makes a lot of sense. That Avery letting you discard, mate, forcing your opponent to discard till they have 3 benched Pokemon. Very, very nice indeed. And draw 3 as well, you know. There it is, Avery. Love that geezer. Look at him, majestic in that purple suit. See, me and Avery are quite similar. We like our suits. You know, I haven't quite got the minerals to wear a big top hat like that, but Avery does.
I mean, that's definitely a card that's abnormal in the Snorlax deck. You don't see it all the time, and I guess it's there for when people try and fill out their bench with cards that are fine.
Yep.
And then as soon as you put that Avery down, you can then use an Echoing Horn to get something else onto the bench, or an Erica's Invitation later turns.
Tell you what, that's 2 failed Misfortune Sisters there from Leighton. So
not much left.
Yeah, all the items have been filtered out rather nicely. It looks like Antoine is just going to keep up that motivate onslaught, as it were. Motivate, and just hope that Leighton, you know, doesn't have a way to remove this damage. I mean, there's plenty of ways for them to do it, but it's going to hope. And let's see what Leighton can do here. I mean, does have some decision to be made there. Does have a switch card. Doesn't actually look like. Do they have a penny? I don't think I see a penny actually. Oh.
They won't need
Is he going to do it?
They don't need the penny for a while, do they?
No, I'm going to get off with... Oh, well, they're debating whether to play the Avery there, Mike.
I think it would be a bit of a mistake because it could open up access to those dark energy, which you could get.
Yeah, no, you are correct, but then we don't know how many of those dark packs have actually been discarded.
2 or 3. I mean, you could always get it onto the Galarian Moltres and then energy switch it, so there is ways.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not
I mean,
wrong.
there's still a lot to be done for Antoine. 5 prizes still remaining. I guess as the prizes start coming through, though, the options increase, as we know, all the good cards. 3 of the 5 prizes remaining are great cards that would be very useful on future turns. So taking prizes could quickly spiral the game back in Antoine's favour.
I think that was a Radiant Greninja off the top. Don't think we'll be seeing that, funnily enough. We just see a Forest Seal Stone coming down. Consulting the discard pile here. Yeah, these late game scenarios, you really have to be careful against control, because it honestly could take one wrong move and then the game will just spiral out of control.
I guess there's an element at this stage for Antoine of like, what turn is the turn that Penny is going to be used? And at that turn, use the Iono and try and get it out of the hand and hope for the best. But another double
tails on the Silene, coming up with the Snake Eyes there.
Yeah, not really going in favour, those Silenes. That's 4 tails across the 2 Silenes.
Silene's having none of it. Silene's like, no, you leave me out of this, Leighton. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to get involved here. You can stick with Team Yell. Stick with them. They can cheer their way out. I'm just going to roll double tails.
And there's a pass there. As we see the kind of board state right now is pretty much, can Leighton just reset the deck over and over again? That's going to be a penny there.
Yep, see a penny debating.
Was that a pass straight back or another motivate? I think it was another motivate, right?
Yeah,
don't know if I saw the damage.
I think it was a motivate. I don't think it had 120 on us. We are going to see the Peonia, letting you look at 3 of your prize cards, put them in your hand, and then you have to put 3 back. So you're not actually taking any or changing the overall count, I should say. You can just use or liberate the 3 cards that you do take.
Yeah, they can go into your hand as well. It could be any card from your hand.
Yeah, any card from your hand. That's a fantastic point. So you can change them. And it looks like that is what Leighton is choosing to do.
Yeah, didn't find anything useful there. Just some ball search cards. The Nest Ball, the only one that's really viable towards the end of the game. So this is the first game here of our Ninth Round of Swiss. You guys have been watching along from home for Liverpool. You know, our largest ever regional, 1,505 players in the Masters Division. And this is the winning in stage. You see both our players here, 5-1-2, looking to try and make their way into that day 2. A draw won't do. They'll get some points off of it.
They will.
But they do want to be trying to continue their journey tomorrow. And at the moment, it looks quite in favour for Leighton in this current game, but it can very quickly turn around. As for those of you who are just joining, Antoine has 2 Boss's Orders and Escape Rope in the prize cards.
Yeah.
So each of those prize cards are very valuable right now.
But hasn't been able to liberate them as of yet, as Leighton did play a Misfortune Sisters, which did fail. So I'm not 100% sure how many items Antoine does have in the deck. We do see a basic energy getting attached to a benched Roaring Moon. And it's going to be another Motivate. That Squawkabilly has been putting in the finest of work, Mike, because so far that Motivate damage has been sticking. Look at that, 160.
That Snorlax only holding on by the tether on that luxurious
cape. Yeah. Here we go, Misfortune Sisters. We're going to go 0 for 4 on the Misfortune Sisters here. Let's have a look. And yep.
They said just no more items left in the deck.
I'm convinced there might not be any items left. Right, they've all been, well, I don't think a great deal of them have been used. They've just been forcefully sent to discard pile via those Misfortune Sisters.
We're able to see how thin that deck is. I think it's about sort of 7,
I think 6, 7 in that ballpark. Yeah, maybe 8. It's not much more though. I think Antoine saying, how many cards in your hand? The Iono could be being debated here.
Well, one judge been used, Palpad's gone, so the Iono is the only way to disrupt the hand now. My goodness, another Motivate.
180.
Penny at the front of that hand for Leighton.
It is, it really is. Oh, we see a counter catcher as well. You could counter catcher in the Moltres. You could. Very mean. I don't think there's any energy in the discard pile, so that Dire Flame Wings ability won't be able to get used, letting you grab a dark energy from your discard pile and attach it to the Galarian Moltres once per turn.
Right, let's just say hypothetically you've just been using a 20 damage attack called Motivate for 8 turns in a row.
Yeah.
Actually, at this point, 9 turns in a row.
Yeah, you're right.
And then your opponent...
No, I don't.
Pennies.
Don't. It sounds so horrible. Like, don't do it. Don't do it,
Because that penny is hovering at the front of Leighton's hand, ready to go.
I tell you what, you'd go from a very motivated Squawkabilly to a very demotivated Squawkabilly, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's coming. Oh, there's another one. Another penny.
Oh, I mean, penny for your thoughts. That's what I'll be saying to myself. Goodness gracious.
Surely soon the penny's coming down. You don't need to tease that Snorlax right down to the final hit points.
No, you don't. Could you say it could be time for the penny to finally drop?
That is outrageous from you, Shay.
Come on. I thought that was a good one.
No, it was amazing. I'm just jealous that you thought of it before I did. Get your best penny puns in chat.
Yeah, come on. Let's hear them. So let's have a look. How many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7, I believe.
I mean, the thing is, even if you do knock out that Snorlax, realistically, it's not going to be much that's going to happen after that. You will get the escape rope off the prizes, but at that point, you get another Snorlax, and then what, you know?
Yeah, it's not like, it's the KO in this Snorlax. But, I mean, in all fairness, you could take the escape rope. Oh. No, Antoine there doing a little bob and a jig. Thank you for that.
Waiting for the penny to drop.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that's rough. That's tough, but, you know, you had to expect it, right? When Leighton's hand was that big, chances of them not having a way to remove that damage is very low.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're at now. Back on the Motivate hype.
Back on the Motivate train, Mr. Motivator, as it were, that Squawkabilly. I tell you what, Squawkabilly is trying his best. I'll give him that. Squawkabilly is trying.
I mean, interesting for Leighton, they do have the Crabominable and Water Energy. You guys might have seen that.
They do.
That is an interesting card to think about. You know, when you look at the Snorlax deck, it can sometimes struggle with not getting games finished. So having a card like Crabominable will help you accelerate that win condition against certain decks. As we see the last few cards of Antoine's deck coming into hand. We know there's an Iono there to reset the hand, so that's potential.
2 cards left, Mike. We could see the Trigger Avalanche here.
Oh, they're going for it.
Yeah, so we do see the Crabominable V come down, the attachment of the Water Energy. You're going to see a switch card. Trigger Avalanche discards the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck, and that means Antoine will not be able to top deck at the start of their next turn, meaning Leighton goes 1 game up here in our round 9 feature match at Liverpool Regionals.
And the Iono was one of those last cards as well, so it wasn't even possible to reset the hand. But of course, the Crabominable coming through there, and Leighton showing a masterclass of how to navigate the matchup with Snorlax. But of course, Antoine had some tough prizes. It's important to reference that. Having a boss's orders early on will be key, which you can then get back in with the Pal Pad, and having both of them in the prizes really took away one of those key conditions to winning the match.
Nope, I mean, out of the 4 outs, I believe Antoine had 3 of them were in the prize cards, right? So it might not have been a true representation of the matchup, but Leighton still had to capitalise on that and get that win. And Leighton is currently, well, 1 game away from his spot in day 2, or you know, currently, if this game 2 doesn't finish, there we see that lovely Meowth plush there with that Liverpool headband. Would be in day 2 if this second game doesn't finish as well.
Oh, we love it. We love it here. And you see the little notepad as well. Something we see from a lot of the top players.
Yep.
Taking notes of their prize cards. You can even take notes of what your opponents played. You know, sometimes useful information like that. And of course, it can be really important in a matchup like this to take your time, make sure you check what options are in the prize cards. Is it better this time? It seems to be better there.
Yeah.
Both sides pretty fair. Just the 2 Dark Energy could be interesting later on.
Yep.
As we saw, you know, limited energy supply was becoming a bit of a problem in that game at some point. Otherwise, all of the outs to this matchup available.
Yeah, I think you're having the 2 copies of Battle of RP pass there, and also you're probably not going to be playing that too often or at all even against the Snorlax block deck. So having them there in the prize cards is nice. As Leighton, Antoine opted to force Leighton to go first.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. You know, Battle VIP pass in Snorlax tends to only be in a 1, maybe 2 count, just because it's a card you get off of Arven. Otherwise, you're going to be aiming to get those nest balls. Yeah, so just the 1 Battle VIP pass for Leighton. So if you force them to go first, the chance of them finding it is super low, where typically you're only going to find those off of the Arven.
But unfortunately for Antoine, there was a nest ball, so we are going to see a Rotom V come down. Now there is a world in which Antoine can, you know, attach 3 energy and actually start attacking this next turn. It's possible via, you know, Professor Seda, an energy switch. As we are going to see Leighton just playing that nest ball and then instant charge. Right, what can Antoine do? We are going to see a turn attachment of a gift energy. Okay.
And a pass.
And a pass.
I guess in this matchup, you don't have to go down the typical Roaring Moon route of doing dark patches.
No, you don't.
Doing any of those kind of crazy setups, but you know, Sydney allows you to look at your opponent's hand and gain a lot of information, but while you're in there, you are allowed to discard some cards.
You can discard any 2 combination of special energy and stadiums, I believe.
And tool cards as well.
And tool cards as well, but that Sydney didn't hit anything. But we did get to look at Antoine's hand there, and I think it's just going to be... Yeah, the hand knowledge is going to be fantastic for Leighton there. And Antoine, I think with no other energy in hand, will just be starting to top deck. Or we're going to see the Erica's... Did we see it? Oh, yeah, the Raging Greninja was in that hand.
So that's Sydney giving the hand knowledge to being, okay, right, I can Erica's Invitation next turn, and I know what I'm going to see. Because typically it's a tough card to play.
It is.
We did see lure modules at one point in the deck. I think people have opted away from that because it was a little bit clunky. But now with something like Sydney, see the hand and then go, right, let's bring something into the active.
So did Antoine pass? I'm guessing Antoine had a turn and pass.
Must have, because it was, otherwise it would have been Sydney and Erica's Invitation, right?
Okay, so let's see. That Erica's Invitation is so mean. And you look at your opponent's hand. If you find a basic Pokemon, you can pop it into play and force it into the active, meaning that Raging Greninja can no longer retreat. And because there is no water energy in Antoine's deck, it cannot attack either.
Yeah, now, when I said at the start of this is somewhat of an even matchup, I think the build that we see of Antoine has less switch options than some other builds, really opting into the energy switch style where you don't need to keep moving stuff around as much. You don't need to worry about having stuff on the benches often because you can move it anyway. So, you know, just the 1 switch card, 1 escape rope. We've seen cross switches sometimes appear.
We have.
We've seen some builds leaning to Pokestops where you have a lot more switch outs then. But no, Antoine going to really struggle in this matchup with these kinds of starts.
As I was going to say, a pass there from Antoine. Doesn't want to do a great deal apart from attach energy and then try and get this Greninja out active. But just having it in play is so backbreaking because, you know, it's always going to get counter-captured. It's always going to get, you know, boss's orders even. So it's real heads-up play there from Leighton, using that Sydney and then using the Erica's Invitation afterwards as well.
Exactly. So this is the start Leighton wanted. I mean, after that last game, didn't see much outside of the switch cart, so won't be aware of the counts of the boss's orders or the if there is an escape rope in there. So this game, there could be some surprise factor for Antoine here.
I guess in theory, Antoine can go Judge plus escape rope plus KO, and that could force at some point in the game. I'm not saying we're going to see that immediately, but we could see that being Antoine's way of getting back in the game.
I mean, even just attach on the Greninja at some point so that when you boss the Rotom up, you can just retreat it into whatever you want.
We are going to see Misfortune Scissors being played here. We're going to see switching cards. 3 Dark Patch.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Oh.
And an energy switch as well.
Wow, 4 hits. Leighton discarding the essentially top 4 cards of your opponent's deck. I mean, Dark Patch isn't going to be a card we see maybe get played, since we didn't see any energy hit the discard pile in game 1 because they were all in play, but it'd be nice to have the option at least.
Okay, that Power Pad getting some important resources back in. I honestly, when you see a Snorlax Stall player playing it well, it is impressive what they are executing every single game. But you do feel for a player like Antoine, you know, getting onto the stream game, getting voted on by the community choice, and then is here having to play one of those tough old matchups where you're not doing much, you're just attaching and passing and drawing your way through your deck one card at a time.
I think top deck there was a Judge. You have a basic energy in hand.
If you've got basic energy in hand, you could start getting energies into the discard pile with the Greninja.
We are just going to see a pass, though. So it's back over to Leighton's going to play that Poké Gear. Look at top 7 cards, grab a supporter, put it in your hand, only one. So we are going to see the Misfortune Sisters, as we are going to see the Misfortune Sisters being played.
God, and let's really leaning into it.
Yeah, I mean, how many of them have been played? It's been mental, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect, though, in this matchup, because there is so many item cards in Roaring Moon decks. And, of course, as we mentioned, some important switching cards on this occasion. Earthen Vessel, Trekking Shoes, and one other there. But none of the switch cards.
Not yet.
But they're all cards that can help getting that Roaring Moon going, which is key.
Yeah, that is true. Like, the Earthen Vessel would have been nice there, just grabbing 2 basic energy out of the deck, but that is no longer an option. We are going to see Hisuian Heavy Ball being played there from Leighton. Then you look at your prize cards, fantastic knowledge in a deck where you're not taking prize cards. And then if you choose to, take a basic Pokemon from there as well.
So the thing is, last game we only saw one Snorlax get knocked out, and that was still so far away from the win condition.
Yeah, it was.
For Antoine here, having to not get 6 prize cards is so difficult, because they don't just chain. You don't just go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1,
no.
Turns back to back to back. You do have to develop that through vigorous moving of your Pokemon around with the escape ropes, using that boss's orders in the right time.
Well, I mean, even if you wanted to start attacking with your Roaring Moon, right, Calamity Storm only does, 100 if there's no staging to discard, so that's not even taking a prize card every turn. You can't use Frenzy Gouging, because you actually start KOing yourself if you used it 2 times. So
yeah, it's all right.
So it's like
why not?
Yeah, you would start carrying yourself. Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you was to use Frenzied Gouging too many times, you actually let Leighton win via prize cards.
I mean, if it got to that, that would be impressive. But if you keep the prize race even, Frenzy Gouging one Snorlax, Frenzy Gouging another one, they can't use those counter catches.
No, they can't. No, you are correct. No, that is true. As we are going to see Bravery... Oh, my, look at that. Absolute Snorlax army. Erica's Invitation. Is there going to be a hit off that? Oh, there's a Moltres Mike. There's 2 Moltres Mike. There's more Pekko Mike. You can have your choice of which one. Which one are you putting down? I think I'll be putting down more Pekko, personally.
Yeah,
oh, no?
Well, I mean, the retreat on the Morpeko is free with 1 energy, right? And Galarian Moltres is...
I think it's 2 or 1, I believe.
Yeah, I think...
But the Moltres can attach energy from the discard pile there. And that Morpeko is an
2,
awful attacker in this matchup. Like I said, having to move energy from itself. So,
I mean, 190 isn't great either. 190 is just short of 200, which is perfect.
Yeah.
Into the Rotom, it's all right, but Snorlax with a Bravery Charm is dead on 200. So 190 from a Galarian Moltres isn't ideal.
It's just, yeah, it's looking tougher. Erica's Invitation, quite honestly, I think... Because without the Erica's Invitation, your opponent can completely play around Snorlax, right? They can just not bench anything, and they can not discard anything, so you can't Echoing Hornet. The Erica's Invitation will then punish you for leaving Pokemon in your hand, so you can just force them into play. We're going to see that Giacomo being played off that Poké Gear, discarding that gift energy as well.
It's just using all the different tools. A lot more tools in this deck being used in this game by Leighton than I was expecting, because I didn't think gift energy is not the most common thing you see in a Roaring Moon, but
no, it's not.
You know, that opened up the Giacomo, and then we saw the Sydney earlier on getting used.
Sydney,
but the full plethora of supporters being used, and that's going to be a Misfortune Sisters. We're going to see the Escape Rope or Switch. I think Escape Rope might be in the hand. So I don't think we'll ever see that, but that looks to be just a Battle VIP pass.
Depending, do you even want to discard? I think you do. Since your win con is decking your opponent out, you might as well, discard as many resources as you can when you can. But look at Leighton's hand, by the way. Look how big that is.
I mean, that's the part of the skill of the deck, isn't it? Knowing what's in your hand, knowing the resources, because you can't just fan it out like most decks and see everything there.
No.
You do have to sort of play it out. Will we see more tails for the Silene?
Hey, we see one heads this time. Okay. So normally if you're going to go for loop, you have to take Power Pad or Team Mel's chair. If you do get one heads, I should say, as Leighton does take the Power Pad.
Or just a draw pass. Going to be using that Power Pad to get back the Silene, as well as the most useful supporter right now. Looking to get the Erica's Invitation back in.
Invitation. It's an interesting one. I think you've already, I would imagine you had enough Pokemon in play. But, you know, Leighton thinking, right, let's get some more down. Let's make it as hard as possible.
Yeah, make it a challenge here. And again, this is going to be that turn for Antoine that we're going to watch out for. Last time it was the judge turn, wasn't it?
It was.
That was where Antoine tried to start making that aggressive swing. We might see something similar here, but just might need all of the combo pieces in hand before going for that judge turn.
That's what you have to do. You have to make sure you can spring the trap almost, as it were. You know, start trying to attack and then combine that with the judge and try and force Leighton, you know, to have those outs in hand. We are going to see the Misfortune Assist. Is that being played? Or no, that's Team Mel's chair, I should say. Letting you shuffle in 3 in any combination of supporters and Pokemon, I should say, but we're going to see 3 supporters there.
Okay, so Leighton just sort of in the loop now.
Yeah.
Got all the resources in hand, just looking to try and hold off Antoine from taking any prize cards. And then the moment prize cards start getting taken, that's when those counter catches become live and even more disruption can begin.
I think got to be careful here. Looks like which one of those are the deck and which one's the hand. Yeah, I mean, the big one is the hand. Just be careful. Don't want any mistakes to happen. And that's the discard file yet. Could be quite easy to make a mistake there. But we do see the pass over to Antoine. Antoine debating what to do. Just going to start the discard pile. Maybe has a dark patch. Nope, just going to see a pass instead.
My goodness. These final moments here. What's the plan? Are you going to look to start milling? You've got the Crabominable in hand, Erica's Invitation. Yeah, I think you've really just got to stick to those Misfortune Sisters and really try and remove any resource. I mean, Sydney as well is great for that.
Do you know what I quite like about the Sydney, right? Is that, you know, if Antoine wants to start attacking with the Roaring Moon, Calamity Storm needs to start discarding Stadium to hit that big damage. And Sydney discards Stadium. So let's see if there are any stadiums in hand. There's a tool, just a tool.
Just a tool. I think there's 2 Boss's Orders in there, Judge, and Escape Rope as well. So the knowledge gained just from that is showing that the cards that were not seen in the last game.
Yeah, this is true. So you think, oh, Antoine does actually play Boss's Orders. I didn't see one last game. And let's see what Anton does. Does have the judge. No energy, though, of all things.
That's it. You need the attack with the judge, really, don't you?
So we know that Erica's going to hit. Has a whole multitude of... Oh, no, Mike.
Time to motivate.
Score ability again. Here we go, folks. Time to feel motivated. We might be hearing a lot of that motivate. 20 damage. And attach 2 basic energy from your discard pile to your bench Pokemon, as we see 1 heads there on that Silene.
Whenever something says flip 2 coins and you get 1 tails, 1 heads, I always think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's, can't argue with that.
Yeah, same with Electric Generator. You get 1 energy, that's fair.
I agree, yeah. If you hit 1, we'll take that, you know. You can't feel too hard done by. You're not guaranteed by any means. Antoine's going to pass it over. We're going to see Power Pass going to be what, Silene, Team Mel's chair, or it's going to be going for the Sydney, or that Misfortune Sisters.
So many options, so many decisions.
Here we go. We've got some motivation going on there backstage as well. As that score could be... Well, it hasn't actually used Motivate yet this game, but did a whole lot of it last game.
Okay, there we go. Misfortune Sisters, will they get the switch cart? That's the question.
Or Escape Rope even. I think that's still...
There
there's a switch cart!
Oh, the Escape Rope's in hand, switch cart gone, so now we've got Escape Rope, Boss's Orders, ×2 left. But the Power Pad would reduce the amount of Boss's Orders in a game too, so that's important. So we'll see what happens now. All energy, so we can start building up the attack from Roaring Moon. And I think it's literally going to be Roaring Moon with 3 energy on, Escape Rope, Judge.
Yep.
Can you do it?
That's, I think, Antoine's game plan here, and I think that's all they can do. That Roaring Moon, Calamity Storm, plenty damage, especially if you have a Stadium. If not, he could Frenzied Gouging just to start taking KOs and try and, you know, attack with Calamity Storm at a later date.
I guess you'd start off, if you could, with a Calamity Storm.
Yes.
So that you can, that Roaring Moon would stick around for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Get the first one with Calamity Storm, then Frenzy Gouging, and then from there, see what happens.
As we are going to see an Arvin fail there for Leighton, had no targets. We're going to see Power Pad being played. That's going to be Team Yell's chair and Arvin. Interesting. I guess Arvin could be used on the back of a judge. Yeah, Arvin will be able to start searching out items there.
Counter catchers in particular.
Counter catcher, yeah. So we're going to see those shuffled in. And let's see.
No tools at this stage needed. They're all out in play.
Yeah, all the tools have done a fantastic job of getting those into play. We do see a basic energy, Mike. We think escape rope is in the hand. Judge is in hand as well, I believe.
Okay,
so
there we go.
Could start seeing the Roaring Moon or not. Okay, back over to Leighton, who does have the Misfortune Sisters in hand, but debating what to do.
I guess maybe the game plan would be to get an energy on the Squawkabilly, then boss up the Rotom, get the first knockout on the Rotom.
Right, yes.
Then do the Judge, so that off the back of that Judge, the draw is less available.
Yeah, that sounds like that make perfect sense, actually.
I think that makes the most sense,
It's going to be a pass over to Antoine and a pass back to Leighton, playing hot potato with the turns there.
Because that turn is going to have to be big. The Judge turn is going to have to be big, so you want to make the most effectiveness out of it. I mean, at some point, Leighton might just penny up the Rotom to say, well, I'm not going to give you 2 prizes. You have to get through 4 Snorlax. Good luck.
Yeah, goodness gracious, could you imagine that? As we are going to see a pass back over to Leighton. It looks like debating to play that Silene. And here we go. Wonder what he's going to roll this time.
Okay, double tails.
Double tails. Silene hasn't been Leighton's best friend. I feel as if on this best of 3. Haven't seen too many heads there.
2 Palpad in the discard pile. Silene just been used. Team Yelcheer will need to get back that Silene. We're getting quite close to breaking the infinite loop there.
We actually are, you know. That's actually something we've got to keep an eye on. It is possible for the loop to fail. That would require a few tails flips on Silene, but we have been seeing a few of them already.
I mean, it's the Silene, right?
Yep.
That's gone. 2 Palpad. It's literally a Team Yelcheer for the Silene back. If that Silene doesn't come through. I mean, this is just to make sure you keep your supporters. You can obviously use the Pidgeot V to keep recycling there. But yeah, the one more Silene away.
Let's see what does have a basic energy. So is this the turn? We see a boss. We're going to see a pay retreat. I think you're correct there, Mike. Here we go. Going to remove that draw engine, and it's going to be a frenzy gouging since there is no stadium in play. So 2 prize cards there being taken for Antoine. Doesn't get the Iron Oak, but does get a basic energy and a battle VIP pass.
Very good. First knockout of this game. We've been waiting a while for this. Antoine finally getting a knockout, but time as well is quite an important factor now. Just 2 minutes remaining here in round 9. And we see the counter catcher straight away getting that Squawkabilly up. But this is where we said about the next turn is going to be that potential Judge turn. But maybe we'll just see the same thing again. If the Rotom comes back down, just boss it back up, retreat.
That would be a bit cheeky, but I think you are correct. That is a perfect line of play there. We are going to see the Iono coming down there. Going to reset Antoine's hand down to 4, and Leighton will get a fresh hand of 6.
I guess the boss is going into the deck now, so
yeah, it does.
It's going to be a little bit harder for Antoine to find that.
What did they draw off that iron? I can't quite see.
I mean, the Rotom's definitely going into Leighton's hand, right? Because it was one of those last cards.
Yeah,
so
it was.
There we go. And that will just set up that stable board state after that boss turn. So that was the counterplay to the Antoine play right there.
1-2 for Professor Sader's Vitality. Going to attach 1 energy to the Roaring Moon and draw 3. And here we go. Motivate time, everyone. Get those wings a-flapping. That Squawkabilly is motivating.
Okay, so Avery. Oh. There you go. That's your boy.
I got to see one. There we go. It was for 0 effect apart from drawing 3, but hey, I'll take it.
I mean, time is really running out here for Antoine. It is getting close to the stage where Antoine cannot physically take enough prize cards with the amount of turns left in play.
Yeah, that's true.
And so it is all in vain right now. Antoine tried to find a way out of this. The well-timed INO from Leighton was perfect to try and disrupt that hand whilst getting the Rotom back and available if needed. And there we just see a switch cart into a new Snorlax, as this will be the final turn for Antoine to start that race. But with 4 prizes to take and just the Squawkabilly in the active, and a Snorlax keeping it keeping it static.
Yep.
Blocking it completely.
Doing its job all the way back there from Gen 1. Block it. Oh, you see the power pad going there as well, Mike. That's a good hit there from that Misfortune Sisters.
I mean, with infinite time for Antoine here, I don't even know how possible this would have been, but a valiant effort trying to work through.
Oh, there we go. We just see a concession there from Antoine, I believe. So Leighton wins our round 9 feature match here in Liverpool, secures himself a place in day 2. Congratulations to Leighton.
I mean, prime Snorlax gameplay right there from Leighton. Played it amazingly. You know, the prize is not ideal for Antoine in that first game. And the second game just took a little bit too long to draw into all those resources that were required to get that comeback. And even then, Leighton knew it was coming, knew how to deal with it, knew how to disrupt in those final moments. So that is it. Leighton will be going on to day 2. And best of luck. I mean, there's a lot of Charizard out there, so good time to be a Snorlax player.
Yeah, most popular deck in the room. And I still want to say massive shout-outs there for Leighton, because even though Antoine did have, you know, unfortunate prizes, still had to pilot that perfectly to get the win there. You don't really get many easy games with Control, so you do have to close the door on every single one of them. And then maximum commiserations there to Antoine. Did all they could, I think, but unfortunately just wasn't enough.
It's great to have him on stream, though.
Yes.
I mean, from my point of view, I've heard Antoine's name mentioned so many times.
Yep.
You know, in all of Ross's videos, I hear it all the time. So it's good just to finally see them playing the game that we all love. So shout out to Antoine and all the things you do for the community.
Yep.
So good luck with the rest of your tournaments that you go to, and hopefully we'll see you at a future one where we get you on stream. As for now, enjoy the side events here at Liverpool. There's still so much more to do and get involved in.
Yeah, there is so much to do in, like you said, these regions. You've got the vendors as well. Always fun seeing all the
bit of Pokemon
fun
yoga.
Pokemon stuff. What's that?
Bit of Pokemon yoga.
Bit of Pokemon yoga. You know, if you're feeling really motivated after that one, you've been flapping your wings like the Squawkabilly, feeling motivated, you can do some Pokemon yoga. That is a fantastic suggestion.
Yeah, and I think there's lots of card game things tomorrow you can do, not just yoga. You know, you can get involved in some of the side events there. So for everyone here at Liverpool, they'll be keeping themselves entertained, that's for sure. For you guys at home, that's it for today in terms of games. We'll be closing out the show with a few bits of breakdown for you. But we want to know from you guys, you know, what have you enjoyed today? You know, that was probably the slowest game we've had today, because that's what it is with Snorlax.
Yeah.
We've had some explosive games, you know, seeing Mew. We've seen a lot of Mew on stream. We've seen some Shen Pao popping off.
We have.
You know, we've had a bit of Gardevoir, a bit of Charizard, some
bit of
Tina,
Justified Gloves.
some Palkia.
Some Palkia, yeah.
Clorf.
A bit of Clorf.
Yeah.
All doing well.
Yeah, I mean, all of these amazing decks we've had, and we'll have even more tomorrow with Day 2 action and all the best players who've made it through to that Day 2 stage.
As we said towards the start of the day as well, Liverpool, the way it's situated in the season, will be making a lot of people's invite. They could be earning that magical 500 CP and lock in their place at Honolulu World. And also, obviously, whoever wins Liverpool will be getting themselves a guaranteed spot there in the World Championships. But I do believe our round 9 feature match winner Leighton is ready for an interview. So let's hear about him and how he's feeling locking up his Day 2 place.
Hello everybody, I am out here back on the stage with our feature match winner, Leighton. How are we feeling after making it into Day 2?
Truly exhausted. You know, it turns out it takes a lot of brain cells to roll 2 tails on Silene twice.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Lady Luck definitely played a favor in your,
I think it's more karma for the sins I've committed, mainly.
Incredible. So why Snorlax, Leighton?
It's very simple. It auto-wins Charizard. I refuse to learn the matchup. It is not happening.
It was the most represented deck. How many Charizard did you face?
1.
No, but you made it through regardless. Are there any matchups you were like, I do not want to face that, not in a million years?
Lost Zone Giratina is completely and utterly unwinnable.
Oh, so it was almost a risk versus reward. It was, can I roll more Charizard than Lost Zone Tina?
Yeah. There's some other decks that have really strange corner cases against you. The Palkia deck has just so many switch outs in deck. Entei and Valiant has the same issue. Like, you play like 14 switch cards in a Spiritomb, you just can't keep up. Pidgeot Snorlax, I actually played against that.
Oh.
Might be this deck's worst matchup. Luxray V, killer card. Buy it now.
Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. Well, I mean, I think it was the play. I think you did a fantastic job. It was a really interesting game of Snorlax to watch. Genuinely captivating to see that you were able to keep that loop going again and again. Thank you so much for joining us and telling us a little bit more about Snorlax today, Leighton. One final question about tomorrow. Do you think you're going to hack it another day's worth of Snorlax?
It's less about can I handle Snorlax and more if Snorlax can handle me, really.
Oh, the confidence! I love to hear it. Thank you so much for joining us, Leighton. We're going to cut to a very short break, but we'll be back very soon.
Hi everyone, Alex Dow here. Time to shine light on the return of an old favourite from the new Paradox Rift set, Countercatcher. This card shines when you are behind, allowing you to snatch an opponent's bench Pokemon and bring it to the active spot. This incredibly strong gusting mechanic is already seen in many flavours, and is perfect for disrupting your opponent's strategy and turning the tide of the game. It has a natural fit for decks which are typically less aggressive, or perhaps those that give up prizes, but remember, timing is everything. Use it too early and you may waste its potential, but save it for that critical moment to disrupt your opponent's setup and use that to swing the momentum in your favour. Contrary to popular belief, being behind can sometimes give you the upper hand. Let's see how Countercatcher will be used to its maximum potential.
And we're back again. Wasn't that snazzy? Look, us doing some fancy footwork. We're all back in the studio after 9 rounds of Pokemon trading card game. Could I get a very quick favorite moment from today from each of you, please? Start with Ross. Let's go for it.
It's right in the deep end there. I was trying to think through the day there. I mean, I'm stalling for you, Ross, so that you can think up something.
Favourite moment was, I got a good friend of mine on a winning in last round, and I was kind of like, this is going to be brilliant. And then it turned out it was against Snorlax, which was, shall we say, a little bit less fun. I enjoyed seeing Miraidon go fast. Didn't quite work out the way we would have ideally liked, but look, we got to see Miraidon on stream. That was fun. No, I'm telling you, Charizard Mirror. That Charizard Mirror was brilliant. That was a really good back and forth. Right, I'm taking Charizard Mirror. Shay, you can't have that. I've already taken it.
Okay, well, I've already got mine already. It was watching that Chen Pao absolutely cook, getting those 6 energy Hellblades and, running through the Mew VMAX. I am sorry about who it was against, Amy. The deck was flowing. It just happened to be against Ethan. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll forgive you this time. Mike?
I mean, talking about people we know, let's be honest, this event has been amazing because there's so many people from the UK. We're all from the UK. We know a lot of the locals here, and seeing all the communities come together, that's probably been the highlight, just walking around and seeing all the faces that I know. But in terms of on the stream, my boy Palkia coming through, looking great. I was very happy to see that. I love the card and love what it can do. And hopefully they're carrying on that success into day 2. I don't know how they did after that.
Well, that sounds great, but we do have some standings to look at, so at least we can have a little gander about exactly where some of our favorites came today. And there's some really standout names there today. Shay, who do you think is going to go far in this one?
Well, I'm really hoping that Brent Tonneson at the 3rd seed there and James Cox go through really far, because they're both playing Gardevoir, and that's my pick, so that's who I'm cheering for.
Oh, it's such a good shout. We've got some fantastic names, including Brennan Kammerman, Yuho, oh my goodness. Yeah, like you say, James Cox, Magnus, Peterson, so many familiar names. But we do also have ready for you the Day 2 Swiss players as well, so we're going to get a little glimpse into tomorrow, have a little look. What do we think about that, Mike? Any standouts?
I mean, you've gone through a lot of the standouts there. I mean, Leighton, fair play to him in that last round with the Snorlax. I wonder how many Snorlax stalls have made it through, but just sneaking through in the winning in. I mean, Leon Kesserig trying to go for the back-to-back Liverpool event,
Good point.
Did so well in 2023, winning the Liverpool Regional, where there was half the amount of players there are here today, but he's piloting the same deck at this event. Obviously some differences in the cards, but looking to try and be the 2-time Liverpool champion with the same deck.
Wouldn't that be just the most incredible thing? Double the players, double the stakes, same deck, different cards.
That would be amazing. There's also a Josh on that list I know a lot of people are going to be familiar with. And Benji Pham, an old favourite who's kind of making a little bit of a comeback. But yeah, anyone who's playing Miraidon, that is instantly my pick for tomorrow. And I just want to echo what you said a minute ago, Mike. This has been the friendliest regional I've been to in a while. Every time I leave the backstage to come and have a look at the venue, just person after person coming up and saying nice things. Liverpool's been very nice to us today.
It really has. It's so lovely. Honestly, don't be shy. Come say hello to us. We're humans.
Some of us.
Not Mike.
Goodness gracious.
But no, honestly, it's been a fantastic time. And just thinking about the schedule for this season, we've got more events to come, so much more action. And honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure. But I just can't get enough. There's so much more to come, and we even had the newly announced Italian special event.
The World Tour of Clock Towers, as we'll be adding in Bologna. An amazing opportunity to go back to Italy. We've mentioned the food every time, but of course, the Italian community, another standout to those events. Such a passionate community of people who come out in droves whenever we go along. Turin last year was special, and it's great to be going back again now.
I mean, you say about clock towers, if you're late to your round, you get penalised for that. Clock towers are very important, Mike.
We should be keeping a closer eye on those, really. But if you guys don't want to miss any of the action at home as well, there's plenty going on our Twitch schedule, on our Twitch channels. You can be finding things all throughout the week. We've got so many special programs on for you. Have a little look there, give it a pause, have a little screenshot, and don't forget to tune in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and of course Saturday and Sunday for our regional schedule.
I mean, the mystery of Mew, that's sort of the question of why it keeps doing well in Europe. So if you want to see a movie about that, check out Friday.
Honestly, that's a good shout. Shay, what are you going to do when Mew's rotated?
Panic. That's the only deck I play. It's the only deck I've played ever since the first regional here in Liverpool when the season restarted. I've only ever played one other deck, and I did really, really bad. So yeah, I'm gonna have a little cry, be a bit sad when Mew rotates. It's been a fun time.
I don't know, it was Shadow Rider. That was fun, wasn't it?
Depends what your definition of fun is.
We don't talk about Shadow Rider.
We don't talk about Shadow Rider around here.
Oh,
At least
yeah,
not when I'm playing it.
Only because it's also rotating, right?
Yes, exactly. That's 100% why.
And speaking of times such as rotating, we must mention that don't forget that we are starting back here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. GMT. So please make sure that you are setting an alarm in time. Make sure you're awake. You can stay in bed, but please tune in. Or you can join us at 2 a.m. PST, which might be a stretch, but it's okay. Get a nice cold beverage, as Ross says, or maybe a warm one at that time in the morning, and make sure that you don't miss a speck of the action. And obviously, don't forget to follow us on all of our social media channels. It's incredibly important to get those notifications in. You want to follow us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram so that you don't miss a second. And don't forget to use our hashtag #PlayPokemon if you'd like any of your posts featured. They may be featured throughout the weekend if you use that hashtag, whether you're at home, at the event, or hanging around Liverpool, or in day two. There's so many options, and we'd like to hear from you.
I love scrolling through #PlayPokemon, just see what people are enjoying. I mean, we're having a lot of fun here, and obviously people are having fun here as well who are competing, but you guys at home are enjoying the broadcast, and I tuned in, you guys in chat were going crazy. I love how analytical you all are. Obviously, you're all the geniuses that we wish we were in that chat. But no, keep it up and keep sticking around.
So well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm so pleased that we've been able to bring all of the action to you guys today. If you missed anything, don't forget that after the broadcast, you can go back and watch to your heart's content. You can watch all the way until the beginning of the broadcast tomorrow. It would never stop. But But I will now leave you alone. I'm ever so sorry. I hope that all of you enjoy your evening or your morning, whatever time zone you may be located in. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to everyone in the hall, our judges, our amazing team backstage, and of course our lovely cast team from all 3 of the games. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much, and thank you guys at home. Goodbye for now. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.